In the boundless world of cultivation, fate is cruel and chances are rare. A young man named Lin Chen, once saved by his master, now stands between betrayal and redemption. To save his sister from the clutches of the demon sect, he poisons the very man who raised him. But just as his fate seems sealed. Ding! The Immortal Cultivation Simulator has been activated. With every simulation, Lin Chen lives countless lifetimes. Failing, dying, and starting over again. Until each mistake becomes a lesson, and each death a step toward perfection. From a trembling disciple, to a peerless swordsman whose power shakes heaven and earth. He forges divine weapons, slays demons, rewrites destiny itself. All to uncover the truth behind his sister's disappearance. And ascend as the all-seeing sword master. Simulation begins. Choose your reward. Chapter 1 Immortal Cultivation Simulation System. Junior brother Xiaolu, hurry up. If master finds out, we're both done for. Third senior sister, this matter cannot be rushed. As the saying goes, all paths diverge, but all methods converge into one. Cooking is like cultivation. Only with patience and perseverance can you reap true deliciousness. Wanjian Sect, Zhuang Peak. In the kitchen. I saw a young man and woman gathered in front of the stove. The boy skillfully stirred the fragrant spirit beast broth in the pot with a large spoon, while the girl stared at one of the largest and tenderest pieces of bone and rib meat, her eyes shining and her mouth watering with greed. A moment later. Realizing that the fire was hot enough, a gleam of light flashed in the boy's eyes, and he raised his right palm and slammed it hard on the edge of the hot pot. The powerful energy caused the entire pot of broth to fly into the air and fall like a waterfall into the soup bucket that had been prepared nearby. Okay, senior sister, as I said, only food that is carefully prepared is truly delicious. Hey, senior sister, slow down, don't just grab it. It's delicious, so delicious. No wonder master has already reached the state of not eating any food, but still insists on eating the food you cook. It's so delicious. Good junior brother, here are 100 spiritual stones. I'm leaving now. Next time you stew meat, be sure to let me know. Senior sister, you are too polite. The young man quickly put the spirit stone into the small qiankuan bag at his waist, and with a smile on his face, he watched the girl in red, who had eaten and drunk her fill, leave. And just after the girl left, the young man's face suddenly darkened. Returning to the soup barrel, he took out a packet of powder from his qiankuan bag. Staring at the steaming broth, the boy had a conflicted look on his face. Hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and prepared to sprinkle the powder into the broth. Master, you've been so kind to me, and I don't want to be like this, but, the young man sighed. After sprinkling in half a packet of powder, he was worried that the drug was too strong, so he put away the remaining half packet of powder. Then, picking up the soup bucket, the young man left the kitchen and headed towards the belly of Zhuang Peak. The boy's name is Lin Chen. He is the sixth disciple of Xian Yanzi, the master of Zhuang Peak of Wanjian Sect. Of course, this is just his superficial identity. Behind the scenes, he was actually a hidden chess piece that the Red Blood Demon sect had laid 5 years ago. And just a month ago, when Lin Chen was in contact with the demon sect, he received an order. Be sure to find an opportunity within 1 month to put the colorless and odorless highly toxic deguiming powder into the tea and food of Xian Yangzi, the strongest person in Wanjian sect. Now, the January period has arrived. Lin Chen made his choice. Finished broth. Lin Chen quickly left the cave where his master Xian Yangzi was practicing and flew all the way to the foot of Zhuang Peak. He knew very well how much trust his master had in him, and that his master would definitely eat the broth he cooked. Ever since Lin Chen was rescued from the dead by Xian Yangzi 5 years ago and brought to Zhuang Peak as his disciple, Xian Yangzi has been particularly caring towards him. In addition, Lin Chen has an excellent talent for cultivation, which further deepens Xian Yangzi's preference for him. But Xian Yangzi didn't know that everything was a trap. Back then, because they couldn't figure out Xian Yangzi's specific travel route, with the same pile of dead bodies and the same dying young man, the Red Blood Demon sect set up a total of 7 locations. Only Lin Chen was lucky enough to meet Xian Yangzi. The other 6 dying teenagers all died on the spot due to lack of timely medical treatment. Now that the broth has been served, there is no turning back. If Lin Chen wants to survive, he has to escape from the Wanjian sect before his master drinks the broth. With master's cultivation level, it's impossible for his life to be in danger with just half a bag of Di Guiming powder. As long as the demon sect knows that master has been poisoned and injured, my mission will be accomplished. The things the demon sect promised me will also be settled. Lin Chen thought to himself and walked quickly. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the sect. However, stop! The sect's protective formation has been activated. The latest order is that all disciples are forbidden to leave the sect for the next 2 days. Very unfortunate. Lin Chen had just walked to the sect's entrance when he saw from afar that the guarding disciples blocked the way of several disciples who were about to leave the sect. The sect master has issued an order, a traitor has appeared within the sect. All disciples who intend to leave the sect are suspects. Come, take them all away. It's not just as simple as blocking the way. Several disciples who wanted to leave the sect were all detained and taken away. Lin Chen hid in the shadow under an ancient tree, watching the scene from afar, his eyes narrowed slightly, sensing that something was wrong. If you leave the sect, you will be arrested and interrogated immediately. If he doesn't leave the sect, once his master Xian Yangzi takes effect due to the poison, the whole sect will launch a search, and he, Lin Chen, will definitely die. Obviously, Lin Chen has fallen into a dilemma. Just then. Very abrupt. Ding! Congratulations host, the Immortal Cultivation simulation system has been activated. It is detected that the host has a total of 3,466 spirit stones. Would you like to consume 1 spirit stone to conduct the first cultivation simulation? A mechanical prompt sound echoed in my ears. Cultivation simulation? System? Lin Chen was a little confused at first. But soon, he reacted. Not for any other reason, just because he has a secret hidden in him. When he was born 16 years ago, he retained the memories of his previous life on Blue Star. It can also be said that he is actually a time traveler. As a time traveler who loves reading online novels, Lin Chen is naturally familiar with the system. But at this moment, he was a little confused as to why the system had not been activated until today. Cultivation simulation system. Could it be that I'm stuck in a dead end, unable to escape, so the system awakens to help me out? It is a blessing rather than a curse. The situation is critical at the moment. Lin Chen does not care about too much and immediately decides to test the power of this system. Start simulation. Time was running out, so Lin Chen quickly found an uninhabited cave, sat down cross-legged, and issued an order to the system. Reminder, 1 spirit stone has been consumed. Currently there are 3,465 spirit stones remaining. This simulation is a normal simulation, meaning it's purely random and has no bonuses. The current simulation level is 0, and the maximum benefit limit is 1 month. Simulation begins. A random personality has been generated. This simulated personality is reckless. Because your master poisoned your food, you decided to flee the Wanjian sect. However, when you reached the mountain gate, you discovered that the area was closed to traffic. Even though you witnessed the mountain gate guards arresting people, you were reckless and still decided to force your way in. You were stopped by the guards. Just as the guard was about to take you away for questioning, you, being reckless, decided to bump your fist with the guard. Unfortunately, your fists were not as strong as the guards, and you were accidentally beaten to death by them. This simulation ends. You can choose one of the following 2 options as a reward. Choose 1, your cultivation level, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Option 2, the item lucky card can be used to increase your luck value in the next simulation. Realm classification, body refining, chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void, fusion, Mahayana, true immortal. Choose the second one. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He was quite speechless about the results of the first simulation. You should know that there are 5 guards at the mountain gate, all of them are inner disciples. 4 of them have reached the 3rd level of chi refining, and the leader has reached the 4th level of chi refining. Although Lin Shen is highly talented, he has only been practicing for a short time. He only opened up his 9 meridians and broke through to the chi refining realm at the beginning of this year. His current cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of chi refining. He really didn't know who gave the young man in the simulator the courage to force his way in when faced with 5 inner disciples who were no weaker than himself. Even if it's because of his reckless personality, he can't be so brainless. From this, it seems that the self in the simulator is a bit stupid, and its behavior is not under Lin Shen's control. Because the simulation ended before leaving the mountain gate, the benefits of option 1 were close to nothing, so Lin Shen had to choose the second option. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a lucky card. After using the lucky card, you can increase your luck value during simulation. It is detected that the host has a total of 3,465 spirit stones. Would you like to consume 1 spirit stone to perform the second cultivation simulation? The system asked. Continue the simulation. Okay, host, would you like to use the lucky card? Well, not yet. As Xian Yangzi's disciple, Lin Shen has saved up a lot of spirit stones over the years. Based on the consumption of 1 spirit stone each time, he can simulate many times. Lin Shen was not sure whether the lucky card he obtained in the first simulation was valuable, so he planned to conduct a few more normal simulations and decide whether to use the props after studying it clearly. Reminder, 1 spirit stone has been consumed. Currently there are 3,464 spirit stones remaining. This simulation is a normal simulation, meaning it's purely random and has no bonuses. The current simulation level is 0, and the maximum benefit limit is 1 month. Simulation begins. A random personality has been generated. This simulated personality is brave and courageous. Because your master poisoned your food, you decided to flee the Wanjian sect. However, when you reached the mountain gate, you discovered that the area was closed to traffic. Faced with the guards blocking your way, you decide to force your way in. You were so brave that you fought 1 against 5, and ultimately, at the cost of an arm and being seriously injured, you fought your way out and escaped from the Wanjian sect. 2 hours later, you died from your injuries. This simulation ends. You can choose one of the following 2 options as a reward. Choose 1, your cultivation level, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Choose 2, the prop cheer up card. After using it, you can hear a friendly cheer up, but compared with the last time, the simulation results were different this time. Relying on his brave character, he actually broke through successfully. Although he was seriously injured and died in the end, this gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope for escape. I choose the first option. For this reward, Lin Shen decisively chose cultivation and martial arts experience. The gas card is obviously a useless junk item, so Lin Shen naturally wouldn't choose it. Good host. Call. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Shen's whole body shook violently, his pupils contracted unnaturally, and his whole body tensed up. Long scenes of life and death duels emerged in his mind, and every detail of his experience in facing life and death crises was imprinted in his body like a knife engraving. After a while, the rewards were distributed. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed and his gaze became sharp. Although his cultivation level did not improve, his overall state had become like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, completely different from before. Master once said that only in life and death duels can a true strong man be forged. Now I see that it is indeed true. Lin Shen recalled his master's teachings and nodded secretly. Then he continued with the 3rd simulation. Character, lazy. Although you knew the situation was urgent, you were too lazy to move and simply lay down and fell asleep. You were eventually caught by the disciples during the search and executed according to the sect's rules. Reward option 1, cultivation, kung fu, or martial arts experience. Reward option 2, gas card. Faced with this fruitless simulation, Lin Shen subconsciously curled his lips and continued with the 4th simulation. Personality, timid. Because you were too frightened, you chose to find a secluded place to hide. However, you were eventually caught by the disciples who were searching for you and were executed according to the sect's rules. Reward option 1, Cultivation, Kung Fu, or Martial Arts Experience. Reward option 2, Gas Card. The fourth simulation still yielded no results. Then came the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth times, all of which resulted in nothing because of negative character traits like stubbornness and stupidity. The second reward option is also a gas card. During the seventh simulation, Lin Chen deliberately chose a gas card. After using it, as expected, there was nothing left except a come on. This luck is too bad. Can't I randomly get a better personality? Lin Chen couldn't help but talk to himself, and subconsciously glanced at the sky outside the cave. Each simulation takes time. Although this time is not long, only about a dozen breaths, it happens so many times. As time went by, Lin Chen became secretly anxious. Ninth simulation. Character, Justice. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he found out that he had randomly encountered a positive character this time. Continue looking down. Because your master poisoned your food, you decided to flee the Wanjian sect. However, when you reached the mountain gate, you discovered that the area was closed to traffic. A sense of justice erupts within you, and you decide to redeem yourself by poisoning your master. You immediately go to Master's training cave and find him instructing fifth brother in martial arts. The bucket of broth is set aside and not consumed. You decisively spilled the broth, admitted your mistake to your stunned master, and revealed the truth about yourself being a hidden pawn of the Red Blood Demon sect, begging for your master's forgiveness. Master is very partial to you. Even after knowing the truth, he still chooses to forgive you and let bygones be bygones. He will keep this matter a secret for you, allowing you to return to cultivation with peace of mind. That night, you were killed in your sleep in your cave by a mysterious person. This simulation ends. Reward option 1, Cultivation, Kung Fu, or Martial Arts Experience. Reward option 2, Gas Card. Lin Chen was greatly surprised by the results of this simulation. I actually didn't run away. Instead, he took the initiative to admit the truth and was forgiven by his master. This meant that if he had returned now, his master wouldn't have been poisoned. Furthermore, after explaining the whole story to his master, there would still be room for maneuver. Master, you actually. Lin Chen subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling deep guilt and gratitude in his heart. Lin Chen knew that Xian Yangzi treated him very well, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Xian Yangzi could even forgive him for such extreme acts as betrayal and poisoning. But... oh. Lin Chen smiled bitterly again. Of course things can't be that simple. Lin Chen had a compelling reason for poisoning his master. Admitting one's mistakes is a way to survive. However, in return, Lin Chen may suffer irreversible consequences and regret for the rest of his life. Continue the simulation. Lin Chen started the 10th simulation. Good host. Special reminder, a maximum of 10 simulations can be performed per day. The current number of simulations today is 10. One spirit stone has been consumed, simulation begins. A random personality has been generated. This simulated personality is brave. Wait a minute. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen quickly called a halt. I'm going to use the lucky card this time. He didn't expect that the simulator would have a daily usage limit. At present, the solution to break the deadlock has not been found yet. Facing the last simulation opportunity today, Lin Chen decided to use props and give it a try. Also, this last random personality was pretty good. Bravery can increase combat power to a certain extent. If we add the help of the prop lucky card, this simulation might bring unexpected gains. The lucky card was used successfully. Simulation begins. Because your master poisoned your food, you decided to flee the Wanjian sect. However, when you reached the mountain gate, you discovered that the area was closed to traffic. Faced with the guards blocking your way, you decide to force your way in. You were so brave that you fought 1 against 5, cut a bloody path, and escaped from the Wanjian sect. Your injuries, while not fatal, are serious and require urgent medical attention. Fortunately, before being discovered by the pursuers, you encountered a young farmer you had helped who was collecting herbs in the mountains. The young man saved you and placed you in his home. You were lucky enough to escape the pursuit. A month later, your injuries healed, so you bid farewell to the young man and headed to the nearby Lingshan city, where you successfully connected with the Red Blood Demon Sect's secret guards. You informed the secret guards that the mission had been completed, and requested that you go to the Demon Sect's northern China branch to meet your detained sister. The secret guard told you that because Xian Yangzi was poisoned, the Right Sect was furious and launched an attack on the Demon Sect half a month ago. Among them, the North China branch temple was attacked by a powerful individual, and your sister, Lin Xueqing, is missing. Reminder, this simulation has reached the maximum time limit of 1 month. Host, do you want to consume 50 spirit stones to increase the upper limit of simulation time? The system suddenly asked Lin Chen. Improve, of course. Lin Chen said quickly. The brave character, coupled with the lucky card, really made this simulation very different from the previous ones. Not only did it help Lin Chen break through successfully, but it also allowed him to learn more about what would happen after the breakout. What particularly concerned him was that his sister Lin Xueqing was missing. This made him nervous. Sister Lin Xueqing is the person Lin Chen cares about most in this world. It was precisely because his sister was detained in the Red Blood Demon Sect that Lin Chen had no choice but to poison his master Xian Yangzi. 16 years ago, Lin Chen traveled to this world of immortal cultivation and was born into a mortal family in an ordinary small town. He had parents and relatives who loved him. 2 years later, my younger sister Lin Xueqing was born, and the family of 4 lived a simple and happy life. However, things happen unexpectedly. One day a few years later, the duel between the 2 immortal cultivators affected the small town where Lin Chen lived, and his parents and relatives unfortunately died. Lin Chen and his sister Lin Xueqing, who managed to survive, were discovered by the Red Blood Demon Sect's disciples who were passing by to clean up the mess, and were captured by the Demon Sect. After detecting that Lin Chen had good qualifications, the Demon Sect's top leaders decided to detain Lin Chen's sister and arrange for Lin Chen to carry out a mission to infiltrate the Wanjian sect. Thus, a series of events happened, including Lin Chen's accidental encounter with Xian Yangzi and his acceptance as his disciple. Now, sister Lin Xueqing is Lin Chen's only relative in this world, and her safety is what Lin Chen cares about most. On one side is the master who is as kind as a mountain, and on the other side is the sister who is the closest blood relative. This is obviously a dilemma for Lin Chen. Considering the dangerous environment his sister was in and her lack of cultivation, Lin Chen had no choice but to give his master half a packet of poison, hoping that without harming his master's life, the Demon Sect would spare Xueqing's life. However, through the simulation just now, Lin Chen realized that his master Xian Yangzi was so good to him that he could even forgive him for poisoning and betrayal. Alas, I underestimated the kindness that master has shown me. If I had known that master would not turn against me and blame me, I should have discussed the matter of Xueqing with him. Lin Chen sighed. Moreover, if the future is really like the 10th simulation, and his sister Lin Xueqing is still missing because of poisoning Xian Yangzi, then it means that his poisoning was a mistake from the beginning. At this time, 50 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation time limit has been increased to 3 months. The system prompt sound drops and the simulation continues. After learning that your sister was missing, you went to the branch altar to look for her and luckily found her remains. You are in agony and want to die. You blame the Red Blood Demon Sect and decide to seek revenge. But I was told that your performance has been recognized by the Demon Sect's top leaders, and the Demon Sect has decided to accept you as a core disciple. You enter the Demon Sect's headquarters and begin your secluded training. 3 months later, your cultivation reached the 4th level of Qi refining, and you successfully mastered the Red Blood Demon Sect's top-grade human-level martial art, the Black Jadine Iron Hand. Reminder, this simulation has reached its maximum time limit of 3 months. Host, do you want to consume 500 spirit stones to increase the upper limit of simulation time? The system asked Lin Chen again. Promote. There were still a lot of spirit stones in his hand, so Lin Chen did not hesitate. 500 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation time limit has been increased to 1 year. The simulation continues. 7 months later, your cultivation reached the 5th level of chi refining, and your black jadine iron hand reached its peak. While studying the secret manual, you fortunately discovered a fragment in the interlayer, which recorded the secret key to the black jade iron hand. After practicing, you gained some insights and successfully cultivated the black jade iron hand to perfection. 11 months later, the demon sect's headquarters was breached by the righteous sect. Although you were lucky enough to escape, you were seriously injured, your martial veins were shattered, and your cultivation was completely lost. A year later, you settled down in a small town and tried your best to practice again, but to no avail. Time has reached the limit, the lucky card item has expired. Reminder, this simulation has reached its maximum time limit of 1 year. Host, do you want to consume 2,000 spirit stones to increase the upper limit of simulation time? The system asked Lin Chen again. Lin Chen shook his head, no more upgrades, let's end it. At the end of the simulation, all the cultivation points are lost and the lucky card is invalid. There is little point in continuing the simulation. This simulation ends. Reward option 1, at the end of the simulation, the strongest state ever achieved, including cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Reward option 2, item character card. After using this, the random character you receive in the next simulation will be a rare one. Faced with the two choices this time, Lin Chen hesitated slightly and finally chose the first one. Obviously, the second option, the character card, is a useful item similar to the lucky card. However, its value will only be realized during the next simulation. Okay, host. The system prompt sounded and the rewards began to be distributed. Wow! In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Chen's body, condensing into a white mist visible to the naked eye, wrapping him up completely. The muffled sound of surging waves echoed in the 9 martial meridians around Lin Chen, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. Not only that, long passages of text and images of martial arts emerged in his mind. A complete set of martial arts seemed to be engraved into his bones and muscles as if he had practiced for a long time. A moment later. The rewards have been distributed. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, condensed the energy in the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the light in his palm flowed, turning into a black color like ink jade, and he gently tapped a huge rock beside him. Bang! Crash! The boulder shattered immediately. Not only that, a mysterious force remained in the boulder, causing it to break down from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into a pool of stone chips. Seeing this, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. The power of the black jadine iron hand, which had reached the perfect state, was so immense that even the user was a little frightened. It's worthy of being a top-grade human-level martial art that is not passed down to outsiders from the Red Blood Demon sect. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. He looked up at the sky outside the cave. It's time to make a real choice. Continue to leave the sect without hesitation? Still, Master treats me like a son and is trustworthy. I can just explain the whole story to him. The poisoning was a complete mistake, but fortunately, there's still room for recovery. We must not let Master drink the broth and get hurt, otherwise, it will be too late to regret. Lin Chen's face darkened slightly. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the mountainside of Zhuang Peak. Master, I already fully understand. You don't need to explain it again. This pot of broth was carefully prepared for you by 6th junior brother. Please eat it while it's hot. Lin Chen came all the way to the belly of Zhuang Peak, outside the cave where Xian Yangzi was practicing. Before entering, I heard the conversation between 5th brother and master. Look at me, master. I was so busy explaining martial arts that I forgot about this. Yuaner, don't leave yet. Come, let's taste your 6th junior brother's cooking. Together. Xian Yangzi was wearing a dark black Taoist robe, his hair was gray, and he had a kind expression. He stood up with a smile and served 2 bowls of broth. He kept one for himself and handed the other to Lin Chen's 5th senior brother Zhang Yuan. Thank you, master. Zhang Yuan took the broth but did not start eating immediately. Instead, he stood quietly by, staring at Xian Yangzi, waiting patiently. Xian Yangzi didn't notice anything unusual, and with a kind smile on his face, he was about to drink the broth. Just then. Wait! Master, no, the soup is poisonous. A loud shout rang out, and Lin Chen strode into the cave hall. He flashed in front of the master and without saying a word, overturned the whole bucket of broth beside the master. Faced with this sudden change, Xian Yangzi was extremely stunned. "Chener, this is." Next to him, fifth senior brother Zhang Yuan's face darkened and he stared at Lin Chen with regret, a barely perceptible cold light flashing in his eyes. "Master, I am guilty." Lin Chen didn't explain much, he just knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists to Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi, as the strongest person in the Wanjian sect and a senior cultivator who had lived for over 100 years, immediately understood that something was going on. "Yuaner, go back and practice first. I have something to say to Chener. Don't take that bowl of broth away." Xian Yangzi immediately ordered his fifth disciple Zhang Yuan to leave. "Yes, master." Zhang Yuan didn't say much, just stared at Lin Chen deeply, then turned and left. Afterwards, Lin Chen confessed everything to Xian Yangzi as deduced in the simulator. After understanding Lin Chen's difficulties, Xian Yangzi forgave him. "Chener, you just mentioned to me that your sister is being held captive in the Red Blood Demon Sect's branch. If the demon sect finds out that you didn't poison your master, then your sister will." Xian Yangzi couldn't help but look worried. "Alas! Master, oh master, I really didn't expect you to forgive me so easily." Seeing that Xian Yangzi not only did not blame him, but also cared about the safety of his sister Lin Shuichen, Lin Chen felt extremely grateful and extremely guilty. "Chener?" Xian Yangzi asked in confusion when he saw Lin Chen was in a daze. "Oh, master, it's true that Shuichen is in a very bad situation now." Lin Chen came back to his senses and said, "So, I would like to ask master for help to act out a play with me." Night. Zhuang Peak. Inside Zhang Yuan's cave. I saw Zhang Yuan had already changed into a nightgown. Lin Chen, this useless guy, actually dared to betray us at the last minute? This kind of traitor must be eliminated. What a pity to miss this good opportunity. The old man is on guard now. If he wants to poison me again in the future, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. But, having said that, I'm lucky I haven't been exposed. As long as I stay hidden, I'll always find an opportunity. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, and seeing that the time was almost up, he immediately prepared to leave the cave. Sudden. Oh no! Master Xian Yangzi has been poisoned. The person who poisoned is Lin Chen. He is a traitor, catch the traitor quickly. Outside the cave, bursts of shouting suddenly echoed. Zhang Yuan paused when he heard this, with a strange expression on his face. What's going on? Didn't that brat Lin Chen confess to this old fellow an hour ago? Why is he suddenly? No! This brat wants to cause trouble. Zhang Yuan came to his senses and realized that the situation was not good. As an undercover agent who had been lurking for many years, he immediately understood that this must be a trick planned by Xian Yangzi and Lin Chen. No, I have to tell everyone else about Lin Chen's betrayal immediately. Since he is the only one who knows that Lin Chen has betrayed the demon sect, he wants to pass this information to other spies planted in the Wanjian sect. However. Fifth. Brother, it's getting late. Where are you going? A sudden voice sounded. Zhang Yuan was startled when he heard the sound and looked over quickly. Only then did he discover that there was a dark shadow standing next to a huge rock outside the cave. The man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes and a slender figure is none other than Lin Chen. It's you? You kid, why? Zhang Yuan was extremely confused. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen appeared in front of him at this time. Now everyone in the sect is shouting to arrest Lin Chen. Logically speaking, with Xian Yangzi's cooperation, Lin Chen should have left the sect long ago. Sixth junior brother, I have something to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. After all, he was a veteran lurker. After a brief shock, Zhang Yuan quickly calmed down. He understood the seriousness of the matter and that he had to spread the information as soon as possible that Lin Chen had betrayed him and that Xian Yangzi was not actually poisoned, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. As for Lin Chen, as long as the information is passed on, Lin Chen will die sooner or later, so there is no need to entangle with him at this moment. After saying that, Zhang Yuan ignored Lin Chen and wanted to leave. But, unexpectedly, Lin Chen flashed and blocked Zhang Yuan's way. Sixth junior brother, what do you mean? Zhang Yuan paused, staring at Lin Chen with a slightly gloomy expression. Fifth senior brother, I never thought you were a spy for the demon sect just like me. Do you have any difficulties? Lin Chen asked directly. In the 5 years since he started learning, Zhang Yuan, like other senior brothers and sisters, has taken good care of Lin Chen. If it weren't for the unexpected discovery during the previous simulation, Lin Chen would never have thought that his fifth senior brother Zhang Yuan would actually be a member of the demon sect. Still remembering that simulation in which the character was Justice, Lin Chen was forgiven by his master, but died at the hands of a mysterious man that night. According to the information provided by the system, only the fifth senior brother and the master were together at that time, so this mysterious person was unlikely to be anyone other than the fifth senior brother Zhang Yuan. What? This kid, he actually saw through me? How is that possible? Zhang Yuan was shocked and didn't understand what he had done wrong, as Lin Chen had seen through him. Junior brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean at all. Zhang Yuan pretended to be calm, and at the same time, his right hand hidden in his sleeve was secretly gathering strength. Fifth senior brother, believe me, there's no future in following the red blood demon sect. If you have any relatives being held captive by them, please tell Master. Master will help us. Lin Chen persuaded patiently. Junior brother, you're really good at joking. If that's the case, senior brother really can't keep you here. Zhang Yuan said this with a cold look in his eyes, and his right hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly exerted force and slapped Lin Chen on the chest. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's entire right hand had turned into a dark color with flowing light. It is the unique martial art of the red blood demon sect, the Black Jadine Iron Hand. You little idiot. I've reaped countless benefits from the red blood demon sect over the years. You actually think there's no future in following the demon sect? You're a complete idiot. This Black Jadine Iron Hand is a powerful martial art I learned from the headquarters. This brat may be very talented, but he has been practicing for too short a time. His cultivation level is only the 3rd level of chi refining, 2 levels lower than mine. I wonder if you can survive. The force was overwhelming, and he suddenly attacked from such a close distance, and his target was Lin Chen, whose cultivation level was 2 levels lower than his. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Chen on the spot. Seeing that he was less than 3 feet away from Lin Chen, but Lin Chen had no reaction, Zhang Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile of success. However, at this last moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised his right hand. The same light flows, the same dark color. Moreover, no matter in terms of strength or sophistication, he is superior to Zhang Yuan. Black Jadine Iron Hand. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank and his expression changed suddenly when he saw this. Realizing that something was wrong, he instinctively wanted to escape, but unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and a low muffled sound erupted. Lin Chen stood there, not moving at all. Zhang Yuan, however, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His entire arm was corroded by the Black Jadine Iron Hand, breaking into pieces and turning into ash-like powder with the wind. This is not impossible. Why? Zhang Yuan fell to the ground, covering his wound, staring at Lin Chen who was walking towards him, his face full of confusion. He didn't understand why his 6th junior brother's cultivation was comparable to his, and he didn't understand why the other party's Black Jadine Iron Hand was more than 100 times better than his. This is clearly a powerful martial art passed down secretly by the Red Blood Demon sect. He was lucky enough to receive this reward because he betrayed his sect elder. He did not think that Lin Chen, who had not made any contribution, was qualified to obtain this martial art. Junior brother, don't kill me. I was wrong. I actually had my own reasons. Listen to me. Zhang Yuan wanted to show weakness and beg for mercy with words, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen pulled out a dagger from his waist and pierced his chest with one sword. Brother, it's too late. Please go. Lin Chen retracted his dagger and stared at Zhang Yuan's corpse. Thinking of the 5 years he had spent with him, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, without hesitation, he began to search Zhang Yuan for items. The moonlight is like water. After packing up the relics of his fifth senior brother Zhang Yuan, Lin Chen left the Wanjian sect overnight with the help of his master Xian Yanzi. I never thought that fifth senior brother has accumulated so many spirit stones over the years. Walking on the forest path leading to Lingshan City, Lin Chen held an exquisite Qiankuan bag in his hand. This Qiankuan bag belongs to Zhang Yuan, and all of Zhang Yuan's treasures are stored in it. Now, with Zhang Yuan's death, the imprint of his spiritual consciousness in the Qiankuan bag has been automatically erased, and Lin Chen can open it at will. Among them, in addition to elixirs, weapons and other miscellaneous items, there are more than 10,000 spirit stones. After receiving this huge sum of money and adding it to what he had before, the total amount of spirit stones in Lin Chen's hands now reached more than 13,000. System, I want to increase the upper limit of the simulation time. After a little thought, Lin Chen issued a command to the system. Obviously, the upper limit of simulation time is very important. The higher the upper limit, the greater the possible gain in each simulation. This money cannot be saved. Good host. The current simulation level is 2, and the maximum simulation time is 1 year. Host, would you like to spend 2,000 spirit stones to upgrade the simulation level? Promote. Byte. A clear reminder sound rang out. Simulation level upgrade successful. Current level, 3. Maximum simulation time, 2 years. There are currently 11,137 spirit stones remaining. Host, would you like to consume 5,000 spiritual stones to continue the upgrade? Well, keep improving. Byte. The prompt sounded again. Simulation level upgrade successful. Current simulation level, 4. Maximum simulation time, 3 years. There are currently 6,137 spirit stones remaining. Reminder, the next simulation level upgrade requires 10,000 spirit stones. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. This system is really a monster that consumes spirit stones. Not only does each simulation cost money, but you also have to spend extra money to increase the maximum time limit. Fortunately, each simulation doesn't cost much, otherwise, Lin Chen would really worry that he wouldn't be able to afford it. It was late at night. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lin Chen displayed his skills and ran along the path in the forest. According to the plan, he needs to rush to Lingshan City to meet with the secret guards of the Red Blood Demon sect. Firstly, to report the news that Xian Yangzi was poisoned, and secondly, to find an opportunity to return to the branch temple and rescue his sister Lin Xueqing. During this process, Master Xian Yangzi would cooperate with his actions in the sect, pretending to be poison and confusing the Red Blood Demon sect. At the same time, for the sake of authenticity, only Xian Yangzi knows the truth, so during this period Lin Chen will be hunted down by the disciples of Wanjian sect. From what Master said, this time the sect will send many inner disciples to track me down. Sharpening the knife makes the work of chopping wood easier. I'd better use the system to improve my cultivation first. Lin Chen walked to a clearing in the woods, leaned against an ancient tree, and sat down cross-legged. In the past, if one had practiced step by step, without months of hard work, there would be no way to achieve a breakthrough. Even if Lin Chen had good talent, it would still take a lot of time. But now, with a system, everything becomes different. Compared to practicing at a snail's pace, it is obviously more comfortable to take shortcuts through simulation. At this moment, it is past midnight. A new day begins, and the number of available simulations is refreshed to 10. Considering that pursuers may arrive at any time, Lin Chen did not delay any longer and started the first simulation of the new day. One spirit stone has been consumed. Currently, there are 6,136 spirit stones remaining. Simulation start. Random personality, stupid. Half a day later, you successfully arrived at Lingshan City and made contact with the Red Blood Demon sect's secret guards. During your conversation with the secret guard, you foolishly made many mistakes, which led to your being seen through and killed. This simulation ends. Optional reward 1, Cultivation, Skills, and Martial Arts Experience. Optional reward 2, Gas Card. What bad luck! You have a rubbish personality right from the start? I choose reward 2. Congratulations host, you got the gas card. The expedition started off badly. Lin Chen did not gain any substantial results from the first simulation today. But through this simulation, he was certain of one thing. The road from Wanjian sect to Lingshan City is safe. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen continued the simulation. One spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 6135. Simulation begins. Random personality, lazy. Seeing this, Lin Chen smacked his lips and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I seem to be a bit unlucky today, with 2 rubbish personalities in a row. According to previous experience, the lazy dog in the simulator must have fallen asleep, and this simulation will most likely yield nothing. Although you have a mission, you are too lazy to care about anything and just want to sleep. It's just as I expected. Alas. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed, completely disappointed. He was too lazy to even read on. Half a year later, the lazy you will break through to the 6th level of Qi refining. Lin Chen blinked, a little confused. I quickly continued to look down. 2 years later, your cultivation will break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. 3 months later, while lazily drinking water by the stream, you ran into 3rd senior sister Chu Shaoqian. She recognized you, a wild, ragged figure, and scolded you for your irresponsibility before slaying you with a single blow of her sword. This simulation ends. Optional reward 1, Cultivation, Skills, and Martial Arts Experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, Gas Card. I'll choose 1. Lin Chen still had a confused expression on his face. He didn't expect that this time his trashy character would develop smoothly and his cultivation level would break through 2 small realms in a row. This made him realize that his talent was indeed quite good. Even under the influence of a negative character like laziness, as long as time is long enough, he can achieve a breakthrough by relying solely on the self-circulation of the skills in his body. As for his final death at the hands of 3rd senior sister Chu Shaoqian, Lin Chen didn't care too much. He has been lazily hiding for more than 2 years. God knows how much has happened outside. If he were Chu Shaoqian, he would probably not let go of the irresponsible guy in the simulator. In addition, the 3rd senior sister Chu Shaoqian has a high level of cultivation. When Lin Chen just started, she was already a master of the foundation establishment realm. Naturally, it was no pressure for her to deal with him who was at the 7th level of Qi refining in the simulator. A moment later. The rewards have been distributed. The surging true energy circulates endlessly within Lin Chen's 9 martial veins. Clenching his fist slightly, Lin Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased by more than 3 times compared to yesterday when he had not obtained the system. It was no longer the same as before. What would have taken years of hard training to reach this state has now been achieved in just 1 day. The power of this system is truly incredible. Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh. If he were to face his 5th senior brother Zhang Yuan again at this moment, he would be able to defeat him easily without even using the Black Jadine Iron Hand. System, continue the simulation. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Chen did not stop there and moved on to the next one. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 6134. Simulation begins. Random personality, careless. With the experience just now, Lin Chen did not show any disappointment this time. It turns out that even if you randomly get a bad personality, you may not get nothing. Random personality, careless. It's getting late, you should prepare to leave for Lingshan City. You were careless and went in the wrong direction, heading towards the Wanjian sect. As a result, you soon encountered the Wanjian sect's inner disciples who were chasing you. After defeating him, you, careless as you are, once again misdirected yourself and failed to embark on the correct path to Lingshan City. Finally, you were caught up by an unsuspecting outer sect elder of the Wanjian sect and killed with a single sword strike. This simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. This careless person is really good. He took the wrong path twice in a row. What a talent! Lin Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, looking helpless. From this we can see that bad personalities can be good or bad. Being lazy is obviously much better than being careless or stupid. After all, laziness is just a lack of activity, not a major problem with intelligence. Being careless and stupid is different. It's like being confused, with a greatly reduced intelligence and the whole person becoming hopeless. But through this simulation, Lin Chen learned a piece of information. The pursuers do exist. Moreover, it will catch up soon. Continue the simulation. Lin Nan decided to seize the time. Okay. Host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. Currently, there are 6,133 spirit stones remaining. Simulation begins. Random personality, normal. It's getting late, you should leave for Lingshan City. On the way, you encountered a disciple of the Wanjian sect who was pursuing you. After defeating him, you successfully arrived at Lingshan City. After contacting the secret guards, you informed them of Xian Yangzi's poisoning and requested to go to the Beihua branch altar to meet your sister, Lin Xueqing. After the secret guards consulted, they received a positive response. Therefore, you embarked on your journey to the northern China branch altar. On the first day after leaving the city, you were 100 miles outside of Lingshan City when a flaming sword energy fell from the sky and pierced your heart, killing you instantly. This simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. After reading the simulation record, Lin Chen frowned subconsciously. He gained 2 pieces of information from this simulation. First, going to Lingshan City will no longer be as smooth as the first simulation, as you will encounter disciples of the Wanjian sect who are chasing you. This meant that at this moment, the disciples of the Wanjian sect were urgently tracking him, and because he wasted time in the simulated stay, the other party caught up with him. Second, after the meeting, the route to the North China branch became no longer safe for some reason. The last time I used the lucky card, I didn't encounter any danger and made it to the branch altar safely. Why is it this time? Was it the lucky card that allowed me to avoid danger? Or was it because I went straight down the mountain this time and didn't have that 1-month delay? I still remember the last time I used the lucky card to simulate. Lin Chen relied on his brave character to force his way down the mountain. After recuperating from his injuries for a month, he rushed to the Beihua branch. Therefore, both speculations are possible, and the cause of the danger cannot be determined for the time being. Then, Lin Chen conducted 2 more simulations. 1 spirit stone is consumed, and there are 6,132 spirit stones remaining. Random personality, lonely. You are being pursued. You were 100 miles outside of Lingshan City when a flaming sword energy pierced your heart. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. 1 spirit stone is consumed, and there are 6,131 spirit stones remaining. Random personality, impetuous. You are being pursued. You were 100 miles outside of Lingshan City when a flaming sword energy pierced your heart. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. This situation doesn't seem good. After reading the simulation results, Lin Chen frowned deeply. Although the characters of these two simulations were different, the processes were no different. They will all be killed by a flaming sword energy 100 miles away from Lingshan City. Obviously, he was stuck. I can't waste simulation times like this. I have to think of a way. Lin Chen thought to himself. Remind. A system prompt sounded in my ears. The number of gas cards has reached 10. Host, would you like to use 10 gas cards to participate in a random item draw? Ha! Lin Chen was stunned when he heard the reminder. Can gas cards also be used for lottery draws? Of course I have to. When Lin Chen learned that the useless props could be used in this way, he immediately felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. It would be great if we could turn useless prop cards into useful props like lucky cards and character cards. Good host. Bite. A prompt sounded. 10 gas cards have been used. The result of this lottery is load card. It seems, it's a new prop. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, tell me quickly, what is the use of this tool? The system said, the file loading card, after use, can read any key node in the simulation process at the end of the simulation. The host can independently choose the action branch and start from this node to restart the simulation. The explanation of the system is a bit abstract. I roughly understand. It's a bit like the save function in a single-player game. System, can you give me an example and explain it to me in detail? In order to understand it thoroughly, Lin Chen continued to ask the system. However, the system has not yet answered. In the distance, there was a noisy sound of footsteps. Lin Chen! It's Lin Chen! You ungrateful brat! You poisoned your mentor! Let's kill this traitor! In the woods, bursts of loud shouts echoed. Under the moonlight, figures appeared one after another, holding sharp swords, and quickly moved forward to surround Lin Chen. They were the inner disciples of the Wanjian sect who were chasing them. Greetings, brothers. Brothers, don't be impatient, I have something to say. Lin Chen took a quick look and found that there were 10 disciples in total, 6 of them were at the 3rd level of Qi training, 3 were at the 4th level of Qi training, and the leader was Nie Hongyu, the disciple of the master of Qinghua Peak of Wanjian sect, whose cultivation had reached the 6th level of Qi training. His slightly nervous mood couldn't help but relax a lot. It was obvious that although this group of disciples was large in number, they were no match for Lin Chen, who was at the 7th level of Qi training. Just as the simulator predicted, these people could not stop Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you are about to die, what else do you have to say? Nie Hongyu pointed his sword at Lin Chen's chest and asked coldly. Lin Chen looked at Nie Hongyu and smiled slightly. Brother Nie, to be honest, this trip was a bit rushed, so I'd like to ask all the brothers and sisters to do me a favor and give me some spirit stones to help me out. Upon hearing this, Nie Hongyu's eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Chen with an incredible look. You little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? You are on the verge of death, and you still dare to ask us for spirit stones? Do you know that you are robbing us? Yes, of course I know. Lin Chen's face turned stern. He snatched Nie Hongyu's sword away and pointed the tip of the sword at Nie Hongyu's throat. I just want to rob you. Be honest and hand over the spirit stones. As the disciple of the master of Qinghua Peak, Nie Hongyu and Lin Chen are in an opposing and competitive relationship on weekdays, and he is very familiar with Lin Chen. In his opinion, Lin Chen's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, and he would definitely not dare to resist facing so many people joining forces. Who would have thought that his sword would be taken away by Lin Chen? I must have been too anxious and careless. You little brat, I think you've lost your mind. With your limited strength, you still dare to challenge us. Prepare to die. Nie Hongyu was surrounded by true energy, and the power of the 6th level of Qi refining realm fully erupted. He made his hands into claws and used his bare-handed martial arts to grab Lin Chen's wrist, trying to take the sword back. Pity! Bang! But Lin Chen raised his sword, arrived first, and hit him on the shoulder with the back of the sword. Ah! Nya Hongyu screamed and was knocked to the ground. Brother Nya! Seeing this, everyone was shocked and rushed forward to help Nya Hongyu up. Wait, don't move. I have a cramp. Nya Hongyu tilted his neck and repeatedly stopped others from touching him, his face distorted with pain. Leave me alone. Quick! Come on, let's take this brat down. After hearing Nya Hongyu's order, the other 9 inner disciples exchanged glances with each other, then stood up, brandished their swords, and attacked Lin Chen. But a group of rabble with cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining were obviously no match for Lin Chen. A moment later, like Nya Hongyu, they were beaten to the ground by Lin Chen's sword, with bruises on their faces. Hey, you two, why don't you just hand over the spirit stones? Why do you have to get beaten up? Lin Chen shook his head and sighed as he took the Qiankuan bag that had wiped out the spiritual consciousness from everyone's hands. After transferring all the spirit stones and treasures into his Qiankuan bag, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Lin Chen, don't be so proud. You poisoned Master Xian Yangzi and betrayed the sect. The sect master and the elders will never let you go. We will catch you sooner or later. Nya Hongyu sat cross-legged on the ground, took back his Qiankuan bag, and found that it was empty. He felt indignant and scolded Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Wait until they catch me. Thank you all for the spiritual stones, I'm leaving now. Put away the Qiankuan bag. Lin Chen no longer cared about Nya Hongyu and his group, and quickly left in the direction of Lingshan City. After Lin Chen left, not long after, another pursuer from the Wanjian sect appeared at the location of Nya Hongyu and others. Are you Elder Me from the outer sect? Nya Hongyu recognized the person's identity. Master Disciple Hongyu? What happened to you? Outer sect Elder Me Yunhui looked solemn as he walked up to Nya Hongyu and helped him up. In the Wanjian sect, the strength of the elders varied greatly between the various peaks. With the exception of Zuwan Peak, where Lin Chen was stationed, most of the outer sect elders were at the foundation establishment stage, far superior to ordinary disciples. Elder Me, this kid Lin Chen actually hid his cultivation. We are no match for him. We were defeated by him and all the spirit stones on our bodies were taken away by him. Nya Hongyu looked unwilling. What? You mean, Lin Chen just stole your spirit stones? Mi Yunhui looked puzzled. Hold head high. It's so hateful. This brat is so good at hiding his secrets. I don't know when his cultivation surpassed mine. Nya Hongyu said to himself hatefully. Mi Yunhui stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. Lin Chen poisoned Peak Master Zuanyangzi and was later revealed to be a spy for the Red Blood Demon sect. He's currently on the run. How could he just rob someone of their money without silencing them? Is there any hidden secret behind this matter? Having served as an outer sect elder for many years, Mi Yunhui was experienced and could see the problem at a glance. Nephew Hongyu, don't mention this to your fellow disciples for now. Return to Qinghua Peak immediately and tell your master, Zhuang Suzi, everything that happened. I believe your master will tell you what to do. Okay, Elder Me. Nya Hongyu didn't think much about it, clasped his hands in agreement, and led his men away. Mi Yunhui flashed and flew away, chasing towards Lingshan City. Reminder, the host currently has 11,341 spirit stones remaining. Do you want to consume 10,000 spirit stones to increase the simulation time limit? Don't upgrade yet. In this robbery, Lin Chen obtained more than 5,000 spirit stones, and his total assets once again exceeded 10,000. However, considering that the spirit stone might be used in other places after entering the city in addition to system simulation, he did not rashly feed it to the system. Lingshan City is not far from Wanjian sect. Soon, Lin Chen arrived in the city safely. After entering the city, he walked along the bluestone streets, passed through the market town, and soon stopped at his target location. The target location is a 3-story building hidden in a dark alley. At this moment, it is already early morning. With the light from the 2 strings of red Lanterns hanging outside the small building, Lin Chen could clearly see the flamboyant calligraphy on the sign at the main entrance. Nuanchen Lu. From the name, it's not difficult to guess what this place is for. Lin Chen did not hesitate and walked into the lobby of the small building. The small building was quiet. The air still carries the complex smell left over from the extravagance. "Sir, welcome, please come in." A rather plump woman with heavy makeup and a fake professional smile on her face appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't say any more nonsense. He took out a token and poured his true energy into it. On the token, a gem immediately emitted a blood-red glow. When the heavily made-up woman saw the token, she was startled, put away the smile on her face, and became respectful. "Sir, this way please." Obviously, within the Red Blood Demon sect, these marginal personnel who do odd jobs are not as high-ranking as Lin Chen, the spy. Under the guidance of the heavily made-up woman, Lin Chen came to a secret room on the first floor of the small building and met the secret guard of the Red Blood Demon sect who was in charge. Just as happened during the simulation, the secret guard did not find any loopholes after listening to Lin Chen's story. He then lit the messenger incense and reported to the demon sect's top leaders the news of Xian Yangzi's poisoning and Lin Chen's request to see his sister Lin Xueqing. "It's done. Lin Chen, you've made a great contribution this time. The sect leaders not only agreed to your request, but also want to reward you. If there is no problem, you can always go to our demon sect's branch in the North China region." "Well, when are you going to leave?" the secret guard asked. Maybe later." Lin Chen was not in a hurry to leave. According to the simulation results, if he leaves Lingshan City now, he will be killed by the flaming sword energy. Therefore, do not act rashly before you have a plan to break the deadlock. "Okay, any time is fine. But you'd better hurry. The Wanjian sect has issued a hunting order for you. For your own safety, don't wander around the city. Why don't you stay here for a while? Pick any room on the second floor. No one will disturb you, as per my orders." "Oh, that's right. If you want to find a woman, you can just tell me. Other things may not be convenient here, but this is no problem." It is not difficult to see that this secret guard treats Lin Chen very well. It seems that the sect's top leaders have a good opinion of Lin Chen. The secret guards think that Lin Chen is young and has great prospects, so they want to make friends with him. "No problem, thank you very much." Lin Chen said nothing more, clasped his fists, left the secret room, and under the guidance of the madam, went to a room on the second floor to stay temporarily. System, continue the simulation. After settling in, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and started to work. There are 4 simulations left for today. I don't know if I can find a way out through these 4 opportunities. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,340. Simulation begins. Random personality, naive. You set off for the Northern China branch temple to meet your sister, Lin Xueqing. You were 100 miles outside of Lingshan City when a flaming sword energy pierced your heart. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. Looking at the simulation results, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This won't work. It's a waste of simulation times. System, why did you still go there without hesitation during the simulation even though I already knew I would be in danger 100 miles away from Lingshan City? Isn't this courting death? Lin Chen felt confused. This question is beyond the scope of the system's answer. Please explore it on your own. However, the system did not give any explanation for Lin Chen's doubts. With a light sigh, Lin Chen had no choice but to continue the simulation. The only solution now is to continue simulating and try our luck. Anyway, the consumption of 1 spirit stone is not much. As for the number of simulations, it is not a big problem. 10 chances a day. If it doesn't work today, try again tomorrow. Moreover, if we wait here for another day or 2, the crisis in Lingshan City 100 miles away might be resolved automatically. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,339. Simulation begins. Random personality, Rash. You were killed by the flaming sword energy. This simulation, just like the previous one, Lin Chen received another gas card. Before I knew it, there were only 2 simulations left today. My luck is not very good. If I could be lazy again, maybe I could find a way out. Lin Chen thought to himself. Although there was no progress in these simulations, Lin Chen gradually figured out the key. The fundamental reason why he was killed by the flaming sword energy was that he was not strong enough. If I could randomly get the lazy personality again, rely on living a life of idleness and waiting to die, and improve my cultivation by a few more levels, maybe I could avoid the flaming sword energy and survive. Continue the simulation. There are 11,338 spirit stones remaining. Random personality, cautious. Oh. When Lin Chen saw this character, his eyes lit up. Cautious. This character shouldn't be naive and reckless, foolishly seeking death, right? Lin Chen cheered up and prepared to look at the next simulation results. But, unexpectedly. Bang, bang, bang. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. It is detected that the host is encountering interference. Do you need to pause this simulation? The system reminds. Pause. Lin Chen gave the order, then got up from the bed and walked to the door. Who? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Although it has been discovered that the person who came was just an ordinary person who had not even reached the body refining realm, for the sake of safety, Lin Chen decided to inquire about the other party's identity first. Sir, I have come here to bring you some cakes as instructed. The person outside the door answered respectfully. Squeak. The door was opened. A beautiful young woman in a colorful gauze dress appeared in front of Lin Chen with a smile on her face and a food box in her hand. After seeing that the person she needed to serve was a boy younger than herself, the woman was obviously surprised. Sir, it's just dawn and the kitchen staff haven't arrived yet. There's nothing to eat, just some cakes. Please don't mind. Oh, thank you. Put it on the table. The woman put down the food box as instructed, but she stood quietly by and did not leave. Rubbing her hands lightly, the woman looked a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Is there anything else? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw that the woman had no intention of leaving. The woman blushed and hesitated for a long time before she made up her mind and said, Sir, I am here to serve you as ordered. As she spoke, she half undid her gauze skirt and moved closer to Lin Chen. Stop. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly stopped her. Miss, I don't need your service, please leave. He didn't expect that the secret guard would be so polite and make such an arrangement. Young master. Seeing Lin Chen like this, the woman couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She pouted in grievance and wanted to fight for it again. But, he was stopped by Lin Chen. Master, I am following your orders. Please have mercy on me and don't chase me away. Otherwise, I will be. Please have mercy on me. The woman sobbed and begged with tears in her eyes. Oh. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard this, and immediately thought of some of the methods of the red blood demon sect. The woman was right. If she was kicked out of the room like this, she would be severely punished and might even lose her life. Okay, then you stay here with me for a while and leave after an hour. Lin Chen arranged. Thank you, sir. My lord, your kindness is great, I will remember it. The woman cried with joy. You're welcome. What's your name? Lin Chen asked again. My name is Lan Cheng. The woman said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded, turned around and sat on the wooden chair in the room. Without paying any more attention to Miss Lan Xing, Lin Chen began to secretly instruct the system to do things. Okay host, the simulation continues. Random personality, cautious. You are preparing to leave for the northern China branch to meet your sister, Lin Xueqing. As a precaution, you decide to check the route first. You asked Lan Cheng for a map and discovered a canyon 100 miles from Lingshan City, surrounded by mountains. It's called Yixianshan, and the terrain is dangerous. Lan Sheng told me that this route is very dangerous. She also happens to know a head escort from an escort agency who knows of another hidden route. Lan Sheng told you the escort leader's name and gave you a token to help you get to know him. But being cautious, you didn't let the escort leader lead the way. Instead, you paid him to escort you. As he carried the darts, you followed carefully. When they reached the narrow passage 100 miles from Lingshan City, nearly 100 flaming sword energies descended from the sky, slaying the dozen or so escorts who had yet to enter the hidden route. Seeing this, you, being cautious, decisively decided to stay away from this place for a while. 3 days later, the flaming sword energy dissipated, and you successfully passed through the narrow gap and arrived at Lusha County, where the North China branch altar was located, and met your sister Lin Xueqing. You have received a reward from the sect, a lower-grade spiritual martial art, the Scarlet Thunder Battle Body. Given the dangerous environment within the Red Blood Demon sect, you, being cautious, have decided not to escape with your sister for the time being, but to focus on your cultivation. 9 months later, your cultivation level will break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and you will successfully enter the Scarlet Thunder Battle Body. After 2 years and 3 months, your cultivation level has broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and your Scarlet Thunder Battle Body has reached the minor success stage. 2 years and 10 months later, the confrontation between the Red Blood Demon sect and the Righteous sect has reached a fever pitch. You are assigned to assassinate a disciple of the Righteous sect. Although you were cautious, the situation had reached a point where you had to make a decision, so you chose to flee with your sister. If your escape fails, you will be caught and executed according to the sect's rules. Simulation ends. Optional reward 1, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, gas card. Pick 1. When Lin Chen made his choice, anticipation glimmered in his eyes. It was obvious that he would gain a lot this time. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual energy gathered towards Lin Chen's body, and a large amount of martial arts memories emerged in his mind. In this simulation, relying on his cautious character, Lin Chen finally succeeded in breaking through. His cultivation level broke through 2 small realms in one fell swoop and reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the next major realm, the Foundation Establishment realm. Not only did his cultivation level improve, but this time, Lin Chen also obtained a new martial art. Red Thunder Battle Body. Lin Chen was secretly shocked by some details about this martial art that emerged in his mind. Compared to the top-grade human-level martial art, the Black Jadine Iron Hand, the spiritual-level martial art, the Red Thunder Battle Body, is more than 10 times more powerful. However, correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivation is also extremely great. The difficulty of his practice can be seen from the fact that he spent more than 2 years and only reached a minor level of proficiency. Sir, are you okay? At this time, Lan Xing, who was standing next to him, noticed something was wrong with Lin Chen, and couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he stepped forward to ask. When one breaks through to the Qi refining realm, the muscles and bones of the entire body will make violent noises, and the whole body will be surrounded by true Qi. For an ordinary person like Lan Xing, this is a very rare scene. Lin Chen looked up at Lan Xing, shook his head and smiled slightly. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, young lady. Speaking of which, during the simulation just now, thanks to the help of Miss Lan Xing, otherwise, it would not be so easy to break the deadlock. Slightly adjusted. Lin Chen did not stop there, but quickly started the next, and final simulation of the day. Now that I've broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and I have the Scarlet Thunder Battle Body to protect me, it shouldn't be that easy for me to die under the flaming sword energy, right? Based on the simulation just now, Lin Chen already knew that the flaming sword energy would last for 3 days. For safety reasons, he only needs to stay in Lingshan City for 3 more days and the crisis will naturally be resolved. But this flaming sword energy is very strange. Now that Lin Chen's strength has increased, he really wants to find out what is going on. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,337. Simulation begins. Random personality, Brave. You set out for Lusha County, where the Red Blood Demon Sect's North China branch is located, to meet your sister Lin Xueqing. While passing through a narrow passage 100 miles from Lingshan City, you were attacked by a flaming sword. You used your Scarlet Thunder battle body, and at the cost of minor injuries, you resisted the flaming sword energy. Then you discovered that the flaming sword energy was actually part of a man-made sword formation. Although you were hurt, you were brave enough to still find out. In the core area of Yixianshan, covered by the sword formation, you discovered a huge sword tomb. In front of the sword tomb, the bodies of more than a dozen monks lay scattered about. The two surviving monks, covered in blood, were engaged in a life-or-death duel. You bravely approached to investigate, but were unfortunately killed by the powerful energy released by the two monks. This simulation ends. Optional reward: cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, character card. Choose 2. Discovering that this simulation reward was the item character card that had appeared before, Lin Chen quickly made a choice. So this is what the flame sword chi is all about. Sword formations, sword tombs, and powerful cultivators fighting for their lives. Combining these clues, although there are only text descriptions and no pictures, it is not difficult for Lin Chen to judge that some rare treasure must have been unearthed there. I don't know whether the sword formation was automatically generated by the sword tomb, or was it set up by the group of monks fighting. To be on the safe side, I'll stay in the city for another day. I'll wait until the simulations resume tomorrow and raise my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage before heading out to investigate. Lin Chen made a decision secretly. If the powerful flaming sword formation on the outer layer was automatically generated by the sword tomb, it means that there must be many dangers inside the sword. 2. Even if there are treasures, Lin Chen may not be able to explore them. And if the outer sword formation was set up by those fighting monks, it means that the cultivation level of these monks is unfathomable, and Lin Chen has to act more cautiously. The mind is made up. Lin Chen didn't think anymore, closed his eyes and concentrated, silently practicing the third-level technique Shen Yang Ju taught by his master Xian Yangzi, and concentrating on practicing. Xian Yangzi once taught Lin Chen that cultivation is a fight for life against heaven. If you want to achieve something, no matter how talented you are, you must be diligent. Over the years, Lin Chen has developed the good habit of practicing at any time. Even though he now has the help of the system and has made rapid breakthroughs, Lin Chen has no intention of slacking off. Time passed, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. Master. Thank you very much, Master. It's almost time for me to leave. Lan Shang blinked her beautiful eyes, bowed to Lin Chen to thank him, and wanted to leave. Please stay, young lady. But Lin Chen called her. Thank you for your help, Miss Lan Shang. I have a manual for cultivation here that can help you embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Chen took out a copy of the Wanjian sect's most basic first-level martial arts technique, the art of immortality, and handed it to Lan Shang. In the most crucial simulation just now, thanks to Lan Shang's help, we were able to break through successfully. Lin Chen was very grateful to her in his heart and planned to give her some silver or something. But on second thought, wouldn't that mean she would be treated the same as other prostitutes? After careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to give her this cultivation manual. Practice mantras? Sir, this. I am of low status and dare not accept such a precious gift from you. Lan Shang was moved, and he quickly bowed and handed the skills back to Lin Chen. At the same time, I was extremely surprised. Since entering the room, she has been standing aside and doing nothing. Why did Lin Chen thank her like this? He could do anything to her, but he chose to be polite. She had done nothing, but he had to thank her with a generous gift. Could it be that? Lan Xing's eyes rolled, and she couldn't help but look up and steal a glance at Lin Chen. But when she saw Lin Chen's clear eyes without any admiration in them, she couldn't help but feel that she had made a wrong judgment. In short, everything was very strange and puzzled Lan Shang. Don't refuse, just accept it. Lin Chen nodded. Oh, then thank you very much, sir. Your kindness is great, Lan Shang will remember it. Seeing Lan Shang leave, Lin Chen didn't think any more and continued to practice with his eyes closed. Time passes, the sun rises and sets, and before you know it, night falls. Wanchuan Pavilion also ushers in the busiest time of the day. Lin Chen was sitting in the room, and when he heard the noisy noise outside, he couldn't help but sigh. As his cultivation level improved, his spiritual awareness also strengthened, and he could clearly hear the conversations of everyone in the hall downstairs. Just then, suddenly, an unusual conversation caught Lin Chen's attention. "Brother, when will we start?" "Wait a little longer. That secret guard from the Red Blood Demon sect isn't as skilled as Master Uncle. Master Uncle should be able to succeed soon. Junior brother, remember, our mission is to keep an eye on the others. Once Uncle sure succeeds, we will immediately kill everyone here without mercy." Hearing the conversation between the two monks, Lin Chen's expression changed. It is obvious that Wanchuan Tower, the secret base of the Red Blood Demon sect, has been exposed. What particularly concerned Lin Chen was that he had not encountered this situation during the simulation. In other words, because of choosing to stay in Lingshan City for one day, things began to change in unknown ways. Now, it is not midnight yet. The number of simulations was not restored, and Lin Chen was unable to deduce what would happen next. He can only make decisions independently. Once you make a wrong decision, the consequences will be unpredictable. Be extremely careful. From what these two said, their goal is to destroy the demon sect's stronghold, not to deal with me. Why not, leave now. In terms of cultivation, Lin Chen is superior to the two cultivators who are following him downstairs. It is undoubtedly the best strategy to slip away while the uncle master mentioned by the two cultivators has not arrived yet. The mind is made up. Lin Chen walked to the window, opened it, and prepared to leave. Just then, call out. A sharp explosion sounded. Outside the window, under the cold moonlight, a cluster of brilliant red and green fireworks lit up in the night sky of Lingshan City. Master's signal? Ah, Uncle Master succeeded. Kill. The two monks downstairs laughed triumphantly, drew their swords from their waists, stood up suddenly, moved around, sword shadows flew, and a bloody massacre began in the hall. In an instant, inside Wanchuan Tower, women's screams and cries were heard everywhere. After Lin Chen discovered this situation, he hesitated for a moment and decided not to meddle in other people's business and to leave. Having lived in this world for more than 10 years, he deeply understands the cruelty of this world of cultivating immortals. He lacks strength and is too virtuous. Lin Chen doesn't know whether this kind of cultivator lives well or not, but he knows very well that he dies quickly. As for the girl Lan Chang whom he met during the day, Lin Chen could only wish her good luck at this moment. Young master. Bang. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that just when he had one foot on the window, the door was suddenly kicked open. Sir, this is bad. Two evil men are coming down from the building, ready to kill anyone they see. You better leave now. Lan Chang looked panicked, with blood still on her face. She widened her eyes and reported to Lin Chen urgently. You? Lin Chen stared at Lan Chang and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, he was a good young man in Blue Star China in his previous life. Now that Lan Chang has come to him, it is really impossible for Lin Chen to be so cruel as to let him be killed. What's more, Lan Chang didn't know that Lin Chen was already aware of the situation downstairs. She came to report the news, obviously risking her life for Lin Chen's sake. How could Lin Chen just leave her to die? Never mind, follow me. Pulling up Lan Chang, Lin Chen's true energy surged throughout his body, and he flashed and flew out of the window. What? Someone escaped. Chase. It seemed that there was some kind of formation outside Wanchuan Tower. As soon as Lin Chen left, he was noticed by two cultivators in the hall. There were basically no living people in the hall. The two monks did not hesitate and rushed out of Wanchuan Tower, quickly chasing in the direction Lin Chen left. Sir, they are so fast. Lan Chang followed Lin Chen and found two dark shadows chasing after her like a whirlwind. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. No problem. Lin Chen didn't care. He condensed the qi in his body, expanded his spiritual awareness, and carefully explored the surroundings. The two cultivators behind him are only at the 6th level of chi refining. Even if there were 10 more of them, they would not be a match for Lin Chen. What Lin Chen cared about was the uncle master they were talking about. The uncle's cultivation level was actually higher than that of the secret guard of the Red Blood Demon sect, which meant that he had at least reached the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. With Lin Chen's current level of the 9th level of the chi refining realm, even with the two martial arts of Black Jadine Iron Hand and Red Thunder Battle Body, it would be difficult to compete with him. Stop! Devil Sect Thief, prepare to die! There was an angry shout from behind. Zhun! There was a sharp sound of sword tip, and several bright sword energies attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen paused, turned around calmly, and gathered the true energy in his palm, transforming it into a jet black color like ink jade. He stretched out his hand and shattered all the sword energy. What? Seeing this, the two monks' pupils shrank and their expressions changed drastically. He quickly stopped and didn't dare to chase him anymore. He was able to crush their combined sword energy attacks with his bare hands. This strength was something they could never contend with. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Lin Chen stared at the two cultivators and said in a cold voice. He did not want to kill these two people because they were disciples of the righteous path and might have some relationship with the Wanjian sect. Having been in the Wanjian sect for 5 years and having received guidance and care from his master Xian Yangzi, Lin Chen is loyal to his master and does not want to bring bad things upon his master. Upon hearing this, the two righteous cultivators thought that Lin Chen was too disdainful to kill them, or that he was concerned about their uncle and did not dare to take action. Feeling lucky, they had no choice but to stop pursuing him. Miss Lan Xing, you have no cultivation. If you stay with me, I may not be able to protect you if you encounter a strong enemy. Why don't you and I part ways now? Here are some banknotes. Take them and find a place to live in the city and live a good life. Lin Chen looked at Lan Chang and made arrangements. The world of monks is full of dangers, and he is now charged with poisoning his mentor. It is obviously inappropriate for him to have an ordinary person around him. Thank you, sir. Lan Qing understands. But there's no need for banknotes. Lan Qing still has quite a bit of savings. Lan Chang was also a sensible woman, and she wanted to say goodbye to Lin Chen immediately. Seeing that Lan Chang was determined not to take the banknotes, Lin Chen had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. In fact, for cultivators, silver notes are almost equivalent to waste paper, and spirit stones are the basic circulating currency. Seeing Lan Qing's figure walking away, Lin Chen also prepared to leave Lingshan City and go to Lusha County to see his sister Lin Xueqing according to the plan. Just then. Ah! Well! Suddenly, two screams were heard behind me. Lin Chen quickly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw the two righteous disciples who had just left lying in a pool of blood. In front of their corpses, a black shadow crept up, with a dark red blood-colored glow lingering around it, as if it was using some evil secret method. Blood Demon Heart Codex. Lin Chen recognized this set of secret techniques as the third-level skills secretly passed down by the Red Blood Demon sect, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The Blood Demon Heart Code, when practiced to a high level, can transform blood into nutrients, which can not only improve cultivation but also heal injuries. It is an extremely evil practice. At this moment, this black shadow actually used the evil power of the Blood Demon Heart Code. What about his identity? Brother Lin Chen, there have been some minor incidents. It seems that we can no longer keep this stronghold in Lingshan City. After the black shadow finished sucking, it came in front of Lin Chen, took off the black shawl on its head, and its face was revealed. It was the secret guard of the Red Blood Demon sect, Sikong Tu. It turned out that the one who sent out the fireworks signal just now was not the uncle master of the two righteous disciples, but the secret guard Sikong Tu. After killing the uncle master, Sikong Tu deliberately sent out a signal in order to paralyze the enemy and lure out the remaining enemies hiding in the dark. You, come here. Sikong Tu called out to Lan Sheng, who was about to leave. Faced with Sikong Tu, who had a face full of flesh and fierce eyes, Lan Sheng did not dare to disobey and had to return to Lin Chen. Sikong Anwei, what are you doing? Brother Lin Chen, I understand what you mean. Now that our stronghold is destroyed, you and I will both be hunted down by the righteous. It's really inconvenient to bring an ordinary person with us. However, this time you and I will travel together to Lusha County, which is a long journey. I will leave a maid with you to serve you and me. After hearing Sikong Tu's words, Lin Chen silently looked at the pitiful Lan Qing without saying anything. He understood what Sikong Tu meant. The serve Sikong Tu mentioned was certainly not as simple as taking care of food and clothing. In addition, Sikong Tu was practicing the blood demon heart code, so he could use Lan Qing directly as a healing pill when necessary. Sikong Anwei, what are your plans? Are you going to leave the city now? Lin Chen asked. Sikong Tu shook his head. No. Brother Lin Chen, that bull nose was very powerful just now. I was seriously injured. Let's find a place to stay in the city first. Once my injuries have healed, we can leave together. After Sikong Tu finished speaking, he walked ahead alone, leading Lin Chen and Lan Qing to find a place to stay first. But Lin Chen didn't notice that although Sikong Tu's tone was calm, when he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. There's something wrong with this Lin Chen. Just now, Sikong Tu saw clearly that Lin Chen was clearly capable of killing the two righteous disciples, but he deliberately let them go. As a disciple of the demon sect who poisoned his mentor, why would he deliberately leave a disciple of the righteous sect alive when he could kill him at will? Apart from harboring selfish motives, Sikong Tu couldn't think of any other explanation. If this kid really has selfish motives, then things will be very bad. Now that the Lingshan City stronghold has been destroyed, as the person in charge of the secret guards, I will definitely be punished by the sect. But if we can expose this guy and find out the truth, it would be a great achievement. Thinking of this, Sikong Tu subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth and sneered complacently. Certainly. What we need to do now is to find a place to heal our wounds. He paid an extremely huge price for killing his uncle master who was at the second level of Foundation establishment when he was at the first level of Foundation establishment. Judging from Lin Chen's appearance, he didn't know anything yet, so Sikong Tu was not in a hurry to attack him. It's not too late to take action against Lin Chen after everything is settled. Not long. Led by Sikong Tu, Lin Chen and Lan Qing entered a residential house. This is an ordinary house that can be seen everywhere in Lingshan City. It was close to midnight and the house was completely dark. In the main room, one could hear the breathing of the owner's family of three. Phew. 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 After entering the house, Sikong Tu took the lead and broke directly into the master's room and cut the throats of the sleeping family of three. Afterwards, he used the blood demon heart code, and dark red blood light surrounded his body, and he began to absorb the blood and vitality from the corpse. Lan Qing, who came into the room later, saw this scene and grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly. Her lips trembled with fear and she didn't even dare to scream. Lin Chen stared at Sikong Tu deeply and subconsciously clenched his fingers. There's a reason why the righteous sects want to destroy the demon sections. Some of the demon sects' cultivation methods are evil, vicious, and against the laws of nature. Seeing that Sikong Tu was not saying a word and was refining his blood and energy and practicing internal energy to heal his injuries, Lin Chen also chose to sit down in the outer room with Lan Qing to rest. Remind the host that a new day has begun and the number of simulations has been refreshed. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Well, let's start the simulation. Lin Chen nodded secretly and gave the order. Because we stayed in Lingshan City for a day, many things happened beyond the deduction results. Now, it is very necessary for him to understand what may happen next through simulation so that he can have a clear idea of what is going on. One spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,336. Simulation begins. Random personality, peaceful. You decided to go to Lusha County to meet your sister Lin Xueqing. However, something unexpected happened in Lingshan City, causing the Red Blood Demon Sect's secret guard Sikong Tu to make a last-minute decision to travel with you. Seacombe 2 believes there's something fishy about you and has decided to interrogate you after your injuries have healed. While Seacombe 2 was recuperating, you encountered Mi Yunhui, an outer sect elder of the Wanjian sect, in a residential courtyard. Your conversation with Mi Yunhui confirmed Seacombe 2's suspicions. Seacombe 2's injuries have improved, and he rushed out of the house and killed you and Mi Yunhui. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. After watching this simulation process, Lin Chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva and his eyelids twitched. After all this time, it turned out that Seacombe 2 had already suspected him. Seeing Seacombe 2 talking to him in a friendly manner, he thought Seacombe 2 was still kept in the dark. Little did he know that this guy was so scheming. Actually, think about it. How could Seacombe 2, as the person in charge of a stronghold in a city, be a stupid person? No, I have to find a way to deal with Seacombe 2 quickly. System, continue the simulation. A sense of urgency surged in Lin Chen's heart. If you do nothing, things will inevitably develop as the simulator simulates. By then, Lin Chen will definitely die. Good host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,335. Simulation begins. Random personality, reckless. You decided to go to Lusha County to meet your sister Lin Xueqing. However, something unexpected happened in Lingshan City, causing the Red Blood Demon Sect's secret guard Seacombe 2 to make a last-minute decision to travel with you. After learning of Seacombe 2's plan, you, being reckless, decided to take the initiative and attack him while Seacombe 2 was still injured. You are no match for Seacombe 2 and will be killed by him. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. Lin Chen frowned deeply. I didn't expect Seacombe 2 to be so powerful. Even though I was seriously injured, I was still no match for him. At the same time, Lin Chen noticed a detail in this simulation. During this simulation, he would use the information he obtained from the last simulation as a known condition for reference. However, this was not the case when he was killed by the flaming sword energy before. At that time, before the breakthrough, no matter how the simulation was done, the fools in the simulator were like moths, determined to run to their deaths. Could it be that as my cultivation level has improved, the simulator's intelligence has also increased? A possible speculation popped up in Lin Chen's mind. But soon, he no longer had the energy to guess the reason, as his attention was completely attracted by Seacombe 2. Seacombe 2's body was covered in blood, and the complexion on his face improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Continue the simulation. Lin Chen looked. Solomon gave orders anxiously. But the worrying thing is that the more critical the moment, the less effective the system becomes. He simulated it twice in a row, and the final result was that he was killed by Seacombe 2. It is obvious that Seacombe 2's strength is far beyond Lin Chen. After his injuries heal a little, he is even stronger than Lin Chen and Mi Yunhui combined. Therefore, with Lin Chen's current level of cultivation, it is almost impossible for him to escape and ascend to heaven. Damn it! Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's forehead, and an unprecedented sense of death crisis loomed in his heart. Knowing that he would die, but having no way to stop it, this feeling of powerlessness made Lin Chen feel extremely anxious. I can't control it anymore. At this moment, Lin Chen made up his mind and made a decision. System, I want to use the props, the character card. Still remembering the previous simulation, Lin Chen had accumulated 2 props in total, a load card and a character card. Among them, the load card was redeemed by him by collecting 10 gas cards in a lottery. The personality card was obtained directly during the last simulation yesterday. Now, Lin Chen felt that the situation was urgent. There is no other way, I have to use props and give it a try. Okay host, the prop character card has been used. The next personality will definitely be a rare one. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 11,332. Simulation begins. Random personality, dark and ruthless. Dark and ruthless. Seeing this random personality, Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise. The rare personality gained after using the props is indeed extraordinary. Continue looking down. You decided to go to Lusha County to meet your sister Lin Xueqing. However, something unexpected happened in Lingshan City, causing the Red Blood Demon Sect's secret guard Sikong Tu to make a last-minute decision to travel with you. After learning of Sikong Tu's plan, you realized you couldn't defeat him and could only find a way to escape. So, you, ruthless, chose to use Lancheng as bait, dissolving the remaining poisonous Di Guiming San in her blood. Lancheng, grateful for your previous kindness, did not resist, choosing to sacrifice herself. Under your cunning instigation, Sikong Tu sucked Lancheng's blood to heal his wounds, becoming fatally poisoned. When the dying Sikong Tu was about to fight you to the death, he encountered Mi Yunhui, the outer sect elder of the Wanjian sect. In the end, both of them perished. And you, the scheming man, had already escaped. After this incident, you realized you could no longer save your sister, Lin Xueqing, so you decided to flee to a distant place, cultivate and improve your strength, and avenge your sister later. Because of this incident, you are not only being hunted by the demon sect, but you have also been expelled from the 10,000 Swords sect and are no longer under their protection. 2 years later, you successfully break through and advance to the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Your martial art, the Scarlet Thunder Combat Body, reaches the Grand Perfection stage. 3 years later, nothing happened. It has been detected that the time limit for this simulation has been reached. Host, would you like to consume 10,000 spirit stones to upgrade the simulation level? Halfway through, the system prompted Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, improve. He is not a miser. The situation is critical now and these spirit stones must be spent. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation level has been successfully upgraded. Current simulation level, 5. Maximum simulation time, 5 years. There are currently 1,332 spirit stones remaining. Simulation continues. 4 years and 7 months later, your cultivation level has risen to the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Your martial art, Scarlet Thunder Combat Body, has been cultivated to its peak. 4 years and 9 months later, your whereabouts were discovered. 4 years and 11 months later, you were hunted down by several mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm warriors and unfortunately died. Simulation ends. Optional reward 1, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose one. Lin Chen made a choice. At the same time, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. In this simulation, he not only broke through successfully, but also gained huge benefits. His cultivation level broke through the Foundation Establishment stage in one fell swoop. You know, if he practices step by step, the situation will be similar to the simulation, and it will take him at least 2 years to break through. And now, everything happened in a very short time. This really made Lin Chen excited. After making a selection, reward distribution begins. In an instant, the 9 martial veins in Lin Chen's body underwent changes. Not only did each one become tougher and thicker, but the strands of true energy flowing through them also began to condense into rich true essence. Foundation Building Realm. And it's the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Compared with the Qi Refining realm, the Foundation Establishment realm has a qualitative change. The improvement in strength brought to Lin Chen by the advancement from the first level of foundation building to the second level of foundation building is even greater than the total improvement of the 9 levels of Qi Refining from 1 to 9. It is obvious that Lin Chen's strength has increased several times compared to before this simulation. Coupled with spiritual level martial arts, the Scarlet Thunder battle body was cultivated to its peak. It can be said that the use of the personality card simulation this time has brought Lin Chen a huge improvement that is like a complete transformation. Young master, you. Beside her, Lan Chang blinked and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. She could feel the change in Lin Chen's temperament. Lin Chen looked at Lan Chang and smiled slightly. Obviously, this time, Lan Chang has achieved merit again. Without explaining anything to Lan Xing, Lin Chen stood up and stared at Sikong Tu in the inner room. At this moment, Sikong Tu also stopped healing his wounds and stared at Lin Chen with narrowed eyes. Obviously, he felt the changes in Lin Chen. When facing Lin Chen, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in his heart, which was the kind of feeling he would have when facing a strong person. This kid, why, is it an illusion? Sikong Tu was extremely puzzled. He was a 9th-level Qi refining realm cultivator the previous second, and the next moment he became a foundation establishment realm expert who was even stronger than him. Sikong Tu had never heard of such a thing, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Because it was too outrageous and completely beyond his understanding. Brother Lin Chen, my injuries are almost healed, it's time to set off. Sikong Tu discovered the strange changes in Lin Chen, so he decided to endure it for the time being and report the situation to the leader of the branch temple after returning to the temple. Lin Chen nodded and walked to Sikong Tu. Sikong Anwei, you are right. It's time for you to get going. As soon as he finished speaking, before Sikong Tu could react, Lin Chen's palm had already landed on Sikong Tu's left shoulder. Red Thunder Battle Body. Snap. The piercing sound of electric current suddenly echoed, and visible red lightning, like dense little snakes, rushed towards Sikong Tu with Lin Chen's palm as the center, and covered Sikong Tu's whole body in the blink of an eye. Although Sikong Tu was on guard, he couldn't hide from Lin Chen, whose cultivation level was higher than his. Corroded by the red lightning, his body immediately became paralyzed and he couldn't even move a finger. What? This is the Scarlet Thunder Battle Body? How do you know this martial art? Sikong Tu's eyes widened in shock and confusion. The Scarlet Thunder Battle Body is a spiritual level martial art, and only disciples who have made great contributions to the sect are qualified to practice it. Sikong Tu originally thought that Lin Chen had made a great contribution this time, and he would most likely receive this martial art as a reward when he returned to the branch temple. Who knew? Lin Chen had already learned it. Moreover, judging from the power, it took him at least several years of hard work to learn it, not just a day or two. Could it be that he has already been given the sex focus for training? Could it be that I misjudged him just now, and he deliberately didn't kill those two righteous disciples because he had a deeper purpose? So what is he doing now? Why is he being so cruel to me? Countless thoughts surged in Sikong Tu's mind, and his thoughts felt confused. Brother Lin Chen, stop it. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Sikong Tu shouted hurriedly. Misunderstand? Lin Chen shook his head and sneered, you think too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Red lightning instantly merged into Sikong Tu's body, not only shattering his martial arts pulse, but also destroying all his internal organs. Sikong Tu fell to the ground and died without even being able to scream. He died with his eyes wide open, not understanding what had happened. Sir, this. Lan Cheng witnessed this scene and felt a little confused and surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Chen was so powerful that he could easily kill Sikong Tu. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Lin Chen took away all the Qiankuan bags from Sikong Tu, then led Lan Cheng and left quickly. As for Sikong Tu's body, Lin Chen didn't care. Because according to the simulation results, someone will come to deal with it later. Really? A moment later, Ni Yunhui, the outer sect elder of the Wanjian sect, arrived at the residence. He walked into the house cautiously, and after seeing Sikong Tu's body in the inner room, he couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. Ni Yunhui came here to chase Lin Chen. But now, Lin Chen was gone, and only Sikong Tu's body was left in the room. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Chen is still a disciple of the sect, and there's something else behind his so-called defection? Ni Yunhui increasingly felt that there was an unknown inside story. In order to prevent any complications, he did not delay any longer and quickly dealt with Sikong Tu's body while no one was around. Then, Ni Yunhui left the house and continued searching for Lin Chen following the clues. The moonlight is hazy. At the street corner near the gate of Lingshan City, Lan Qing stood tall and straight, looking at Lin Chen's tall and slender figure, with a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Young master. Although she and Lin Chen had only known each other for one day, after experiencing life and death, her heart had already been moved. But, having been involved in the entertainment industry, Lan Qing has seen too many people and things, and is no longer a naive girl. She understood that she, an ordinary person, and a cultivator like Lin Chen were destined to belong to two different worlds. So, she had to restrain her emotions, curled the corners of her crimson lips, and smiled charmingly. Lan Cheng wishes you a safe journey. If we are destined to meet again, we will meet again in the future. Lin Chen stared at Lan Cheng deeply, smiled and nodded. I also hope that everything goes well for Miss Lan Cheng. I will take my leave. Meeting is fate. Although Lan Cheng didn't know the details, Lin Chen was very grateful to her in his heart and sincerely hoped that she could live a new life after breaking free from the control of the red blood demon sect. Of course, if Lan Cheng is determined to embark on the path of cultivation, if there is a chance in the future, it may not be impossible for us to meet again. Farewell, Lan Cheng. Lin Chen left Lingshan City and set out for Lusha County. Xueqing. Sigh, it's been so long since we last met. I wonder how Xueqing is doing now. Will she not recognize me as her brother? Thinking about the ultimate goal of this trip, thinking about his younger sister Lin Xueqing, and recalling the time when his younger sister always followed him around when they were little, Lin Chen's mood was in turmoil. Although through simulation, Lin Chen successfully reached the branch of the red blood demon sect several times and met his sister. However, there are not many details about the younger sister. Lin Chen and his sister Lin Xueqing have been separated for 5 years. He is now both concerned and worried about his sister and wishes he could rush to Lusha County to meet her immediately. But, according to the estimated time, the narrow passage 100 miles away from Lingshan City is still in a dangerous period. The flaming sword formation will take nearly 2 more days to dissipate. This can be considered as the stumbling block of Lin Chen's journey. Should I explore that sword tomb? Facing the rising sun, Lin Chen stepped on the divine pace, moving forward quickly while thinking secretly. The safest approach is obviously to not explore the sword tomb, wait for 3 days to pass, for the flaming sword formation to dissipate, and then go through the narrow gap to Lusha County. But it is not the most profitable approach. The treasure that emerged from that sword tomb has caused so many masters to fight desperately for it. It must be extraordinary. Lin Chen smacked his lips subconsciously. If he didn't have the awakening system now and was still the same as before, he would definitely put safety first. But now, with the system and the ability to deduce and simulate like foresight, Lin Chen couldn't help but want to explore. No matter what, it's better to be cautious and simulate it a few more times. Once you are confident, it won't be too late to make plans. In the end, Lin Chen made the decision. You can simulate while traveling without any delay. Reminder, due to the host's breakthrough to a major realm, the upper limit of simulation times per day has been increased to 20. Reminder, since the host's cultivation has reached a new realm, the spirit stone consumption for each simulation has been increased to 100. Ha! Lin Chen couldn't help but feel surprised when he heard these 2 reminders from the system. After his cultivation level was raised to the foundation establishment stage, these changes occurred in the system. The number of simulations per day increases, which is obviously a good thing. When dealing with Sikong 2 before, Lin Chen used up a total of 5 simulations. Now, with the increase in the upper limit, the number of remaining simulations today has also increased by 15. But unfortunately, the amount of spirit stones consumed in each simulation also increased. It actually reached 100 each time. 20 simulations a day would consume 2,000 spirit stones, which is not a small number. Moreover, when dealing with Sikong 2 before, in order to improve the simulation level, Lin Chen consumed 10,000 spirit stones, and only had more than 1,300 spirit stones left in his hand. After confiscating several storage bags from Sikong 2, Lin Chen thought he had a great harvest, but unexpectedly, he only gained less than 500 spirit stones. Sikong 2 was the secret guard in charge of Lingshan City and a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. It was obviously impossible for him to have only 500 spirit stones in his possession. This situation was caused because Lin Chen couldn't open the most valuable storage bag left by Sikong 2. After investigation, it was found that although the mark of Sikong Tu's spiritual consciousness on the storage bag had disappeared, there was a small formation. Lin Chen's current spiritual awareness is not enough to break it by force. Therefore, Lin Chen only had more than 1,800 spirit stones available, which was only enough for 18 simulations. In addition, the current simulation level is 5, and the maximum simulation time is 5 years. To continue to upgrade to the next level, you must consume 20,000 spirit stones. From this, it is not difficult to see that this system is a veritable big consumer of spirit stones. If Lin Chen wants to keep it running, he has to keep making money. Remind. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears again. What's wrong again? Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Could there be some new way to consume spirit stones? The system said, reminder to the host, the host's cultivation level has been detected. The current simulation level also meets the conditions. The new function Simple Mode is enabled. Simple Mode? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and listened to the system continue to explain. Simple Mode is a simplified version of the normal simulation. During each simulation, props cannot be used, the personality is fixed to normal, only one spirit stone is consumed, the maximum benefit time is fixed to half a quarter of an hour, and the number of uses per day is fixed to 100. After hearing what the system said, Lin Chen was shocked. This function seems quite powerful. Low consumption, shortened maximum simulation time, and up to 100 uses per day. Isn't this perfect predictive ability? Fortunately, I didn't save money before and raise the simulation level. Otherwise, it would take a long time to enable this function. Now that I have this new ability of simple simulation, I really need to explore this sword tomb. Lin Chen was secretly calculating. Well, let's do it. System, do a normal simulation first. Lin Chen ordered. Good host. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and there are currently 1,710 spirit stones remaining. Simulation begins. Random personality, lazy dot. Seeing this simulated personality, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. P.S. Personality only exists in the early stage. Based on previous experience, the character of laziness is not necessarily garbage. It is very likely that one can improve his cultivation by living a life of idleness and waiting for death. Continue to view the simulation process below. Although your destination is Quicksand County, you are too lazy to go anywhere and just want to find a place to lie down. 4 years and 7 months later, while you were lazily walking in the rain in the mountains, you accidentally met your third senior sister, Chu Xiaoqian. You were killed by Chu Xiaoqian. Simulation ends. Optional Reward 1, Cultivation, Skills, and Martial Arts Experience at the end of the simulation. Optional Reward 2, Gas Card. This. Faced with the simulation results, Lin Chen hesitated and said, choose one. Contrary to initial expectations, Lin Chen relied on a life of idleness and waiting for death for 4 years and 7 months, but still failed to break through to the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Considering that this simulation should have led to a certain improvement in cultivation, but no breakthrough, Lin Chen chose the first reward. Soon, the rewards were distributed. Lin Chen felt the true energy flowing in his martial veins, but there was not much joy in his eyes. After breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the difficulty of improving one's cultivation level increased significantly. Because the martial arts he practiced was only the third level Chen Yang Ju, he could not get much improvement by just living a life of idleness and waiting to die. I should have learned a set of 4th level exercises from Master before leaving. Miscalculated. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The practice of the exercises needs to be carried out step by step, starting from the first level and progressing from low to high. The higher your cultivation level, the higher level skills you need to cooperate with in order to improve quickly. For the Foundation Establishment stage, the third level skills have become a bit weak. System, continue the simulation. Lin Chen continued to give instructions as he hurried on his way. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Lin Chen's body is filled with strong true energy, and after using his magical body movement skills, his speed is incredibly fast. At this moment, we are not far from the line of sky. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 1,610. Simulation begins. Random personality, careful. According to the plan, you are going to Lusha County to meet your sister Lin Xueqing. When passing through a narrow passage 100 miles outside Lingshan City, you were attacked by a flaming sword. With the blessing of the Scarlet Thunder battle body, you were not injured. You discovered a mysterious sword tomb, and monks engaged in a fierce battle in front of it. After investigating with your divine sense, you, ever attentive, discovered an uneven patch of ground to the side of the sword tomb. After clearing away the weeds, you discovered another hidden entrance to the sword tomb. You have chosen the wrong route to enter the sword tomb from this entrance. Unfortunately, you died from the spike trap. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. After making his choice and receiving a gas card, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. It turns out that this mysterious sword tomb has a hidden entrance? It is certainly a good thing that with the help of this hidden entrance, one can avoid those fighting monks and enter the sword tomb to search for treasures. But even with the blessing of a careful character, he still died in a trap during the simulation, which fully demonstrates that this treasure hunting route is full of dangers and the probability of falling is extremely high. Let's simulate it again. After thinking about it, Lin Chen gave an order to the system. Good host. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 1510. Simulation begins. Random personality, modest. You entered the sword tomb from the hidden entrance. You died from the wind poison trap. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2 and continue the simulation. Random personality, friendly. You entered the sword tomb from the hidden entrance. You died from the ice spear trap. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2, and try again. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and the remaining spirit stones are. In this way, Lin Chen simulated 5 times in one breath. Each time he died from a different trap. Continue to next time. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and there are currently 1,010 spirit stones remaining. Simulation begins. Random personality, arrogant. Even though you knew there was a hidden entrance to the sword tomb, you, being so arrogant, still decided to force your way in from the front. Your arrogance has attracted the attention of the fighting monks. They stopped fighting and turned their attention to you. You were killed by a combined attack. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose 2. This simulation made Lin Chen shake his head helplessly. This is a pure waste of spirit stones, so let's not simulate it for now. Lin Chen decided. After the series of simulations just now, the number of spirit stones in his hand will soon be reduced to less than 1,000. There are only 7 simulations available today. Through these simulations, Lin Chen discovered that he would die every time he entered the sword tomb. This shows that there must be very sophisticated and complex mechanisms hidden in the sword tomb. Instead of wasting spirit stones and times through ordinary simulations like we are doing now, it would be better to use the new function for simple simulation and trial and error after entering the sword tomb. Actually, the safest way is to simulate a lazy, cautious, or other hidden personality, and develop by hiding to improve your cultivation. However, although the idea was good, the luck was not very good. After failing to randomly select a useful character for several times, Lin Chen had to give up the idea temporarily, considering that he had few spirit stones left. In addition, it is worth mentioning that these simulations were not without results. Lin Chen once again drew the lottery after collecting 10 prop gas cards. This time, he got a lucky card that he had gotten before. Including the archive card that has not been used, Lin Chen currently has a total of 2 props left in his hand. Looking up at the dangerous peaks and canyons ahead, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and slowed down his pace. With his spiritual consciousness covering the surroundings, Lin Chen felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He understood that they had arrived at the narrow passage and the flaming sword formation was just ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Chen clenched his fists and unleashed a spiritual-level martial art, the Scarlet Thunder Battle Body. Crackle! In an instant, red lightning moved around his body, like a layer of finely woven red thunder chain mail, tightly covering his body. This is a defensive measure that can only be used when the Red Thunder Battle Body reaches its peak level. Combined with Lin Chen's current cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he is able to remain unscathed even when facing ordinary attacks from a 4th level Foundation Establishment realm expert. Keep going. The scene deduced during the simulation appeared. Above the entrance to the canyon, streams of red light suddenly condensed and transformed into burning swords. The sword was aimed at Lin Chen and stabbed suddenly. So powerful, this sword formation. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Although he had experienced this many times in simulation, when it really came to reality and faced with such a terrifying sword formation, Lin Chen still couldn't help but feel frightened. Facing the attack of dozens of flaming sword energies, Lin Chen knew that he could not resist head-on, so he decisively used all his strength to activate the Red Thunder Battle Body, expanding the red lightning net to 3 feet around his body. Boom, boom. The sword energy collided with the lightning net, causing a violent explosion. The flames spread, covering the entire lightning net in the blink of an eye and swallowing it up. When the flames faded, I looked at Lin Chen in the center of the lightning net. Where is Lin Chen's shadow? It turned out that as early as the moment the lightning net collided with the flaming sword energy, Lin Chen had already withdrawn and took the opportunity to enter the canyon of Yixianshan. Simulation is simulation, but if this really happens, we still have to be careful. Lin Chen glanced at the canyon entrance with lingering fear. He understood that every system simulation was an ideal state. But in reality, people are complex and not as simple as the system simulates. Just like facing the flaming sword formation this time. If Lin Chen felt that he was fine after so many simulations, he would definitely be fine this time, so he rushed in. Without even using the Red Thunder Battle Body. Then his state is likely to be a random personality like reckless, arrogant during system simulation. And with that kind of random personality, will the result of the simulation still be safe and sound? Therefore, knowing the simulation process is one thing, but whether one can cope with reality well also depends on Lin Chen's specific performance, and cannot be generalized. Lin Chen walked carefully along the dark canyon. A cold mountain wind blew towards me from the front, carrying with it a pungent smell of blood. Lin Chen knew that they were not far from the mysterious sword tomb. Really? After walking forward for dozens of feet, Lin Chen walked around a huge rock as tall as a person and saw the mysterious sword tomb. From a geographical point of view, this is the heart of Yixianshan, shaped like a gourd, wrapping the sword tomb inside. And in the open space in front of the sword tomb, as described in the simulation, the bodies of monks were lying in a mess. The only 2 remaining monks stood there, palms facing each other, sweating profusely, with distorted expressions. Pure flames burned in the palms of their 2 men, and they were fighting for their lives with the power of their true essence. These 2 people have such strong cultivation. Lin Chen stared at them from afar with a serious expression. According to previous simulations, these 2 monks have been fighting here since at least yesterday. But after fighting for so long and suffering huge losses, Lin Chen could still feel the extremely powerful pressure from the 2 of them. This shows that the cultivation of these 2 people is far superior to Lin Chen. The cultivation of these 2 people should not be comparable to Master, right? It's hard to say. They are dressed the same, so they must be from the same sect. They are probably fighting over the treasure. These 2 have such high levels of cultivation, they must be well-known figures. I wonder which sect they belong to. From some details, Lin Chen deduced more information about the 2. Seeing that the 2 were fighting with all their might and had no time to be distracted, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Following the instructions in the previous simulation, he walked along the edge of the canyon, carefully touched the vicinity of the sword tomb, and searched for the hidden entrance. Not long. The entrance was found easily. Turning over the stone slab, a staircase leading diagonally underground, facing the sword tomb, appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was worried about being noticed by the two monks, so he quickly walked up the stairs and entered. And just after Lin Chen disappeared. Among the two monks who were fighting, a middle-aged man with a goatee and a face as red as if covered in blood noticed something strange. He subconsciously glanced in the direction where Lin Chen disappeared. But soon, his opponents seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Therefore, he dared not be distracted any longer and focused all his attention on dealing with the powerful enemy from the same sect. After entering the underground and walking less than 10 steps, Lin Chen stopped. System, I want to perform a simple simulation. Good host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. The current remaining spirit stones are 1009. Simple simulation begins. You walk 50 steps forward along the passage and enter the sword tomb. Then, you chose the wrong route and stepped on a spike trap, killing you. Simulation ends. Unlike normal simulations, there are no rewards after a simple simulation ends. This was also expected, and Lin Chen didn't care about it. You know, the purpose of simple simulation is mainly to predict what may happen next, so as to take precautions and avoid danger. Just like this simulation. It is perfectly sufficient to know that if you keep going forward there is no danger within 50 paces. Lin Chen lit a tinder and walked forward cautiously along the dark tunnel. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. On both sides of the tunnel are irregular black rocks. Although the light of the fire starter was weak, since his cultivation broke through the foundation establishment realm, the upper limit of Lin Chen's physical body had also increased, and his night vision ability had become stronger than before. With the help of the dim light from the fire stick, he could even see things more than 20 feet away. 48, 49, 50. Lin Chen stopped while counting the steps he took. Shaking the tinderbox, Lin Chen looked around and couldn't help but shrink his pupils, so that's it. No wonder I keep running into traps when using normal simulations. So this is what's going on. In front of Lin Chen, the passage was divided into 5 parts. And from each channel inward, to further places, you can vaguely see similar branch channels. Simply put, the internal structure of this sword tomb is a huge maze. Every wrong route has a deadly trap. Faced with 5 seemingly identical forks in the road, Lin Chen couldn't tell which one was the correct one, so he just picked one at random and then performed a simple simulation. You chose the wrong route and died in the poisonous smoke trap. The system immediately gave a prompt. Lin Chen's expression froze, and he quickly moved his feet, changing his target to another road. You have chosen the correct route. After 20 steps along this route, you encounter a fork in the road. After listening to the system prompts, Lin Chen nodded secretly. It seemed that this path was correct. Following the instructions, I moved forward 21 steps and sure enough, 3 forks in the road appeared again. Choosing the wrong path means death, so Lin Chen dare not act recklessly. The correct route can only be tested through repeated simple simulations. That's all. With the help of the system, Lin Chen twisted and turned in this huge underground maze and moved forward safely. A few hours later. Is this the end? Lin Chen stopped in front of a bronze door. To get here, he had used up a total of 76 simple simulations. It was not difficult to see that this journey was not easy. Faced with the bronze gate blocking the road, Lin Chen had no reason to hesitate and continued with the simple simulation. You pushed open the iron door and discovered the coffin behind it. You opened the coffin and discovered 2 sword energies, black and white. Gather the black sword energy in your left hand and the white sword energy in your right hand. The 2 sword energies resonate and begin to merge into your body. A sword appears within you, and it obeys your control. This simple simulation went exceptionally smoothly, simulating everything that might happen in the next half a quarter of an hour. Bronze coffin, black and white sword energy. Staring at the gate, Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. He clasped the bronze door with both hands and pushed it open. As the bronze gate opened, the scenery behind the gate appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. This is a carefully constructed tomb. Murals depicting ferocious beasts were carved on the surrounding walls. In the center, steps led up to a circular platform. In the center of the platform, there lies a heavy and ancient bronze coffin. Coming to the bronze coffin, Lin Chen walked around it and looked at it carefully. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to operate as the system simulated. He used both hands to open the coffin. There was nothing in the coffin. The moment it was opened, 2 streams of black and white air flew out, like rolling clouds and mist, wandering in the tomb. After half a day, it seemed to have found its target, flew to Lin Chen, and circled around. Lin Chen stretched out his left hand and grabbed the black airflow, and stretched out his right hand and grabbed the white airflow. Wow! In an instant, what was predicted during the simulation happened. The black and white air currents passed through the skin of Lin Chen's palm, flowed into his body, and gathered into a small sword at his dantian. This is... Lin Chen used his spiritual sense to look inward at himself, and was surprised when he saw the small sword in his dantian. This is the Liang Yizhenwu sword. An old and mysterious voice echoed in the void. Lucky young man, I hope you can carry forward this treasure. Hearing the sound, Lin Chen looked up into the void, searching for the source of the sound. But he tried his best to investigate, but he could not find any trace of the sound. After leaving a simple reminder, the old voice disappeared completely. He only told Lin Chen the name of the sword, without telling him the origin of the sword or how to use it. Eccentric. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. After exploring the tomb again, he found that there were no other treasures here. He knew it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he wanted to leave. Suddenly, buzz! As if sensing his intention, the circular platform in the center of the tomb suddenly lit up. Lines were drawn on the ground, forming a huge magic circle. What's this? Standing on the formation, Lin Chen felt a terrifying force gathering under his feet. At this moment, the formation was operating at its limit. Driven by the extremely abundant spiritual energy, a pillar of light rose into the sky, sweeping Lin Chen into the void and into a deep tunnel. A moment later, the light faded and the tomb returned to peace. Lin Chen's men had disappeared. Not long. Directly opposite the bronze gate through which Lin Chen entered the tomb, another door was opened. A middle-aged monk with a goatee and a scarlet face walked in limping. This person was the one who had fought desperately with his fellow disciples outside the sword tomb before. After several hours of life and death fighting, he finally defeated his junior brother, came to the sword tomb, and opened the door with the token key. At this moment, although he was exhausted, he was very excited at the thought that he would get the treasure soon. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the open coffin on the platform, and the smile on his face froze. No. No? The monk hurried forward to check the coffin. A moment later. Ah! Angry roars echoed from within the tomb. Impossible! This is impossible! He slapped the bronze coffin with his palms like crazy, his face full of disbelief. After escaping death, he got the treasure clue and token key, and finally set foot here after killing more than a dozen fellow disciples. Now tell him that the treasure has been taken away by someone else, how can he not collapse? There's actually another entrance to this treasure trove? The red-faced monk felt incredible when he saw the bronze door that Lin Chen came in through. Subconsciously walking out of the bronze gate and exploring a little, the red-faced monk couldn't help but show a look of shock when he found that there was a maze outside with many passages and traps. Who is this expert who was able to pass through this trap maze and steal the treasure? Looking at the maze of traps that stretched in all directions, the red-faced monk made a quick attempt and determined that the other party was not ordinary. To be able to pass through this dangerous maze safely and reach the destination, if one is not extremely powerful, then he must have a maze map. Returning to the tomb, the red-faced monk returned to the bronze coffin. After squatting down and carefully examining the ground, the red-faced monk's eyes lit up and he quickly took out a square black plate from his Qiankuan bag. If there were a strong person here, he would definitely recognize that the square black plate in this person's hand is not an ordinary item, but a magic weapon made by a Gene Dan stage cultivator using Dan fire to temper it. After activating it, it possesses many powers. This magic weapon, named Tanlingpan, is one of the common magic weapons used by cultivators in the Gene Dan stage. Using this item, you can detect the flow of spiritual energy nearby and search for traces. So this is actually a small space formation. The red-faced monk had considerable cultivation skills and quickly found out the clues. This spatial formation is not very large, so the distance it can teleport to shouldn't be too far. If we chase them now, we might still be in time. When he thought of this, the fire of hope ignited in the red-faced monk's eyes again. He no longer hesitated, and slipped out of the tomb, activating the spirit-detecting disc in his hand and searching everywhere. Hiss. Lin Chen touched his sore butt and got up from the ground. Looking around, he found himself at the entrance of the Yixianshan Valley. Judging from the location, this was the place where one would go to Lusha County after passing Yixianshan. Obviously, with the help of the teleportation formation, Lin Chen has passed through the narrow gap. That should be the teleportation formation that Master mentioned. Teleportation formations are mostly left behind by ancient cultivators. Ordinary cultivators simply don't have the ability to set them up. From this, it seems that the treasure hidden in this sword tomb must be a very ancient and powerful treasure. Lin Chen speculated secretly and checked the small sword in his dantian again. However, the small sword seemed to be asleep and did not obey Lin Chen's command. Forget it, I'll study it later. Thinking of the powerful monks in front of the sword tomb, Lin Chen felt that it was not advisable to stay here for long. If those monks knew that I had obtained the treasure, they would definitely not let it go. It's better to hurry up and leave this dangerous place. System, let's do a normal simulation. While on the way, Lin Chen gave orders to the system. Good host. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 834. Simulation begins. Random personality, optimistic. In order to see your sister Lin Xueqing, you set out on the journey to Lusha County. After arriving in Lusha County, you successfully entered the Red Blood Demon Sect's branch in the northern China region. You have received praise from the Demon Sect's high-ranking officials. In order to rescue your sister, you began to practice hard in seclusion. 6 months later, your cultivation level has risen to the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Your martial art, Scarlet Thunder Combat Body, has been successfully cultivated to perfection. 1 year later, your cultivation level reached the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. You figured out how to activate the Liang Yizhenwu sword and began to condense the first wisp of black and white sword energy. 3 years later, your cultivation reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Your research on the Liang Yizhenwu sword became even more profound, condensing 3 strands of black and white sword energy. 4 years later, you passed the assessment and were sent to the Red Blood Demon Sect's headquarters, where you learned the secret 3rd level technique, Blood Demon Heart Cannon. 5 years later, your cultivation reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Meanwhile, the Red Blood Demon Sect's headquarters was under attack by a righteous sect. Reminder. This simulation has reached its time limit. It has been detected that the host has less than 20,000 spirit stones. The simulation level cannot be increased and is being forcibly terminated. This simulation ends. Optional reward 1, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose one. Lin Chen felt a little regretful when he made his choice. This simulation did not end with an unexpected fall, but because the time limit was reached. If you want to raise the upper limit to the next simulation level, you will need to spend 20,000 spirit stones. At present, Lin Chen only has more than 800 spirit stones left in his hand, which is obviously a bit far from the goal of 20,000. Reward distribution begins. As the spiritual energy gathered, Lin Chen clearly felt that the true essence in his martial veins became more condensed and rich. Foundation Establishment Realm, 6th level. The foundation building stage ranges from 1 to 9. If divided into stages, each 3 levels is a small stage, namely the early, middle and late stages. Among them, the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm is already in the middle stage, and the strength has been significantly improved compared to the early stage. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation, Lin Chen also gained an upgrade to the mysterious treasure Liang Yizhenwu sword during this simulation. At this moment, he used his spiritual sense to look inward and found the location of his dantian. 3 black and white sword auras were suspended around the small sword. Not only that, there are many more memories in my mind about how to use the Liang Yizhenwu sword. With his true essence condensed, Lin Chen put his palms together and tried to activate the Liang Yizhenwu sword. Inside the dantian, the small sword suddenly transformed into 2 black and white air currents, one on the left and one on the right, along the martial veins of Lin Chen's arms and gathered in his palm. Wow! In the palm of his hand, black and white light flickered. I saw a 3-foot-long phantom lightsaber condense into shape. Lin Shenping raised the lightsaber and slashed with all his might. Buzz! The black and white sword energy in the dantian was consumed. Terrifying power erupted from the sword. As Lin Shen slashed, the sword energy was like a huge crescent moon, rushing towards the distant hills. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed, dust rose up, and the hill was directly destroyed by the sword energy. A huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 feet was formed on the ground. Lin Chen's pupils shrank upon seeing this. The light in his hand dissipated, and the Liang Yizhenwu sword returned to his dantian, reverting to its small form. Obviously, the power of this attack exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. With the blessing of black and white sword energy, the power of the slash is obviously beyond Lin Chen's current realm. Lin Chen estimated that even a 9th-level Foundation Establishment expert might not be able to survive this sword. What level of treasure is this Liang Yizhenwu sword? It can allow people to fight against enemies of higher levels, which is not something that ordinary treasures can do. Just then. Well. In a trance, an old voice echoed in my ears. Lin Chen frowned. What's that sound? System, are you talking? No response. The system will not answer irrelevant questions. Strange. Did I hear it wrong? Lin Chen shook his head, thinking that he might have been hallucinating, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Keep on going. At the same time, the next simulation is carried out. I still have more than 800 spirit stones left, and there are still 6 simulations left for today. Lin Chen has discovered that after passing the mysterious sword tomb, since the roadblock has disappeared, he can enter the red blood demon sect smoothly as planned to practice and improve his cultivation. In other words, in the following simulations, as long as the random character is not too bad, he can get a significant improvement every time. So, he planned to make a concerted effort and use the remaining simulation opportunities to make full efforts to improve. Try to improve your cultivation to the next level, the core formation realm, before entering the red blood demon sect. 100 spirit stones have been consumed, and there are currently 734 spirit stones remaining. Simulation begins. Random personality, cruel. In order to see your sister Lin Xueqing, you set out on the journey to Lusha County. After arriving in Lusha County, you successfully entered the Red Blood Demon Sect's branch in the northern China region. You have received praise from the Demon Sect's high-ranking officials. In order to rescue your sister, you began to practice hard in seclusion. 3 years later, the cruel you cultivated the Blood Demon Heart Code to perfection. 5 years later, your cultivation level has risen to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Your research on the Liang Yizhenwu sword has advanced further, and 8 black and white sword energies have condensed within your dantian. Reminder, the simulation time limit has been reached. Simulation ends. Optional reward 1, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, gas card. Pick 1. Soon, the rewards were distributed and Lin Chen's cultivation level was raised again. In his mind, there was a memory of the Blood Demon Heart Cannon, a magic technique that he had cultivated to perfection. Compared to the Qianyang Ju, the cultivation conditions of the Blood Demon Heart Classic are harsh and require the assistance of the blood of living creatures. After mastering this technique to perfection, Lin Chen can use the blood of others to heal his wounds. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen would most likely not practice this technique. But now, blessed with his cruel character, he successfully practiced this technique to perfection through simulation. After reaching the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, the speed of improvement seems to have slowed down a lot. This simulation took 5 years to break through to the next level. It seems that if I want to reach the Jindan realm, I have to simulate it several more times. Hey! Youngster, what's your trick? It really opened my eyes. Just as Lin Chen was preparing for the next simulation, suddenly, an old voice echoed in his ears. Who is it? Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Don't panic, my friend. I have no ill intentions. I am the spirit within the sword, and I am now within the Liang Yizhenwu sword in your dantian. Hearing the explanation from the old voice, Lin Chen was stunned, blinked twice, and was a little confused. The spirit in the sword? Grandpa? I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. My name is Jiankong. My friend, ever since you obtained the Liang Yizhenwu sword, I have been observing you in secret. The speed at which you've advanced in your cultivation, as well as the speed at which you've become one with the Liang Yizhenwu sword, has completely exceeded my expectations. I've never seen your method of cultivation before, and I completely don't understand it. As a sword spirit, Jiankong has served several masters and has rich experience. He originally thought that this time's master had average talent and it would take at least a year before he could initially connect with the Liang Yizhenwu sword and communicate with it. But, unexpectedly, Lin Chen had only been holding the Liang Yizhenwu sword for less than half a day when he broke through the communication barrier. That's not all. Improving his cultivation was like drinking cold water, one level after another, completely beyond Jiankong's understanding. Senior Jiankong. You are too polite, young friend. You are now half my master, and I absolutely do not deserve the title of senior. Then I'll call you Mr. Kong from now on. Master Kong, my amazingly fast cultivation speed is indeed a secret of mine, but this secret. Lin Chen felt that it was not appropriate to tell Jiankong about the system. Not to mention whether Jiankong can accept it after telling him. He had just met Jiankong and he told him such an important secret. What if Jiankong had any evil intentions? Wouldn't that be terrible? The world of cultivating immortals is full of dangers, so you must always be on guard against others. I understand. Since you don't want to say it, I won't ask any more questions. It's mainly because your method is too incredible. I'm really curious and can't help asking. I hope you won't blame me. Jiankong responded with a smile, and at the same time, he was very happy in his heart. As a sword spirit, Jiankong has followed a total of 23 masters from ancient times to the present. Each of these masters is a brilliant person. Compared with them, Lin Chen's talent can only be considered at the bottom. But, although these 23 masters are talented, none of their secrets can escape Jiankong's eyes. Now, Jiankong actually discovered an unfathomable secret from Lin Chen, which made him feel that he had followed the right person this time. Jiankong's intuition told him that the secret of Lin Chen was extraordinary. Relying on this secret, Lin Chen will definitely become a top-notch master in the future. Mr. Kong. As Lin Chen hurried on his way, he asked, "Can you tell me in detail about the origin and specific function of the Liang Yizhenwu sword?" Through the simulation just now, although Lin Chen has some understanding of the Liang Yizhenwu sword, he still doesn't know enough about some details. Moreover, Lin Chen also discovered that the future predicted by the system simulation was not perfect. For example, in the simulation process just now, Kong Lao was not mentioned. In other words, there may be omissions in some details of system simulation. Jiankong said, "The Liang Yizhenwu sword is an ancient treasure. As for its specific origins, after so long, my memory has been lost and I can't remember it. It has 3 main functions. First, enhance the master's consciousness. Second, gather spiritual energy to speed up your cultivation. The third, and most useful, point is that it allows you to condense the innate Tuine sword aura. When you encounter danger, you can use the sword aura to significantly increase your combat power. After listening to Master Kong's explanation, Lin Chen nodded in understanding. The Xiantian Liangyi sword chi was probably the black and white sword energy within the Dantian. The full force it unleashed upon its use was truly terrifying. Lin Chen also experienced the second point that Master Kong mentioned, the spirit gathering effect. He still remembered the optimistic simulation just now. In 5 years, his cultivation level rose from the second level of foundation building to the sixth level of foundation building in one go. Compared with the previous simulation, if Lin Chen had not obtained the Liang Yizhenwu sword and relied on its spirit gathering effect, his cultivation would never have been able to improve so quickly. Besides that, as for the first point mentioned by Elder Kong, improving spiritual awareness. Oh? The spiritual consciousness has increased so much? If it weren't for old Kong's reminder, Lin Chen would not have noticed that at this moment, the range of his spiritual sense had expanded to about 20 feet around him. Moreover, the detection is extremely detailed, much stronger than that of ordinary 9th level foundation establishment realm warriors. My friend, this is just the beginning. As your cultivation level improves and your control over the Liang Yizhenwu sword becomes stronger, the improvement this treasure brings to you will become greater and greater. Old Kong added. My spiritual sense has increased. With my current spiritual sense strength, I might be able to open that Qiankuan bag. Lin Chen suddenly recalled the spoils he had seized from Sikong Tu. Thinking that this Qiankuan bag might contain all of Sikong Tu's wealth, Lin Chen quickly took it out and tried to use his spiritual power to forcibly break the small formation left on the Qiankuan bag. Buzz. In the palm of his hand, the Qiankuan bag vibrated violently. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, it really works. Without any more obstacles, his spiritual sense easily penetrated into the Qiankuan bag and detected the items stored inside. Very good. As expected, this Qiankuan bag contained all of Sikong Tu's wealth. A total of 27,000 spirit stones. It is detected that the host has sufficient spirit stones. Would you like to consume 20,000 spirit stones to upgrade the simulation level? The system said immediately. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked the system in his mind, after the upgrade, how long can the maximum simulation time be? The system said, 10 years. Well, let's bring it up. Lin Chen nodded secretly. I previously spent 10,000 spirit stones to increase the simulation time from 3 years to 5 years. This time, if I spend 20,000 spirit stones to increase the simulation time from 5 years to 10 years, the cost effectiveness is still very high. Reminder. 20,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation level has been successfully upgraded. Current simulation level, 6. Maximum simulation time, 10 years. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and immediately ordered the system to continue the simulation. In this way, 3 days passed unknowingly while I was simulating on the road. 5 years later, you, a coward, fled to a desolate mountain in the northwest and hid there. 10 years later, your cultivation finally broke through to the first level of the Jindan realm. Under the guidance of Elder Kong, you condensed 30 Liangyi sword chis and learned a more powerful sword chi technique, piercing the clouds. It has been detected that the host's spirit stones are insufficient to increase the simulation level. This simulation will be forced to end. Simulation ends. Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience. Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose one. Lin Chen let out a long sigh as if relieved, with an expectant look on his face. Finally a breakthrough. It has to be said that the difficulty of improving to the late stage of foundation establishment was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. Especially the last 9th level to the Jindan realm, which took him a whole day of simulations. Although there are some ineffective simulations of bad personalities mixed in, overall, the total number of times spent is still more than 10, which is ridiculously rare. Of course, the reason for this is largely due to Lin Chen's lack of advanced skills. Through so many simulations, Lin Chen has learned that in the Red Blood Demon sect, he can only obtain the third-level martial arts, the Blood Demon Heart Cannon. As for Jin Kong, it seemed that due to the loss of his memory, Lin Chen was unable to obtain any skills from him. Reward distribution begins. Lin Chen's muscles and bones trembled, and he clearly felt that the true energy in his martial veins began to become thicker, gathering towards his dantian like magma. Finally, in the center of the dantian, above the Qi Si, a faint virtual pill condensed. The Liangyizhen Wu sword, like a satellite, revolved around the virtual pill, emitting wisps of black and white sword energy. My friend, have you achieved a breakthrough to the Jindan stage? Jin Kong was shocked when he noticed the changes in Lin Chen's body. Not only did the cultivation level change, but the Liangyizhen Wu sword also changed. The 30 yin-yang sword auras that should have taken several years, or even more than 10 years, to accumulate were condensed in an instant, which made Jin Kong feel incredible. Lin Chen felt happy when he felt the surging true energy emanating from the Xiantian Shudan in his dantian. Then, he stared at a large city that appeared on the horizon in front of him, his expression both solemn and expectant. We have finally arrived at Lusha County, where the Red Blood Demon Sex branch is located. Quicksand County. This is an ancient county. Town. Located in the northwest of Dakian Kingdom, it is shrouded in dry sand and dust all day long. The streets are paved with sandstone, and ancient vines and red thorn grass can be seen everywhere. There are traveling merchants from all over the country, as well as Taoist monks who live on the edge of a knife and practice Taoism. Just like any ordinary frontier county town, Lusha County doesn't seem to have much to offer except that it's a bit poor and outdated. But what is unknown to the public is that underneath this ancient county town lies a stone city, which is the northwest branch of the four-star sect, the Red Blood Demon sect. Any righteous monk who dared to set foot here would either mysteriously disappear or die on the streets. For many monks who know the inside story, this place is a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Now, the Red Blood Demon Sect's branch altar is located in the underground stone city. Miscellaneous service area. In a dark corner of the room, a blind girl of 13 or 14 was surrounded by people. You blind idiot, hand over this month's blood pill. How dare you? You got the blood pill and didn't hand it over right away. I have to come and ask for it myself. Beat her hard, so she'll learn her lesson. Amidst the harsh shouts and curses, several women dressed as servants punched and kicked the blind girl. The world in the girl's eyes was black and white without light. Under the light, she could only see the hazy outlines of the attackers. There was a crescent-shaped scar on the left corner of her forehead. She had been beaten so badly that the old wound on her head opened again. Blood oozed out, staining the scar red and making it look even more hideous. But no matter how hard she was beaten, the girl didn't make a sound. She curled up silently in the corner, using her delicate little hands to tightly protect the knot hidden in her chest. The red knot is woven with a special technique. This was a gift her brother gave her on her 6th birthday. It was called the Peace Knot, which means eternal peace. Although her experiences after the age of 6 had nothing to do with peace, she still firmly believed that her brother would come back to her and take her away from here to a place where she would be happy and peaceful forever. Elder brother. The girl recalled every moment she spent with her brother, and her consciousness gradually became blurred until she fell into a coma. You stinky blind man, let's see if you dare to do it again next time. The short-haired woman in the lead did not want to kill anyone. She stopped her men, weighed the bag of blood pills she had snatched from the girl, and smiled triumphantly. Then he walked out of the room. How's it going? Is it done? Outside the room, a burly young man with a simple face leaned against the wall, his hands folded across his chest, and asked in a low voice. Done. Brother Chang, this is for you. The woman handed the blood pill to the burly young man. Well done. Momo, to be honest, my cultivation will soon be able to break through to the Qi refining realm. Master Chu said that once I reach the Qi refining realm, pass the assessment, and obtain the outer disciple's identity token, he will let me leave the menial service area and officially become his follower. When the time comes, I'll take you away too. Really? That's great, Brother Chang. The short-haired girl happily threw herself into the boy's arms. Come to think of it, thanks to these years, I can get an extra blood pill from that little girl every week. Otherwise, with my cultivation speed, I would definitely not be appreciated by Master Chu. The burly young man said with some emotion. At this moment, the short-haired woman couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Chang, do you think that Stinky Girl's brother will come back? Of course not. The burly young man sneered, he hasn't come back in 5 years. He must have been sent on a mission where he's sure to die. He's probably not coming back. Besides, what if I'm back? With my current level of cultivation, would I still be afraid of him? As he spoke, the sturdy boy glanced at the girl curled up in the corner of the room, with a cold look in his eyes. Once I break through the chi refining realm, the blood pill will be useless. When the time comes, I can sell this girl to Chunhua Lane in the city. I'm sure I can get a lot of cultivation resources in exchange. Walking on the dusty official road, Lin Chen soon arrived at the gate of Lusha County. After paying the toll, he entered the city. System, perform a simple simulation. Lin Chen subconsciously glanced behind him and gave the order secretly. Good host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. Currently, there are 1120 spirit stones remaining. You arrived at the Stone City entrance of the Red Blood Demon Sect's branch altar. After showing your identity, you successfully entered the branch altar. This simple simulation ends. Random rewards, gas cards. After checking the simulation results, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it looks like that person didn't catch up. It is worth mentioning that the 3 days from Yishianshan to Lusha County were not peaceful. During the normal simulation on the second day, Lin Chen discovered that he was being chased. The pursuer had a very high level of cultivation and was most likely one of the 2 cultivators fighting in front of the sword tomb. In order to escape from the pursuers, Lin Chen had to change his route and stop briefly in several small towns along the way to confuse the other side. After he left the town and set off again, the simulation showed that the other party failed to catch up with him. Until now, after entering Lusha County, the simulation no longer prompted that he was being chased, so Lin Chen was completely relieved. As his cultivation level broke through to the Jindan realm, the system began to show some changes. First, there is the cost of each simulation. From 100 spirit stones, it suddenly increased to 10,000. This made the spirit stones in Lin Chen's hands suddenly stretch to the limit. Secondly, there are changes in simple simulations. Now, every time Lin Chen performs a simple simulation, he can get a random prop card as a reward. Although this prop card is most likely a gas card, don't forget that you can enter the lottery if you have 10 or more gas cards. This means that Lin Chen can use simple simulations to accumulate a large number of props in the future. The next time you conduct a normal simulation that costs 10,000 spirit stones, you can use a large number of props to increase the simulation income. 10,000 spirit stones is not a small number. If it is a normal simulation, and just like before, you get a garbage character randomly, and it ends without any gain, then it would be a real loss. During these 3 days, in addition to improving his cultivation, Lin Chen also accumulated a lot of prop cards. He believed that as long as he could get 10,000 spirit stones and start the next normal simulation, combined with these prop cards, he would be able to get good profits. Underground Stone City. Lin Chen did not get permission to see his sister Lin Xueqing. Under the guidance of the disciple in charge, he came to a secret room and was questioned by several senior members of the sect. There was nothing thrilling about the interrogation process. Relying on simple simulations, Lin Chen can predict the other party's questions in advance and give the most appropriate answers. Although these sect leaders are all very smart, they cannot find any flaws. Lin Chen, you have made a great contribution this time. Today happens to be a gathering day, so why don't you go to the square in front of the temple? There, the sect will reward all the disciples who have performed outstandingly. Recently. Then. Under the guidance, Lin Chen left the secret room and walked through the dark alleys of the Stone City. Finally, they arrived at a square in front of a magnificent stone temple. Hundreds of demon sect disciples gathered in the square in front of the stone temple. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss the distribution of rewards. Master Chu, I heard that you destroyed a branch of a righteous sect this time. Your contribution is enormous. It seems that the first place in this reward must belong to you. Ha, I heard about it too. That righteous sect is none other than our red blood demon sect's old rival, the 10,000 Swords sect. There are so many masters in the Wanjian sect, but young Master Chu was able to accomplish such a feat. His methods are truly remarkable. In the crowd, more than a dozen people surrounded a young man in gorgeous clothes, constantly speaking compliments to him. This young man was 1 or 2 years older than Lin Chen. He was handsome, well-mannered, and outstanding. It was obvious that he came from a good family. But at this moment, facing the compliments from the people around him, he not only did not look happy at all, but rather a little lonely. He. Chu Tiannan laughed bitterly at himself. As for the so-called merit and the so-called destroying of the branch, no one knows the inside story better than him. It was all arranged by his father, the leader of the altar. All he did was to go to the branch of the Wanjian sect for fun and take a look around, that was all. Chu Tiannan's father, named Chu Shao, is the leader of the Red Blood Demon sect's branch in Lusha County. In order to prevent gossip and for the safety of his son, Chu Shao never made public his relationship with Chu Tiannan. On weekdays, Chu Shao protects Chu Tiannan very well. For the sake of his son's future in the sect, Chu Shao will try his best to arrange any good things. Just like this time. The headquarters is distributing rewards. As the leader of a branch altar, Chu Shao must of course leave the best for his son. That's why the great achievement of destroying the branch office was arranged. It's so boring. Chu Tiannan was playing with a bunch of dry grass at his fingertips, looking lonely. He had just found this bunch of dry grass in a corner on the way here. Chu Tiannan was surprised to find that wild grass was growing in this underground stone city. He kept thinking about whether he should dig out the roots of the dead grass and cultivate them. For him, life is like a set script. He is surrounded by flatterers and there are no surprises every day. Compared to the reward distribution this time, he even felt that growing weeds was more interesting. Who is that person? At this time, Lin Chen, who had already arrived at the square, noticed Chu Tiannan in the crowd. There was no way. Chu Tiannan was very different from the people around him in terms of clothing and temperament, and it was difficult for Lin Chen not to notice him. That's Master Chu. The disciple who had guided Lin Chen here said with envy in his eyes, young Master Chu is the best among the younger generation of our branch. Not only is his cultivation high, but he's also said to have a strong background. Lin Chen, you should know that our altar master's surname is also Chu. Although it has not been confirmed, many people speculate that this Chu Tiannan, Master Chu, must be related to the altar master. If you get the chance, you must get to know Master Chu. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Chen responded perfunctorily and looked away. The purpose of his coming here was to take his sister Lin Xueqing away. He obviously wouldn't be too interested in any young master or young master. But Mr. Chu's expression made Lin Chen unable to help but take another look. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen has some experience. He could not see the arrogance of the young man on Chu Tiannan's face, but only loneliness and solitude. He could see that Chu Tiannan was not satisfied with his life. Everyone, please be quiet. A loud voice rang out from the high platform in front of the hall. Those whose names I called out, come up and receive your reward. A middle-aged deacon, holding a list, announced loudly. Afterwards, the rewards were distributed and everything went according to plan. According to the disciple who was guiding him, the list of awards was sent from the headquarters, and the content of the awards was also formulated by the headquarters and distributed to the branch halls. But after hearing that the reward for the 50th place was only 1,000 spirit stones, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a bit of disappointment in his eyes. Public rewards like this are mostly intended to encourage students to compete. The specific rewards are usually not too generous. Compared with killing people and stealing treasures, it is obvious that the two are not on the same level. By killing a secret guard, he gained nearly 30,000 spirit stones. However, the public reward was given to the 10th person, which was only 3,000 spirit stones plus a chi boosting pill. The gap is too huge. Anyway, I'm going to take Shueching away soon. I wonder if I can make a fortune here before I leave. Lin Shen subconsciously glanced at the magnificent stone palace and thought secretly. Obviously, Lin Shen had no good feelings towards the Red Blood Demon sect. The Red Blood Demon sect detained Lin Shueching and forced Lin Shen to carry out an undercover mission that was a life-threatening one. Of course, Lin Shen could not have a good impression of it. Rewards continue to be distributed. Soon, the top 3 were awarded. Third place, Yan Wanxin. The credit goes to assassinating the elder of Qingyuan sect. Reward, 3,000 spirit stones, plus a human-level top-grade divine weapon, the Fei Hong sword. As soon as the deacon in charge finished speaking, discussions immediately echoed among the crowd. Flying Rainbow Sword. TSK TSK. What a great thing. Sure enough, the rewards for the top 3 are much better than before. Beautiful Yan is truly amazing. She actually assassinated an elder of the Qingyuan sect. Although the Qingyuan sect is only a 2-star sect, the elder's cultivation must be at least at the foundation establishment stage, right? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, a woman in black wearing a black hat flashed onto the stage. After receiving the reward, the woman walked off the stage without saying a word, and soon her figure disappeared at the entrance of a distant alley. Next, the rewards for second place will be distributed. Second place, Xu Tianan. The credit goes to destroying the Wanjian sect's branch in Feiyu City. Reward, 5,000 spirit stones, plus a top-grade human-level martial art, the Black Jadine Iron Hand. As the deacon finished speaking, strangely enough, the audience fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at each other, thinking they had heard wrongly. Master Chu, he only got second place? Not to mention that in previous awards, Master Chu always won first place. Just talking about the merits. Destroying a 4-star sect branch, such a huge achievement, but he can only get the second place reward? Based on this speculation, the credit for the first place must go to heaven. Chu Tianan stood there with a look of surprise on his face, just like everyone else. But compared to everyone's simple shock, there was also obvious joy in his eyes. I didn't even get first place. Interesting. Ha ha. This is so funny. Who is the first place? Chu Tianan was not at all disappointed about only getting second place, and he was not interested in the rewards of spirit stones and Black Jadine Iron Hand. He only cares about one thing now. That is, who is this person who forcibly took away his first place when his father Chu Xiao had clearly arranged everything? First place, Lin Shen. Credit, poisoning. The strongest man of the 10,000 Swords sect, Xian Yangzi. Reward, 10,000 spirit stones, plus the 3rd-level technique, Blood Demon Heart Code. The words fell. Under the gaze of Chu Tianan, who had just received his award, Lin Shen stepped onto the podium. Similarly, Lin Shen was also staring at Chu Tianan. This guy was able to destroy the Feiyu City branch. 4th senior brother should be okay, right? The Wanjian sect's branch in Feiyu City is managed by Qin Xinjun, Lin Shen's 4th senior brother who was also a disciple of Xian Yangzi. Now that the branch has been destroyed, I'm afraid 4th senior brother's situation isn't going to be very good. After receiving the reward, Lin Shen stared at Chu Tianan deeply again, then returned to the crowd and waited for the deacon to make a summary speech. Afterwards, he went to see his sister Lin Shueching under the guidance of his disciples. And after Lin Shen left, Chu Tianan was still staring at the direction where Lin Shen was leaving, lost in thought. This kid. Master Chu, I wonder what this kid surnamed Lin has to offer. How could he have snatched away your first-place prize? Do you need me to investigate him? The disciple next to him asked with a gloomy expression. Yes, of course. Chu Tianan came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. I want to know all his information. Yes, Master Chu. More than a dozen men responded in unison with a fist salute. They all had vicious looks in their eyes, and they wished they could tie Lin Shen up and interrogate him immediately in order to please Chu Tianan. Chu Tianan was so excited that he didn't notice that his subordinates had misunderstood his meaning. He wanted to understand Lin Chen, he really just wanted to understand. Deep down, he even had the idea of making friends with Lin Chen, who had snatched the first place from him and brought him a surprise. My father made all the necessary arrangements to ensure I could win the first prize. Lin Chen, you managed to get first place in such a situation. Who are you? As the saying goes, when two chess pieces meet, they meet their worthy opponents. After this incident, Chu Tiannan became extremely interested in Lin Chen. He decisively threw away the dry grass in his hand, his eyes sparkled, and his whole body became full of energy. Following behind the guiding disciples, Lin Chen's fingers hidden in his sleeves trembled slightly, unable to hide his inner excitement. After 5 years, I am finally going to see my sister. I don't know what my sister's situation is like now. Like Lin Chen, the sturdy young man Fang Chang was also extremely anxious. He hurriedly trotted from the square in front of the palace back to the menial service area and headed straight for Lin Xueqing's residence. Damn it! Lin Chen, this kid is really lucky. After 5 years, not only did he return safely, but he also received 10,000 spirit stones and a third-level secret manual as a reward right after returning. Fang Cheng's cultivation has improved now, and he didn't take Lin Chen seriously at first. But when he learned that Lin Chen won the big prize, he couldn't help but worry about what kind of background Lin Chen had. To be on the safe side, it is better not to break up with Lin Chen. So, the first thing to do is to stabilize Lin Chen's sister Lin Xueqing. But we must not let Lin Xueqing tell the truth. Senior brother, where does my sister live? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Lin Chen found that the surrounding environment was gradually becoming dirty and dilapidated. He couldn't help but frown and asked. We'll be there soon. The guiding disciple smiled slightly and said, according to the sex rules, family members like your sister mostly live in the menial service area. The environment here is somewhat worse. However, now you are back and have made great contributions. As long as your achievements are sufficient, you will soon be able to move to the core area. With your sister. Don't worry, I've already asked the butler in the menial service area. Your sister has received every week's allotment of blood pills during your 5 years away. There has been absolutely no deduction. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and felt a little relieved. Lin Chen knew what blood pill was. Taking it could strengthen one's physique and was a very good tonic. If I hadn't been around for these 5 years, my sister would have taken enough blood pills every month, and her body should have been in good shape. Arrive. Wait here for me. I'll go in and make arrangements for you and your sister to meet. The disciple in charge brought Lin Chen to a hall in the menial area. Thank you. Lin Chen clasped his fists, said nothing more, and waited patiently. Could it be that Xueqing doesn't recognize me? Lin Chen subconsciously straightened his appearance, feeling nervous. Not long. The disciple in charge came out. His steps were hurried and his face looked a little embarrassed. Where is my sister? Lin Chen looked at the disciple in charge with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, something unexpected happened. I just got the news that your sister, she fainted. What? Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. I heard he accidentally hit his head, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Come with me. The guiding disciple led Lin Chen into the living area for the menial disciples. Inside a relatively clean stone chamber, I saw a young girl with a crescent-shaped scar on the left corner of her forehead lying on a stone bed with her eyes closed. Next to her were a short-haired woman and a sturdy young man. The short-haired woman was covering the forehead of the girl on the bed with a wet towel, looking very worried. Xueqing. At this moment, Lin Chen rushed into the stone chamber. After seeing the girl lying on the bed, Lin Chen's heart immediately tightened into a ball. The blind girl lying on the bed is Lin Chen's sister, Lin Xueqing. The scar on her forehead was left when she was trying to protect Lin Chen during the disaster in the small town and was unfortunately scratched by a flying stone that was emitting sparks. What happened to my sister? Why did she faint for no reason? Lin Chen questioned sternly. Master Chen, don't worry. Miss Xueqing just bumped into something accidentally, it's not a big deal. The burly young man stepped forward and explained to Lin Chen. Are you Fong Chang? Ah Chang? Lin Chen recognized this person. When the town was hit by disaster, Lin Chen and his sister were not the only ones who escaped by chance. Fong Chang, the son of a farmhand working for the Lin family at the time, also managed to survive. Like brother and sister Lin Chen, Fong Chang was later captured by the Red Blood Demon sect. Lin Chen was assigned to carry out an undercover mission, while Fong Chang stayed in the demon sect. Lin Chen had met Fong Chang when he was working at the Lin family. He saw that Fong Chang had an honest appearance and worked diligently and seriously, so he had a good impression of Fong Chang. Before being sent on an undercover mission, Lin Chen found Fong Chang and entrusted him to take care of Lin Xueqing. Brother Chang is right. Sister Xueqing accidentally bumped into something while walking this morning. Her eyesight is not good, and it's all my fault for not taking good care of her. The short-haired girl also stood up and echoed. That eyesight? Lin Chen frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. He looked at the short-haired girl and asked, Who are you? Master Chen, she is Lin Momo, also from your Lin family. Don't you remember her? Fong Chang said from the side. Lin Chen stared deeply at the short-haired woman and shook his head. Back then, the Lin family was considered a large family in Hanxi town, with hundreds of people in the family. It was obviously impossible for Lin Chen to recognize them all. Let me check on Xueqing's injuries first. Lin Chen said. No more and sat next to Lin Xueqing. He lightly pressed the pulse point on Lin Xueqing's slender wrist with his fingers, and with a slight thought, he guided a stream of pure true energy into Lin Xueqing's body. After a few breaths. Brother! No! Don't! Brother, run! Lin Xueqing, who was in a coma, suddenly started talking in her sleep and woke up abruptly. Fong Chang and Lin Momo, who were standing next to them, saw this scene, looked at each other, and their faces suddenly changed. Xueqing, don't be afraid, it's okay, everything is fine. Lin Chen hurriedly persuaded her in a gentle voice and continued to treat Lin Xueqing with his true energy. Lin Xueqing sat up, realized that she was dreaming, and gradually came to her senses. Her lifeless eyes stared ahead, and although she looked dazed, her trembling pupils undoubtedly proved that she was extremely shocked and excited at the moment. You are, my brother? After not seeing each other for 5 years, Lin Chen's appearance and voice had changed a lot, but Lin Xueqing still recognized his voice at once. Yes, it's me. Xueqing, I'm back. Lin Chen said hurriedly. Lin Xueqing pursed her lips and tears flowed from her eyes. Elder brother. She could no longer hold back and buried her little face deeply in Lin Chen's arms. All the emotions of longing, grievance, worry, etc. over the past 5 years suddenly flooded into her heart. She couldn't control herself and sobbed softly. Her tears were like beads from a broken string, wetting Lin Chen's clothes on his chest. It's okay, everything is okay. I'm sorry, I've wronged you these 5 years. Lin Chen's eyes were a little hot. He patted Lin Xueqing's arm gently, and comforted her in a gentle voice. Ha, Miss Xueqing, it's really great that you and your sister meet again. Congratulations. Fong Chang's voice was heard beside him. Yes, Sister Xueqing, this is such a happy event. Lin Momo also echoed. Hearing these two nightmare-like voices, Lin Xueqing, who was lying in Lin Chen's arms, felt as if someone poured a basin of cold water on her head, and her body immediately stiffened. Although she could no longer see, Lin Xueqing was smart and understood instantly that Fong Chang and Lin Momo were not really congratulating her, but were threatening her. If she dared to tell Lin Chen what had happened in the past 5 years, she would be dead. Moreover, if he told the truth, given Lin Chen's personality, he would definitely fight the two of them to the death. These two people are extremely evil-hearted. How could she let Lin Chen take risks for her? But if she didn't say anything, and Lin Chen knew nothing about these two people and was deceived by them, would these two people do something to Lin Chen? For a moment, Lin Xueqing thought of a lot. Faced with this complicated situation, the 14-year-old girl was suddenly confused and didn't know what to do. Xueqing, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Lin Chen, as a Jindan realm cultivator, had a strong spiritual sense and immediately noticed the subtle changes in Lin Xueqing's body. I'm fine, I'm just so happy. Brother, have you been well these past 5 years? Lin Xueqing forced a smile and asked. Fine. Xueqing, what happened? What's wrong with your eyes? Lin Chen stared at Lin Xueqing's lifeless eyes and asked with a frown. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Lin Momo and Fang Chang beside them immediately turned gloomy. Brother, I'm fine. It's all in the past. Not long after you left, an old injury flared up and I injured my eye. It's not that I can't see anything now, it's just that I can't see clearly. I can only see a hazy outline. Lin Xueqing said. Hearing Lin Xueqing's words, Fang Chang and Lin Momo looked at each other with smug expressions. Obviously, the two knew that their threats had worked, and Lin Xueqing did not dare to tell the truth. An old injury flared up? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. You have to know that Lin Chen is a time traveler. 5 years ago, although he was only 11 years old, he was not a child who didn't remember anything. He remembered clearly that when he left, his sister's wounds had already healed. How could the old injury relapse and cause blindness? But if that wasn't the case, why would my sister lie to me? Is there any hidden secret behind this? Master Chin, you two siblings must have a lot to talk about when you reunite. Momo and I won't disturb you. After Fang Chang was sure that Lin Xueqing didn't dare to tell the truth, he felt relieved and said goodbye and left. Lin Chen, this is your ID card. You have made great contributions this time, and the headquarters has allowed you to enter the outer gate. Next, as long as you have enough mission points and pass the assessment, you can be promoted to inner sect or core disciple like other disciples. I hope you will keep up the good work and continue to make contributions to the sect. The disciple handed an identity token to Lin Chen and left. Only the brother and sister were left in the house. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Lin Chen really had a lot to say to his sister. Lin Chen's return was like a ray of sunshine, finally bringing some light to Lin Xueqing's dark life. Ordinary people could not understand the happiness in her heart at that moment. A long-lost smile finally appeared on her face, which had been gloomy all day long. During the conversation, Lin Chen hinted many times, hoping that Lin Xueqing could tell the truth. But Lin Xueqing always made excuses. Lin Chen knew that his sister might have some concerns, so he decided not to ask too much and to investigate secretly before making any decision. Take care of Lin Xueqing until she falls asleep. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the side, thinking about his next plan. Master told me to take Xueqing away from the Red Blood Demon sect and return to him. Then he will gather the righteous sects and launch a full-scale attack on the Red Blood Demon sect. But it's too difficult to take Xueqing out quietly in this underground stone city. Why not just endure it for a while and improve your cultivation through system simulation? Once your cultivation is high enough, you can force your way out. Compared to ordinary demon sect disciples, those who had reached the Jindan realm were already extremely powerful. However, compared to the Red Blood Demon sect's branch altar masters, those at the early Jindan stage were still somewhat underwhelming. What's more, this is in a branch altar, and the altar master can use large-scale formations to fight against the enemy. Lin Chen's mission goal is to take his sister Lin Xueqing, who has a low level of cultivation, away. To be on the safe side, this matter should not be rushed. Start simulation. Lin Chen decided to use the 10,000 spirit stones he had just obtained to conduct his first simulation of the Jindan realm. Good host. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 1,120. Simulation begins. Random personality, irritable. Stop. I need to use a character card. Good host. There are currently 3 character cards remaining. Byte. The item character card has been consumed. A rare random character is being regenerated. Character generation success. Random personality, 1,000 insights from 1 hearing. After seeing this character, Lin Chen nodded, quite satisfied. One hears 1,000 things, one understands 1,000 things is used to describe someone who understands things very quickly and has a very high level of understanding. This is 1,000 times better than the random irritable personality at the beginning. With this rare personality, I should be able to gain a lot from this simulation. As previously envisioned, this simulation after entering the Jindan realm, since the simulation cost is as high as 10,000 spirit stones, Lin Chen can no longer be stingy with props. If it ends without any profit like before, it will be a big loss. But then, triggering hidden destiny, a difficult life. Ha! Lin Chen blinked. Are there any unexpected gains? But this ill-fated life doesn't seem like a good entry no matter how you look at it. Good fortune truly comes in pairs. Forget it, no matter how unlucky it is, with Wen Xianwu as a foundation, it shouldn't be too bad. Lin Chen comforted himself. The simulation continues. While you were in the Red Blood Demon Sex branch, you decided to remain silent for a while in order to take your sister, Lin Xueqing, away. A day later, while immersed in cultivation, you encountered a dozen demon sect disciples who barged in. They forced you to hand over the Blood Demon Heart Codex and submit to Master Chu. You decided to kick them out because they disturbed your sister's rest. During the fight, because the opponent was too weak, you accidentally killed 3 people. This incident alarmed the branch's higher-ups, who ordered you to be arrested and interrogated. In desperation, you decided to take a risk and escape with your sister overnight. Your escape failed, and you were killed by the altar master Chu Shao. This simulation ends. What? Seeing this, Lin Chen could no longer remain calm and quickly called a halt. System, use props, load the file card. I have to say that the results of this simulation surprised Lin Chen a little. I thought that with the rare personality of understanding 1,000 things after hearing one thing which is very suitable for cultivation, I could greatly improve my cultivation and learn powerful martial arts. Who would have thought that the simulation would end suddenly before it even started practicing? He accidentally killed a disciple of the demon sect who was looking for trouble, causing his plan to escape with his sister to be carried out ahead of schedule. As a result, he was killed by the leader of the sect, Chu Shao. Lin Chen really didn't expect this development. Ha, what a fate! At the same time, this simulation also made Lin Chen understand that there are always people better than you. As the leader of a branch temple of a 4-star sect, Chu Xiao's status is similar to that of the leaders of the various peaks of the Wanjian sect. His cultivation may not be as good as Lin Chen's master Xian Yangzi, but it is worse than the current Lin Chen. Lin Chen initially guessed that Chu Xiao's cultivation should be in the middle or late stage of Jindan. It is unlikely to reach the next major realm, the nascent soul realm. In order not to waste Yuan Xianwu's character and the precious 10,000 spirit stones, Lin Chen had to use the props again. Load card. Read the previous node, resimulate, and force extend life. Byte. The item load card was used successfully. Currently, there are 4 remaining load cards. Host, please select the file loading node. 1. When fighting against the demon sect disciples. 2nd, when I was escaping with my sister. These 2 choices are the key nodes that affect the direction of events in the simulation process just now. Once you read the file at this node and make different choices, the simulation process will change. I choose 1. After a little thought, Lin Chen chose. Accidentally killing a disciple of the demon sect is the root cause of the adverse consequences. Only by correcting the mistake at the source can we avoid future troubles. Good host. Successful file loading. Simulation continues. Because these demon sect disciples disturbed your sister's rest, you decided to drive them away. Knowing that accidentally killing someone would attract the attention of higher-ups, you were very careful. You successfully drove away the harassing demon sect disciples. Afterwards, you received Fong Cheng's invitation to a banquet and gladly went. You failed to notice the colorless and tasteless sleeping black powder in your food and were knocked unconscious. Stop, stop. Seeing this speechless simulation result, Lin Chen was in no mood to continue reading and stopped the system again. I am just a Jindan realm cultivator, but I was poisoned and fainted. Damn it! How could I be poisoned by Ah Chang? Sleeping crow powder turns out to be such a rare poison. Recalling the harmonious conversation he had with Fang Chen when they met before, Lin Chen became confused. According to his understanding, sleeping black powder is an extremely powerful medicine made from the roots of the sleeping black lotus. Although its grade is not as good as degeiming powder, it can make cultivators below the nascent soul stage lose their true essence within at least half an hour, and lose their mobility and defense. Fang Chang is a cultivator in the body refining realm, but he used such a powerful drug against Lin Chen. It was obvious that he had invested a lot of money and was trying his best to kill Lin Chen. Could it be that? Fang Chang. Lin Chen frowned. Then I recalled that my sister had deliberately lied to me, saying that the eye injury was caused by an old injury. Lin Chen began to realize that there was something else behind this matter. Host, do you want to use props? At this time, the system prompted. Yeah. Use another load card. Good host. Byte. The item load card was used successfully. Currently, there are 3 remaining load cards. Host, please select the file loading node. 1. When fighting against the demon sect disciples. 2nd, when I accepted Fang Chang's invitation to the banquet. As the simulation content changes, the file loading nodes also change accordingly. Pick 1. OK host, the simulation continues. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Chen made his choice and the simulation was about to continue running, Lin Chen stopped the system. Host, do you want to use other props? The system asked. No. Lin Chen shook his head. I want to pause this simulation first. There were only 3 loading cards left, and Lin Chen realized that his one-touch understanding personality gave him no advantage in dealing with conspiracies and dangers. Rather than allowing danger to occur, it is better to stop the simulation and eliminate known hidden dangers. I still remember that when I was simulating in Wanchuan Tower in Lingshan City, because of the interruption of the beautiful lady Lan Qing, the system prompted Lin Chen to pause the simulation first. After the pause is lifted, the system will automatically add Lan Qing to the simulation process because of her appearance. Good host. This simulation has been paused. Remaining number of pauses, 0, maximum duration of this pause, 24 hours. There are certain rules for suspension and it is not unlimited. Only 24 hours. That's fine, a whole day should be enough. Ignoring the system, Lin Chen began to sit cross-legged, practicing the Qianyang Ju silently, and quietly waiting for the simulated prompts to happen. A few hours later. Bang! Outside, there was a sound of banging on the door. Boom! The flimsy stone door was forcibly knocked open by a warrior in the Qi refining realm. Just as the simulation had predicted, a large group of demon sect disciples rushed in aggressively, and there seemed to be 2 words written on everyone's face, looking for trouble. This is the Blood Demon Heart Codex you requested. My sister needs to rest, please leave. Without waiting for the disciples to speak, Lin Chen threw a blood-red jade slip that recorded the martial arts techniques to the leader and calmly ordered them to leave. Although the Blood Demon Heart Codex is a very precious 3rd-level martial arts technique, most of the markets and black markets dare not buy it because the demon sect has expressly prohibited its dissemination. It is almost impossible to sell it in exchange for spirit stones. In addition, through the previous simulation of his cruel character, Lin Chen has already practiced this technique to perfection. To him, this jade slip of martial arts skills was equivalent to useless garbage. Instead of keeping it and taking up space, it is better to throw it to these disciples who are looking for trouble, so as to avoid trouble when fighting. The leading disciple held the blood-colored jade slip in his hand. After seeing that it was the Blood Demon Heart Cannon, he could not help but look at the people around him with a confused expression on his face. Is there anything else? Lin Chen looked at him. The disciple scratched his head subconsciously. No, no more. If you don't have anything else, just leave and don't disturb my sister's rest. Lin Chen said. Oh. Several people followed their instructions and walked out of the room silently. A moment later. Damn it! I was almost fooled by you. Unexpectedly, this group of disciples of the demon sect actually came back. The expressions on their faces were even more ferocious than when they came in. What? Do you have anything else to do? Lin Chen frowned. According to the simulation prompts, the purpose of this group of people is to help Chu Tiannan obtain the Blood Demon Heart Codex. Now that the Blood Demon Heart Codex has been given to them, why are they still looking for trouble? You little brat, don't think you'll be alright just by handing in the Blood Demon Heart Codex. How dare you snatch Master Chu's first prize? Now, you must immediately hand over those 10,000 spirit stones, tie your hands, and come with us to see Master Chu and apologize to him in person. Hearing the arrogant and threatening words from the leading disciple of the demon sect, Lin Chen frowned deeply. I couldn't help but shook my head. I'm afraid of causing trouble and disturbing Xueqing's rest, so I gave you the Blood Demon Heart Codex. I hope this matter can be resolved peacefully. I didn't expect that you wouldn't accept my toast and would have to drink the forfeit wine. In that case, I have no choice but to give you a simple beating. Having said that, Lin Chen stood up. He stretched his body, his muscles and bones shook, and immediately a sound like frying beans echoed from his body. Repair? You little bastard, you think you can fix it? Ugh! The leading disciple of the demon sect, seeing that Lin Chen was about to take action, couldn't help but show a look of disdain, sneered and wanted to mock him. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he was punched in the nose. The disciple of the demon sect covered his bleeding nose and screamed in pain. His nose bridge had been broken by Lin Chen. Lin Chen lowered his shoulders and elbows, concentrated his strength in his fists, and spread out his figure, moving back and forth in the crowd, punching one after another accurately and without error, hitting everyone's nose. After a few breaths. Like the leading disciple, everyone covered their bleeding noses and howled in pain. In order to prevent himself from being too harsh, Lin Chen did not use his true energy. He suppressed his realm to the body refining realm and only used the most basic physical strength to fight the enemy. But despite this, with the help of the powerful consciousness of a Jindan realm cultivator, Lin Chen anticipated the enemy's moves and moved with incredible speed. It was like an adult beating a dozen babies. These disciples of the demon sect didn't even see the shadow of Lin Chen's fist before their noses were broken. Stop hitting me. Boy, no, senior brother Lin, I know I'm wrong, please stop hitting me. Seeing that Lin Chen had broken everyone's nose, he had no intention of stopping and started beating everyone until they cried for their parents. The demon sect disciple who was in the lead was so scared that he quickly begged for mercy. Do you know you're wrong? Okay, then I won't embarrass you. Everyone, hand over the spirit stones you have. I'll treat it as my hard work fee for punishing you. Lin Chen stopped beating people, looked down at the group of demon sect disciples, and said lightly. This group of demon sect disciples looked at each other, feeling extremely angry. It was clearly you who beat us. It would have been fine if you didn't compensate us for our medicine, but you actually asked us for hardship pay? Is there still law? Is there still law? Brother, this is 200 spirit stones. Thank you for your hard work. The leading disciple of the demon sect handed a small bag of spirit stones to Lin Chen, gritted his teeth, and said in an extremely humiliating tone. As the saying goes, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. Only those who can bend and stretch can be called a real man. The leading disciple of the demon sect comforted himself in his heart. When others saw this, they could only sigh helplessly and followed suit. That's all. After a while, the hardship fee was collected. Lin Chen obtained a total of 721 spirit stones. The quantity is pitifully small. You guys are really poor. Can't you make money by following Master Chu? Lin Chen was not satisfied with the proceeds. He couldn't help but complain while looking through everyone's Qiankuan bags. More than a dozen disciples of the demon sect put on smiles, cursing Lin Chen in their hearts for being greedy, but they dared not speak out. What's going on? You don't even have a Qiankuan bag? At this time, a disciple caught Lin Chen's attention. This person didn't even have a Qiankuan bag, and only had 3 spirit stones in an ordinary purse. Moreover, this disciple looked pale and thin, as if he was malnourished. Yes, senior brother Lin, I'm so poor. Please have some mercy on me and don't rob me. No, don't charge me any hard work fees. The disciple covered his still bleeding nose and pleaded in a miserable crying voice. How pitiful. Lin Chen sighed softly. Then, he took away the only 3 spirit stones in the purse and handed the purse back to the disciple. Since you are so pitiful, I will return the purse to you. I hope you can use the Qiankuan bag as soon as possible and replace this purse. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and encouraged him. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. Lin Chen will not reduce the punishment on the other person just because he is pitiful. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't even let go of his only 3 spirit stones, the disciple almost fainted from anger. But he still had to put on a smile. Thank you very much, senior brother Lin. Senior brother, can we leave now? The leading disciple looked at Lin Chen with a bitter face. Lin Chen nodded, of course, please go ahead. Upon hearing this, the disciples felt as if they had been pardoned. They turned around and ran away from this dangerous place at the speed of light. Because they fled in such a hurry, the group of people rushed forward and almost broke down the door of the stone house. Lin Chen, you brat, just wait for me. Master Chu will never let you go if he finds out what happened today. After the group of people walked away, Lin Chen vaguely heard their threatening words. Of course, this was also within Lin Chen's expectations. Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't care. After dealing with this group of Chu Tiannan's men, the first key note in the simulation was successfully passed. Next comes the second key point, Fong Cheng's invitation to the banquet. In order to find out the truth, Lin Chen decided to sit tight and see what tricks Fong Cheng could come up with. Just then, elder brother Lin Xueqing woke up on the stone bed. Xueqing, I'm here. Lin Chen quickly stood up and walked to his sister's side. How was it? Did you have a good rest? Some bad guys came just now and disturbed you. I've already chased them away. Hearing Lin Chen's caring words, Lin Xueqing felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She smiled calmly, stretched out her fair little hand, groped and gently grasped Lin Chen's palm. I rested well. Brother, to be honest, I haven't slept as soundly as I did today in a long time. Really? Xueqing, tell me, have you been in fear for the past 5 years because someone threatened you and hurt you every day? Lin Chen looked at his sister's lifeless eyes and asked in a deep voice. No. No way. Brother, no, I have lived very well in the past 5 years. Lin Xueqing swallowed subconsciously, cold sweat oozing from her palms. Xueqing, Fong Cheng invited me to dinner later. Do you think I should go or don't go? Before Lin Chen could finish his probing words, Lin Xueqing subconsciously used her fingers to tightly grasp Lin Chen and hurriedly stopped him. Oh? Lin Chen gradually understood the truth of the matter, and his expression began to become serious. Why not go? Fong Cheng is our partner who escaped death together with us. Would he harm us? No, brother, he. Xueqing, the strength you used to grab me just now was too weak. You haven't even set foot on the path of cultivation. This strength is even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Because I've been on an undercover mission, the demon sect has promised to give you a blood pill every week for the past 5 years. Blood pills are extremely effective, significantly increasing qi in blood, and helping one reach the body refining realm. If you've consumed every single one of these blood pills over the past 5 years, how could your strength be so low? Brother, this matter, Okay, Xueqing, I don't need to ask any more questions. Now, I'm going to ask you one last question, and you must tell me the truth. How did you become blind? The questioning continues here. Tears rolled down Lin Xueqing's eyes. She knew that she could no longer hide it. Elder brother. It's okay, Xueqing, just tell me everything. No matter what happens, I will definitely take care of it for you. Lin Chen looked at his sister, his voice gentle but firm. Her inner defenses were gone, and in an instant, the nightmare-like memories of the insults and beatings she had experienced over the past 5 years emerged in Lin Xueqing's mind. She did not hide it anymore, and told Lin Chen all the truth as if she was confiding in him. It turned out that Feng Chang's true nature had been revealed since Lin Chen left. Not only did he take away Lin Xueqing's weekly share of blood pills, he also ordered Lin Momo to bring a group of female servant disciples to bully her from time to time. One day in the second year after Lin Chen left, Lin Xueqing got up late because she was beaten the day before and was covered in wounds. She was unable to collect the blood pill for that week in time. The angry Lin Momo brought a group of errant disciples and used this as an excuse to beat Lin Xueqing up. It was at that time that Lin Xueqing suffered serious eye injuries. The old injuries plus the new ones caused her to be in a coma for 3 whole days. When she woke up again, the world in her eyes was shrouded in darkness and she could no longer see anything. Click. Hearing this, Lin Chen could no longer bear it and clenched his fingers. At this moment, he felt extremely guilty. Although the cause of all this was the Red Blood Demon sect, his failure to judge people and see through Feng Chang's ugly face was also an important reason for the current situation. Brother, everything is over. Now that you are back with me, I am really so happy. After telling the truth, Lin Xueqing felt much better. She gently held Lin Chen's hand, staring straight ahead with lifeless eyes, and her gaze became calm. Lin Chen nodded. Everything is over. From today on, no one can bully my sister anymore. And those murderers who hurt his sister, Lin Chen will make them pay the price they deserve. Brother, Feng Chang and Lin Momo are very bad people. I seem to have heard that Feng Chang is very close to a big shot named Mr. Chu. Let's not have anything to do with them in the future, right? Lin Xueqing said with a worried look on her face. She was not aware of Lin Chen's current level of cultivation, and Lin Chen also understood that she said this because she did not want to put herself in danger. Well, don't worry, Xueqing. After today, no one will have anything to do with Feng Chang anymore. A murderous look flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Outside the door, there were footsteps. A young errant disciple wearing a square hat walked into the room. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Feng Chang asked me to pass on a message, inviting you to a banquet. As predicted, the second critical node of the simulation has begun to occur. Okay, lead the way. Lin Chen did not refuse. To be on the safe side, he also decided to bring Lin Xueqing with him to prevent unknown accidents. You must know that the system simulation that Lin Chen possesses is not omniscient and omnipotent. It is just one of the many possibilities for the future, deduced with Lin Chen as the center. Lin Chen was not 100% sure of the reality, especially the fate of the people involved other than Lin Chen. Therefore, the safest way is to keep my sister by my side and control everything myself. As a cultivator in the Jindan realm, although he cannot walk sideways in this branch of the demon sect, it is enough to deal with most dangerous situations. Except for a few high-ranking members of the sect, elders, Altar Master Chu Xiao and a few others, Lin Chen is confident that he will win when facing ordinary disciples. Brother, do you really want to go? Lin Xueqing hesitated. Yes, we must go. Go and make peace with them, so that we can feel at ease. Lin Chen said. Oh well. Lin Xueqing didn't understand what Lin Chen meant by break up, and thought it was just a simple conversation to break up the friendship. She got up from the bed and stood beside Lin Chen. Ha! Weird, brother, why do I feel a lot lighter? After stretching her body, Lin Xueqing realized that not only were all her injuries gone, but she also felt an unprecedented vitality surging in her body. It seems like you had a good rest yesterday. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen did not tell his sister that the pill he fed her yesterday was a fairy-grade strengthening pill personally refined by his master Xian Yangzi. Pills are divided into 9 levels from low to high, and each level is divided into 5 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and immortal grade. Among them, the lower, middle and upper grades are obtained through ordinary alchemy. The best and immortal products are rare products obtained by chance. An alchemist, no matter how high his rank is, even if he is the legendary 9th rank alchemist, can only increase the probability of refining top-grade and immortal-grade elixirs, but cannot guarantee that these 2 grades of elixirs can be refined 100%. Especially the Immortal pills, even the lowest level first-grade Immortal pills, each one is a rare product and extremely precious. This first-grade Immortal-grade strengthening pill was specially given to Lin Chen by Xin Yangzi when he broke through the 8th level of the body refining realm in the 3rd year of his enlightenment. Lin Chen originally planned to take it himself, but considering that his cultivation level would soon break through to the qi refining stage, he knew that the pill was very precious, so he was reluctant to eat it. Last night, Lin Chen fed the pill to his sister and used his true energy to help her dissolve the medicinal power. At this moment, the effect of this pill has begun to show. The strengthening pill strengthens bones and tendons and enhances physical fitness. Although it is only effective for cultivators in the body refining realm, it is the best pill that can be taken at this level. Following behind this errant disciple, Lin Chen walked slowly with his sister. Along the way, many people looked at Lin Chen strangely, avoiding him as if he were the plague god. Lin Chen knew that the robbery of Chu Tiannan's men had a significant impact and was probably already spread throughout the branch temple. However, Lin Chen didn't care. A moment later, under the guidance of the errant disciple, Lin Chen came to the dining hall of the branch altar. Lin Momo and many male and female servants who worked with them also gathered here. Master Chen, today's table is specially prepared to welcome you. Do you think it's satisfactory? Fang Chang had an honest smile on his face and asked Lin Chen respectfully. Lin Chen stared at him deeply. Remember this honest smile. This smile made him live 2 lives but accidentally misjudge it. Satisfy. Lin Chen sneered, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Arranging so many people to gather here saves a lot of trouble. I couldn't be more satisfied. As long as young Master Chen is satisfied, come, let me toast you first. Fang Chang did not hear the real meaning of Lin Chen's words. He just wanted Lin Chen to drink the wine in the glass as soon as possible, so he raised his glass to toast him. Lin Chen picked up the wine glass, but did not drink it. He turned slightly and his eyes fell on Lin Momo, who was smiling beside him. Fang Chang, I see you and this Lin Momo seem to be on good terms. What's your relationship? Master Chen, to be honest, Momo and I are in love and have already made a 3-life commitment. These are just trivial things I don't want to do. Today I'm mainly here to welcome you. Come, I'll toast you. Fang Chang spoke casually, just wanting to persuade Lin Chen to drink. So she's your fiancée? Lin Chen nodded, that's great. The words fell. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and the next second he appeared in front of Lin Momo like a ghost. He gathered his energy into his fingers, and 2 balls of black energy appeared at his fingertips. He made a lightning-fast move and lightly touched Lin Momo's eyes. The power of the black jadine iron hand exploded, and Lin Momo's 2 eyes were immediately soaked in ink, rotting and weathering from the inside out. A sharp scream was heard, and Lin Momo covered her blind eyes and stepped back repeatedly, feeling extremely painful. Momo! Lin Chen, are you crazy? What have you done? Fang Chang came to his senses and hurried forward to support Lin Momo. After seeing her injuries clearly, his face changed drastically. He widened his eyes, glared at Lin Chen, and scolded him harshly. What did I do? Lin Chen returned to Lin Xueqing, sneered with his hands behind his back, I'm just collecting some interest first. You injured Xueqing's eyes, took away her blood pill, and abused her all day long. Now, I just destroyed this bitch's eyes, and you can't stand it? Hearing this, Fang Chang's face suddenly darkened. So, you already know everything? Yes, Xueqing has told me everything you've done in the past 5 years. Today, I will make every one of you pay the price you deserve. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Unlike when he faced Chu Tiannan's men before, Lin Chen at this moment did not care about the consequences of killing. The group of Chu Tiannan's subordinates had all reached the qi refining realm. They were outer disciples of the Red Blood Demon sect and were under the protection of the sect. However, the group of people in front of him were just menial disciples of the demon sect. In this world of cultivating immortals, even a righteous sect like the Wanjian sect would not care about the life and death of menial disciples, let alone a demonic sect like the Qishua demon sect. Just you? Arrogant. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Kill him. Fong Chang held the painful Lin Momo in his arms, glanced at all the errant disciples in the room, and gave a stern order. Normally, this group of menial disciples all followed Fong Chang's lead because they knew that Fong Chang had a high level of cultivation and was close to Master Chu. Now, after receiving Fong Chang's order, they immediately showed ferocious looks and rushed towards Lin Chen. Only. How can an ant shake a giant tree? A group of cultivators in the body refining realm actually dared to attack a core formation realm expert. They are truly ignorant and fearless. It is ridiculous. Lin Chen condensed his energy into his fingers, red lightning flashed at his fingertips, and he snapped his fingers. Instantly, lightning flashed through the room, weaving crimson lightning nets. Along with the flashes of lightning and fire, screams filled the air. After just 3 breaths. When Fong Chang came to his senses and looked carefully, he saw the room was full of charred corpses lying all over the place. The unpleasant smell of burning spread, and Fong Chang was so scared that his face turned pale and his heart was broken. Killing so many people in one strike, this method is too terrifying. It's your turn now. Lin Chen stared at Fong Chang, the murderous intent in his eyes undiminished. Brother Chang, what happened? Why is Lin Chen still alive? Tell me, what happened? The blind Lin Momo still didn't understand the situation. Just then, Fong Chang gritted his teeth, pushed Lin Momo in his arms towards Lin Chen, and then ran out of the door like a flash. Ah! Lin Momo screamed in panic, but the cry stopped abruptly halfway. Lin Chen casually slapped her in the lower abdomen with his palm, and the force shattered her internal organs. The palm force continued to penetrate the corpse, scraping towards Fong Chang who was trying to escape, and swept across his back. Puff! Click! Blood spurted out of Fong Chang's mouth. He fell down and broke the door, but he did not die. How is this possible? What is Lin Chen's cultivation level? Fong Chang was shocked. Because he had already realized that Lin Chen deliberately did not kill him. Leaving him alive is obviously a sign of torturing him. This fully demonstrates that Lin Chen has the power to crush him, and life or death is no longer up to him. What the hell is going on? Lin Chen has only been practicing for 5 years, how could his cultivation level be so high? Fong Chang struggled hard to get up. But Lin Chen hit his legs with a palm, breaking his leg bones. Fong Chang screamed, feeling a piercing pain in his legs. His leg bones had been shattered into powder by Lin Chen's palm power. The desire to survive made Fong Chang raise his hands and try to crawl out of the room. However, bang! Click! Lin Chen threw another punch, shattering Fong Chang's arms again. His hands and feet were disabled, and Fong Chang looked as pale as death. He already knew that he was finished today. At the same time, I felt great regret. If he had known this would happen, even if he had 100 times more courage, he would not dare to attack Lin Xueqing. Brother, you. Lin Xueqing, who was standing next to him, couldn't see anything, but she knew from a few words that something big had happened in the room. She looked nervous and a little worried. It's okay, Xueqing. I've already made a clean break between you and them. They can't bully anyone anymore. Lin Chen stared at Fong Chang and raised his right hand. At the fingertips, the true energy is flowing in and out. Just one strike is enough to send Fong Chang to his death. No. Master, Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Master, please forgive me for the good relationship we had before. Miss Xueqing, please, let Master Chen spare me. Fong Chang was crying and was unwilling to die like this. Lin Chen understood that this man had evil ambitions and he could never trust him again. So, he wanted to send Fong Chang away with one strike. Just then, through the open door of the room, a shout came from the dining hall opposite the door. Stop! Only in the dining hall. A large number of demon sect disciples have gathered here. Among this group of disciples, there was one who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, had a handsome appearance and outstanding temperament. It's Master Chu Tiannan. After learning that his men were being blackmailed, Chu Tiannan asked the secret sentries in the sect about Lin Chen's whereabouts and came here. He happened to see the door of the private room being kicked open and Lin Chen was about to kill Fang Chang. Turning his head and seeing Chu Tiannan, Fang Chang's face showed surprise. "Master Chu, Lin Chen wants to kill me, please, save me." Fang Chang began to beg for mercy from Chu Tiannan again. Chu Tiannan led his men closer. He looked at Fang Chang, then at Lin Chen who was protecting his sister behind him, and his brows subconsciously frowned. "Fang Chang, what is going on?" Chu Tiannan asked. "I'll tell you what's going on." Lin Chen spoke first. "Fang Chang was originally the son of my Lin family's head servant. He unexpectedly entered the sect with my sister and me. I was sent on a mission, so I entrusted him to take care of my sister. I didn't expect this man to be kind-looking but cruel. Not only did he take away my sister's share of the blood pill, he also sent people to beat her up, causing her to go blind. Mr. Chu, you are also a person of status, so why not speak a fair word? As a brother, should I avenge my sister? Should I kill Fang Chang?" Lin Chen looked directly at Chu Tiannan and spoke word by word. "I see." Chu Tiannan understood and glanced at the abandoned Fang Chang with disgust in his eyes. Obviously, like Lin Chen, he was deceived by Fang Chang's honest appearance and thought that Fang Chang was a loyal and honest person worthy of training. "He deserves to be killed." Chu Tiannan said affirmatively. "Master Chu? Please spare my life, Master." This is just Lin Chen's one-sided statement. It is not credible. I am loyal to Master Chu. Please don't listen to what I say. Fang Chang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and kept begging for mercy. He. Chu Tiannan smiled and shook his head. "Fang Chang, this Mr. Lin Chen has a strong aura. With his strength, there is actually no need to waste words to explain to me. Besides, it's true that the girl next to him is blind. Isn't it obvious what the truth of this matter is?" When Fang Chang heard these words, he felt a chill in his heart. "But..." Chu Tiannan looked at Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, you can't kill him." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and his gaze turned cold. "Why, now that you know the truth, you still want to stand up for him?" "No, you misunderstood. Chu Tiannan, will not stand up for someone like this who bullies his master with his own evil ambitions. You can't kill him because he's now an outer disciple. He passed the assessment a few days ago, and his identity token has been made, but it hasn't been handed over to him yet. Lin Chen, according to the sect's rules, all outer disciples are protected, and neither you nor I can violate it." Chu Tiannan explained patiently. "Is that so?" Lin Chen's face darkened. Through previous simulations, he already knew that killing outer disciples would indeed have serious consequences. The Red Blood Demon sect had been able to exist for so many years, so it was impossible for it to be lawless. Its rules were even stricter than those of the 10,000 Sword sect. Lin Chen didn't expect that Fang Chang actually passed the outer disciple assessment and was protected. Although Lin Chen has now crippled him, this is not enough to comfort the pain Lin Xueqing is suffering. Lin Chen just wants Fang Chang to die. Ha ha. I'm an outer disciple now. That's great, thank you, Master Chu. Fang Chang looked surprised and extremely happy. Looking at Fang Chang's smug look, Lin Chen's face darkened. However, he did not act rashly, even though his cultivation was far superior to Fang Chang's. Lin Chen is a calm person. Through simulation, he already knows that killing outer disciples will have serious consequences. Under such circumstances, if he still acts rashly because of a momentary impulse, wouldn't he be a brainless, reckless man? Not to mention, he is not alone now. After finally being reunited with his sister, Lin Chen would never let his sister be in danger because of a momentary anger. As for Fang Chang's life, he's already a cripple. With his level of cultivation, even if he's cured, it'll take quite a while. During this period, it is normal for any accidents to happen. Lin Chen secretly calculated and began to plan how to kill Fang Chen quietly. Just as mentioned in the simulation, Fang Chen used sleeping crow powder to deal with Lin Chen. Doesn't Fong Cheng fear the sect rules? Obviously, although the sect's rules are strict, it is not an institution like the 6 gates of the government office. When a person is dead, he is dead. It would be best if the cause could be found out. If not, the sect will not bother to investigate further. Now that things have come to this, Fong Cheng is under the protection of the sect, so Lin Chen naturally has to use some underhanded means to create an accident. And just at this moment, this Fong Cheng is such a despicable person. I appreciated him in the beginning, how disappointing. It would be better. Looking up at Lin Chen, who was about to leave in the distance, Chu Tiannan hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, "Mr. Lin." Seeing that he couldn't kill Fong Cheng in public, Lin Chen felt that there was no point in staying here and was about to leave with his sister. Hearing Chu Tiannan calling him, he turned to look at Chu Tiannan, waiting for him to continue speaking. "Brother Lin, you don't know. Although the sect protects outer disciples, it also has regulations that can be used to deal with special situations. If 2 outer disciples develop an irreconcilable conflict and become mortal enemies, one can initiate a duel on the life and death stage to determine their fate. Fong Cheng injured your sister's eyes, which meets the criteria of a life and death feud. Therefore, you can challenge him to a life and death duel that cannot be refused. Chu Tiannan is worthy of being the son of the sect master. He grew up in the sect and is very familiar with the sect rules." "Is there such a thing?" Lin Chen opened his mouth in surprise. He nodded subconsciously and stared at Fong Cheng, who had a disabled limb. "That's really great." Fong Cheng, who was standing next to him, was so scared that he almost cried when he heard what Chu Tiannan said. The smug look on his face completely faded, and he turned back to his previous look of fear and said, "Master Chu? Master Chu, please don't. I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Chu Tiannan curled his lips, looking innocent. "This is your own business, it has nothing to do with me. I am just reminding Master Lin a few words out of fairness. But, Master Chu, I am already a useless person." "Fong Cheng, stop talking nonsense. A disabled person is not dead. I formally challenge you to a duel," Lin Chen said bluntly. This is not fair." Fong Cheng wanted to cry but had no tears. In this way, a life and death duel was decided. Fair? Is there any absolute fairness in this world? The duel time is set for 2 hours later. The location was set on the left side of the Stone Temple Square, on a stage of life and death. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Chen took Lin Xueqing directly to the life and death stage. Fong Cheng could only hire 2 menial disciples to carry him to the internal clinic for treatment. After some treatment, not much improvement. Although Lin Chen's attack was not fatal in order to torture Fong Cheng, one was a powerful Jindan realm expert, and the other had just entered the qi refining stage. The gap in strength is too great. Fong Cheng was able to survive purely because of Lin Chen's good control. He wanted to stand up like a normal person, but it was obviously impossible. Fong Cheng was alone on the bed in the clinic, with a gloomy face. He used his barely usable arm to hold the Qiankuan bag and took out a pitch-black pill from it. Looking at the pill, Fong Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. "A bunch of damned bastards. I didn't expect Chu Tiannan would want to harm me too. Since you all want me dead, I'll drag you down with me to be buried with me." This black pill was found by him on the black market in his early years. It was called the blood corpse pill. It is said that after taking it, one can turn himself into an invulnerable blood corpse, which is extremely vicious. Now, Fong Chengqing knew that he had no other options, so he prepared to resort to this method of mutual destruction. "Brother, are you really going to duel with Fong Cheng? Fong Cheng's limbs are already disabled, otherwise." Sitting on the bluestone steps next to the life and death stage, Lin Xueqing leaned against Lin Chen, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Lin Chen glanced at his sister and smiled gently. He knew that his sister was kind by nature and young, and even though she had suffered a lot, she still had a forgiving heart. The world of cultivating immortals is extremely dangerous. Lin Chen believes that his sister will understand some truths as she grows up. Shueqing, it's not wrong for you to have this idea. But you have to know that some people won't remember your kindness just because you treat them well. To deal with someone as hopeless as Fong Chang, we must eradicate him completely, otherwise, only further trouble will follow. What's more, Fong Chang caused you to go blind and sent people to torture you. This is totally unforgivable. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Lin Shueqing seemed to understand something. Finally, she nodded, I understand, brother. I won't say such naive words again in the future. Hearing this, Lin Chen patted his sister's head and smiled. Then, close your eyes, concentrate, and start communicating with the system. At this point, in Lin Chen's opinion, Fong Chang was doomed to die. The second note of the simulation was also passed smoothly. You can continue now. The pause is over. Simulation continues. You are about to face a life and death duel with Fong Chang. 2 hours later, the duel ends. You receive an invitation from Chu Tianan to travel together to Hungyun Mountain, 200 miles away, to excavate a newly discovered spiritual stone vein. You declined the invitation and devoted yourself to hard training within the Red Blood Demon sect. Half a year later, under Jiankong's guidance, you gained some insights into the way of the sword. 2 years later, through further understanding of the way of the sword, you created a new martial art and named it Red Thunder Sword Sutra, which is approximately at the upper level of human level. 3 years later, your cultivation reached the second level of the core formation realm. At the same time, under Jiankong's guidance, your understanding of the way of the sword deepened, and the Scarlet Thunder Sword scripture was perfected, reaching the lower spiritual level. 3 years and 2 months later. By chance, you defeated the altar mastering Zhengming and escaped from the Red Blood Demon sect with your sister Lin Shueqing. You returned to the 10,000 Swords sect and, under the guidance of your master Xian Yangzi and Jiankong, you practiced in seclusion. 5 years later, you passed the sword-asking trial and entered the sect's blessed land, the Hidden Sword Valley. Your understanding of the way of the sword deepened, and the Red Thunder Sword scriptures rank rose to mid-level spiritual grade. 8 years later. After comprehending the lower-grade spiritual level martial art Song Yen Sword Sutra in Songjian Valley, you gained insights and further refined your swordsmanship, creating the lower-grade earth-level martial art De Lei Hua Sword Art. 9 years later, your cultivation level will be elevated to the third level of the core formation realm. 10 years later, nothing happened. Reminder, the time limit has been reached. This simulation ends. Optional reward 1, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience at the end of the simulation. Optional reward 2, gas card. In this way, the simulation went smoothly to the end. Obviously, one must understand 1,000 things after hearing them once, and only after entering the stage of cultivation can one avoid the adverse effects brought about by a misfortune in one's fate. However, looking at everything that happened during this simulation, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. With his excellent character of being able to understand everything he hears, his cultivation level has been raised by 2 small realms, and he has comprehended a large number of powerful martial arts. There is naturally nothing to say about this. What Lin Chen cares about is the small part at the beginning of the simulation. He found that many key details were not shown for some reason. First, the showdown with Fong Chang. The simulation simply indicated that the duel was over. Was Fong Chang actually dead or alive? Unknown. Next is Chu Tianan. He had rejected Chu Tiannan's invitation. What happened after that? Why didn't Chu Tianan come to him again? The last thing is what makes Lin Chen most puzzled. Who the hell is the forum owner in Zhengming? The forum owner should be called Chu Xiao. Many questions lingered in Lin Chen's mind, making him want to find out the answers. The simulation has ended. Please select your reward as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded at the right time, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. Oh. Pick one. One option is high rewards for cultivation and martial arts, and the other is a rubbish gas card. The choice is obvious. Moreover, at first glance, the second option does not seem necessary. But After reaching the Jindan realm, the system reminded Lin Chen that in each normal simulation, the prize pool of the second option props would increase, and there might be some rare props that could not be drawn with 10 gas cards. Only if you are lucky will you come across it randomly. Reward distribution begins. As the prompt sounded, Lin Chen's face changed instantly. His whole body was wrapped in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his eyes were wide open, his face was flushed, and veins on his forehead were bulging. Obviously, this process is not only uncomfortable, but also very painful. In the Dantian, in the Qi, the Xiantian Shudan surrounded by 30 black and white sword energies gradually became solid under the torrent of spiritual energy. In the Danjia realm, the first 3 levels are the early stage, when the innate virtual elixir is formed in the Dantian. The middle 3 levels are the middle stage, when the virtual elixir in the Dantian condenses into a real elixir. The last 3 levels are the late stage, when the real elixir in the Dantian condenses into a golden elixir. At this moment, through simulation, Lin Chen's cultivation level broke through 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of Jindan, and he has begun to touch the threshold of Xiantian solid pill. Due to the improvement of his realm, Lin Chen's true essence and explosive power have been greatly improved compared to before. As the realm is elevated, memories related to martial arts are also infused. This is also the main reason for Lin Chen's pain. For an ordinary person, the brain cannot bear the extra martial arts memories of nearly 10 years. There is a high probability that he will become an idiot or a mentally disturbed lunatic. Fortunately, Lin Chen's cultivation had broken through the Jindan realm, his spiritual awareness was powerful, and he was blessed with the treasure Liang Yizhenwu sword in his Dantian. After a few breaths, he integrated this memory, and a flow of flying sword energy began to surround his body, and his aura became more and more powerful. "Hey, little friend Lin Chen, why is your aura?" Jin Kong's puzzled voice echoed in his ears. Jin Kong felt an unparalleled sharp sword state from Lin Chen, which showed that Lin Chen's comprehension of the sword was improving at an incredible speed. "Master Kong, I created a low-grade earth-level martial art, the Great Thunder and Fire Sword Technique?" Lin Chen kept practicing an extremely advanced yet familiar sword technique in his mind, and he deeply felt the extraordinary nature of his character of understanding 1,000 things after hearing one thing. You know, Earth-level martial arts have already surpassed the limits of a 4-star sect and are simply not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Lin Chen not only learned an Earth-level martial art, but he also created it on his own. Compared to learning martial arts passed down from others, creating one's own means that the proficiency has surpassed perfection, and that the attainment in this martial art has reached a height that others cannot reach. Incredible! It's incredible! Elder Kong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young friend Lin Chen, I never thought you were such a genius in the way of the sword. Please forgive my poor eyesight. I really didn't see that before. If you can continue to improve at this rate, I will soon be calling you young master. The Liang Yizhenwu sword is an ancient treasure. Only by being in perfect harmony with it can one control the sword spirit and make it recognize its master." Just like that, Lin Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, immersed in adapting his cultivation, martial arts, and body. Unconsciously. 2 hours passed. The area around the life and death stage was already surrounded by disciples. In the distance, Chu Tiannan's figure appeared, and Feng Chang was also carried over by several outer disciples. Now, Feng Chang stared at Lin Chen coldly, with a ferocious expression and murderous eyes. A stern look. "Shueqing, just wait for me for a moment," Lin Shan said to his sister beside him. "Well, brother, be careful." Lin Shueqing didn't say anything else, her expression was resolute. During these 2 hours, she had completely figured out what Lin Chen said to her. Over the past 5 years, every incident of bullying was etched in her mind. How could she naively forgive a culprit like Feng Chang? He must pay the price. Lin Chen said no more, jumped up and stood on the stage of life and death. Directly opposite, Feng Chang was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With his eyes narrowed, Lin Chen stared at Feng Chang deeply, feeling a little curious. In the simulation just now, it only said that the duel was over, but it did not explicitly indicate that Feng Chang was killed by him. Could it be that as a result of this duel, Feng Chang was not killed by him? Now that you're on this stage of life and death, no matter who comes today, you'll have to die. Killing intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes. After his cultivation level improved and he comprehended Earth-level martial arts, Lin Chen's confidence increased greatly. With his current strength, even if the leader Chu Xiao came, he might still have a chance of winning. Lin Chen, if you want to kill me, don't even think about it. Today, all of you will be buried with me. Fang Cheng knew that he could not escape death, so he was not afraid anymore. His eyes were filled with madness and his throat moved. Gulp! He swallowed the pitch-black pill hidden in his mouth in one gulp. Ha! Lin Chen was just about to take action when he saw this scene and his expression froze. He. After Fang Cheng took the blood corpse pill, his pupils turned red and he let out a beast-like roar. Then, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he fell to his knees in pain. Wow! Unable to bear it any longer, Fang Cheng spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Black blood. It's obvious that he was poisoned. You are suicide by taking poison? Lin Chen stared at Fang Cheng with a look of surprise. It shouldn't be. Looking at Fang Cheng's posture just now, it was obviously not like he was committing suicide. If Fang Cheng's limbs had not been disabled, Lin Chen would even think that Fang Cheng still wanted to stand up and fight. No. I'm not. While Fang Cheng felt very sad and wanted to explain anxiously, but he spat out a mouthful of black blood again. He curled up on the ground in pain, twitching constantly. Liar. I can't accept it. After saying the last sentence, Fang Cheng's head tilted, and he died completely in front of everyone. Turn out to be. The pill he had just taken and bought on the black market was not a blood corpse pill, but a useless pill that was highly poisonous. After taking the real blood corpse pill, the person will not die, but will remain conscious, become invulnerable to swords and guns, and have infinite strength. It will not be until 49 days later that the body will rot and turn into blood. Fang Cheng had a poor cultivation level and limited vision, and was deceived by a boss on the black market. He spent a huge amount of money to buy a poison pill, and thought he had picked up a treasure. In the end, he was poisoned to death. They thought it would be a one-sided bloody duel, but it ended so abruptly in this way. The onlookers cursed Fang Cheng for being spineless and not even being able to die peacefully, and left with their heads shaking. Lin Chen stared at Fang Cheng's body and nodded secretly, so that's how it is. No wonder Fang Cheng's life or death was not mentioned during the system simulation. It turns out that Fang Cheng committed suicide and it had nothing to do with Lin Chen. During system simulation, things that have nothing to do with Lin Chen will be automatically skipped. At this point, Fang Cheng's matter came to an end. Lin Chen returned to Lin Xueqing. Just then. Brother Lin, please stay. Chu Tiannan walked towards him. Brother Lin, I also bear some responsibility for Fang Cheng's affairs. To make up for it, I specially applied for a good sect mission. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested. Lin Chen raised his eyes and looked at Chu Tiannan. There was a strong expectation in Chu Tiannan's eyes, as if he really hoped that Lin Chen would agree to him. This should be the mission invitation mentioned during the simulation. I still remember that during the normal simulation just now, Chu Tiannan invited Lin Chen to complete a task of digging spirit stone veins. During the simulation, Lin Chen chose to refuse, and then he could practice with peace of mind in this underground stone city. Do you want to reject him? Lin Chen pondered secretly. If you choose to refuse, it is indeed a very safe choice. Then, just as the simulation predicted, if he stayed in Shiqing peacefully and practiced for 3 years, he would accidentally defeat the altar masterine Zhengming, who appeared out of nowhere and escaped safely with his sister. Brother Lin? How about it? Are you interested? Chu Tiannan couldn't wait to ask again. This task is very good. You can get a lot of points after completing it, which will be very beneficial for your future development in the sect. Chu Tiannan added in a persuasive tone. Mr. Chu, could you please tell me what the mission is? Lin Chen asked. This. Chu Tiannan hesitated. Looking around, he found that there were not many people around, so he stepped forward and said in a low voice, it's the task of escorting the prisoners. During the mission, in addition to us disciples, there will also be an elder in the Jindan realm accompanying us, so it will be absolutely safe. Oh? Escorting prisoners? After hearing Chu Tiannan's words, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and became suspicious. Very unexpected. The mission content is not to dig for spirit stone veins? For some reason, there was a slight deviation between reality and simulation. If that's the case, then after rejecting Chu Tiannan's invitation, can Lin Chen still practice safely in Stone City as simulated in the subsequent deductions? Will all subsequent events deviate and become different from the simulation? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Since Brother Lin can't make up his mind, why not do this? Chu Tiannan noticed Lin Chen's hesitation and suggested, Brother Lin, go back and think about it first. It won't be too late to give me an answer after you have thought it through. I'll be waiting for you at the main entrance of Stone City at noon tomorrow. After saying that, Chu Tiannan smiled and clasped his fists towards Lin Chen, then slowly left with his followers. After Chu Tiannan left. Brother! I heard the tone of this Mr. Chu's words, and he seemed very sincere. If you want to go on a mission with him, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me. I've lived here for so long and can take care of myself. Lin Xueqing said in a calm and strong tone. Now that Lin Momo, Feng Chang, and the group of people who bullied her have been eliminated, Lin Xueqing has let go of the burden in her heart and feels much more relaxed than before. Silly girl, how could I not worry about you? Don't worry, I won't leave your side easily unless I can ensure everything is safe. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xueqing's little face lovingly. The scar on his forehead and the lifeless eyes made Lin Chen feel that he owed his sister too much over the years. When Lin Xueqing heard Lin Chen say this, her cheeks flushed, and her little hands gently grasped the peace knot on her chest, feeling extremely warm inside. Let's go back first. Afterwards, under the leadership of Lin Chen, the brother and sister returned to their residence in the menial service area. In the room. System, let's do a simple simulation. As soon as Lin Chen came back, he couldn't wait to issue orders. The premise of the simulation is set to, take Xueqing and try to escape from the northern exit of Stone City. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. Take Lin Xueqing with you and head to the northern exit of Stone City. You are stopped by the guard in charge and decide to force your way in. The battle alarmed the branch altar's higher-ups, and you engaged in a fierce battle with the altar master, Chu Xiao, and 4 elders. After killing 3 elders, you were killed by the altar master Chu Xiao using the power of the sex formation. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, file loading card. After watching the simple simulation process, Lin Chen's expression became slightly solemn. This branch altar is the most important stronghold of the Red Blood Demon sect in the Beihua region. Not only are there many Jindan realm masters in the altar, but the sex formation is also of a very high level. Even though he had comprehended the earth-level martial art Great Thunder and Fire Sword technique, his current strength was still not enough to force his way in. System, change the prerequisites. Instead of taking the north exit, take the west exit instead. Lin Chen did not give up immediately, but tried again. As far as he knew, this branch altar had 5 small entrances and 1 main entrance. If the small entrance and exit on the north side doesn't work, try another one. Good host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed. Simple simulation begins. After killing 3 elders, you were killed by the altar master Chu Xiao using the power of the sex formation. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Then, Lin Chen tried every exit again until he was sure that he really couldn't escape, and then he had to give up. In desperation, he had to calm down and start practicing step by step. A few hours later, Lin Chen stopped practicing Qian Yang Juan slowly opened his eyes. I couldn't help but shook my head. Compared with system simulation, the improvement speed of practicing step by step is too slow. Do I really have to practice here honestly for 3 years? It's not that he can't be patient, he's just worried that something bad will happen in these 3 years that he can't predict. He already knew that system simulation was not omniscient and omnipotent, and many details could not be displayed. Moreover, if he did nothing but stay in this stone city to practice, he would not be able to obtain spirit stones. Without spirit stones, it is impossible to improve through simulation. Lin Shen couldn't help but start to consider whether or not to accept Chu Tiannan's mission invitation. By completing sect missions, you can earn spirit stones, increase your points, and thus improve your status in the sect. Ha! At this moment, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea. If I remember correctly, if you accumulate enough points by completing tasks, you can apply to be transferred to the main altar. As a 4-star sect, the Red Blood Demon sect pays great attention to talent cultivation. For disciples who perform well in each branch temple, the demon sect is willing to provide them with the opportunity to enter the main temple for further study. If I can enter the main altar, Xueqing can also go with me. When the time comes, I can take Xueqing and escape halfway to the headquarters. Wouldn't that be easy? When he thought of this, Lin Shen's eyes brightened. As long as he could take his sister away from the branch temple, without the sect's formation getting in the way, escaping would become much easier with his Jindan realm cultivation. Just when Lin Shen had thought of a countermeasure. Outside the stone gate, there was a sound of footsteps. Hello, Master Lin. I am Xiaolian, Master Chu's personal maid. I, under the order of Master Chu, am here to change your living quarters for you and Miss Xueqing. Only a very clear female voice was heard outside the door. When the stone door was opened, a pretty woman in pink clothes was seen standing outside. The woman bowed respectfully to Lin Shen and said, Master Lin, Master Chu is worried that you might refuse his invitation out of concern for your sister's safety, so he ordered this servant to come and change accommodations for you and Miss Xueqing. Lin Shen nodded. But I was a little worried in my heart. He didn't quite understand why Chu Tiannan cared so much about him. Although Chu Tiannan is somewhat responsible for Fang Cheng's affairs, it is really just a little. Just to make up for it, he was so enthusiastic towards Lin Shen. No matter how you looked at it, this was a bit too much. This guy, could he have any other bad intentions towards me? Lin Shen suddenly recalled some twisted desires of some of the male compatriots he knew in his previous life. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my heart. Don't overthink it, it shouldn't be. Maybe there is some other reason. Lin Shen forced himself to erase that wrong speculation from his mind. Thank you very much. Lin Shen said to the maid Xiaolian. Considering that the living conditions in this menial work area were indeed poor, Lin Shen accepted Chu Tiannan's kindness for the sake of his sister. Since there was not much luggage to pack, Lin Shen and Lin Xueqing, brother and sister, left their residence in the menial area directly under the guidance of their maid Xiaolian. Travel all the way. Soon, they arrived at a core residential area near the main hall in the Stone City. The residences here are all independent small temples. Jade steps, glazed bricks and tiles, carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions and rockery. Compared with the menial work area, this place seems like another world. Welcome Mr. Chen, Miss Xueqing. As soon as they walked into the red-painted gate, more than a dozen uniformed female voices were heard. In the clean courtyard paved with neat bluestones, I saw a row of maids dressed similarly to Xiaolian standing in front of the main hall door, bowing to Lin Shen and Lin Xueqing. This is... Lin Shen looked at Xiaolian with a puzzled expression. These maids were arranged by Master Chu to serve you and Miss Xueqing. Xiaolian explained with a smile. Lin Shen smacked his lips. It's not that he hasn't seen this kind of scene before. Needless to say, there are things I have seen on TV and in movies in my previous life. Just talking about when he was in the Wanjian sect and went down the mountain to travel, he had also witnessed the luxurious style of the wealthy families in the city in this world. He just couldn't understand it now. Could things in this branch of the Red Blood Demon sect be so corrupt? Just as the guiding disciple mentioned before, it seems that this Mr. Chu Tiannan is really of some importance. Under Xiaolian's arrangement, Lin Shen and Lin Xueqing settled down. The residence also has dedicated servants to provide food, so when living here, you don't have to go out to the dining hall to eat. Sir, this house and the servants are all given to you by Master Chu to make up for the harm Fong Cheng caused to Miss Xuecheng. As for the invitation, Master Chu doesn't force it. He respects your choice. After Xiaolian finished her instructions, she bowed respectfully and turned to leave under Lin Chen's gaze. Well. Lin Chen glanced at the luxurious decoration in the house, then looked at the maid who was serving his sister food not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. Obviously. The gift Chu Tiannan gave was a bit big, which made Lin Chen feel like he owed him a favor. You know, owing a favor to a disciple of the demon sect is not a good thing. Lin Chen was very clear about where he stood, so he was a little worried in his heart. May I have your name? Lin Chen asked as he walked over to the maid who was serving his sister food. My lord, my name is Nianxia. Although the maid's voice was soft, her words were clear and audible, and it was obvious that she had considerable cultivation. Lin Chen used his spiritual sense to detect this woman and found that her cultivation level was about the 6th level of qi refining, which was comparable to the inner disciples of the ordinary peaks of the Wanjin sect. Please rest assured, sir. We will do our best to take care of Miss Xuecheng. Nianxia has obviously received rigorous training. She is intelligent and efficient, and her work is simply impeccable. Lin Chen originally wanted to say something to give a reminder, but seeing that Nianxia was so professional, he really had nothing to advise, so he had to shut up. Brother, don't blame me for being nosy. I think that since things have come to this, you should go meet Mr. Chu tomorrow. Even if you don't accept his invitation, you should meet him and talk it out. Lin Xuecheng said. That's right. You should be grateful for what you have received from others. Xuecheng, you are both grateful for what you have received from others, so you must speak up for them, right? Lin Chen joked. No way? I didn't. Lin Xuecheng blushed and quickly argued. Brother, your old habit is back again. You start bullying me again, she pouted. I still remember when Lin Xuecheng was little. Life was peaceful then, and Lin Chen was bored and always loved to tease her. If he teased her too much, she would cry and complain to her parents. Now that many years have passed, Lin Xuecheng obviously has not forgotten that time. Okay, it's my fault. I won't bother you anymore. Xuecheng, I will meet Chu Tiannan tomorrow and ask him about the mission in detail. Just stay here and tell Miss Nianxia if you need anything. Wait for me to come back. Lin Chen said seriously. Well, don't worry, brother. I'll be fine. You have to be careful when you are outside. Lin Xuecheng gently grabbed Lin Chen's hand and reminded him. The next day. Chen time. As agreed, Lin Chen arrived near the main entrance and exit of Shicheng. From a distance, Chu Tiannan was seen with many disciples of the demon sect. And a prison van parked next to them. The prison van was completely sealed with iron plates, with only a small window on the side for ventilation. Obviously, this should be the mission target that Chu Tiannan mentioned and needed to be escorted. Mr. Chu. Lin Chen walked over. Oh, it's Brother Lin. Chu Tiannan smiled and stepped forward. Brother Lin, what do you think? Do you want to carry out this mission together? Lin Chen was about to answer. Just then. Sudden. He sensed a familiar breath. His spiritual sense followed the breath, and Lin Chen's gaze passed Chu Tiannan and fell on the prison car behind him. Through the small window, 1 foot square, on the iron plate of the prison van, Lin Chen clearly saw a pair of eyes open in the dark compartment. A pair of eyes that he felt extremely familiar with. In an instant, Lin Chen's pupils contracted. Mr. Chu, thank you for your invitation. I choose to accept your invitation and carry out this mission of escorting prisoners with you. Lin Chen made a decision. Good. Great. Chu Tiannan was very happy. Mr. Chu, since I have accepted the mission, can you please tell me the specific content of this mission? For example, the identity of the prisoner being escorted and where exactly he needs to be sent to. Lin Chen asked calmly. Well. Chu Tiannan was about to answer. Sudden. You're so long-winded. Why are you asking so many questions, young man? An old scolding voice suddenly sounded beside him. An old scolding voice sounded. I saw an old man in a black robe walking towards me with big strides. The collar of the old man's black robe was embroidered with blood gold flame patterns, which was the unique attire of the elders of the Red Blood Demon sect. This person is so strong. Lin Chen stared at the old man, his heart trembling. Lin Chen sensed an extremely powerful aura from the old man, and initially guessed that the old man's cultivation was much higher than his own. Don't blame me, Elder Han. I invited Brother Lin to participate in the mission. It's understandable that he wants to know the specific content of the mission. Chu Tiannan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Brother Lin, this is Elder Han Su from our sect. After a brief introduction, Chu Tiannan moved closer to Lin Chen and reminded him in a low voice, Elder Han is a great master in the late Jindan stage. With him accompanying us on this mission, it will be absolutely safe. Meet Elder Han. Lin Chen clasped his fists towards Han Su. But Han Su did not respond. He looked Lin Chen up and down with hostility, his expression still stern. Elder Han, you don't know that Brother Lin Chen Lin was the one who poisoned Xian Yangzi. Chu Tiannan continued to introduce. Han Su was a little surprised, so, he is the undercover? That's right. Chu Tiannan continued, Elder Han, you also know the goal of our mission. It is most appropriate for me to invite Brother Lin to come. Having said this, Han Su's expression finally gradually relaxed. He looked Lin Chen up and down again and nodded, if that's the case, then it's indeed suitable. After saying that, Han Su walked to the prison van and opened the door casually. Inside the prison van, a young man bound by several black iron chains appeared. The young man had bronze skin, disheveled hair, and bloodstains all over his body. But despite suffering all kinds of torture, the expression on his face remained firm. Especially his eyes, sharp as a knife. The whole person is like a trapped ferocious beast, making ordinary people afraid to approach. Fourth senior brother. As soon as he saw this person, Lin Chen's fingers clenched involuntarily. It turned out that the resolute young man imprisoned in the prison van was Lin Chen's fellow disciple, Shen Jun. In accordance with the sect's orders, Shen Jun was in charge of the Feiyu City branch. Now, the Feiyu City branch was destroyed by Chu Tiannan and his men, and Shen Jun, as the leader, became a prisoner of the Red Blood Demon sect. Now, Lin Chen looked at Shen Jun from afar, and Shen Jun was also staring at Lin Chen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Traitor! After saying these two words coldly, Shen Jun condensed his true energy and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm like a flying arrow towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly dodged. The expression on his face was a little unnatural. Shen Jun has a cold exterior but a warm heart, and he cares a lot about his junior brother Lin Chen. Even after being sent to Feiyu City, Shen Jun would often ask people to bring gifts to Lin Chen. And now, he knew that Lin Chen had poisoned his master Xian Yangzi. He was shocked and wanted to cut Lin Chen into pieces. However, at the same time, Lin Chen also confirmed one thing. Shen Jun only heard that Lin Chen poisoned Xian Yangzi, but he didn't know the truth. Besides, seeing this, Demon Sect Elder Han Su's face turned cold. Humph, what a tough guy. He walked up to Shen Jun and said, after enduring so many days of punishment, you still have the strength. As he said that, he raised his hand and punched Shen Jun on the right cheek, causing Shen Jun to spit blood from his mouth. Push hard, haven't you eaten? Shen Jun remained unafraid and looked at Han Su provocatively. Do you really think that I dare not kill you? Han Su stretched out his old claws, grabbed Shen Juan's neck, and lifted him into the air. You, kill. Hurry up, do it, don't, make me, look down on you. Shen Juan's face flushed red and he had difficulty breathing, but he managed to squeeze out the provocative words from between his teeth. Humph, killing you would only make my hands dirty. Han Su sneered, put Shen Jun down, raised his hand and slapped him again, knocking him unconscious. Then, after closing the prison van door, Hansu came to Chu Tiannan and said, "Sir, it's getting late. It's time to set off." Chu Tiannan nodded and ordered everyone to set off. Lin Chen stood by and watched all this coldly, and did not act rashly because Chen Xinjun was beaten. After staring at Chu Tiannan deeply, Lin Chen felt more and more that this person was of great importance. Although he is a junior, he can make an elder like Hansu, who is in the late Jindan stage, treat him with respect. Lin Chen now seriously suspects that Chu Tiannan is most likely Chu Zhao's son. "Brother Lin, come, let's get in the car and talk." Under the guidance of Chu Tiannan, Lin Chen boarded a spacious carriage. This frame is pulled by 4 spiritual-level monsters, the ground-armored lizards. It is tall, luxurious, and very unusual. "Brother Lin, to be honest, the first time I saw you, I felt that I had a special affinity with you." After getting in the car, Chu Tiannan started talking a lot and chatted with Lin Chen about family matters. Lin Chen glanced at the closed carriage, then looked at Chu Tiannan, who had taken off his cloak because of the heat, and couldn't help frowning. The suspicion that something was wrong came back to me again. Facing Chu Tiannan, who kept talking about family matters, Lin Chen couldn't see anything unusual for the time being, and it was difficult to say anything else. He could only be on guard secretly. That's all. Led by Elder Hansu and accompanied by a dozen disciples, a gorgeous carriage and an iron prisoner car slowly left Lusha County and headed southeast. However, no one, including Elder Hansu, noticed it. At this moment, outside the city of Lusha County, a young girl was standing on a huge weathered rock nearly 20 feet high. The girl had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. She was wearing a fiery red dress and carrying a red ancient umbrella behind her. After discovering Chu Tiannan and his group's convoy, the girl's bright eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly lay down on the spot, watching intently. "Ah! The person escorting 4th junior brother is actually that old fellow named Hansu. Damn it! This old guy is too powerful. I can't beat him. What should I do? Hey, it's too late to call for help now, never mind. Let's just follow along first." After muttering for a while, the girl made a decision. Seeing the convoy going away, she stood up on tiptoe, then swayed her body and followed carefully. Because they had to escort the prison van, the group did not move very fast. After a day and a night, the caravan arrived near a high mountain 300 miles away from Lusha County. We're here. Brother Lin, we've reached our destination." Chu Tiannan lifted a corner of the car curtain and looked at the mountains not far away, his eyes showing excitement as he was eager to try. Are we there yet?" When Lin Chen heard this, he frowned. During this day and night, Chu Tiannan had already told Lin Chen the specific content of the task. They were escorting Chen Xinjun to Heishui City, 1,000 miles away. There, they will conduct a prisoner exchange with the Wanjian sect. Calculating the distance, we have only walked 300 miles and are still far from the destination. Why did Chu Tiannan say we have arrived? Brother Lin, to be honest, in addition to the mission of escorting prisoners this time, I also learned an important piece of news. Chu Tiannan lowered his voice and looked at Lin Chen mysteriously. "What news?" Lin Chen asked. "A spiritual stone vein has appeared near Hangyun Mountain, 300 miles away from Lusha County. Now we have arrived at the foot of Hangyun Mountain. I plan to go into Hangyun Mountain with Brother Lin to do some digging," Chu Tiannan said excitedly. After hearing Chu Tiannan's words, Lin Chen was stunned. Isn't this the task mentioned in the simulation before? From this point of view, the deviation between reality and simulation seems to have returned. Or there is no deviation at all. It's just that the content displayed by the simulation process is not detailed enough? Okay, Brother Chu, I'm willing to accompany you into the mountains. Lin Chen agreed. Anyway, we have now reached the foot of Hangyun Mountain. Lin Chen has a strong demand for spirit stones. If he can really dig up a large amount of spirit stone mines, it will undoubtedly be a great thing. Great. Chu Tiannan was very happy. We will set up camp here later. After nightfall, while everyone is eating, we will sneak into the mountains. Chu Tiannan said in a low voice. Why, Brother Chu doesn't plan to tell Elder Han about this? Lin Chen was puzzled. Of course we can't tell Elder Han. Chu Tianan said, if Elder Han knew about this, our plan to go into the mountains would definitely be ruined. He was entrusted by my father and would never allow us to run around. I see. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. In that case, everything will be arranged by Brother Chu. It is worth mentioning that at this moment, Lin Chen's way of addressing Chu Tianan has changed from Mr. Chu to Brother Chu. There's no way, Chu Tianan is too enthusiastic. He really wanted to be friends with Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart. Along the way, he not only told Lin Chen the truth about his identity as the son of the sect master, but also told Lin Chen many stories about his childhood. He had no reservations at all towards Lin Chen. Chu Tianan has lived in the greenhouse built by his father since he was a child. Although he seems to have no worries about food and clothing and is high and mighty, he has no friends around him. Therefore, he longed for freedom and longed to have a close friend with whom he could talk about anything. However, his idea was destined to be a luxury due to his father's imprisonment-like care. Until this year. He couldn't stand it and had a fierce quarrel with his father Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao relaxed his supervision on him slightly. Then, to now. He met Lin Chen, and he felt that he had met the right person, someone who could become his best friend. So, he opened his heart to Lin Chen and talked about everything. Everyone, let's stop here and rest for one night, and then continue our journey tomorrow. Chu Tianan got out of the car and stopped everyone as planned. Naturally, everyone had no objection to his request. So, we set up camp and built a campfire to cook. Elder Han Su, on the other hand, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, staying beside the prison van in case of any accidents. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. It's getting dark. Covered by dark clouds, the towering Hangyun mountain looks like a prehistoric giant beast, overlooking the tiny creatures beneath its feet. Brother Chu, I'm afraid it's not possible to just leave like this. Lin Chen grabbed Chu Tianan and reminded him in a low voice. Through simple simulation, he already knew the next result. There was no way to escape the surveillance of Han Su, who was in the late Jindan stage. Not really? There are so many people here, and only 2 of us are missing. Would Elder Han notice it? Chu Tianan was a little skeptical. Please believe me, Brother Chu. To be honest, I am also at the Jindan stage. I understand the strength of this realm. Lin Chen condensed his true energy at his fingertips and showed it to Chu Tianan. There is nothing to hide about the strength of your own cultivation. As long as you take action, the other party will know. What's more, after getting to know him, Lin Chen discovered that although Chu Tianan was of noble status, behaved properly, and was very intelligent, he actually didn't have any scheming intentions. Seeing Lin Chen showing his cultivation level, Chu Tianan was surprised. It turns out that your cultivation level is so high, Brother Lin. Okay, I believe you. After saying that, he took out 2 pills from his Qiankuan bag. This is a 3rd grade, superior grade breath-resisting pill. After taking it, it can restrain your aura, making it undetectable. If you take this pill, Elder Han shouldn't be able to detect you, right? Chu Tianan said as he handed a pill to Lin Chen. A 3rd grade, top grade breath-containing pill? Lin Chen was shocked. This thing is quite precious. Lin Chen had only heard his master mention it before, but had never seen it. Well, if you take this pill, this trip will go very smoothly. Lin Chen conducted a simple simulation and nodded affirmatively after knowing the result. Okay, Brother Lin, let's take action. Chu Tianan swallowed the breath-suppressing pill in one gulp. Lin Chen shook his head after watching this scene. What a spendthrift! The 3rd grade, top grade breath-resisting pill is so precious that it can be sent to an auction house. Chu Tianan took such a precious pill without hesitation just to avoid the supervision of the people protecting him. To be honest, Lin Chen felt that even if he went into the mountains to mine, the proceeds might not be enough to exchange for a top-grade 3rd-grade breath-concentrating pill. Let's go. Lin Chen sighed softly and gestured. At the same time, he put the breath-resisting pill given to him by Chu Tianan into his Qiankuan bag. With the help of simulation, he already knew that with the blessing of the Liang Yizhen Wu sword, he could avoid Han Su's supervision even without taking the Lianqi pill. As long as Chu Tiannan is not discovered and Han Su is not alarmed, Lin Chen will not be discovered. Therefore, Lin Chen put this pill away. When you have the chance in the future, you can sell it and exchange it for spirit stones. Walk. Chu Tiannan looked excited and hid in the bushes nearby. Lin Chen followed closely behind. Just like that, the two of them slipped away right under Han Su's nose and slipped into the depths of Hangyun Mountain. On cloudy nights, the roads in the mountains are not easy to walk on. However, for Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan, this is not a big problem. Through observation and spiritual detection, Lin Chen already knew Chu Tiannan's cultivation level, which was approximately at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, Chu Tiannan must have consumed a lot of rare treasures, his true essence is strong and his foundation is solid. His real combat power is probably higher than that of an ordinary 6th level foundation building warrior. It should be nearby. Lin Chen stopped, picked up a piece of glowing gravel from the ground, and made a judgment. Ordinary spirit stone ore will emit a green light like a night pearl. The higher the purity of the ore, the brighter it will be. Yeah. It's a pity that my cultivation is not high enough and I don't have a magic weapon to detect it. Otherwise, why would I bother with so much trouble? Brother Lin, your cultivation has reached the Jindan stage, but you haven't refined your own magic weapon? Chu Tiannan asked curiously. Lin Chen shook his head, I probably can't refine it yet. My current cultivation level is only at the early stage of the core formation stage. I haven't condensed the innate golden core yet, so I can't ignite the core fire. Only when I reach the late stage of the core formation stage can I use the core fire of the golden core to refine magic weapons. Lin Chen said as he walked. Well, Brother Lin, let's work together to reach the late stage of Jindan as soon as possible and become a first-class master. Brother Lin, to be honest, I plan to donate all the spiritual stone ore I dug this time to the sect. Combined with this mission of escorting prisoners, my points should be enough. Chu Tiannan said. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked puzzled. Brother Chu, when you say enough points, do you mean points to go to the main altar? Chu Tiannan smiled and said, I don't want to stay in the branch temple in Lusha County anymore. I plan to accumulate enough points and apply to go to the main temple. Lin Chen understood and nodded. It seems that Chu Tiannan really wants to get rid of his father's control. As the saying goes, people do not share the same joys and sorrows. Chu Tiannan wants to leave his father in pursuit of freedom, while Lin Chen only wishes that the disaster in the small town had not happened and that his parents were still alive and caring for him every day. Brother Lin, it seems to be there. At this moment, Chu Tiannan suddenly discovered something. He pointed to a glowing cave not far away and reminded Lin Chen in surprise. Let's go and take a look. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he dodged towards the cave entrance. Lin Chen took the lead and flew to the cave entrance. Wow! His eyes were immediately illuminated by the green light emitted by the spirit stone mine in the cave. Obviously, the reserves of spirit stone ore in this cave are astonishing. The information is indeed correct. That's great. Chu Tiannan came to Lin Chen and looked at the light in the cave, surprised. Then he was about to step in. Brother Chu, wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen reached out to stop him. Brother Lin? Chu Tiannan looked at Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen did not answer him, but communicated with the system secretly. System, let's do a simple simulation. The prerequisite is to enter the spirit stone mine. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You led Chu Tiannan into the spirit stone mine and discovered a large amount of spirit stone ore. You begin to mine the spirit stone mine. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Through a simple simulation, Lin Chen clearly understood that there was no danger in the cave. Okay, Brother Chu, you can go in. Lin Chen's expression relaxed and he no longer stopped Chu Tiannan. I didn't expect Brother Lin to act so cautiously. I admire him. Chu Tiannan thought that Lin Chen was using his spiritual sense to detect danger, and immediately showed an expression of praise. Brother Chu, you're too kind. We are acting alone now. Without Elder Han's support, we must be careful. As Lin Chen spoke, he led Chu Tiannan into the mine. It is not difficult to see that Lin Chen cares very much about Chu Tiannan's safety. The reason why he acted like this was not because he accepted Chu Tiannan as a friend from the bottom of his heart, but because of his sister Lin Xueqing. There is no way, because my sister Lin Xueqing is still detained in the demon sect branch. If anything happens to Chu Tiannan, the son of the forum master, during this mining operation, Lin Chen will definitely not be able to explain to the forum master Chu Xiao. By then, my sister Lin Xueqing's situation will become very dangerous. So, on the one hand, the purpose of this operation is to dig up as much spirit stone ore as possible, and on the other hand, Lin Chen is also responsible for protecting Chu Tiannan. In the mine. Click. Lin Chen casually chopped off a piece of spirit stone from the wall with his palm and put it into the Qiankuan bag. This piece of spirit stone ore weighs about 5 kilograms. According to a rough estimate of its purity, 5 spirit stones can be extracted. Unlike spirit stone ore is a raw material and cannot be used as a source of energy for alchemy, refining, formations, etc. If you want to use it, it must be purified and refined. Spirit stone ore is measured in gene. Generally speaking, 1 gene of spirit stone ore can be refined into 1 spirit stone. From this, it is not difficult to see that digging for spirit stone ore is one thing, but whether or not you can take it away is another. In most cases, after the monks have mined the spirit stone mines, they will store them in the Qiankuan bag. Therefore, when it comes to mining, the capacity of the Qiankuan bag becomes a very important indicator. A typical first-level Qiankuan bag has a capacity of about 1,000 gene. A second-level Qiankuan bag has a capacity of 3,000 gene. A third-level Qiankuan bag has a capacity of 10,000 gene. Lin Chen had several first and second-level Qiankuan bags on him before, and later he confiscated some more from the enemies. Now, he has a total of 13 first-level Qiankuan bags, 4 second-level Qiankuan bags, and 1 third-level Qiankuan bag. The third-level Qiankuan bag was obtained by killing Sikong II, the secret guard of the Red Blood Demon sect. In addition, because the Qiankuan bags all have spatial properties, they will repel each other and cannot be stacked like nesting dolls. 13 plus 4 times 3 plus. The Qiankuan bag in my hand can hold a total of 35,000 kilograms of spirit stone ore. That's quite a lot. After a simple calculation, Lin Chen nodded. If I could fill my Qiankuan bag with spirit stone ore and refine it into spirit stones, there would be about 35,000 of them. I could simulate this 3 times, so the harvest would be quite considerable. Brother Lin, digging like this is too boring. How about we have a competition? Next to him, Chu Tiannan held a piece of spirit stone ore and made a proposal to Lin Chen. Oh? How do we compare? Lin Chen looked at him. It's a competition of digging speed. The limit is half an hour. Whoever digs up the most spirit stone ore wins. Of course, a competition always has to have some prizes. The loser needs to hand over a third-level Qiankuan bag to the winner. What do you think? Chu Tiannan looked very confident. Are you sure you want to compete? Of course. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Are you afraid of losing to me? Seeing Chu Tiannan so confident, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that Chu Tiannan has some special mining methods? System, let's do a simple simulation. The prerequisite is to compete with Chu Tiannan in mining. To be on the safe side, Lin Chen secretly cheated. Good host. A simple simulation begins. The results are obvious. Chu Tiannan's cultivation level is almost 1 major realm lower than Lin Chen's. According to the system prompt, he is no match for Lin Chen. Come on, Brother Chu, let's compete. There was no reason for Lin Chen to refuse the third-level Qiankuan bag that was delivered to his door for free, so he agreed immediately. Hey, that's great. Chu Tiannan smiled complacently, then took out a pointed pickaxe from his Qiankuan bag. Swinging the pickaxe, he dug hard at the wall next to him, and the wall was broken like tofu, and a large amount of spirit stone are scattered all over the ground. Brother Lin, you've been fooled. I know you have a high level of cultivation, but mining isn't just about cultivation. A handy tool is the key to improving efficiency. Chu Tiannan said with a proud smile. Really? Lin Chen smiled without comment, turned around and walked to the wall next to him. His expression became serious, and he put his palms together. With a slight thought, a shining sword appeared in his palms. Liang Yizhenwu sword. Zheng. The sword tip hummed softly, and Lin Chen slashed horizontally with a casual move. Boom! Red lightning flashed, and an explosion sounded. The wall in front of him was shattered by brute force, revealing a huge crack nearly 10 feet wide. Then, Lin Chen raised his hand and struck a few more swords, and the entire wall was completely shattered. A large pile of broken spirit stone ores were scattered all over the ground, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Looking at Chu Tiannan's side, he dug less than 100 kilograms with a pickaxe. This efficiency gap is ridiculously large. How come it's so fast? Seeing Lin Chen continue to attack and dig out more than 1,000 pounds in a few strokes, Chu Tiannan was a little dumbfounded. You know, he knew the information about the mineral vein in advance, so he specially bought a high-quality mining pickaxe. I thought that with this pickaxe in hand, I would definitely beat Lin Chen, but I never expected this would be the result. If he had known the gap was so huge, he would definitely not have proposed the competition. However, Chu Tiannan is not someone who gives up easily. He saw Lin Chen using martial arts to mine quickly and easily, so he began to imitate him and injected his true energy into the pickaxe. Unexpectedly, after just 2 moves, the pickaxe broke in the middle with a snap. Chu Tiannan, who was extremely anxious, took out his weapon again and tried to imitate Lin Chen. As a result, his weapon hit the spirit stone or sparks flew, and he couldn't cut it at all. After a few hits, the recoil force from the weapon numbed his hands. Stop. Brother Lin, let's stop competing. It's boring, really boring. Chu Tiannan shook his head repeatedly, sighed, called a halt to the game, admitted defeat, and handed a third-level Qiankuan bag to Lin Chen. As a result, Lin Chen's carrying limit increased by another 10,000 kilograms. Brother Chu, don't waste your energy. You take care of the spirit stone ore, and I'll take care of the digging. Seeing that Chu Tiannan had lost his pickaxe and was having a hard time digging, Lin Chen made a suggestion. Great minds think alike. I actually think so too. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lin. Chu Tiannan came forward and began to bend over to put the scattered spirit stone ore into the Qiankuan bag. That's all. The two of them divided the work and worked together. More and more spirit stone mines are being excavated. As they dug, the two of them gradually moved deeper into the mine. What is that? Brother Lin, look at that ore over there. Isn't the color different? Suddenly, Chu Tiannan discovered something and quickly reminded Lin Chen who was digging. Which mine? Lin Chen paused for a moment and turned to look at the place Chu Tiannan pointed. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Surrounded by ordinary spirit stone ores emitting green light, there appeared a pile of special purple-red crystal-like ores. It's amethyst spirit ore. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Amethyst spirit ore is a high-grade mineral vein and is extremely rare. Every kilogram of amethyst spirit ore can be refined into at least 100 spirit stones. Very good. Chu Tiannan also showed a look of joy, and without saying a word, he rushed towards the pile of amethyst ore. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him again. Don't be impatient. First check if there's any danger. I heard that there are often powerful guardian monsters near the amethyst spirit mine, so you must not be reckless. Lin Chen acted cautiously and was not blinded by greed when he saw the treasure. After a simple simulation. After making sure there was no danger, Lin Chen brought Chu Tiannan to the amethyst mine and began digging. Compared with ordinary ores, the difficulty of mining amethyst ore has increased by more than 10 times. Even though Lin Chen's true energy was strong, he could not bear the long-term digging. In this way, it took almost an hour to finally dig out all the amethyst ore. According to rough estimates, a total of nearly 500 kilograms of amethyst ore were dug, which can be used to refine at least 50,000 spirit stones. Brother Lin, take a break. This mine is extremely deep. In my opinion, there may be a lot of amethyst spirit ore if we go further in. Chu Tiannan was not satisfied. Gazing into the darkness of the mine, he felt a strong desire to explore. Judging from his current state, it seems that he wants to accumulate enough points by mining ore this time, so as to achieve his goal of heading to the demon sect's headquarters. For Lin Chen, the more spirit stones the better. So he nodded. Okay, let's take a short break and move on. At the same time, in the temporary camp at the foot of Hangyun Mountain, the expression of Han Su, the elder of the demon sect, turned somewhat ugly. You useless bunch! Didn't they say the young master was in the tent? How could he be? Han Su had already discovered that Chu Tiannan and Lin Chen were missing, and he began to criticize the disciples who accompanied them. The accompanying disciples all lowered their heads and dared not breathe. Han Su glanced at the iron prison van, then turned his gaze to the dark and dense forest of Hangyun Mountain. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally decided to go find Chu Tiannan. In his opinion, Chen Xianjun, who was imprisoned in the car, was indeed very important. But in comparison, the safety of Chu Tiannan, the son of the altar master, was more important. I'm going to look for the young master. You guys guard the prison van. If any strangers approach, kill them without mercy. Han Su ordered in a deep voice. We will follow Elder Han's orders, the disciples responded quickly. Then, Han Su did not delay any longer, and rushed into Hangyun Mountain in a flash. And at this moment, in the distance, on a tall tree, the girl in red who had followed them was sitting in the branches, chewing a piece of hard bread. Seeing what was happening in the camp, she reacted immediately, quickly finished the bread in her hand in a few bites, and lay down on the tree branches, staring and watching. Ah! Old man Han Su is gone? She held her breath and observed for a long time. Seeing that Han Su had not come back, she couldn't help but show a look of joy. Decide now and take action. Shaking her body, the girl in red jumped lightly down from the tree branch. She took off the red ancient umbrella from her back, half bent her body, and moved towards the prison van like a nimble civet cat. In the mine system, run another simple simulation. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You and Chu Tiannan entered the depths of the mine. After walking 276 meters, you discovered a new piece of purple crystal ore. You begin mining. For amethyst or dot. The simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, lucky card dot. Through simulation, Lin Chen confirmed again that there was no danger ahead. So he took Chu Tiannan and continued to move forward. Just as the system simulation described, after walking more than 270 feet inside, a large pile of amethyst ore appeared at the corner. Brother Lin, look, there really is a mine. Chu Tiannan was extremely excited. Well, start digging. Lin Chen didn't waste any time, condensed the Liang Yizhenwu sword, and began to chop the ore. After a while, the excavation was completed and nearly 500 kilograms of amethyst ore were harvested again. Now, the Qiankuan bags in Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan's hands were already filled with spirit stone ores. In order to carry more amethyst spirit ore, the two had to take out and discard the ordinary spirit stone ore to make room. The value of amethyst spirit ore is 100 times that of ordinary ore. Brother Lin, we must not give up this opportunity. We must strive to fill all the Qiankuan bags with amethyst spirit ore. Hearing Chu Tiannan's words, Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. The combined amount of Qiankuan bags on the two of them can hold about 100,000 kilograms of ore. If they were all filled with amethyst spirit ore and refined into spirit stones, there would be tens of millions of them. The idea is really good. Unfortunately, amethyst ore is extremely rare. Normally, it is considered quite good if one can dig out 300 to 500 kilograms of ore from a vein. Digging up 100,000 kilograms of amethyst ore? Almost impossible. However, having come here, Lin Chen naturally had no reason to give up. Keep going. System, perform a simple simulation. While moving forward, Lin Chen did not forget to use the system to ensure safety. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You led Chu Tiannan forward 500 feet. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. As expected, amethyst ore is very rare, and the simulation process also reminds Lin Chen that no new amethyst ore has been found. Continue forward and walk 500 feet. Lin Chen was preparing to conduct the next simple simulation. Just then. Brother Lin, look. Beside him, Chu Tiannan suddenly showed a look of joy and spoke happily. Lin Chen quickly followed Chu Tiannan's instructions and looked intently. Suddenly the terrain ahead became open. And in this open area that resembles a hall, purple light flickered, and at least 5 piles of amethyst spirit ore were scattered around. Chu Tiannan was so excited that he was about to rush over. Brother Chu, don't worry. Lin Chen quickly stopped him and at the same time, ordered the system. System, let's do a simple simulation. The prerequisite is to keep moving forward. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You and Chu Tiannan continue forward. After 30 feet, you alarm the guardian beast of the amethyst spirit mine. Caught off guard, you and Chu Tiannan were both killed by the guardian beast. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. After seeing the simulation results, Lin Chen's expression became serious. There are powerful guardian beasts near the amethyst mine, and this is not a false rumor. His cultivation had reached the early stage of Jindan, and he had the Liang Yizhenwu sword and earth-level martial arts, but he was still killed. It can be seen that the strength of this guardian beast is extremely terrifying. Never take the risk of fighting. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the piles of spiritual ores flashing with purple light in front of him. Safety is important, so I had to give up. Brother Chu, there is a guardian beast guarding the front, so you can't go there. Let's go. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Chu Tiannan opened his mouth with a look of surprise. Obviously, he couldn't understand what Lin Chen said. Brother Lin, it's not a good idea to just give up on such a large amount of amethyst ore. Why don't we go over and take a look? If there really is a guardian beast, it's not too late to leave. Chu Tiannan was a little unwilling to give up. One look and you're dead. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. It was really difficult to explain his prediction-like simulation ability to others. Well, okay. Brother Lin, I trust you. Let's go. Chu Tiannan stared at the piles of amethyst spirit ore reluctantly and chose to follow Lin Chen's arrangements. Well, let's go. Lin Chen said no more and immediately wanted to lead Chu Tiannan back along the same route. But unexpectedly. Just then. Rumble. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shook. A strong sense of life and death crisis enveloped his heart. In an instant, Lin Chen's face became solemn and he realized that the situation was not good. System, simple simulation. The incident happened suddenly. Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan escaped quickly while secretly issuing orders to the system. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You sensed the danger and fled along the same route with Chu Tiannan. During the escape, Chu Tiannan was hit by the attack of the amethyst beast in order to protect you, and was dying. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, plus. The system simulation had not yet been completed when a cry of surprise came from the side. Brother Lin, be careful. From deep within the cave, in the direction of the amethyst vein, dozens of sharp amethyst spirit ores suddenly shot out. These spiritual minerals are like hidden weapons and flying arrows, emitting dazzling purple light of true essence on the surface, and they break through the air with sharp screams, with astonishing power. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be in a daze, Chu Tiannan didn't have time to think about it, so he reminded him loudly and pushed Lin Chen away. However, he himself was unable to dodge and was hit in the chest by a spiritual mineral shaped like a long shuttle. He groaned and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stepped forward, stood in front of Chu Tiannan, and condensed the Liang Yizhenwu sword, swinging it like a violent storm, chopping the sharp spiritual ores that continued to fly towards him into pieces one by one. Damn it! How could this happen? Lin Chen's face was solemn. He didn't expect that danger would come so quickly. The danger has already occurred before the system has finished simulating. Moreover, Lin Chen also noticed that when the system was simulating, he needed to concentrate on watching the process, which would cause him to be unable to concentrate on noticing the dangers around him. If Chu Tiannan hadn't pushed him away in time, he would most likely have been the one injured in falling to the ground. Brother Chu, how are you? Seeing that the attack of the spirit stone arrow rain had slowed down slightly, Lin Chen hurriedly asked Chu Tiannan, who was lying on the ground behind him. Ahem, thank you, Brother Lin, for your concern. I should not die, ahem. Chu Tiannan coughed violently as he spoke, coughing up a lot of blood foam, and the large area of his shirt on his chest was also stained with blood into a striking color. Don't you have any healing medicine on you? Take some first to stop the bleeding. Lin Chen was anxious when he saw that Chu Tiannan was in a very bad condition. If Chu Tiannan dies here, it will be troublesome. Walk. Noticing the violent vibration under his feet, which seemed to be the guardian beast in the cave approaching, Lin Chen hurriedly helped Chu Tiannan up. He waved the Liang Yizhenwu sword with one hand to block the rain of spirit stone arrows, supported Chu Tiannan, and retreated towards the exit. Roar! After walking about 10 feet, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the cave. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath their feet shattered as if it had collapsed. Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan both lost their balance and fell downwards. Since Lin Chen's cultivation had reached the Jindan stage, he could use the power of the Xiantian Shudan to stay in the air for a short time, so he quickly stabilized his body. Brother Chu? After patting Chu Tiannan's face, Lin Chen found that Chu Tiannan had fallen into a coma. After a brief hesitation, Lin Chen poured his true energy into his arms, threw Chu Tiannan upward with all his strength, and accurately threw him onto a stone platform that had not yet broken. And he himself fell straight down. The earth was shattering, surely that amethyst beast had done it. This meant there must be danger lurking below. Lin Chen felt a little unsure about dealing with the amethyst beast alone, let alone taking care of an unconscious injured person. Therefore, it is better to leave Chu Tiannan up there first and let him deal with the crisis below alone. Now, after learning the lesson just now, Lin Chen no longer had the heart to use the system simulation. The spiritual consciousness radiated outward, carefully investigating everything around. After a few breaths, Lin Chen finally landed on solid ground and fell to the ground, staring straight ahead. At a glance, he saw a giant monster lying about 30 feet ahead. This monster is purple all over. A closer look reveals that its body is made up of high-purity amethyst ore. It was about 3 feet tall, shaped like a giant ape, with thick limbs, and its head and shoulders were burning with a fiery purple glow. This should be the amethyst beast mentioned in the system simulation just now. My friend, be careful. This beast is the companion guardian of the amethyst spirit mine. I recommend using ranged attacks to deal with it. At this moment, Jian Kong's reminder sounded in his ears. Long-range attack? Lin Chen was stunned. He saw that the purple crystal beast's spirit stone arrows were very sharp, and thought that its close combat ability was not strong, so he was about to rush up and engage in close combat with the purple crystal beast. My friend, this purple crystal beast is extremely powerful and is best at close combat. If you rush forward rashly, you will probably be injured by it. Jian Kong explained patiently. Well, thank you, Master Kong, I understand. Lin Chen nodded and stared at the amethyst beast from a distance, his eyes becoming sharp. Lin Chen still believed Jian Kong's words very much. After all, this sword spirit had served 23 masters and had quite a wide range of knowledge. From this, it is not difficult to see that even if Lin Chen does not use the system, he still has the trump card of Jiankong. Jiankong can, to a certain extent, make up for some of the deficiencies in system simulation. But Lin Chen also understood that the reason why he did not notice the danger and caused Chu Tiannan to be injured was mainly because his cultivation was insufficient and his spiritual awareness was not strong enough. If one could raise his cultivation to the late Jindan stage, or even the higher Yuanying stage, and concentrate his primordial spirit, and do two things at once, then situations like today's would never happen again. Roar! Roar! At this time, the amethyst beast opposite opened its bloody mouth and roared provocatively at Lin Chen. It seemed like he wanted to lure Lin Chen over. Lin Chen sneered. Since he already knew the other party's weaknesses, he naturally wouldn't be fooled. That simple simulation just now indicated that both Chu Tiannan and I died at your hands. In that case, I will attack you with all my strength to see how strong you are. Lin Chen's mind moved slightly, and the 30 black and white sword energies surrounding his dantian immediately responded. 2 of them suddenly disappeared. 2 is the maximum amount of black and white sword energy that Lin Chen can use at one time. With the blessing of the 2 black and white sword energies, the Liangyi Zhenwu sword in his palm was shrouded in a grayish-black light, and ancient dark gold lines began to appear on the smooth sword blade. The true energy in dantian is pushed to the limit. Lin Chen performed mysterious footwork and slashed with all his might with the sword in his hand. Earth-level martial arts, the Great Thunder and Fire Sword technique. Call. The power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was activated, thunder and fire intertwined and condensed, and under the blessing of black and white sword energy, they merged into a wheel-shaped sword wave as big as a crescent moon. The sword wave was as fast as lightning. Before the purple crystal beast on the opposite side could react, it chopped off its left shoulder with lightning speed. Boom! Roar, roar! The sound of explosions, mixed with what seemed to be painful howls, echoed in the cave. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere and dust rose up, making it difficult to see clearly. After a long time, when the smoke and dust dissipated and everything returned to calm, Lin Chen stared at the location of the amethyst beast. Only then did he realize that the place was empty and there was no trace of the amethyst beast. Run away? Lin Chen looked puzzled and walked to where the purple crystal beast had just stood. He grabbed a piece of arm that was more than 10 feet wide from the ground. Obviously, the sword that Lin Chen just swung was extremely powerful, and it directly cut off one of the arms of the amethyst beast. The amethyst beast felt pain and, realizing how powerful Lin Chen was, quickly fled away. It turns out this guy isn't as powerful as I thought. Lin Chen stared at the arm in his hand and nodded in understanding. From this, it seems that the simulation just now suggested that he would die at the hands of the amethyst beast, most likely because of carelessness. In a head-on confrontation, the amethyst beast's combat power could not withstand Lin Chen's full-strength attack. Alas, I don't know how badly Chu Tiannan is injured. I hope nothing happens to him. Lin Chen thought of Chu Tiannan on the stone platform and looked worried. He quickly put the arm into his Qiankuan bag, then took a deep breath and leaped towards Chu Tiannan, who was unconscious on the stone platform. He took a deep breath and leaped up and down a few times before arriving beside Chu Tiannan. Brother Lin, run! Chu Tiannan had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss, murmuring and shouting. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed softly. Although Lin Chenxin is on the side of the Wanjian sect and is a rival of the Qixue demon sect, it must be said that this young master Chu Tiannan truly treats Lin Chen as a friend. Let's go, brother Chu. Lin Chen fed Chu Tiannan another healing pill, carried him on his back, and quickly left the mine. On the way back to the camp, Lin Chen was thinking about what to say to Han Su next. Chu Tiannan was seriously injured and needed urgent treatment. It was obvious that the mission of escorting Chen Xinjun to Heishui City could not continue. I don't know how Han Su will arrange the subsequent actions. Lin Chen gained a lot from this trip to the mine. According to preliminary estimates, if all the spirit stone ores mined are refined into spirit stones, the number will exceed 100,000. Especially the 2 piles of amethyst spirit ore and the chopped-off arm of the amethyst beast that were obtained at the end, their value was obviously greater than the total value of the ordinary spirit stone ore that was mined before. 100,000 spirit stones can be used to simulate 10 times. In the past few days, Lin Chen has accumulated a lot of prop cards. There are up to 10 simulations, and each time a large number of prop cards can be used to extend life. After all the simulations are completed, it will definitely bring great improvement to Lin Chen. Maybe, you can directly ascend to the advanced nascent soul realm. Once he becomes a nascent soul expert, condenses his primordial spirit, multitasks, and manipulates the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to fly with a sword, Lin Chen will truly be among the masters. By then, it would no longer be difficult to rescue his sister Lin Xueqing from the Red Blood Demon sect branch. Considering Chu Tiannan's injury, Lin Chen ran very fast. Soon, they left Hainyun Mountain and returned to the camp near the foot of the mountain. On the surface, the camp still looked the same as when Lin Chen left. But Lin Chen immediately realized that something was wrong. It's so quiet. It was so quiet that you could even hear the crackling of the campfire. System, let's do a simple simulation. Good host. 1 spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You carried Chu Tiannan on your back and returned to the camp, where you were attacked by the Samadhi fire formation set up in the camp. Seeing that you were not injured, Chu Shaoxian, who was hiding in the bushes on the west side, jumped out and attacked you. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. After watching this simulation process, Lin Chen blinked twice, a little confused. Chu Shaoxian? What's going on? Why is third senior sister here? Could it be? Considering that this mission was to escort fourth senior brother Chen Xianjun, Lin Chen gradually understood. It seems that third senior sister Chu Shaoxian has been following them all the way with the purpose of saving Chen Xianjun. However, while trying to figure it out, Lin Chen felt a little confused. Where is the demon sect elder Han Su? Could it be that Han Su has been killed by Chu Shaoxian? It's unlikely. Although third senior sister is strong, she is probably no match for Han Su. Han Su's name was not mentioned in the simulation process just now. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and after thinking for a while, he gradually guessed the ins and outs of the matter. Han Su must have discovered that Chu Tiannan and I were missing and went into the mountains to look for us. Third senior sister discovered that Han Su had left, so she rescued fourth senior brother. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, carrying Chu Tiannan on his back, and walked straight to the grass on the west side. In the grass on the west side, Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun were hiding quietly and observing the situation in the camp. After seeing clearly that the person who appeared outside the camp was not Han Su, but Lin Chen, Chu Shaoqian showed a look of surprise. Hey, what's going on? Why is it Xiao Lu? Senior sister, I didn't have time to tell you. The people who escorted me this time, besides Han Su and that Mr. Chu, there was also the traitor Lin Chen. Chen Xianjun whispered. I see. Alas, Xiaolu, oh Xiaolu, senior sister never thought you would be a traitor. Well, dying under the Samadhi fire formation I set up is the end of it all. Eh? What's going on? Why is Xiaolu walking towards us? That doesn't make sense. Xiaoxi, please breathe quieter. You must be breathing too loudly and Xiaolu heard it. Senior sister, it's not me. Chu Shaoqian was just about to watch Lin Chen being burned to death by the fire, but she didn't expect that Lin Chen would actually walk directly towards her. This caught Chu Shaoqian off guard. She kept blaming Chen Xianjun, making Chen Xianjun feel very wronged. Third senior sister, fourth senior brother, come out, don't hide anymore. Lin Chen walked to about 10 feet away from the bushes on the west side. He was worried that the two would act rashly, so he spoke in advance. Chu Shaoqian knew that her identity had been exposed, so she jumped out from the bushes. Chen Xianjun followed closely behind, staring at Lin Chen with a gloomy expression. Traitor! Chen Xianjun snorted coldly, Senior sister, there is nothing to say to this. Traitor, kill him and avenge master. Chu Shaoqian nodded, took out her red ancient umbrella from behind, and looked at Lin Chen with a complicated look. Junior brother Xiaolu, I heard that you were the one who poisoned master in that pot of broth. I also ate that pot of broth. The same pot of broth was used to poison Master Xian Yangzi, but not her.
In her opinion, this is enough to show the position of her, the senior sister, in Lin Chen's heart. Xiaolu, senior sister knows your feelings.
But I cannot forgive you for what you did. Senior sister does not want to fight with you, so, just commit suicide.
Chu Xiaoqian recalled every little thing she had experienced with Lin Chen in the sect, and she really couldn't bear to attack Lin Chen. During the 5 years since Lin Chen joined the sect, he had the best relationship with Chu Xiaoqian. Every time Lin Chen made something delicious, Chu Xiaoqian would always come and share some.
Third senior sister, fourth senior brother, you misunderstood.
I'm not a traitor, and my master hasn't been poisoned.
Lin Chen explained quickly. Eh?
Chu Xiaoqian frowned slightly and looked puzzled when she heard that.
Humph.
You're still trying to make excuses when death is imminent.
Lin Chen, do you really think your brothers and sisters are all fools?
Chen Xianjun had a stern expression and didn't believe Lin Chen's words at all.
Third senior sister, please believe me. Master and I have discussed this. He was deliberately acting when he was poisoned.
Lin Chen continued.
This. Chu Xiaoqian hesitated.
Third senior sister, you are well aware of Han Su's strength.
If he comes back, you and I will definitely be no match for him. This kid Lin Chen is definitely using a delaying tactic.
We must not fall for his trick.
Chen Xianjun said in a deep voice. Senior sister, please believe me. Senior sister, don't believe him.
Chu Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen, then at Chen Xianjun, blinking her beautiful eyes.
For a moment, she was a little confused by the two of them and didn't know who to believe. Senior sister, if that's the case, why not do this?
Chen Xianjun said, the person on that boy's back seems to be the son of an important figure in the demon sect. If Lin Chen really didn't poison Master and everything was just an act, then he would have killed the man on his back right in front of us.
Then I'll believe him for now.
When Chu Xiaoqian heard this suggestion, she nodded repeatedly.
That's a good idea. Junior brother Xiaolu, you. Senior sister, that's impossible.
Lin Chen shook his head without hesitation. I can't possibly kill brother Chu.
Humph, senior sister, did you see it? Do you understand? Chen Xianjun sneered. Oh.
Chu Xiaoqian's eyes also showed disappointment, and she subconsciously clenched the red ancient umbrella in her hand. With the infusion of true energy, the red ancient umbrella in Chu Xiaoqian's hand began to emit a flowing red light. Junior brother Xiaolu, for the sake of our fellow disciples, I will leave your body intact.
Senior sister, calm down and listen to me.
Lin Chen wanted to explain why he couldn't kill Chu Tianan, but Chu Xiaoqian swayed her body and pounced on him.
The top-grade martial art of the Wanjian sect, the Xiangshui sword technique.
The ancient umbrella unfolded and spun rapidly.
Hundreds of hazy sword auras appeared on the edge of the umbrella.
The sword energy passed through the air, leaving behind a condensed and lingering light and shadow, like a streak of silk stained with a faint red glow, enveloping Lin Chen completely. In the Wanjian sect, Chu Xiaoqian, as Xian Yangzi's disciple, has extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. She used her umbrella as a sword, unleashing human-level martial arts that were significantly more powerful than the spirit-level martial arts her fellow practitioners unleashed.
There's more. The red ancient umbrella in her hand also has an extraordinary origin. It is a legendary Tao treasure.
Senior sister, stop it. Lin Chen didn't want to fight with Chu Xiaoqian, so he had to carry Chu Tianan on his back and use his body skills to retreat and avoid the attack.
Ha!
The attack failed, and Chu Xiaoqian looked surprised and extremely surprised. In her impression, Lin Chen's cultivation level was only at the qi refining realm. Facing her attack at the core formation realm, even if it was just a casual blow, Lin Chen would not be able to dodge it.
Why now? Junior brother Xiaolu, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply.
Chu Xiaoqian pursed her red lips, her expression becoming more and more disappointed.
Senior sister, stop talking nonsense with him. He is a complete liar. Kill him. Chen Xianjun shouted angrily.
Chu Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression became serious. Driven by the true energy, the red ancient umbrella in his hand glowed brightly.
The ancient red umbrella in her hand is called Qixia umbrella and is a Taoist treasure passed down from generation to generation.
Different from ordinary magic weapons refined by cultivators in the late Jindan stage, Dao treasures are used by ancient masters with extremely high cultivation levels. They are passed down by these ancient masters after they passed away. Since Dao treasures are personal belongings of the ancient powerful beings, they contain the Dao of heaven and earth that they comprehended during their lifetime. When they are used, they can trigger strange phenomena in heaven and earth and unleash powerful Dao power to suppress. This Qixia umbrella is the personal weapon of Qixia Fairy, the leader of the ancient Qixia sect. Later, he wandered around and was found by Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi saw that his third disciple Chu Shaoqian was very talented, so he passed this treasure to her when she broke through the foundation establishment stage.
At this moment, Chu Shaoqian began to use the power of the Qixia umbrella.
The ancient umbrella was thrown into the air, and the rich red light flowing from the edge of the umbrella poured down towards Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable force suppressing him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the illusion of countless falling maple leaves began to appear in front of his eyes. A sense of bad crisis filled Lin Chen's heart.
"Don't panic, my friend." Just then, Jian Khan's voice came to my ears.
"This Taoist treasure is of average power, and this girl isn't very skilled in using it.
With my current swordsmanship attainments, it can be easily broken." After hearing Jian Khan's reminder, Lin Chen calmed down.
He immediately condensed the Liang Yizhenwu sword and swung it continuously, not only shattering all the illusions, but also using the sword energy to knock the Qixia umbrella hanging in the air to the ground. Chu Shaoqian stretched out her hand and the Qixia umbrella returned to her hand from the ground. She stared at Lin Chen, her face full of disbelief.
"Junior brother Xiaolu, why, this is impossible, how could you have such a method?"
She felt at the moment as if she was watching a baby grow up, and suddenly the baby transformed into a strong man who could knock her down with one punch.
How could she not be frightened? "Senior sister, stop fighting. You are no match for me. I don't want to fight with you," Lin Chen said.
Next to him, Chen Xianjun also realized that Chu Shaoqian was no match for Lin Chen, so he had to remain silent and stop encouraging Chu Shaoqian to take action.
"Senior sister, you guys should leave quickly. If Han Su comes back, you won't be able to leave."
Lin Chen was a little anxious.
"Oh." Chu Shaoqian looked confused and answered mechanically. At Chen Xuanjuan's signal, she wanted to leave. Just then, Lin Chen's expression changed. "Die."
For some reason, he suddenly turned hostile, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun.
The innate power of the virtual elixir in the Dantian was activated, and he raised his hands and hit Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun on the back with two palms. Puff! Puff!
The two were caught off guard and took Lin Chen's attack head-on. Two streams of blood spurted out of their mouths and they fell to the ground.
"Junior brother Xiaolu, you mean?"
Chu Shaoqian glared at Lin Chen, thinking that Lin Chen was deliberately distracting her and then attacking her. But unexpectedly, at this moment, she saw an old man in a black robe with a golden flame pattern embroidered on the collar appear behind Lin Chen.
It turned out that Han Su was back.
In order to prevent Han Su from seeing through him, Lin Chen had to take action and injured Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun.
"Despicable? Humph, you are just too stupid." Lin Chen stared at Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun with a fake sneer. At this time, Han Su walked over.
His face was ashen. Especially after seeing Chu Tiannan lying unconscious on Lin Chen's back, he looked as if he wanted to kill Lin Chen immediately. "Elder Han, this disciple of the Wanjian sect intended to rescue Chen Xianjun, but has been captured by me,"
Lin Chen reported.
Han Su snorted coldly and glanced at Chu Shaoqian lying on the ground. He found that the other party was actually Xian Yangzi's third disciple.
Only then did his expression relax a little. "Lin Chen, you are so bold.
You took the young master out without permission and caused him to be seriously injured.
You deserve to die," Han Su scolded angrily.
At the same time, he carefully placed Chu Tiannan on the ground and checked his injuries.
Discovering that Chu Tiannan's injuries were extremely serious, Han Su had to use his true energy to heal Chu Tiannan. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you tie up those two Wanjian sect disciples?" Han Su stared at Lin Chen and gave orders with a frown.
Yes. Lin Chen didn't dare to act rashly for the time being and could only do as he was told.
At the same time. Secret communication system. System, simple simulation. The prerequisite is to launch a surprise attack on Han Su.
With the cultivation level of the early Jindan stage, it is too risky to confront Han Su, who is in the late Jindan stage head-on. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't dare to take the risk, but he is still guarding Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xinjun. If he fails to win, he might be able to escape, but the lives of Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xinjun will be in danger. To be on the safe side, it is best to use system simulation to predict the results and then take action. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You launched a sneak attack on Han Su, but to no avail. You and Han Su engaged in a fierce battle, gaining the upper hand. However, Han Su's golden elixir exploded before his death, killing him along with you.
This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, character cards. After reading the simulation results, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. With his current strength, can he fight against someone in the late Jindan stage and have the absolute upper hand? I'm afraid it's not easy. And Han Su actually has the ability to self-destruct his golden elixir. This method of mutual destruction is really too dangerous. Elder Han, the person has been tied up.
Lin Chen returned to Han Su and replied.
Han Su did not respond and focused on healing Chu Tiannan.
Under his treatment, Chu Tiannan's complexion improved a lot. At this moment, Lin Chen stared at Han Su's ribs and his pupils shrank. The robes there were already torn and still stained with fresh blood.
Han Su seems to be injured.
Lin Chen nodded secretly.
No wonder the system simulation showed that he would have the absolute upper hand. If Han Su was already injured, then everything would make sense. Lin Chen, you can't just tie them up.
At this moment, Han Su's treatment came to an end. He was pale and in poor condition.
While regulating his breathing, he gave orders to Lin Chen. Go and cripple Xian Yangzi's third disciple. This woman's cultivation is quite high, and I'm afraid she'll cause trouble. What are you standing there for? Go! Ahem!
Han Su saw Lin Chen standing there motionless, looking displeased, and gave a stern order. The anger affected the wound under his ribs, and the treatment for Chu Tiannan had consumed a lot of his true energy. He couldn't help coughing and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
System, simple simulation again. The prerequisite is to launch a surprise attack on Han Su.
Seeing this, Lin Chen ignored Han Su and gave the order to the system. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You launched a sneak attack on Han Su, and Han Su was injured by you. You and Han Su engaged in a fierce battle. Han Su was defeated and exploded his golden elixir, but was unable to injure you.
This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the results of this simulation.
Sure enough, Han Su was seriously injured and consumed his true energy to heal Chu Tiannan, and his strength was greatly reduced. He can no longer pose a life threat to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen's mind raced, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he decided to act. Elder Han, to be honest, I was also injured just now and no longer have the strength to cripple that female disciple. Lin Chen bit his lip and lied to Han Sudao. Is that so? Well, this woman's cultivation is quite strong, so it's understandable that you were injured by her. In that case, you come and take care of the young master, and I will personally destroy her.
Han Su was seriously injured and in a state of anxiety.
In addition, Lin Chen had passed the interrogation of the demon sect and was a gold medal undercover agent recognized by the headquarters, so Han Su did not have too many doubts about Lin Chen. He stood up and walked towards Chu Shaoqian. Just when he passed by Lin Chen, there was murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes. The black and white sword energy surged from the fingertips of his right hand, which had been gathering strength for a long time, and he pointed directly at the fatal point on Hansu's neck. You! Hansu reacted instinctively and dodged the fatal blow, causing Lin Chen's sword energy to deviate and hit his shoulder. Blood spurted out of Hansu's shoulder, his face changed drastically, and without thinking, he burst out his true energy and forcibly pushed Lin Chen away.
Hansu was seen using mysterious footwork, changing his position and forcibly widening the distance between him and Lin Chen. But since Lin Chen has already taken action, how can he give up? He immediately condensed the Liang Yizhenwu sword, the blade covered with sword energy wrapped in thunder and flames, and pounced towards Hansu. You kid! You've been acting all this time? Hansu took out his magic sword from the Qiankuan bag and blocked Lin Chen's attack, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Lin Chen could pass the interrogation of many high-ranking members of the demon sect and also get the approval of the headquarters. The demon sect's headquarters has always been cautious in its actions. How could they be deceived by such a young boy? Little did he know that Lin Chen had foresight through simulation. When facing interrogation, he knew the outcome of every statement in advance. It was impossible for him to say something wrong, and naturally no flaws would be discovered. Hansu cheered up and pushed his true energy in the late Jindan stage to the limit, hoping to defeat Lin Chen within a few moves. It's a pity that the sword in Lin Chen's hand is the precious Liang Yizhenwu sword, and the martial arts he uses is the earth-level thunder and fire sword technique. After several rounds, Hansu not only failed to gain any advantage, but was instead firmly suppressed by Lin Chen. This kid, why is he so powerful even though his cultivation is only at the early stage of Jindan? Damn! If I hadn't been injured by that evil beast. Oh, damn it. Hansu was shocked and angry. It turned out that when he entered Hangyun Mountain just now, he did not meet Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan, but met the purple crystal beast that was beaten away by Lin Chen. Hansu was not aware of the weakness of the amethyst beast, and although he killed it in close combat with it, he was also seriously injured. This is what led to the current situation. They fought for a few more moves. Lin Chen noticed that Hansu's move was an old one, revealing a flaw, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Liang Yizhenwu sword in his hand shone with white light. He once again used the two black and white interwoven Liang Yi sword auras, displaying the unique sword aura skills of the Liang Yizhenwu sword, piercing through the clouds. Zhun. The condensed black and white sword energy was like a bolt of lightning, crossing a distance of several feet and piercing Hansu's chest accurately. Well! Hansu groaned, blood gushing out of his chest. He stared at Lin Chen intently, his old eyes showing a fierce and resolute look. Obviously, he had fully understood that he was no match for Lin Chen. The only solution available now is to self-destruct the golden elixir. Boy, if you want to kill me, then you can't live either. Hansu suddenly tore open his clothes, his hair and beard moved without wind, and the golden elixir condensed in the late stage of Jindan in his lower abdomen began to emit a dazzling golden luster. In an instant, a sense of life and death crisis surged in Lin Chen's heart. Under the pressure of Hansu's momentum, he even seemed to have difficulty breathing. The power of the golden elixir's self-detonation is too terrifying. Even though the system's simulation has indicated that Lin Chen will not die, it is almost impossible for him to avoid being injured in the face of such an attack. Moreover, the explosion of the golden elixir had a huge impact on a wide range, and Chu Shaochen and Chen Xianjun, who were not far away, were very likely to be affected. At this critical moment, Lin Chen's face darkened and he appeared beside Chu Tiannan. Elder Han, please think it through. Do you really want to perish together with me, regardless of whether young Master Chu lives or dies? It was too late for a temporary simulation, so Lin Chen decided to take a gamble. It's a bet whether Hansu cares about Chu Tiannan's life or death. Hansu came back from Hangyun Mountain. Although he was seriously injured, he still did not hesitate to consume his true energy to heal Chu Tiannan, which shows how much he cares about Chu Tiannan. Despicable and cunning boy, do you think I will be deceived by you? The secret method of the golden elixir's self-destruction was already being used. Hansu's face was filled with despair. He said dejectedly, if I die, how can the young master survive in your hands?
Alas, it is my incompetence that has failed to take good care of the young master. I am ashamed of the altar master's kindness. Hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and said, Elder Han, although Brother Chu and I have different positions, Brother Chu treats me sincerely, and I have no intention of harming his life. If you give up and die together, I promise not to hurt Brother Chu in the slightest.
Ha ha, you cunning boy, do you think I will believe your nonsense?
Han Su laughed wildly towards the sky when he heard what Lin Chen said. Lin Chen's expression did not change, and he stared at Han Su intently.
The wild laughter turned into a bitter smile in the end. Han Su looked at Chu Tiannan in Lin Chen's hands and sighed deeply. The golden elixir exploded, and Chu Tiannan was affected and was doomed to die. But if he gave up on self-destruction and believed in Lin Chen, Chu Tiannan might still have a chance of survival. As an elder of the demon sect, how should Han Su choose? Never mind, boy, you win.
I'll trust you just this once.
I hope you can keep your promise and let me live.
As he spoke, Han Su fell down, and the golden elixir light in his dantian gradually dimmed.
He finally gave up on self-destruction and died of suffocation.
Under the scorching sun, a carriage pulled by ground lizards was moving on the post road covered with yellow sand. In the carriage, Lin Chen leaned aside, staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze. Next to him, Chu Shaoqian was mobilizing her true energy to heal Chen Xianjun.
Han Su's matter has come to an end.
However, Lin Chen and his companions did not return to the Wanjian sect. After hearing about Lin Chen's experience, Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun discussed and unanimously decided to take Chu Tiannan back to the demon sect branch. They wanted to use Chu Tiannan as a hostage to exchange for Lin Chen's sister Lin Xueqing with the leader of the sect, Chu Shao.
Call. Go. Heal yourself. I'm tired.
Chu Shaoqian wiped the sweat from her forehead, stopped treating Chen Xianjun, and pushed him aside.
Then, she sat down next to Lin Chen with a smile. Junior brother Xiaolu, what's wrong? Are you worried about your sister?
Don't worry, before we go to exchange hostages, let's find some helpers to ensure that Chu Shao doesn't dare to play tricks.
Chu Shaoqian comforted Lin Chen. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the car window, looked at Chu Shaoqian, and said, Senior sister, can you please stop calling me junior brother Xiaolu from now on? Ah.
Chu Shaoqian opened her mouth and blinked her beautiful eyes, not quite understanding what Lin Chen meant.
I really hate the name 6 now.
Lin Chen sighed softly.
This damn Lao Lu. He really doesn't want to be an undercover agent anymore.
It turned out that Chu Tiannan had already woken up during the fight with Han Su.
He knew everything that had happened.
Lin Chen will never forget the look Chu Tiannan gave him. Disappointment, disbelief, deception, betrayal, all sincerity wasted.
Facing Chu Tiannan, Lin Chen felt ashamed.
Junior brother Xiaolu, don't let your imagination run wild. We'll find help later to get your sister back, and then we'll be back with Master.
Then you can rest assured. Chu Shaoqian failed to understand Lin Chen's feelings and continued to comfort him.
Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. I had to force myself not to think about Chu Tiannan for the time being. Then he said, Senior sister, give me some spirit stones. Although Lin Chen has a lot of spirit stone ores, he can only use them for simulation after they are converted into spirit stones. When I return to Lusha County later and face the leader Chu Shao, I may encounter some dangers.
It is better to simulate it a few more times now. Firstly, you can understand the potential dangers in advance and be aware of them. Secondly, you can improve your cultivation so that even if you encounter danger, you will be able to deal with it. In the duel with Han Su just now, Han Su did not self-destruct his golden elixir, and the Qiankuan bag on his body was also preserved. However, before Lin Chen could confiscate the Qiankuan bag, Chu Shaoqian took it away during the chaos. No problem. Here are 1,000 spirit stones, take them and use them first. Hearing Lin Chen's request, Chu Shaoqian smiled generously and threw a bag of spirit stones over. Weighing the pitiful 1,000 spirit stones, Lin Chen smiled bitterly. He only had more than 300 spirit stones left in his hand, and with these 1,000, there were only more than 1,300 spirit stones left, which was not enough for one simulation. Senior sister, these are not enough. I need a lot of spirit stones. Please give me Han Su's Qiankuan bag. Lin Chen said. What Qiankuan bag?
Chu Xiaoqian blinked twice, looking innocent as if she knew nothing.
Senior sister, stop pretending. I saw you take away Han Su's Qiankuan bag.
Lin Chen was speechless.
Oh, you mean Han Su's Qiankuan bag? Sorry, I've been too tired these days, so I can't remember. Some things clearly. Chu Xiaoqian laughed and took out Han Su's Qiankuan bag.
Lin Chen took it and looked at it, his face became a little angry.
The Qiankuan bag was empty, not even a piece of toilet paper was left. Sister, be kind. I, your junior brother, risked my life to kill Han Su. You can't just take his legacy for yourself. Lin Chen knew Chu Xiaoqian's style of doing things and protested immediately. That's right. Third senior sister, it is said that whoever sees it gets a share. What you did is a bit too much. Chen Xianjun also echoed. Shut up. What's your business? Whoever sees it gets a share. So, you want a share too? Get out of the way and heal your wound. Chu Xiaoqian gave Chen Xianjun a cold look.
Then he turned to Lin Chen and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiaolu was right, but Han Su's things are considered captured spoils of war. As a disciple of the sect, I have the responsibility to keep them safe and hand them over to the sect.
I wonder how many spirit stones you need, junior brother? Give me 10,000 first.
Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Chu Xiaoqian's nonsense about handing it over to the sect and other childish lies, and said directly.
10,000? Chu Xiaoqian exclaimed in an exaggerated expression. Why, no.
Lin Chen glared at him. Third senior sister, Han Su was a master in the late Jindan stage.
Don't tell me that he doesn't even have 10,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. Well, yes. Chu Xiaoqian knew that she couldn't hide it, so she took out 10,000 spirit stones and handed them over with a painful heart. Alas, Xiaolu, oh Xiaolu, you have grown up. You are no longer the innocent Xiaolu. Chu Xiaoqian looked emotional, shaking her head and sighing. You are so innocent. You're so fucking innocent. Just kidding, fools all day long.
Lin Chen cursed in his heart. He no longer cared about Chu Xiaoqian, walked aside with 10,000 spirit stones, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and began to simulate. System, conduct a normal simulation.
Just use a personality card. As for the lucky card, well, let's not use it for now.
After thinking about it, Lin Chen gave the order. At present, Lin Chen has 3 types of useful prop cards, character cards, lucky cards, and save cards. Although these 3 prop cards can be exchanged for gas cards, and there is a small probability of obtaining them directly during simple simulations, there are obvious differences in their rarity.
The rarest of these is the lucky card.
Lin Chen only had 3 of these cards. Furthermore, based on previous experience, the validity period of this card during simulation was only 1 year.
The second rarest type is the character card.
Lin Chen now has a total of 8 cards of this type. The least rare are the archive cards, of which Lin Chen has accumulated a total of 20. Therefore, the character card must be used in each simulation, and the lucky card must be used at the appropriate time after a good character is randomly obtained.
Good host.
10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and there are currently 1,322 spirit stones remaining. The item character card was used successfully.
Currently, there are 7 character cards remaining. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare random personality in this simulation. Congratulations, host. This simulation accidentally activated a hidden destiny.
Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Chen frowned.
Hidden fate, what the hell? Normal simulation begins. Random personality, curious. Hidden fate, lonely star.
Since you can no longer maintain your undercover identity, you decide to return to Lusha County and exchange Chu Tiannan for your sister Lin Xueqing. To prevent the altar master Chu Xiao from playing tricks, you follow Chu Xiaoqian's instructions and go to the nearby giant stone city to seek reinforcements. After finding reinforcements, you went to Lusha County, successfully rescued Lin Xueqing, and returned
safely to the Wanjian sect.
After returning to the sect, you began to practice normally. 2 months later, you heard that third senior sister Chu Shaoqian was going down the mountain to perform a sect mission. You were curious and decided to go with her. On the way, you encountered the ambush of He Yu Dao, the new leader of the Kang sect. He Yu Dao killed you and Chu Shaoqian.
This simulation ends.
Stop, use the card load.
Lin Chen ordered. The first part of this simulation went smoothly.
It seems that there will be no accidents when I go to Lusha County to exchange my sister.
It's just the second half.
He went down the mountain with his third senior sister to complete a mission and was killed by a man named He Yu Dao, the new leader of the Kang sect. This title was one that Lin Chen had never heard of before. Why did he want to kill Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian for no reason? The file red card was used successfully.
The number of file red cards remaining is 19.
Host, please select the file loading node. First, when we went to Boulder City to seek help. 2. When going to Lusha County to rescue Lin Xueqing. 3. After returning to the Wanjian sect, when I went down the mountain with Chu Shaoqian to complete the mission.
The system provides 3 optional key nodes.
Once Lin Chen selects these nodes and makes different choices after reading the file, the subsequent simulation will change.
Choose 3. Lin Chen said.
The system has previously reminded that each simulation, even with the same personality, may not have the same experience. Especially when using a file loading card, if the selected node is too far forward, accidents may occur, causing the subsequent simulation process to be less than expected. Like this simulation, since everything went smoothly before, there is no need to read the file and go back to simulate again.
The correct approach is to load the save file where the problem occurs.
I chose to reload the file at node 3 and not go down the mountain with third senior sister to complete the mission.
Good host. Successful file loading. Simulation continues.
2 months later, you heard that your third senior sister was going down the mountain to undertake a mission.
You suppressed your curiosity and decided to stay at the sect to take care of your sister and focus on your cultivation.
Soon, you received news that third senior sister Chu Shaoqian had unfortunately died while going down the mountain on a mission. 4 months later, Master sent fourth senior brother Qin Xianjun to Yinning Mountain to clear out the monsters.
You are curious and decide to go along.
You and Qin Xianjun were attacked by He Yu Dao, the leader of the Kang sect, on the way and unfortunately died.
This simulation ends. Stop. Damn it, why is it He Yu Dao again? System, use another load card. Lin Chen's face looked grim. Who is He Yu Dao, the new leader of Kang sect? Why was he killed twice in a row? Was there some deep hatred between them? Or the file red card was used successfully. The number of file red cards remaining is 18. Host, please select the file loading node. First, when we went to Boulder City to seek help. 2. When going to Lusha County to rescue Lin Xueqing. 3. After returning to the Wanjian sect, when going down the mountain with Chu Shaoqian to complete the mission. 4th, I heard that Qin Xianjun went down the mountain to eliminate the demon. Faced with the 4 nodes this time, Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, choose 4. Having already skipped past Chu Shaoqian's node, Lin Chen didn't want to do it again and waste the loading card. Although Chu Shaoqian unfortunately died during the simulation. But it's a simulation after all, so if it fails, it fails. As long as Lin Chen doesn't die, let the simulation continue. If Chu Shaoqian really goes down the mountain to carry out a mission in reality, then Lin Chen will find a way to stop her. Choose 4, and don't accompany fourth senior brother down the mountain. Good host. The file card was used successfully. Simulation continues. 4 months later, Master sent fourth senior brother Qin Xianjun to Yinning Mountain to clear out the monsters. You suppressed your curiosity and decided to stay at the sect to take care of your sister and focus on your cultivation. Not long after, you received news of the death of your fourth senior brother, Qin Xianjun. 6 months later, the Wanjian sect launched an attack on the Red Blood Demon sect's headquarters. Second senior brother Wang Yi, following master's orders, went to spy on the enemy. You are very curious and apply to go together. On the way, you and Wang Yi were ambushed by He Yudao, the leader of the Kang sect. Wang Yi desperately protected you, and you managed to escape with your life, but you were severely injured, your void core shattered, and your martial meridians destroyed. After returning to the sect, Master tried every possible way to heal you, but to no avail. Fortunately, Jian Kong has another way. He can guide you to repair your martial meridians and condense the void pill again. 5 years later, He Yudao, the leader of the Kang sect, launched an attack on the Wanjian sect and engaged in a life-and-death battle with Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi was defeated, and the sect's main formation was broken. You and your sister fled to the nearby Qinghe town for refuge, as arranged by Xian Yangzi in advance. On the way, you encountered bandits blocking the road. Because your martial veins had not yet been repaired and your strength was only at the body refining realm, you were no match for the numerous bandits. Unfortunately, you and Lin Xueqing died. This simulation ends. Stop, use another load card. Lin Chen frowned, looking helpless. After repeatedly reloading and simulating the game, Lin Chen has discovered that He Yudao, the leader of the Kang sect, is a considerable stumbling block. Not only did he attack Lin Chen and his senior brothers and sisters again and again, but later on, he even attacked the Wanjian sect. What made Lin Chen even more shocked was that 5 years later, his master Xian Yangzi was no match for He Yudao. It is not difficult to see that this person is quite extraordinary. At the same time, Lin Chen also realized that this rare character curiosity and the hidden fate unlucky star did not seem to be good. Out of curiosity, he loved to join in the fun, and as soon as he came down the mountain, he was attacked by He Yudao. And the star of misfortune seemed to be affecting those around Lin Chen. All the relatives, friends, and teachers he cared about would not have a good end. After simulating this far, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel like giving up. Under the influence of his bad personality and fate, the simulation process was too bumpy. Not only did he not gain any substantial results, but his file loading cards were consumed again and again. Let's try a few more times. If we still don't gain anything, we'll have to give up on this simulation. No matter what, 10,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Lin Chen doesn't want to waste it and wants to struggle again. This time, there are 6 loading nodes. In addition to the previous 4, there are 2 more. They are 5, when going with the second senior brother Wang Yi to spy on the enemy. 6, when the sect's formation was broken, he followed the master's instructions and took his sister to Qinghe town. Choose 5. Lin Chen said. There is no need to hesitate. If he chooses 6, his martial meridians have not yet been restored, and he is half a useless person, and it is difficult for him to achieve much. Good host. The file card was used successfully. Simulation continues. 6 months later, you heard that your second senior brother, Wang Yi, was going to spy on the enemy. You suppressed your curiosity and stayed at the sect to take care of your sister and focus on your cultivation. Soon, you received news that second senior brother Wang Yi had been attacked and had managed to escape back to the sect, but he was seriously injured. Despite receiving treatment from Xian Yangzi, Wang Yi unfortunately died. Because Xian Yangzi's true essence was severely depleted, the Wanjian sect temporarily abandoned their plan to attack the demon sect. Xian Yangzi also began to retreat. 7 months later, Xian Yangzi, who was in seclusion, suddenly went astray and lost all his cultivation. As the only disciple of Zuowang Peak, you carefully take care of your master. 8 months later, Xian Yangzi died. A year later, your sister Lin Xueqing's hidden injury relapsed. You tried every possible way to treat her, but were unable to save her. At this time, the abnormal behavior of those around you has attracted the attention of other members of the Wanjian sect. They all believe that you are infected with evil spirits and will bring bad luck to those around you, so they want to expel you from the sect. Finally, sect master Xiao Zhongfeng, considering that you were once Xian Yangzi's disciple, decided to imprison you in the sect's forbidden area, Sangjian Valley. You enter the hidden Sword Valley and begin your secluded training.
You enter the hidden sword valley and begin your secluded training. Because everyone around you died, you felt deeply lonely and began to devote yourself to the sword, studying the way of the sword. 3 years later, you were watching the rain from the cliffs of Hidden Sword Valley when you were struck by something and comprehended the ruthless sword art. 6 years later, you diligently practiced swordsmanship. Under Jiankong's guidance, you achieved the state of oneness of man and sword and mastered a sword technique, which you named Merciless Sword Rain. 8 years later, you accidentally entered a valley within a valley and found a human-shaped statue. You are curious and explore the statue, unexpectedly discovering a secret compartment 5 feet north of the statue's base. After opening the secret compartment, you obtained a Taoist treasure, the Tianjia sword, and a jade slip containing the 4th level technique, the 9-turn golden elixir technique. 9 years later, you will have cultivated the 9-turn golden pill technique to the 3rd level, and your cultivation level will be elevated to the 4th level of the core formation realm. 10 years later, you have cultivated the 9-turn golden pill technique to the 7th level, and your cultivation has reached the 5th level of the core formation realm.
Reminder, this simulation has reached its time limit. This simulation ends. Optional Reward 1, your cultivation level at the end of the simulation, the skills you learned, and the martial arts experience you gained. Optional Reward 2, rare item, adventure card. Use this to significantly increase the host's chances of encountering an adventure during simulation. Select. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw the last 2 rewards. After simulating to this point, Lin Chen no longer planned to reload the file and start over. In his opinion, it was quite lucky that such a development could be achieved at the end of the simulation. But, the last 2 reward options made Lin Chen a little hesitant. The second option turned out to be a rare item called Adventure Card. Let's choose one. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen chose the Tao. The rewards for option 1 include the 5th level of Jindan Cultivation, a 4th level martial arts technique called 9-turn golden elixir technique, the ruthless sword rain sword technique, and the sword art of oneness of man and sword. Obviously, the reward is very generous. Adventure cards, on the other hand, will only come into play during the next simulation, and the benefits can be large or small. If you choose the adventure card, the gambling element is higher. At this moment, Lin Chen is about to go to Lusha County to rescue his sister Lin Shueching. After returning to the sect, he may have to face the Kang sect master He Yu Dao, whom he has never met before. Therefore, choosing reward 1 is obviously more practical and safer. As Lin Chen made his choice, the rewards began to be distributed. Wow! In an instant, earth-shaking changes took place in Lin Chen's Dantian. The Xiantian Shudan, which was suspended above the Sea of Qi and surrounded by the black and white yin and yang sword energy, gradually became solid under the tempering of the vast amount of spiritual energy. The martial meridians that extend from the Dantian to the limbs and bones also become tougher and wider. Jindan Realm, 5th level. Lin Chen's cultivation has crossed the last hurdle of the early stage of Jindan and entered the middle stage of Jindan. Compared with before, both the thickness of the true energy and the explosive power when the true energy is exerted have been qualitatively improved. In addition to improving his cultivation, the practice method of 9 revolutions golden elixir emerged in Lin Chen's mind. Moreover, this technique has been practiced to the 7th level, and only needs to be practiced 2 more levels to reach perfection. Looking at the entire simulation process, it is not difficult to find that Lin Chen's cultivation improvement is mainly concentrated in the last 2 years. During the first 8 years, only his sword skills improved, but his cultivation level barely increased. From this, it is not difficult to see that it is precisely because of practicing this 4th level technique that Lin Chen's cultivation level has improved so rapidly, which shows that this technique is very extraordinary. Apart from these, the rest is the improvement in Kendo. Ruthless swordsmanship, the unity of man and sword, the sword technique ruthless sword rain. Lin Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body constantly absorbing the results of the past 10 years of hard training. Inside his dantian, in the Liang Yizhenwu sword, Jian Kong clearly sensed Lin Chen's improvement in swordsmanship, and his expression became shocked. At the same time, he also felt that the connection between his consciousness and Lin Chen's consciousness became closer. This is the sign that the sword spirit has recognized its master. The artistic conception of the sword, the unity of man and sword. I didn't expect.
Miss Lin Chen, I really didn't expect that I would have to change my words to you so soon. The prerequisite for a sword spirit to recognize its master is that one's understanding of the way of the sword reaches the state of unity between man and sword. After recognizing its master, the sword spirit's sealed memories will gradually revive. As its spiritual consciousness becomes more closely connected with Lin Chen's control over it will also increase accordingly. When performing sword skills, it can unleash even more terrifying power.
Junior brother Xiaolu, you.
Next to him, Chu Shaoxian noticed that Lin Chen's aura was becoming stronger, and her face suddenly became surprised and confused. Without waiting for her to ask, Lin Chen opened his eyes and spoke to her first. Senior sister, give me another 10,000 spirit stones.
Lin Chen wanted to continue the simulation.
Now that he has obtained the 4th level skills, the speed of cultivation has reached a new level. If he simulates it again, his cultivation will definitely improve rapidly.
Ah? Another 10,000?
Upon hearing this, Chu Shaoxian shook her head repeatedly. No more, junior brother Xiaolu, there really aren't that many left. As she spoke, she handed a Qiankuan bag to Lin Chen. Han Su was a master in the late Jindan stage, but he doesn't have many spirit stones in his Qiankuan bag.
Junior brother Xiaolu, these are all the belongings in Han Su's Qiankuan bag. Senior sister is not lying. To you. Take a look.
Chu Shaoxian has realized that Lin Chen is no longer the junior brother in the qi refining realm that she knew. As his cultivation level improves, Lin Chen's demand for spirit stones will also increase. Before, she wanted to help Lin Chen keep Han Su's treasure, but seeing that Lin Chen's aura became stronger and his cultivation level improved rapidly, she gradually dispelled this idea.
Lin Chen took the Qiankuan bag and examined it briefly.
Sure enough, all of Han Su's belongings were placed inside, including the magic sword used by Han Su, as well as robes, tokens and other items of many demon sect elders.
However, there are only more than 3,000 spirit stones in it. This is not enough. Lin Chen shook his head and looked at Chu Shaoxian. Senior sister, do you have any spirit stones left? Give me some. I'll lend it to you. Yes, but not many.
Chu Shaoxian took out her Qiankuan bag and took out more than 4,000 spirit stones from it. I just bought a lot of refining equipment and alchemy materials a while ago, and my savings are almost used up.
Chu Shaoxian explained. Hey, Xiaoxi. Do you have any spirit stones? Take some out. Chu Shaoqian kicked Chen Xianjun. You ask questions even though you already know the answer. Chen Xianjun glared at Chu Shaoqian angrily and turned away. The others were imprisoned by the Red Blood Demon sect, and their spirit stones were naturally confiscated. 3,000 plus 4,000, plus the more than 1,000 in Lin Chen's hands, is still less than 10,000. Lin Chen shook his head with a look of regret. Junior brother Xiaolu, what do you want so many spirit stones for? Chu Shaoqian was a little surprised. Of course it is useful. Lin Chen evaded the question. Since there are not enough spirit stones, I have no choice but to give up for now. Then he began to practice the 4th level technique, 9-turn golden elixir technique, and concentrated on cultivating. And so we keep moving forward. Half a day later, Lin Chen and his group arrived at a small town built of thick blue-black rocks. According to Chu Shaoxian, this city is under the jurisdiction of a 3-star sect called Jushiman. Their purpose in this trip was to seek help from Hao Dapeng, the leader of the Jianshimen. In front of a restaurant in Boulder City, the carriage pulled by 4 ground lizards slowly stopped. The ordinary people in the city had obviously never seen a cart pulled by such a monster. They looked terrified, quickly got out of the way, and stood in the distance watching. Chu Shaoqian and Lin Chen walked down from the frame one after another. They entered the restaurant to buy food and replenish supplies. Originally, Lin Chen was anxious to rescue Lin Xueqing and did not plan to rest. He wanted to go directly to the Boulder Gate. But he couldn't resist Chu Shaoqian's strong request. Chu Shaoqian is a foodie and cannot stand the pain of hunger. Seeing that she almost used seduction to convince him, Lin Chen had no choice but to agree to her suggestion of taking a break. This restaurant is great, the food is delicious.
Not long after, Chu Shaoqian came out of the restaurant burping, savoring the delicious dishes she had just eaten. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was standing next to him, seemed to be in a rather heavy mood. He was holding a 3-layer food box in his hand and staring at the prison van behind the frame.
After hesitating for a long time, I finally chose to go over. Squeak! The iron gate was opened. Chu Tiannan appeared in the prison van.
Chu Tiannan was seen sitting cross-legged with his hair disheveled and his eyes dull, staring blankly like an old monk in meditation.
Brother Chu.
Seeing him like this, Lin Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart and a look of guilt on his face.
Brother Chu, I believe you are hungry too. The food in this restaurant is good, you should eat something.
Lin Chen placed the food box in front of Chu Tiannan and forced a smile on his face.
Chu Tiannan came to his senses after hearing this and his eyes fell on Lin Chen.
After seeing clearly that it was Lin Chen, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's arm.
Brother Lin, this isn't true. Tell me, this isn't true.
Brother Lin, you and I hit it off right away, and having experienced life and death together, we're close friends.
You must be lying to me. You and Elder Han followed my father's instructions and deliberately put on a show for me to watch. You want me to grow up, right? Tell me quickly, Brother Lin. Is it right? Chu Tiannan grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly and questioned loudly, his expression becoming more and more agitated.
Lin Chen felt sad and guilty.
Sorry, Brother Chu. I'm so sorry for lying to you.
Lin Chen couldn't stay any longer, so he shook Chu Tiannan's hand away, sighed softly, and closed the door of the prison van. Feeling depressed, I returned to the carriage and found Chen Xianjun eating, while Chu Shaoqian was standing beside him, commenting on each dish with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head silently. Everyone has different experiences and naturally different moods. He had no one to confide in about his guilt at the moment, so he could only suppress it in his heart and bear it alone. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Shaoqian drove the carriage to the Jushimen base. As a 3-star sect, the Giant Stone Gate's headquarters is not very large, and the cultivation level of the gatekeeper disciples is only at the 6th or 7th level of the body refining realm. However, according to Chu Shaoqian, the leader of the Giant Stone sect, Hao Dapeng, is a master in the late Jindan stage, and his strength is not inferior to that of the demon sect elder Han Su. Moreover, more than 10 years ago, Xian Yangzi had done Hao Dapeng a favor.
Hao Dapeng was very happy to help them, Xian Yangzi's direct disciples.
After the announcement, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian entered the Giant Stone Gate under the guidance of the disciple.
Chen Xianjun stayed in the carriage to heal his wounds and guard Chu Tiannan in the prison car.
Ha, young Master Wang is really funny, quite like my teacher.
Ahem. Master Hao, you are too kind.
This successful extermination of the bull demon was made possible thanks to Sect Master Hao, who sacrificed his energy and blood to assist with his secret techniques. Sect Master Hao is truly righteous, and I, Wang, cannot match him.
I just don't know about your injury. Ahem, nothing's wrong, just a minor injury.
Outside the main hall of the Jushimen sect. Before Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian entered, they heard a conversation coming from inside. Hearing this familiar voice, the two couldn't help but look at each other with puzzled expressions.
After entering the main hall,
sitting in the host's seat was a pot-bellied old man with white hair and beard. He had a blessed look on his face, but a huge red nose in the middle of his face was particularly eye-catching. This person is the leader of the Giant Stone Gate, Hao Dapeng. And in the host and guest seat below, sat a young man. This man was dressed in white, had a handsome appearance, and his every move exuded an extraordinary demeanor. However, for some reason, the details between this person's eyebrows and eyes revealed a cynical look that was unnatural. At this moment, the young man was talking to Hao Dapeng, and when his eyes subconsciously looked at Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian who had just entered, he couldn't help but slapped his thigh and stood up suddenly. Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian were also very surprised, just like the young man.
Second brother, why are you here?
Chu Shaoqian said in surprise. It turned out that this young man was none other than Xian Yangzi's second disciple, and Lin Chen's second senior brother, Wang Yi, who had saved him from Yu Dao during the previous simulation.
Ha, I should be the one asking you too this question. What are you doing here?
Second brother, this is a long story. Then there's no need to rush. Come, sixth junior brother, let's sit down and talk slowly. So Lin Chen told Wang Yi everything about his previous experience. After hearing this, Wang Yi patted his chest and said, "Brother, I understand everything.
Sixth junior brother, don't worry.
I'll go with you on this trip and make sure you get your sister out safely." Upon hearing this, Chu Shaoqian and Lin Chen looked at each other with joy on their faces.
Second senior brother Wang Yi, as Xian Yangzi's favorite disciple, is well known throughout the Daqian kingdom for his talent.
His cultivation has long reached the late stage of Jindan, and his strength is extremely powerful. In the previous simulation, he was able to forcibly rescue Lin Chen from Yu Dao, which was enough to prove his extremely high combat power. With him accompanying us on this trip, exchanging Chu Tianan for Lin Xueqing is basically a done deal.
Then Sect Master how?
Chu Shaoqian wanted to help Lin Chen recruit another expert to increase the bargaining chips for this trip.
I have no problem with this old man. The affairs of your benefactor's disciple are my affairs. Hao Dapeng expressed his opinion proudly. Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian were very happy to see this. But, unexpectedly. Hey, you two are really troublesome to Master Hao. This trip is for exchange, not to attack the demon sect's branch temple. I can go with you alone. Don't bother Sect Master Hao.
I don't know if Wang Yi was confident or what, but he actually rejected Hao Dapeng's suggestion to go with him.
But senior brother. Alright, junior brother, this matter is settled.
Lin Chen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Yi.
Oh, they say people have 3 urgent needs. I just ate a little too much and need to take care of it.
Suddenly, Wang Yi held his stomach, stood up, and walked out of the hall.
Ah!
Everyone present stared at him with surprise.
Don't worry about me for now, you guys chat, I'll be back soon.
With that, Wang Yi rushed out of the hall. Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian both looked a little embarrassed.
Ha, young Master Wang is a quick-witted man with a real temperament. Hao Dapeng didn't care, smiled heartily, and had a very good impression of Wang Yi. He.
Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian laughed dryly and disagreed.
Obviously, sect leader Hao Dapeng was deceived by Wang Yi's acting skills.
Although Wang Yi is known as a genius, his junior brothers and sisters, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian, know clearly that their second senior brother is often scolded by their master and is not a very serious person. Since Wang Yi was in a hurry, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian had no choice but to wait patiently.
This wait lasted half an hour. Senior sister, why hasn't second senior brother come back yet? Something seems wrong.
Lin Chen lowered his voice and reminded Chu Shaoqian.
Yeah, even if he fell into the toilet, he shouldn't have stayed there for so long. I wonder what tricks Wang Yi is up to again. Chu Shaoqian was also feeling a little uneasy. Just then. Master! This is bad, something terrible is happening.
A disciple of the Giant Stone sect rushed into the hall, shouting, his face full of panic.
Master, this is bad. Thieves broke into our winery and stole all the fine wines you prepared as gifts.
The disciple of the Giant Stone sect looked panicked and spoke anxiously.
What? Upon hearing this, Hao Dapeng's expression suddenly changed. Those fine wines were holiday gifts I prepared for my benefactor Xian Yangzi. How could such a thing happen? Who on earth did this? Offing, can you see clearly what the thief looks like? At this time, a disciple behind Hao Dapeng asked in a deep voice. This man has a heroic appearance and extraordinary demeanor. When Lin Chen and others were talking to Hao Dapeng, this man had been standing silently by their side. Now that he opened his mouth, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at this person twice more. Because, although this person looks and dresses like a heroic man, his voice is that of a woman. It turned out to be a female disciple disguised as a man. Miss, I saw clearly that person was dressed in white. Immediately, the disciple described the thief's appearance. After listening to the description, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian looked at each other with ugly expressions. The clan leader Hao Dapeng, who was sitting at the top seat, also had an expression of disbelief. Isn't this description referring to Wang Yi who just left? Wang Yi left on the pretext of having to go to the bathroom, but his purpose was actually to take the opportunity to steal the wine? Just as Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian knew, their second senior brother was indeed an eccentric person.
Humph, we welcomed you out of kindness, but I didn't expect you, the Wanjian sect, to be so ungrateful.
This is really going too far.
The disciple disguised as a man raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Come here.
Arrest these two thieves from the Wanjian sect."
Yes. There were responses from all around the hall, and dozens of disciples rushed over with swords in hand, surrounding Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian.
Stop!
Seeing that the situation was not going well, Sect Master Hao Dapeng quickly spoke up to stop them. All of you step back. These two are my benefactor's disciples, you must not be rude. All the disciples were stunned when they heard this, and they all looked at the disciple disguised as a man, not knowing what to do.
Inan, if it weren't for Xian Yangzi, the benefactor who saved me and introduced me to your mother, how could we have the giant stone gate today? These two are disciples of your benefactor. You can't be rude to them. Hao Dapeng gently persuaded the disciple who was disguised as a man. Dad, they stole your things and bullied you, why are you still speaking for them? Hao Yinan said angrily.
Seeing the disagreement between the father and daughter, Chu Xiaoqian, as the person involved, could no longer sit still.
He quickly apologized, Master Hao, Miss Yinan, my sixth junior brother and I never thought that second senior brother would do such a thing as stealing. We were wrong in this matter. On behalf of the 10,000 Sword sect, I would like to apologize to you.
Chu Xiaoqian grew up in the sect and cares a lot about the sect's reputation. Unlike Wang Yi, at this moment, she can take responsibility.
After hearing this, Hao Yinan's expression eased slightly.
Finally, after much persuasion, Chu Xiaoqian paid 3,000 spirit stones out of her own pocket to resolve the matter.
See Chu Xiaoqian and Lin Chen preparing to leave. Hao Dapeng said quickly, my two dear nephews, I also intend to. Dad, shut up.
He was halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Hao Yinan.
I'm sorry, my father is not in good health.
Please find someone else to handle the matter of Lusha County.
Come on, show him out. Hao Yinan said coldly.
Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian laughed dryly and had to leave tactfully.
After watching the two of them leave, Hao Yinan started to scold Hao Dapeng. Dad, when will you ever change your good-for-nothing habits? They've treated us like that, and you still want to help?
But my daughter, they belong to Xian Yangzi's benefactor.
I know.
They are disciples of Uncle Xian Yangzi, and we should help them.
But they have no bottom line.
They stole our things, and we still help them.
If this gets out, people will think we are easy to bully. How can our Jushimen survive? What's more, this trip will create a feud with the demon sect. If we provoke the demon sect to retaliate, won't our sect be destroyed?
Just like that, Hao Dapeng was scolded by his daughter and had to give up the idea of helping.
Driving the car, Lin Chen and his group left the giant stone city.
In the car, Lin Chen's face looked unhappy. He had not anticipated what would happen to the Stonehenge gate, and he had not been able to predict it through simulation. Through previous simulations, he thought that the trip would be smooth. In addition, the person he met was his second senior brother, so he did not use simple simulations and made careful predictions everywhere. Who would have thought that the second senior brother would cause such a scene and trap him and Chu Xiaoqian? What the hell is this damn Wang Yi? He made me lose 3,000 spirit stones. Just wait. I'll go back and tell Master about this. Outside, Chu Xiaoqian was driving and cursing. Well. Lin Chen sighed, not knowing whether he should rush to Lusha County. Now Hao Dapeng is not here to help, and the second senior brother Wang Yi is nowhere to be seen. Will this trip go smoothly with just him and Chu Xiaoqian? Although the system simulation indicated that everything would go smoothly, Lin Chen still felt a little unsure. You must know that Chu Xiao, as the leader of the sect, has the support of the demon sect's branch sect formation and the help of several elders. Although Lin Chen's strength has improved now, he is not sure of winning. If Lin Xueqing gets hurt again during the process, he will regret it.
just when I was secretly distressed.
There was a burst of exclamations from outside the car window.
Hey! Good wine, really good wine.
When he heard the voice, Lin Chen's expression froze and he quickly looked out the car window. Next to the yellow sandy post road, I saw my second senior brother Wang Yi, dressed in white, half lying on a huge rock, holding a wine gourd in his hand and drinking comfortably.
Wang Yi.
The car suddenly stopped, and Chu Shaoqian, who was driving, also noticed Wang Yi. Her eyes suddenly became angry and her teeth were gnashed.
Hey, third junior sister, the weather is dry, don't get angry. Come, have some wine to cool down.
Wang Yi teased with a smile.
Go to hell. Chu Shaoqian was furious.
When she thought of the 3,000 spirit stones she had lost, she wished she could tear Wang Yi into pieces.
She attacked in anger, waving the Taoist treasure Qixia umbrella and pounced on Wang Yi. No way, junior sister, are you serious? Wang Yi quickly made a move to block. After a fight,
Chu Shaoqian was obviously no match for Wang Yi. She was panting and exhausted. Helpless, they had to temporarily cease fighting, and Wang Yi took the opportunity to climb onto the carriage.
Ha, sixth junior brother, don't blame me.
I was just greedy and stole some wine to drink.
I won't forget what happened to your sister.
I happened to meet Sect Master Hao of the Giant Stone Gate a few days ago. He was hunting a large monster with me and was seriously injured. This is our own business, so it's better not to trouble him. Besides, the Red Blood Demon sect is only at odds with a few of our sections.
The Giant Stone sect has always been isolated and at peace, so dragging them into this matter would be quite inappropriate.
It turns out that there is a hidden story behind this matter.
Wang Yi actually had other intentions behind his actions.
Lin Chen suddenly realized.
Come, good brother, have a drink.
Wang Yi put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulders and handed him the wine jug.
Thank you, second brother.
Lin Chen smiled. Although his second senior brother was not very good at handling small matters, he was very clear about right and wrong, and he had always been very concerned about him. It's no accident that he would risk his life to save his own life during the simulation. Taking the wine jug, Lin Chen took a symbolic sip.
It has a mellow taste and is indeed a rare fine wine. Second brother, I want to have a sip too. Chen Xianjun smacked his lips beside him. Fourth junior brother, why are you so uncontrollable? You are seriously injured, how can you drink? Go and heal your wounds. Wang Yi frowned and lectured Chen Xianjun.
Chen Xuanjuan's mouth twitched and he turned his head away helplessly.
To be honest, he has gotten used to it.
None of these senior brothers and sisters like him. With Wang Yi joining, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian also felt more confident.
After driving fast all the way, they soon arrived at the dusty Lusha County. Shuaicheng.
Looking at this large county town from afar, Lin Chen was filled with anticipation.
Finally I can rescue my sister. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly noticed that something seemed to be happening near the city gate. For some reason, the city gate that people usually enter and exit is now only for exiting but not for entering. A large group of people ran out of the city like crazy, as if there was something terrible in the city. TSK, what's going on? So many people, with their families, fleeing famine? Second senior brother Wang Yi also noticed the abnormality near the city gate and couldn't help but mutter.
Third junior sister, sixth junior brother, please wait here for a moment.
I'm going to explore the city first.
Leaving a word behind, Wang Yi put away the wine pot, and with a flash of his body, he flew into the city of Lusha County against the flow of people.
Junior brother Xiaolu, don't be too anxious. As long as Chu Tianan is in our hands, I don't think Chu Xiao would dare to act recklessly. Second senior brother's cultivation is higher than yours and mine. Let him explore the way, it will be foolproof.
Chu Shaoqian returned to the carriage and comforted Lin Chen.
Yeah.
Lin Chen nodded with a serious expression.
After that, there was a long wait. After a full meal, Wang Yi's figure appeared again near the city gate.
I saw him running towards the frame with light steps.
How is Wang Yi?
Chu Shaoqian asked hurriedly.
Good, it's good. Ha ha.
With a smile on his face, Wang Yi told the two of them about the situation in the county city. It turned out that several righteous sects in the county city were joining forces to attack the branch of the demon sect.
The demon sect could not withstand the pressure and had to activate the sect's formation and launch a counterattack. The battle was fierce.
As for those people who fled famine near the city gate, they had to leave Lusha County because they were afraid of being affected. I never thought that the Broken Star sect, Wind Thunderfort, and Kang sect, these usually timid sects, would actually join hands to attack the demon sect's branch temple.
That's good now.
After they finish fighting and the demon sect's branch is badly damaged, we can come forward and ask for an exchange. Chu Xiao will definitely agree to it. Wang Yi spoke with a relaxed look on his face. But after hearing what he said, Lin Chen's face changed in shock.
Second brother, what did you just say? What sect? What door?
Wang Yi was puzzled.
What kind of gate is there in the sect that besieged the demon sect's branch? Lin Chen asked. Oh, Kangaman.
Wang Yi smiled and said, Kang sect is a 3-star sect, about the same size as Jusher sect.
The sect leader, He Yue, is a master in the late Jindan stage. He and I had dinner together before, so we have some friendship. Senior brother, do you know He Yu Dao? Lin Chen asked directly after pondering. No.
He Yu Dao is He Yue's younger brother and the deputy leader of the Kang sect.
Ha, 6th junior brother, since you mentioned He Yu Dao, I really have to tell you something. You don't know, this guy looks nothing like his brother. His face is so red, it's like it's smeared with pig's blood, huh? Wang Yi told the story like gossip.
But Lin Chen was shocked when he heard it.
He Yudeo's face looked like it was covered in blood. With this appearance, why does he look so much like the master in front of the mysterious sword tomb? Lin Chen clearly remembered that in front of the mysterious sword tomb in the narrow gap 100 miles away from Lingshan City, two masters fought for their lives in order to compete for the qualification to enter the sword tomb. One of them had a goatee and was born with a red face. When Lin Chen got the Liang Yizhenwu sword and rushed to Lusha County, he also learned through simulation that he was being tracked by this person. Now, this person appeared in Lusha County and attacked the demon sect's branch temple. Moreover, his identity seems to be the roadblock He Yu Dao mentioned in the simulation. Putting all the information together, how could Lin Chen not be shocked? He clearly felt that everything that happened was related. This He Yu Dao was most likely coming for the Liang Yizhenwu sword on him. Looks like the fight is almost over, let's go into the city. Wang Yi stood on the roof of the car, put his hand on his forehead, and looked at the battle situation in the city from afar. He found that both sides seemed to have reached a truce, so he made a proposal. Lin Chen pondered. Hesitated for a long time. In the end, there was no rejection. The purpose of his trip was to exchange his sister Lin Xueqing. He couldn't refuse. Even though he knew that He Yu Dao was coming for him, he had to go in order to save his sister. But going back and forth doesn't mean that he has to bite the bullet and go to die. As long as you take precautions before they happen, you won't necessarily be in danger. System, simple simulation. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You enter Quicksand County. After handing over Chu Tianan, you successfully received your sister Lin Xueqing. This simple simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Seeing the simulation results, Lin Chen felt relieved. Judging from the simulation results, there seems to be no danger. During the simulation, He Yu Dao was not mentioned at all. Since that was the case, Lin Chen had no choice but to stop thinking about it and enter Lusha County with Wang Yi and Chu Shaoqian. In Lusha County, several righteous sects have set up camp in front of the main entrance of the underground stone city. It seems that they are going to fight a protracted war and will not stop until they capture this branch of the demon sect. The gate to the underground stone city was tightly closed, and the demon sect's branch adopted a strategy of avoiding fighting. After getting off the carriage, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the camp of the righteous sect.
Several leaders and high-ranking officials of righteous sects immediately came over to greet them. So you're the disciple of Senior Xian Yangzi of the Wanjian sect.
Young Master Wang, I'm honored to meet you.
Young Master Wang is young and promising, and a role model for the younger generation of our righteous path.
You must have come here this time because you received the news and want to lend us a hand, right?
Because Wang Yi was well known, several Jindan realm masters present had seen him and were very respectful to him. At this time, Lin Chen noticed that Yu Dao, with a goatee and a bloody face, was also among this group of people.
Only.
His eyes were all on Wang Yi, and he didn't seem to notice Lin Chen.
Give you a helping hand?
Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. No, you think too much. I am helping my junior brother to exchange hostages. Several righteous sect leaders looked puzzled upon hearing this. Wang Yi did not hide anything and simply stated the purpose of his trip. Then, he ignored them and walked alone to the prison van.
He opened the car door and pulled Chu Tiannan out. Chu Xiao.
Look carefully, your precious son is in our hands. Hurry up and send my 6th junior brother's sister over here, and we'll exchange her for your son. Wang Yi looked towards the entrance of the stone city, condensed his true energy into his voice, and spoke loudly.
Inside the stone city.
The leader of the sect, Chu Xiao, saw the scene outside through the eye of the formation. After seeing Chu Tiannan in Wang Yi's hand, his expression suddenly changed.
Tiannan. What's going on? Didn't Tiannan go to Blackwater City accompanied by Han Su? How did he fall into their hands?
When the eye of the formation swept over Lin Chen beside Wang Yi, Chu Xiao suddenly understood.
Traitor! Damn it, this kid, he actually.
Chu Xiao was furious, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, things had come to this point, and Chu Xiao knew that getting angry was useless, so he had to make a prompt decision and sent someone to bring Lin Chen's sister, Lin Xueqing, over. With the help of her maid Nian Xia, Lin Xueqing came to the core meeting room. Master, I have followed your instructions and have taken good care of Miss Xueqing's daily life without any neglect. Seeing Chu Xiao's face turn pale and the atmosphere was not right, Nian Xia thought she had done something wrong and hurried to explain. Chu Xiao's face became even angrier when he heard this.
Good, great. Lin Chen, Tiannan treated you so sincerely, and you treated him like this.
I, Chu Xiao, will not be a human being until I tear you into pieces. Elder Lu, Elder Shui, what are you still standing there for?
Open the door and bring Tiannan back to me. Chu Xiao ordered sternly.
Next to them, 2 elders of the demon sect looked embarrassed when they heard this. Master, please calm down.
This is absolutely unacceptable. Elder Lu is absolutely right.
Altar Master, the headquarters is aware of our situation and has already sent reinforcements. We should obey the headquarters' orders and hold our ground.
We must not open the door or we'll fall into their trap.
When Chu Xiao heard what the 2 elders said, he flew into a rage. Shut up.
Tiannan fell into the hands of the enemy, and you let me sit back and do nothing? Open the door. Exchange. Anyone who dares to persuade me will be killed without mercy.
Ever since Chu Tiannan's mother died in childbirth, Chu Xiao has poured all his love and care into his son.
At this moment, Chu Tiannan was trapped in the hands of the enemy.
As a father, Chu Xiao could not just stand by and watch, waiting for reinforcements from the headquarters.
Well, the 2 elders also knew the inside story inside, not daring to persuade him any further.
With Chu Xiao's temper, if they continued to persuade him, he would be killed on the spot.
Stinky girl, you really have a good brother. Tell him to wait, Chu Xiao, will make him pay the price.
Chu Xiao grabbed Lin Xueqing and said with gritted teeth. Lin Xueqing pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to remain silent.
She could also feel that Chu Tiannan treated people with sincerity.
Lin Chen was indeed in the wrong in this matter. The source of this guilt is her sister.
If it wasn't for saving her, how could things between Lin Chen and Chu Tiannan have turned out like this? Brother.
Lin Xueqing felt deeply guilty. But she didn't realize that all of this was actually destined 5 years ago when they were captured by the Red Blood Demon sect.
The battle between the Wanjian sect and the Red Blood Demon sect is the real root of the problem. Boom!
Under Chu Xiao's order, the heavy stone door was opened.
Chu Xiao showed up with Lin Xueqing, accompanied by many elders and senior officials. The entire exchange process went smoothly, as expected from the simulation.
Lin Xueqing returned to Lin Chen's side, and Chu Tiannan was about to return to Chu Xiao's side.
However, just then,
something strange happened suddenly. A flaming sword energy suddenly burst out from the side and slashed towards Chu Tiannan's back at an extremely fast speed.
It was a sneak attack. Brother Chu! Lin Chen's pupils shrank. This scene was not mentioned during the simulation.
Obviously, Chu Tiannan has left Lin Chen's camp at this moment and has no relationship with Lin Chen anymore. The simulation will not mention things that are not related to Lin Chen. Seeing the fierce force of the flaming sword energy coming at him, Chu Tiannan, whose cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage and who was in a daze, had no intention of dodging at all and was about to be killed by the sword energy. At this critical moment, Chu Xiao rushed out at high speed, stopped his son behind him, and used a pair of bare hands to block the sword energy.
Boom!
The flaming sword energy dissipated. Chu Xiao's body swayed, he groaned, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, he was seriously injured.
Kill!
The sneak attack was successful and shouts of killing arose. The righteous sects, led by He Yudao, launched a fierce attack on Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao and other masters of the demon sect were forced to fight. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. The melee lasted from morning to night, for most of the day, before it finally stopped.
Chu Xiao, dead. Chu Tiannan was imprisoned under Lin Chen's protection. At night. In a room of the demon sect's branch temple.
After Lin Chen settled Lin Xueqing down, he changed into a nightgown.
System, simple simulation. The prerequisite is to rescue Chu Tiannan.
They had known each other for a while, although they had different positions, but Lin Chen didn't want to see Chu Tiannan die in vain. Previously, in order to exchange for Lin Xueqing, Lin Chen had to detain Chu Tiannan. Recalling that in the mine, Chu Tiannan disregarded the danger and blocked the attack of the purple crystal beast. Lin Chen felt that he owed Chu Tiannan too much. So they decided to let him go secretly.
Good host.
One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins.
You go and save Chu Tiannan. You learn that Chu Tiannan was successfully rescued. Simulation ends. Random item rewards, file loading card. After watching the simulation process, Lin Chen nodded secretly. After the melee during the day, the disciples of the major righteous sects were recuperating and their guards were relaxed. The next operation to rescue Chu Tiannan will go smoothly. No more hesitation.
Lin Chen pushed the door open and went straight to the room where Chu Tiannan was imprisoned. Before he got there, he saw from afar a man in black carrying the sleeping Chu Tiannan out of the house. Next to her was the maid, Nian Xia.
The man in black was lithe and possessed considerable cultivation.
Nian Xia, on the other hand, looked around nervously.
Who is this person?
Lin Chen stared at the man in black, feeling confused. Now that Chu Xiao is dead and all the elders of the demon sect have been slaughtered, who will come to save Chu Tiannan? With a flash of his body, Lin Chen stepped forward to block the way of the man in black.
Lin Chen, you traitor, get out of the way. The man in black looked cold. The voice is a female voice. Who are you? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice.
Young master, please give him a way out because my young master treats you sincerely.
Nian Xia pleaded.
Nian Xia thought that Lin Chen came to stop Chu Tiannan from escaping.
Snort!
The woman in black sneered and took off her veil, revealing a cold and beautiful face.
It's you?
Lin Chen was stunned.
Lin Chen had seen this woman once before.
That was when he had just arrived at the demon sect branch and was receiving his reward in the square in front of the temple. At that time, this woman received the third place award. Lin Chen vaguely remembered that her name was Yan Wanxin.
Yes, it's me.
Lin Chen, if you still have any conscience, let me take the young master away.
Yan Wanxin said coldly.
Lin Chen nodded. Miss Yan, to be honest, I came here to let Brother Chu go. Everything I did was due to my different standpoints, please forgive me.
Lin Chen moved his feet and made way. You still have some conscience. Yan Wanxin said no more and left quickly with Chu Tiannan.
But the maid Nianxia stayed.
You're not leaving? Lin Chen looked at Nianxia and asked in confusion. My cultivation is low, and following you will only be a burden.
Besides, the young master has entrusted me with the task of taking care of Miss
Xu Etching, and I dare not disobey.
Nianxia said respectfully.
You?
Lin Chen didn't expect that all the branches of the demon sect had been destroyed, and Nianxia still had to carry out Chu Tiannan's orders.
All right.
Lin Chen sighed softly. If he ignored Nianxia, she would most likely be held accountable for her identity, so it would be better to keep her. Seeing that Chu Tiannan had been taken away by Yan Wanxin and there was nothing else to do, Lin Chen planned to take Nianxia back.
And just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Chen's way. Master Lin Chen, the evidence is irrefutable that you deliberately let the demon sect thieves go. Now, I have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the demon sect. According to your crime, you deserve to be killed. An old voice sounded.
A middle-aged monk with a goatee and a red face appeared in front of Lin Chen with his hands behind his back. As soon as he saw this person, Lin Chen's pupils contracted and his fingers clenched.
Kangaman, what is the way?
This guy found him so quickly.
Master since you knew that the demon sect thieves were released, why didn't you chase them, but instead stopped me? Lin Chen asked with a sneer.
If He Yudao really wants to protect the interests of justice, he should go after Chu Tiannan. Since he didn't do that, it fully proves that he has selfish motives and his target is Lin Chen.
While chasing down the demon sect thieves is certainly important, eliminating the traitors is also a top priority.
The flame of true energy in He Yudao's palm flickered, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent and a hint of greed.
Just as Lin Chen guessed, He Yudao did discover that Lin Chen was carrying the Liang Yizhenwu sword and wanted to steal it.
In fact, the entire attack on the demon sect's branch was planned by him. It was because he found out through clues that the person who took the Liang Yizhenwu sword was most likely hiding in the demon sect's branch, so he joined forces with several major righteous sects to launch an attack on the demon sect's branch. Now, he unexpectedly discovered that the Liang Yizhenwu sword was actually on Lin Chen.
It was really obtained without any effort. How could he not take action against Lin Chen?
While Lin Chen was on guard against He Yudao, he felt a little confused.
This scene was not mentioned in the simulation just now.
I don't know if it's because the time exceeded the upper limit of simple simulation and it wasn't simulated, or if there is some other reason. At this moment, he could only face He Yudao head-on. After his cultivation level was raised to the middle stage of Jindan, Lin Chen's combat power increased greatly. Facing He Yudao, who was in the late stage of Jindan, he might not be without the ability to fight. As for what was mentioned in the previous simulation, that Master Xin Yangzi was no match for this person, that would only be the case a few years later. In other words, this person will have a fortuitous encounter in the future and his strength will skyrocket. In this case, wouldn't it be better to take this opportunity to get rid of this person and prevent trouble before it happens? Just when the war was about to break out. Master whether my junior brother is a traitor or not is not your turn to interfere, right? A scattered voice was heard, and Wang Yi, dressed in white, suddenly appeared. Wang Yi walked to Lin Chen's side and stared at He Yudao.
He Yudao's face darkened, and his red face turned dark red. Wang Yi, as a disciple of the righteous path, are you going to protect your junior brother? What the hell are you talking about? If I don't protect my junior brother, how can I protect you? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Wang Yi shouted. He Yudao looked unhappy. The true energy light in the palm of the hand dissipated. Knowing that Wang Yi was protecting him and he could not kill Lin Chen or get the Liang Yizhenwu sword, He Yudao had to give up his plan temporarily. It doesn't matter. I already know that the Liang Yizhenwu sword is in that kid's possession. As long as I keep a close eye on him, I'll be able to take the sword away sooner or later. Let's let him go today. He Yu Dao thought so and turned around to leave. But, unexpectedly. Master did I let you go? Lin Chen suddenly flashed and blocked He Yu Dao's way. You? What do you want to do? He Yu Dao frowned in confusion. He had clearly let Lin Chen go. Lin Chen smiled, put his palms together, and the black and white sword energy in his palms surged and exhaled, condensing the Liang Yizhenwu sword into shape. He stared at He Yu coldly and said, I want to kill you. Kill me? He Yu Dao seemed to have heard the funniest joke in his life and couldn't help but chuckle. He chose to let Lin Chen go because Wang Yi was present. It would have been fine if Lin Chen didn't get away by chance, but he actually wanted to turn around and kill him? It's simply courting death. Boy, are you fainting? He Yu Dao was confident that his cultivation was superior to Lin Chen's, so he started to ridicule him. However, before he could finish his words, he saw the sword in Lin Chen's hand really stabbing towards him. A total of 5 black and white sword auras merged into the flickering Liang Yizhenwu sword. In an instant, mysterious patterns took shape on the surface of the sword in Lin Chen's hand, and a dazzling white light nearly 10 feet long burst out. Sword skills, piercing the clouds. A sword thrust out, and the sword energy was like a shuttle, like a roaring white dragon. Its light was so bright that He Yu Dao could hardly open his eyes. Asshole! How dare you! He Yu Dao was shocked and angry. The golden elixir in his dantian started to circulate rapidly. He pulled out a soft sword magic weapon from his sleeve and rushed towards the piercing the clouds sword energy head-on. Boom! The two streams of true energy collided, causing a loud noise like a mountain splitting open. A circular airwave spread outward with an astonishing sound. He Yu Dao felt an extremely sharp force coming at him, his palms cracked, and he was blown away. He released the force several times in mid-air, and finally landed on the ground and stood firm. He looked very embarrassed. In contrast, Lin Chen only retreated less than 3 steps. In this fight, Lin Chen actually gained the upper hand. However, there was no joy in Lin Chen's eyes. He shook his head with some regret. He Yu Dao's strength is too strong. The sword skill piercing the clouds alone is not enough to kill it. Lin Chen currently has 3 main killing moves. The first is the sword skill piercing the clouds, the second is the lower grade earth level great thunder and fire sword technique, and the third is the merciless sword rain which contains special sword intent. Among them, piercing the clouds, as a sword energy skill, needs to consume the Liangyi sword energy to exert its power. It does not consume much of Lin Chen's own true energy, has a fast execution speed, and is suitable for sneak attacks. The Great Thunder and Fire Sword technique and the Merciless Sword Rain are both advanced martial arts that exceed Lin Chen's current level of cultivation. Although they are extremely powerful, they also cause great loss to his true energy. He originally thought that he had suddenly attacked and used the maximum number of sword energies that he could currently mobilize at one time, a total of 5 yin-yang sword auras. At least He Yu Dao can be seriously injured. However, unexpectedly, the opposite happened. He Yu Dao stared at the Liang Yizhenwu sword in Lin Chen's hand. His red face became even redder, and his eyes were bloodshot because of extreme greed. A supreme treasure, it is indeed a peerless treasure. With the cultivation base of the middle stage of Jin Dan, he actually has such combat power. If it weren't for the power of the treasure, how could he have done it? I must kill this kid and get this treasure. He Yu Dao roared in his heart. But not today. He Yu Dao glanced around and was ready to slip away. He is well aware of the current situation. Lin Chen has the Liang Yizhenwu sword in his hand and is quite powerful. Next to him is Wang Yi, who is in the late Jindan stage and has a good reputation. It is obviously unrealistic for He Yu Dao to kill the two of them by force. In a few months, when I have perfected my Guiyin divine art and broken through to the nascent soul stage, it won't be too late to find this brat and take action. When he thought of this, He Yu Dao didn't say anything else and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen waved the Liang Yizhenwu sword again and stuck towards him. You! He Yu Dao was furious. You bastard, you're so shameless. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Lin Chen ignored him and used the spiritual level Tsong Yen sword technique to stop He Dao.
The Tsong Yen sword technique is a spiritual level martial art learned during the simulation. It does not consume much true energy and is most suitable for entangling the enemy.
At the same time, Lin Chen began to call for reinforcements.
Second brother, what are you still standing there for? Go ahead and kill him. Ha! Oh!
Wang Yi responded, and with a flick of his hand, he took out a 3-foot-long sword-like magic weapon. He drew his sword and rushed towards He Dao. It was relatively easy for He Dao to deal with Lin Chen alone, but the situation changed immediately after Wang Yi joined the battle. Wang Yi's sword moves were strange and his attacks were fierce. He Dao couldn't withstand the combined forces of the two of them.
Wang Yi, stop it. What are you doing?
You're killing your fellow righteous disciples for no apparent reason.
Have you all defected and joined the demon sect?
He Dao shouted loudly, and his voice spread in all directions.
He wanted to alert the masters from other sects and ask them to come to the rescue.
It's a pity that it seems that the battle with the demon sect during the day was too exhausting, and the masters of other sects were all recuperating, and no one came to join in the fun.
How so? Am I going to die here today?
Faced with the joint attack of Lin Chen and Wang Yi, He Dao was caught in a dilemma, surrounded by dangers, and was sweating profusely in anxiety.
Wang Yi, what on earth do you want to do?
We at Tsong He sect once hosted you warmly, so we have some friendship.
How could you kill someone without knowing right or wrong?
He Dao had no choice but to play the emotional card.
Wang Yi seemed a little impatient. So damn long-winded. It's true that you invited me to dinner, but do you think that your friendship with me can compare to the friendship between me and my junior brother? Just understand, it's my junior brother who wants to kill you now. I'm just helping.
He Dao blinked a few times when he heard this, a little confused. Wang Yi, why are you so unreasonable?
What reason do you have to kill me?
To be honest, He Dao was still a little confused.
Because although he wanted to snatch the Liang Yizhenwu sword, he didn't show it at all?
They just stopped Lin Chen and said that Lin Chen let the disciples of the demon sect go and was suspected of treason.
Is this enough for Lin Chen to kill him?
Moreover, Lin Chen was like a mad dog, refusing to give in and even calling his senior brother to kill him. From He Dao's perspective, this matter makes no sense at all.
The most hateful person is Wang Yi. As a disciple of the famous Xian Yangzi, if he had any sense, he shouldn't have allowed his junior brother to kill people at will, right? Phew!
Sword energy flashed, and Wang Yi slashed He Dao's chest with a sword.
Blood splattered and the wound was so deep that the bone was visible.
Wang Yi glanced at He Dao, who had a painful expression on his face, and smiled.
Sect Master He, I'm so sorry. You may not know me very well. I only help my relatives, not my friends.
As he spoke, he swung his sword again and directly cut off He Dao's arm. Although I don't know why my junior brother killed you, he must have his reasons.
The specific reason can only be asked after I kill you first. After hearing Wang Yi's nonsense, He Dao rolled his eyes and almost fainted from anger. Madman. Absolutely crazy. How could such an unreasonable person exist in such a prestigious and upright family?
Knowing that the situation was critical, He Dao roared and tried to escape with his last bit of strength. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi was faster than him and swung his sword to block him back.
The direction is exactly towards Lin Chen. Damn it, you little bastard. Even if I die, I'll take you with me.
He Dao knew that he could not escape, and his eyes flashed with madness, and pure fire essence began to burn in his body.
Just then, Lin Chen's face darkened. A strange feeling came over me.
It was as if I was the only one left in the world, standing beneath the inky black cliff, watching the falling autumn rain, feeling empty and lonely. Neither sad nor happy, dancing with a sword in the rain, thousands of drizzling raindrops are all sword energy, cutting off all things in the world. The artistic conception of Kendo is the unity of man and sword.
Martial arts, ruthless sword rain. Zheng.
The sword tip hums softly. He Dao rushed towards him, but before he could figure out what was happening, his body was pierced by hundreds of fine sword energies that were flying around Lin Chen. You! He Yudao stopped and looked at his body full of holes, blood spurting out of his mouth, his eyes full of disbelief. Then, he fell to the ground. He Yudao fell to the ground without a sound, and the ground beneath him was stained red with blood. Lin Chen looked at He Yudao's body, lightly covered his dantian, and breathed heavily. With his current cultivation level, it was really difficult for him to unleash the ruthless sword rain with sword intent, and the true energy in his body was almost exhausted. However, the power is indeed enormous. It can even block the means of mutual destruction of enemies in the late stage of the Jindan realm, which shows how extraordinary it is. If he didn't use this trick, facing He Yudao's dying fight, Lin Chen would most likely be seriously injured. I believe that as my cultivation level improves, the power of this move will become even stronger. I didn't expect that He Yudao was actually killed. Lin Chen's mood was in turmoil. As a roadblock during the simulation, He Yudao poses a significant threat. Killing him now would be the best way to prevent further trouble. Originally, through simple simulations, Lin Chen only predicted that Chu Tiannan was successfully rescued. I never expected that I would meet He Yudao later. Choosing to attack He Yudao was a gamble. Of course, if Wang Yi hadn't appeared and given Lin Chen the confidence to gamble, he wouldn't have done so. Now that the bet has been successful, there will be one less big trouble in the subsequent simulation. Lin Chen walked to He Yudao's body and prepared to bend down to touch the corpse. Killing someone without touching the body is considered a wasteful act, and Lin Chen will certainly not forget touching the body. However, junior brother, be careful. Wang Yi seemed to have noticed something, and he flashed and pulled Lin Chen aside. Call. I saw He Yudao's body on the ground, and for some unknown reason, a black airflow rose up, which was very strange. Wrapped in the airflow, He Yudao's body gradually melted into a pool of black water, staining his flowing blood into a deep red and purple color. Second brother, this is... Lin Chen was puzzled. This seems to be the method of the rumored Guiyin sect. I'm not quite sure. Wang Yi said solemnly. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a scroll that looked like calligraphy and painting from his Qiankuan bag. The scroll unrolls. As Wang Yi injected his true essence, a bright golden light bloomed on the blank screen. Under the cover of golden light, the black water and blood that He Yudao's body turned into were all collected into the scroll. Lin Chen had seen this scroll before. It was a rare magic weapon called the Demon Suppressing Map. Usually, it was used to suppress living monsters. It has its own space inside, which can hold living beings. It is much more advanced than the Qiankuan bag. Junior brother, this black water is very strange. Let's wait until we return to the sect and let Master take a look at it. No wonder you insist on killing this man. He must be some evil demon to have such means. Wang Yi said with some emotion. Oh. Lin Chen responded, a little surprised. Just when he was worrying about how to explain to Wang Yi the reason for killing He Yudao, he didn't expect that Wang Yi actually found the answer himself. It saves a lot of trouble. After the black water blood was taken away, only He Yudao's clothes and the Qiankuan bag were left on the ground. Lin Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stepped forward and took the Qiankuan bag away. Second brother, it's getting late. Go back and get some rest. We have to hurry back to the sect tomorrow. Throwing down a few words, Lin Chen pulled up Nian Xia, who was hiding on the side, and left without looking back. Only Wang Yi was left standing there alone, looking confused. Sixth junior brother, you. Wang Yi was also planning to discuss with Lin Chen how to divide He Yudao's inheritance. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen took it all for himself. How unkind. Sixth junior brother, do you know that I owe a lot of debts outside? Wang Yi looked indignant. On weekdays, he spent money quite lavishly, often going to brothels and bars, and never had a penny left in his pocket. I was originally thinking about getting some spirit stones to make up for my loss, but I didn't expect Lin Chen to be so greedy. Damn it! If I had known I shouldn't have bothered with the black water, I should have taken the Qiankuan bag first. Alas! All this was in vain. Wang Yi regretted it deeply, but had no choice but to put his hands behind his back, shook his head and left cursing. Beihua Territory, Tongyu City. A cold wind blew through the ruined streets. In the center of the city, filled with the breath of death, stood a 9-story tower made of bones. Hundreds of black crows live on the corners of the tower's eaves, making hoarse and creepy calls from time to time.
Inside the bone tower, on the 9th floor, an old man in a black cloak was fiddling with a human-shaped doll in front of the altar by the wall. Suddenly, click! One of the red-faced dolls, for some unknown reason, broke apart from the inside.
The old man stared at the doll with his green pupils, his brows furrowed subconsciously.
Killed? Well, he died a little too early.
The matter of the spirit sword is extremely urgent, we must quickly replace it. The old man muttered to himself, and his dry claws, like a stick, touched each doll.
Finally, it stopped on a male doll with straight eyebrows.
Without much hesitation, the old man picked up the unibrowed doll and moved it from its original position to the location of the broken red-faced doll.
Night. In the dense forest.
Yan Wanxin, dressed in black, was running quickly with Chu Tiannan on her back. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she stopped in front of a foggy swamp.
Mr. Chu, you need to walk the rest of the way alone. She put Chu Tiannan down and said coldly.
Chu Tiannan slumped on the ground, his head drooping and his eyes dull. Obviously, he has not gotten over the grief of his father's death.
Are you leaving or not?
Yan Wanqing frowned when she saw Chu Tiannan's appearance.
Chu Tiannan didn't answer and just sat there. Blankly. Bang!
A loud slap was heard, and Yan Wanqing slapped Chu Tiannan hard in the face.
Will you please wake up? Your father is dead. What you should do now is improve your strength and avenge your father, instead of being scorned like a puddle of mud.
Yan Wanqing grabbed Chu Tiannan's shirt at the chest and scolded him harshly.
Revenge.
Hearing these two words, Chu Tiannan's pupils trembled slightly, and he finally regained some spirit.
Yes, revenge. Stand up like a man.
Yan Wanqing stood up and looked into the depths of the foggy swamp. In this swamp, as long as you have perseverance, you can obtain great opportunities.
If you want revenge, follow me. After saying this, Yan Wanqing no longer cared about Chu Tiannan and slipped into the misty swamp. Revenge, father. I want revenge. I want revenge.
Chu Tiannan seemed to have suddenly found the purpose of continuing to live. The light in his eyes grew hotter.
I can't just die like this. I want to improve my strength, I want revenge, I want to trample all those who hurt me under my feet.
He clenched his fists, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes showed an unprecedented determination. Finally, he stood up suddenly, stared at the mysterious misty swamp, and strode in. Lin Chen naturally had no idea what happened far away in Tongyu City, nor what Chu Tiannan experienced afterwards. After rescuing his sister Lin Xueqing, he followed several senior brothers and sisters back to the Wanjian sect.
Time flies. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The matter of the demon sect's branch temple came to an end.
Lin Chen resumed his status as a sect disciple and settled down in the sect with his sister Lin Xueqing.
This morning,
after finishing some daily sect affairs, Lin Chen set off to the foot of a small mountain near Zwawang Peak. Facing the warm sunshine, Lin Chen climbed up the steps and headed towards the top of the mountain. Ugly, blind, pitiful, and unloved. When he was a few hundred steps away from the top of the mountain, suddenly, the sound of children laughing came into Lin Chen's ears. On the hillside, I saw several children around 7 or 8 years old playing and fighting.
Wow, the ugly big bad brother is here. If you don't want to be spanked, run away.
A child saw Lin Chen and quickly reminded his companions. Seeing Lin Chen's face turn pale, he picked up a piece of wood from the roadside and approached him with a ferocious look. The group of children scattered and soon disappeared.
Humph, you guys are really fast.
Lin Chen threw the stick aside. These children were all the children of the deacons and elders of the Wanjian sect. They had bad personalities and were often punished by Lin Chen. The words of the children just now echoed in his ears. Ugly, can't see. Lin Chen looked towards the top of the mountain. I saw my sister Lin Xueqing sitting quietly on a piece of blue stone under the ancient tree, dressed in blue, letting the breeze gently lift her hair and skirt. Lin Chen looked gloomy and couldn't help but sigh. Come closer. Brother? Is that you? Lin Xueqing heard the sound of her feet stepping on the grass. A happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she groped her hands to stand up. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward to support her. Well, Xueqing, how do you feel about your eyes? At this moment, Lin Xueqing's eyes were covered with white cloth. She had received personal treatment from Xian Yangzi. My eyes have been feeling hot all the time, it must be working. Brother, your master is so powerful, I believe my eyes will be able to see it soon. Then I'll be able to see my brother again. Lin Xueqing said happily, her fair little face full of anticipation. Yeah. Lin Chen forced a smile. He did not tell Lin Xueqing that his master Xian Yangzi had already told him that Lin Xueqing's eye injuries were extremely serious and the probability of recovering her sight was less than 1 in a 1,000. Brother, come, take a look at the skills I've learned recently. Lin Xueqing pulled Lin Chen to sit down and showed him the most basic eternal life secret of the Wanjian sect. In the past half-month, Lin Xueqing has been receiving martial arts guidance from her third senior sister Chu Shaoqian. Because it is necessary to understand acupoints and meridians when practicing, and considering that his sister has grown up and can't see, it is quite inconvenient for Lin Chen to guide her, so he has to ask Chu Shaoqian to do it for her. After a quick check, Lin Chen discovered that Lin Xueqing had learned very well and had successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, with her cultivation level being approximately at the first level of the body refining realm. After checking their cultivation, the brother and sister started playing Gobang, Lin Xueqing's favorite game when she was a child. Since she couldn't see the chessboard, Lin Xueqing had to play blind chess based on her memory. She has an excellent memory and after playing a few games, she is not at a disadvantage. But after a while, I felt a little tired and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on my forehead. Lin Chen looked into the distance, at the belly of Zuwang Peak. Seeing that it was almost time, he stood up. Xueqing, let's go and find master to check the results of the treatment. Yeah. Lin Xueqing heard that she would know immediately whether her eyesight had recovered, so she quickly stood up and responded. Without further delay, under Lin Chen's guidance, the brother and sister headed towards the belly of Zuwang Peak. Half an hour later. In the main hall. Xian Yangzi shook his head regretfully and looked at Lin Chen apologetically. Chener, alas, your teacher is incompetent. It seems your sister's eye disease requires a more skilled doctor to cure it. After a series of examinations, the results were consistent with what Xian Yangzi had said before. Lin Xueqing was unable to recover her sight. Lin Chen frowned and remained silent. Master Xian Yangzi is the strongest person in the 4-star sect. Although he does not focus on medicine, his medical skills are better than most ordinary doctors. You can imagine how difficult it is to find a more skilled doctor. Xueqing thanks Master Xian Yangzi for the treatment. I feel my eyesight is much better now, and I can see things more clearly. Lin Xueqing was considerate and sensible, and politely thanked Xian Yangzi. But she was only 14 years old after all. How could Lin Chen not see the hidden disappointment on her cheeks? Just when I was feeling depressed. Suddenly. Young master. Jin Kong's old voice came to my ears. To be honest, my lord, due to the improvement of your swordsmanship, as a sword spirit, I have regained some of my memories. Among them, there is a method to restore sight to the blind. What? Lin Chen was shocked when he heard that. Really? Master Kong, what is it? Tell me quickly. Lin Chen's expression became excited and he asked anxiously. Jin Kong said, this memory was left behind by the owner of the previous life. In this world, there is a hidden sect called Baichao Pavilion. This sect specializes in medicine and may know how to restore sight to the blind. Furthermore, there are rumors that within the Baichao Pavilion lies a jade marrow pool. This pool, a creation of heaven and earth, is incredibly mysterious. Bathing in it can cleanse one's essence and marrow, transform one's body, regenerate limbs, and even restore sight to the blind. Hearing this, Lin Chen was moved. He quickly asked, Master Kong, where is this Baichao pavilion? Well, my lady, I have no memory of the exact location of Baichao pavilion after recovering it. In the previous life, the master only heard rumors about it and had never actually been to Baichao pavilion. Jian Kong answered truthfully. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded. There wasn't much regret on his face. Baichao pavilion. Chalcedony pond. Lin Chen clenched his fingers, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. You know, he has a simulation system. As long as you know the news, you can follow the clues during the simulation and use props such as load cards and lucky cards to operate, and you may not be able to find the location of Baichao pavilion. For Lin Chen, this is undoubtedly very good news. I've almost collected all the props, it's time to start the simulation. Lin Chen pondered secretly. During this half-month, Lin Chen did not blindly conduct ordinary simulations. He has been accumulating props through simple simulations. At the same time, all the spirit stone ores that Chu Tiannan and I had dug before were sent to the refinery for refining. Judging from the time, they should have almost all been refined into spirit stones. At this time, after saying goodbye to Lin Chen, Sister Lin Xueqing had gone back to rest with the help of her maid Nianxia. Lin Chen also planned to leave and return to his cave, where he would start using the remaining spirit stones on his body to conduct ordinary simulations. In addition to the spirit stone mine, Lin Chen also got Hyudeo's Qiankuan bag. There are more than 14,000 spirit stones and many magic weapons stored inside. It would definitely be more than enough to go back and simulate it once. It is worth mentioning that by examining the legacy of Han Su and He Dao, two powerful late Jindan masters, Lin Chen discovered a problem. It doesn't mean that the higher your cultivation level, the more spirit stones you will have. As your cultivation level increases, your expenses will also increase, and the spirit stones you carry with you may not be many. Just like Lin Chen's second senior brother Wang Yi has always been very clean-handed and sometimes even has to borrow spirit stones from everywhere. Therefore, it was already very good to be able to obtain more than 10,000 spirit stones from Yu Dao, and Lin Chen was not ungrateful. Of course, compared to the spirit stone ore that is about to be refined, these are just small money. Before refining, Lin Chen made a rough estimate that the total number of spirit stones he could get after refining would be at least 300,000. By then, the simulation fee of 10,000 yuan per time will be nothing. Without further delay, Lin Chen prepared to return to the cave. Sha-ner. Just then, Xian Yangzi suddenly spoke and called out to Lin Chen. Master. Lin Chen bowed respectfully and looked at Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi smiled kindly and said, Sha-ner, since you came back, I haven't had time for you in the past half-month. Why not take this opportunity to test your cultivation? Yes, master. Lin Chen saluted with his fists, then took out a short sword from his waist and began to practice swordsmanship. In front of Xian Yangzi, Lin Chen had nothing to hide. He performed a set of basic sword techniques, and gusts of sword wind filled the hall. A moment later. The drill is complete. Master? Lin Chen looked at the stunned Xian Yangzi and couldn't help but remind him. Oh. Xian Yangzi came back to his senses, smacked his lips, and carefully considered his words. Sha-ner, you've made great progress recently. From the 3rd level of Qi refining realm when he left the sect to the 5th level of core formation realm now, this is not significant progress in the ordinary sense. It's simply horrifying. Yes, it was an unexpected encounter. Lin Chen responded with a fist salute, without elaborating. Okay. After all, Xian Yangzi was a senior cultivator who had seen the world, and his expression quickly returned to normal. It's not that he can't understand Lin Chen's situation. He was extremely happy that such a huge adventure happened to his apprentice. Immediately, he took out a jade slip and a bottle of pills and handed them to Lin Chen. Sha-ner, since your cultivation has improved so rapidly, your master will naturally reward you. This volume of skills is the 10,000 Swords Sutra, a 4th level skill that is not passed down to outsiders by our 10,000 Swords sect. When you return, you must practice diligently.
Also, this bottle of pills is the ice heart pill that I recently refined. It contains 10 top-grade pills and 1 top-grade pill, which is just right for your current state. Bingxin pill is a third-grade pill, and each pill is priceless, especially the top-grade Bingxin pill, which is a treasure that countless Jindan realm cultivators dream of. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen knew that his master valued him, and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Okay. Chener, although you have had a wonderful encounter, you must not be complacent. There are always people who are better than you. When it comes to cultivation, you still need to be diligent. Yes, disciple will remember master's teachings. Well, there's one more thing, about. Xian Yangzi seemed to remember something and hesitated to speak. Forget it, Chener, you go back. Lin Chen was stunned. Could it be that his master had something he was embarrassed to say? Since master is unwilling to say, I will not ask any more questions. After a brief hesitation, Lin Chen clasped his fists to Xian Yangzi again, turned around and left the hall. It's not easy for Chener to have such a fortuitous encounter and break through to the Jindan stage. I'd better not tell him about the quota for the 8 Desolations Association, so as not to put pressure on him after knowing it. Let Yeer handle this matter. Xian Yangzi thought to himself. Carrying the jade slips of martial arts techniques and elixirs, Lin Chen returned to his cave. After sitting cross-legged. System, I want to conduct a normal simulation using a personality card, Lin Chen ordered. Good host. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and there are currently 6,124 spirit stones remaining. Byte. The prop character card was used successfully. The character simulated this time must be a rare character. Simulation begins. This simulation uses a random personality, so please be calm and focused. Seeing this character, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Obviously, this is a personality that is very suitable for cultivation. Now that he has returned to the sect, everything has settled down. Even the obstacle Yu Dao has been eliminated by him in advance. He is currently trying to improve his cultivation through simulation, so this personality is absolutely suitable. Lin Chen felt that if nothing unexpected happened, the benefits of this simulation in terms of cultivation would be considerable. Continue looking down. You begin to concentrate on your cultivation. 10 days later, due to taking 10 high-grade ice heart pills and 1 top-grade ice heart pill, your cultivation level will be elevated to the 6th level of the core formation realm. A month later, you learn that a Bahuang conference will be held in the capital of Dakian, where heroes will compete for rewards. One of the rewards is a chance to visit the Jade Marrow Pond in Baichao Pavilion. You, who are focused and quiet, have no interest in this and bury yourself in hard practice. Hey, wait a minute. What's going on? Seeing this, Lin Chen could no longer remain calm. I was lucky enough to discover the news about the Jadeite pool in Baichao Pavilion. The self in the simulation was actually not interested in it and wanted to devote himself to hard practice? Are you kidding me? Host, do you want to pause the simulation or use the file loading card? The system voice was as calm as ever. How about continuing the simulation and seeing how it goes? Lin Chen pondered. Forget it, system, use the file loading card. Lin Chen is no longer satisfied with this point. Even if he continued simulating to the end, Lin Chen still had to use the file loading card to rewind. Instead of patiently reading it, it is better to load the game immediately. To save time. Byte. The file loading card has been used successfully. Please select the file loading node. 1. When you first start taking the pill. 2nd, when I heard the news about the 8 Desolations Association and decided to devote myself to hard training. Choose 2. There's nothing to hesitate about. But it is worth mentioning that regarding the first note of loading the file, Lin Chen vaguely felt that he seemed to have discovered a system loophole. As long as you have top-grade elixirs on you, you will choose to take them during the simulation, and after the simulation, you can extract your cultivation. But in reality, these top-grade elixirs were not consumed. Doesn't this mean that as long as Lin Chen has a top-grade pill on him, he can take it unlimited times through simulation? Let me put it more bluntly.
For example, this time, Lin Chen consumed 10,000 spirit stones to start the simulation. He had just taken the ice heart pill and raised his cultivation to the 6th level of Jindan when he died in an accident. Then at the end of the simulation, you can extract the cultivation benefits brought by the ice heart pill. This is equivalent to Lin Chen using 10,000 spirit stones to buy a bunch of ice heart pills. 10 top-grade ice heart pills plus 1 top-grade ice heart pill are worth far more than 10,000 spirit stones. Especially the top-grade ice heart pill, which is something that is hard to come by and cannot be bought under normal circumstances. Wait until I get those hundreds of thousands of spirit stones back from the refinery, then I'll give this bug a try. Lin Chen decided secretly. Byte. After the selection is made, the system prompt sound will sound. Successful file loading. Simulation continues. Learning that the rewards for the 8 Desolations meeting include a chance to visit the Jade Marrow Pond at Baichao Pavilion, you force yourself to be interested and ask your master for the details. It turns out that to participate in the 8 Desolations conference, one must first obtain a quota. The competition for quotas will be divided into groups based on the participants' cultivation level and the star level of the sect they belong to. Because your cultivation level has not reached the nascent soul stage, you have been assigned to Group B. A month and a half later, you will arrive at Yendang Mountain to compete for a spot. During the battle, you encountered Zhuang Lei from the Heavenly Sword sect. Unfortunately, you were no match for him and were defeated and eliminated. After returning to the sect, you, with a calm and focused mind, continue your hard training. 1 year later, you will have mastered the 10,000 Sword Sutra to the 3rd level. 2 years later, your cultivation level will be raised to the 7th level of the core formation realm. 3 years later, you will cultivate the 10,000 Sword Sutra to the 7th level and the 9-turn golden elixir to perfection. Watching the simulated information continue to flow down, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Obviously, the news about the Bahuang Society is very important. He was hesitating whether to reload the game again to see if he could get a spot. Still not reloading the save. Lin Chen made a decision. Although he was in a hurry, he did not have enough spirit stones to simulate again. He could only wait until the refined spirit stones were brought back. The news about the Jadeite pool in Baichao Pavilion is related to whether his sister's eyes can be restored, which is extremely important to Lin Chen. However, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Strength is the foundation of everything. If your strength does not change, reloading the save file repeatedly along the same route will not make any difference in the simulation process, and it will simply be a waste of the save file card. The 6th level of the Jindan realm is still too low. There are many experts competing for the place. In the 8 Desolations Association. In this simulation, he was blessed with a calm and focused personality, and what he needed was to improve his cultivation rather than fight for a place. Tianjian Sect, Zhuang Lei. Lin Chen silently memorized the name. The simulation continues. 1 year later, you will have mastered the 10,000 Sword Sutra to the 3rd level. 2 years later, your cultivation level will be raised to the 7th level of the core formation realm. 3 years later, you will cultivate the 10,000 Sword Sutra to the 7th level and the 9-turn golden elixir to perfection. 5 years later, you will have perfected the 10,000 Sword Sutra. From the 10,000 Sword Sutra, you will comprehend the art of formations, and your formation master rank will be successfully elevated to the 1st level. 7 years later, your formation master rank will be promoted to the 2nd rank. 10 years later, your formation master rank will be upgraded to the 3rd rank. The time limit has been reached, and this simulation ends. Optional Reward 1, Cultivation, Skills, and Martial Arts Experience at the end of the simulation. Optional Reward 2, Character Card. Pick 1. The simulation finally ended and Lin Chen began to collect the rewards. In the Dantian, the innate solid pill was condensed several times continuously, and the surface slowly emitted a light golden luster, turning into an innate golden pill. Lin Chen's cultivation successfully entered the 7th level of the Jindan realm, the late Jindan realm. At this moment, the true energy flowing in his martial veins was as rich as indissoluble liquid metal, pure and rich to the extreme. With such pure true energy, even if he performed the Great Thunder and Fire Sword technique that consumed huge energy, or even the merciless sword rain that contained sword intent, it would no longer be as strenuous as before. In addition to improving cultivation, there is also improvement in martial arts techniques. 10,000 Sword Sutra and 9-turn Golden Elixir Kung Fu, 2 sets of 4th level exercises, were all practiced to perfection. Although these 2 sets of exercises are both at the 4th level, their emphasis is obviously different. The 9-turn Golden Elixir technique focuses on improving one's cultivation level, allowing the Golden Elixir condensed by Lin Chen to be purer than that of cultivators of the same level, and to have a stronger ability to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10,000 Sword Sutra is very general in terms of improving cultivation. This set of exercises records the ultimate principles of swordsmanship, allowing Lin Chen to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The Formation Master's rank was successfully upgraded to the 3rd rank. Came to the open space outside the cave. Lin Chen condensed the Liang Yizhenwu sword, leaped into the air, and performed the Great Thunder and Fire Sword technique in mid-air. In an instant, the sword energy of thunder and fire intertwined in all directions, with an astonishing power. As his cultivation entered the late stage of Jin Dan, he could already fly in the air relying on the power of the innate golden elixir. However, when flying in the air, the true energy is consumed in great quantities, the altitude cannot be too high, and it is impossible to maintain it in the air for too long. If you want to truly fly a sword in the air, you have to reach the higher nascent soul stage. After performing a set of sword techniques, Lin Chen fell back to the ground, staring at the Liang Yizhenwu sword in his hand, as if thinking about something. Now that I have embarked on the path of formation, with my current level of Formation Master, I can learn a few sword formations. A 3rd level Formation Master, this rank is not considered low. In fact, learning formations requires a certain level of talent. A cultivator without talent may not be able to master the art of formations in his entire life. Just like Lin Chen's 3rd senior sister Chu Shaoqian, she is a well-known formation genius in the Wanjian sect, but after so many years of practice, her Formation Master rank has only barely reached the 3rd level. If you want to set up a sword formation, sword magic weapons are indispensable. In addition to the Liang Yizhenwu sword, Lin Chen also had several sword-like magic weapons seized from Han Su and He Yudao. However, Lin Chen cannot directly use the magic weapons that have been refined and used by others. If you want to use it, you must first melt it, then temper it with your own elixir fire, and engrave your own unique spiritual mark on it. I'm going to the refinery to get some spirit stones, so I might as well smelt these magic weapons while I'm there. Lin Chen pondered secretly. At this time, the spirit stones in his hand were not enough for one simulation. Next, he planned to go to the refinery near the sect to get the spirit stones refined from the spirit stone mine. Without further delay, Lin Chen set out from the cave. After leaving the sect, head north and walk along the tree-shaded forest road for about 5 miles, and you will arrive near the refinery. Before reaching the refinery, a graceful figure in red appeared before my eyes and looked very familiar.
3rd senior sister? Lin Chen couldn't help but shout. Oh! It's junior brother Xiaolu, what a coincidence!
3rd senior sister Chu Shaoqian turned around and saw that it was Lin Chen. She smiled brightly and walked towards him.
Junior brother Xiaolu, are you going to the refinery?
Chu Shaoqian blinked, her long and curled eyelashes trembling slightly, and asked in confusion.
Well, I'll get the spirit stones. Lin Chen nodded. What about you, 3rd senior sister? Are you going to the refinery too? Of course, I'm here to get the spirit stones too. Since it's on the way, let's go together.
Chu Shaoqian was very happy to meet Lin Chen, and immediately pulled Lin Chen to go to the refinery together.
Not long. After turning a big corner, the scenery in front of me suddenly opened up.
I saw that on the flat land surrounded by mountains, there were one refining fire pool after another. Like a pile of large bonfires, each refined fire pool was burning fiercely, emitting vertical white smoke that condensed but did not dissipate. Next to the refining fire pool, the workers were busy pushing soil, adding materials, and supplying air, their faces covered in sweat.
This is the refinery.
At this moment, next to a refining fire pool in a remote corner, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure.
It was the 4th senior brother, Chen Xianjun.
Seeing Chen Xuanjuan's figure, Lin Chen and Chu Shaoqian walked over together.
Third senior sister, sixth junior brother.
Chen Xianjun put down the piece of charcoal in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and greeted the two of them.
Fourth junior brother, you look well. It seems your injury is almost healed.
Chu Shaoqian said with a smile.
Yes, this place is rich in spiritual energy and is very suitable for healing. Chen Xianjun smiled innocently.
In the past half-month since returning to the sect, Chen Xianjun has been arranged here by his master Xian Yangzi, firstly to heal his wounds, and secondly to help refine spirit stones, smelt weapons, manage the refining fire pool, and accumulate contributions to the sect.
Fourth senior brother, I'm here to get the refined spirit stones.
Lin Chen stated his purpose.
Ah, so many? When he turned to the page recording Lin Chen's registration, he was stunned and looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Lin Chen saw Chen Xuanjuan's embarrassment and couldn't help but ask, Fourth senior brother, my portion hasn't been refined yet, okay? Chen Xianjun immediately shook his head, it's refined. I'll get it for you right away.
After saying that, he counted out a large pile of spirit stones, put them into an empty Qiankuan bag, and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it and checked it. The number was about 370,000, and he nodded immediately. So many spirit stones, no more, no less.
Junior brother Xiaolu, don't worry. Xiaoxi is serious about his work, and we are brothers, so he won't make any mistakes.
Chu Shaoqian said with a smile.
That's what senior sister said. Chen Xianjun smiled and looked at Chu Shaoqian again. Senior sister, why are you here?
Oh, I'm here to get the forging array stone.
Just then,
a group of disciples from Qinghua Peak of our sect came over from a distance.
Senior brother Chen. Brother Chen, let's get the spirit stones.
They had the same purpose as Lin Chen, which was to pick up the spirit stones that had been stored for smelting.
Okay, wait a moment. After checking,
Chen Xianjun shook his head. No, the ore you deposited has not been refined yet.
Come back in a few days.
Upon hearing this, the inner disciples of Qinghua Peak looked at each other with dissatisfaction on their faces.
Brother Chen, what are you doing? It's been so many days. Brother, your efficiency is too low. 1,000 spirit stones have been delivered to me for almost half a month, and they're still not refined? Brother Chen, did you accept the task of managing this place, but are you deliberately slacking off?
If you act like this, we'll have to tell the elders in charge of the mission hall.
Everyone started talking at once and protested to Chen Xianjun. Go and sue us quickly.
I said it's not refined well, and it's not refined well.
Come back in 7 days.
Chen Xianjun scolded impatiently. This group of disciples are all inner disciples of Qinghua Peak. Their cultivation is only at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining realm.
Their level in the sect is much lower than Chen Xuanjuan's. Facing Chen Xianjun, they didn't dare to act rashly and could only leave cursing.
Lin Chen saw this scene and sighed softly, feeling a little embarrassed. His 370,000 spirit stones had been refined, but this group of disciples' 1,000 spirit stones had not been refined. Obviously, Chen Xianjun was probably helping Lin Chen by giving priority to Lin Chen with other people's supplies. However, at the same time, Lin Chen was also a little confused.
Is the efficiency of spirit stone refining so low?
With this thought in mind, Lin Chen raised his eyes and looked towards the refining fire pool elsewhere. After careful observation, he suddenly discovered that the attire of the disciples beside the refining fire pool elsewhere was not from the Wanjian sect. Lin Chen frowned, feeling suspicious.
Could it be that this refinery is not unique to the Wanjian sect? Junior brother Xiaolu, what are you looking at? You look so engrossed.
Chu Shaoqian walked to Lin Chen and asked casually. So, Lin Chen told Chu Shaoqian about his doubts.
Junior brother Xiaolu, it seems that you have not been to the refinery much before and are not familiar with the situation here.
Chu Shaoqian explained, this place is indeed not owned exclusively by our Wanjian sect, but by 3 nearby 4-star sects, jointly owned, with officials from the Dakian kingdom in charge of coordination. As she spoke, she extended her slender jade finger and pointed at several surrounding refined fire pools, saying, "Only these 5 fire pools are ours. The others belong to the Dun sect and the Tianjian sect."
Tianjian sect?
Lin Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard the name of the sect. His cultivation was too low before, so he had always stayed in the sect and didn't know much about the affairs of other sects. After a long time, I found out that the Tianjian sect to which Zhuang Lei belonged mentioned in the simulation is near the Wanjian sect.
Yes, the Tianjian sect has the largest territory here.
Look, the more than 50 refining fire pools over there are all theirs.
Chu Xiaoqian said. Following Chu Xiaoqian's instructions, Lin Chen looked into the distance.
Indeed, beside a row of refining fire pools in the distance, the busy disciples were all wearing the same attire. There are less than 70 refining fire pools in total, and the Tianjian sect occupies more than 50 of them, while the Wanjian sect only occupies a pitiful 5, which are located in the most remote corners with thin spiritual energy.
How could this refining efficiency not be low?
Third senior sister, why do they occupy so many fire pools?
What is the basis for determining the number of fire pools in each sect? Lin Chen asked with a frown.
Of course, the managers are responsible for the division.
The manager is an official from the Dakian kingdom.
Chu Xiaoqian snorted and curled her lips, her face showing disdain. At that time, the 3 sects agreed that the senior leaders of each sect would not intervene in the matter of the refinery, and all matters would be handled by the disciples of each sect. Our sect's disciples had no connections and didn't know how to build good relationships with the officials of the Great Qian Kingdom. As a result, we were only allocated a pitiful 5 fire pools. As for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, they have connections and can deliver the gifts to the right places, so of course they get a larger share.
Hey, why am I telling you all this trouble? Do you have anything else to say? If not, let's go. I have to go back and teach Xiao Xueqing how to practice. Senior sister, I do have something else to do. I want to forge a few weapons. Okay, come on, I'll go with you.
Afterwards, with the help of Qin Xianjun, Lin Chen smelted the magic weapon seized from Han Su and he Yu Dao in a refining fire pool. Oh, this job is really terrible. From time to time, Lin Chen could hear Qin Xianjun complaining in a low voice beside him. Qin Xianjun has recovered from his injuries now, but because his refining efficiency is too low, he is unable to complete the sect's mission and is trapped here.
No wonder he was upset. More than half an hour later,
Chu Xiaoqian sat on a stone nearby, fanning herself with her hands out of boredom, waiting for Lin Chen. On Lin Chen's side, because the refining fire pool was located in a remote area, it did not absorb enough spiritual energy and the firepower was very small, so he was unable to melt the magic weapon quickly.
That won't do. At this rate, we might not even be able to finish it by tomorrow. We have to think of a way.
Lin Chen pondered silently, as if thinking about something.
He glanced at Chu Xiaoqian beside him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind.
Immediately, he walked towards Chu Xiaoqian.
Third senior sister, I wonder, do you understand the spirit gathering formation? Lin Chen walked to Chu Xiaoqian and asked.
Chu Xiaoqian sat on a tall stone pier, her 2 slender and strong legs dangling naturally, and she was casually playing with a piece of array stone in her hand. When she heard Lin Chen asking about the spirit gathering array, she knew what Lin Chen was thinking and shook her head lazily. Junior brother Xiaolu, I know what you mean. I know a thing or two about spirit gathering arrays, but setting one up here is impossible. Immediately, Chu Xiaoqian patiently explained to Lin Chen. It turned out that there was a large spirit gathering formation underground in the refinery, which was jointly set up by the elders of the 3 sects 100 years ago. It is precisely because of this large spirit gathering formation that the spiritual energy here is so rich that it meets the needs of refining. Just like the polluting enterprises in Lin Chen's previous life, a large amount of waste gas will be produced during refining. Over time, these waste gases will affect the surrounding cultivation environment. All the major sects were unwilling to build refineries in their own sects, so they jointly set up one here. Because of the existence of the large underground spirit gathering array, it has become extremely difficult to set up a small spirit gathering array here. Because when setting up the small spirit gathering array, in addition to maintaining the normal operation of the small spirit gathering array, it is also necessary to ensure that it will not affect the large spirit gathering array underground, and a perfect connection must be achieved. Junior brother, actually, a long time ago, I thought about setting up a small spirit gathering formation here.
It's just that my ability is limited. If our sect can produce another formation master with a level similar to mine, then we can give this a try. It's a pity.
Alas, in recent years, the disciples of our sect have been studying swordsmanship, and no one is willing to study formations.
Chu Shaoqian sighed, looking lonely.
After hearing Chu Shaoqian's words, Lin Chen understood.
He stepped forward and took the array pattern stone from Chu Shaoqian's hand and said, "Senior sister, can you just get another one who is about the same level as you?" "Well, it doesn't matter if you're a little worse than me, you can just go to level 2. "Eh? Junior brother Xiaolu, how do you know how to activate the array pattern stone?"
Chu Shaoqian was talking to herself when she suddenly discovered that the array stone in Lin Chen's hand was emitting a faint golden light under the stimulation. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she showed a look of surprise.
"Master taught me."
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Come on, senior sister, my formation master level is high enough to be a second level formation master, let's give it a try."
"Real? Oh, okay, great, let's give it a try."
Chu Shaoqian was still in surprise and stood up subconsciously.
Afterwards, Chu Shaoqian told Lin Chen the key points of setting up the small spirit gathering formation.
Lin Chen referred to the formation knowledge inherited from the simulation, and applied it to other situations. Soon, he had a clear understanding of this formation.
"This is great news. Junior brother Xiaolu, what good things have happened to you recently? As your senior sister, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to understand you."
Chu Shaoqian discovered that Lin Chen not only really understood the formation, but his level of formation was not inferior to hers. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise.
Lin Chen smiled and didn't explain much.
Then, the two senior and junior brothers began to concentrate on setting up a spirit gathering formation around the 5 refined fire pools of the Wanjian sect.
More than half an hour later. "Sure, I didn't expect it to be ready so quickly. Junior brother Xiaolu, you can do it."
Chu Shaoqian was very happy as she looked at the results of the formation under her feet.
As demonstrated in the conversation just now, Lin Chen's skills in formation are superb, and his cooperation with her is perfect. "It's all thanks to my guidance, senior sister,"
Lin Chen said modestly.
"You're still pretending to be humble in front of me. Do you think your senior sister is confused?" Chu Shaoqian scolded with a smile and lightly hit Lin Chen's arm. "Next is the final step. Test results." Chu Shaoqian's expression became expectant and excited. "Third senior sister, why do I feel that this is a bit unreliable? Will the formation you set up be useful?"
At this time, Chen Xianjun stood with his hands on his waist, raising his doubts in a very tactless manner.
Just now, he was forced to stop working and cooperate because of the arrangement of the spirit gathering formation.
This made him feel a little anxious as he already had a lot of tasks on his plate.
"Go away, if you don't understand, just shut up and stay away."
Chu Shaoqian angrily pushed Chen Xianjun aside, and her attitude towards Chen Xianjun was as disgusted as ever.
"Oh." Chen Xianjun responded, but was afraid that Chu Shaoqian would get angry and beat him, so he didn't dare to say anything more. Walk 2. The center of the 5 refining fire pools.
Chu Shaoqian looked serious. The empty elixir in her dantian was in operation, and strands of pure true energy were guided along the tough martial veins to the eye of the formation under her feet.
Buzz.
In an instant, the formation responded, and a circular formation shadow with a diameter of more than 10 feet vaguely appeared on the ground.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Then, there were bursts of explosions. The 5 refined fire pools shrouded in the formation were like small volcanic eruptions, with giant pillars of fire as thick as waists rising upwards. And those spirit stone ores placed in the fire pool are being refined into large pieces of spirit stones at a speed visible to the naked eye.
What? Really?
Chen Xianjun, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and was the first to let out an inappropriate exclamation. Lin Chen's fourth senior brother, Chen Xianjun, has a calm and serious personality. The fact that he lost his composure and exclaimed in such a way shows the impact this incident had on him.
After a brief shock, Chen Xianjun did not hesitate.
He immediately picked up the raw materials, threw them into the fire pool, and started working.
What do you think? Do you still think it's unreliable?
Chu Xiaoqian crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Chen Xianjun.
I don't think so.
Senior sister, please move aside first, I'm working.
Chen Xianjun said quickly. Humph. Chu Xiaoqian was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked aside.
Lin Chen also began to continue his unfinished work, smelting magic weapons. Because the spirit gathering array was successfully set up, the spiritual energy gathered by the underground spirit gathering array began to tilt towards Lin Chen and his group. The refining efficiency of Lin Chen's 5 fire pools has increased by at least 10 times.
1 fire pool is equivalent to 10 original ones.
As the saying goes, when one grows, that shrinks. All the spiritual energy has flowed to Lin Chen, so the efficiency of the fire pools of other sects will naturally be greatly reduced. At this moment, the 50 or so refining fire pools under the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect all went silent, and the thin white smoke coming out was like burning incense.
What happened? Why did the spiritual energy suddenly disappear? They're just coding. Are they going to let people work? With this kind of efficiency, they won't be able to finish the work until next year. What bad luck! I finally got a mission from the sect here, but I ran into this kind of shit. Damn it! When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Investigate and find out who's behind this. Many disciples of the Tianjin sect were cursing and were in chaos. While the disciples of Tianjin sect were making a fuss, Lin Chen had already completed the matter smoothly. Not only were the magic weapons seized by Lin Chen melted, but even the refining tasks that Chen Xianjun had accumulated for many days were all completed. Too fast. The refining speed is really too fast. Finally everything is done. I can go back and report and leave this place. Chen Xianjun praised repeatedly, very happy. Third senior sister, sixth junior brother, thank you so much today. It's getting late. I'll go first in hand in the task when I get back. Chen Xianjun clasped his fists towards Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian, then turned around and left with brisk steps. Junior brother Xiaolu, let's go too. Chu Xiaoqian said. Okay, let's go. Lin Chen nodded. The two walked side by side along the same route they came, preparing to leave. But at this moment, what do you want to do? Well, a scream was heard in the distance. Chen Xianjun was kicked by a stranger, and his body flew backward more than 10 feet and fell heavily to the ground. Fourth senior brother. Junior brother. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian's faces changed and they quickly moved over. Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian hurried forward and helped Chen Xianjun up. When they found that Chen Xianjun was spitting blood and was seriously injured, Lin Chen and Chu Xiaoqian's faces turned ugly and they stared angrily at the person who attacked them. On the opposite side, surrounded by a large group of Tianjin sect disciples, a domineering young cultivator appeared. This man was about the same age as Lin Chen's second senior brother Wang Yi. He had narrow eyebrows, heavy bags under his eyes, and an unhealthy pale face. He looked like he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. At this moment, he had a scornful smile on his lips and stared at Lin Chen and the others with a cold look. But when he saw Chu Xiaoqian's lively and otherworldly face, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then there was a bit of abnormal lust in his eyes. You want to leave after committing a crime? You, the Wanjian sect, really don't take our Tianjin sect seriously. The disciple sneered and spoke. Sixth junior brother, this man is the second son of the Tianjin sect's leader, Zhuang Han. He has considerable cultivation, so be careful. Chu Xiaoqian lowered her voice and reminded Lin Chen. Zhuang Han? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. I don't know what the relationship is between Zhuang Han and Zhuang Lei mentioned during the simulation. What a joke! Chu Xiaoqian said, you injured my junior brother, and I didn't settle the score with you. How dare you still accuse me? Zhuang Han snorted and laughed. I'm not making any accusations.
You guys deliberately set up the spirit gathering array, causing our heavenly sword sect's fire pool refining to be inefficient.
Do you really think we can't figure it out? Who said that setting up a spirit gathering array is not allowed?
You used your connections to curry favor with the management of the Dacian kingdom and monopolized more than 50 refining fire pools, and we never said anything.
Now, we use our strength to set up a spirit gathering array. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? Chu Shaoqian argued. Humph, nonsense.
Our refined fire pools are all allocated based on strength.
If you are dissatisfied, you can report it to the management of Dacian Kingdom.
Playing tricks in private is despicable and shameless. Second young master, stop talking nonsense with them.
Just dismantle their spirit gathering formation.
Several disciples of the Tianjian sect nearby suggested in unison.
Zhuang Han smiled triumphantly, took out a document from his Qiankuan bag and threw it to Chu Shaoqian. Miss Chu, this is a new document issued by the Dacian Kingdom.
Your Wanjian sect has occupied too many refining fire pools, so they need to allocate 2 more to us.
It's clearly written in black and white. You have 3 days to dismantle the spirit gathering array and hand over the refining fire pool.
Chu Shaoqian was shocked when she heard this and quickly picked up the document to check it. It was discovered that the recorded content was exactly as Zhuang Han said.
She flew into a rage. You've already occupied over 50 fire pools, and you're actually going to take 2 of ours? This is simply going too far. It's outrageous.
Lin Shen looked puzzled and quickly took the document to check it.
You must know that the relationship between the Dacian Kingdom and the 4-star sect is not one of management and being managed. The sects seek immortality and the Dacian Kingdom governs the people, and their pursuits are different. The sect only addressed each other as king and subject to each other to give face to the Dacian Kingdom. The Dacian Kingdom claims to be in charge, but its identity is more like an intermediary. Now, this intermediary is so biased towards the Tianjian sect, which is really too much.
Lin Shen took the document, glanced at it, and immediately noticed something was wrong.
Senior sister, this document is fake. It doesn't have the seal of the Dacian Kingdom at the end. Lin Shen pointed out the error. Huh? Really?
Chu Shaoqian also realized that something was wrong and immediately threw the document to Zhuang Han, angrily asking, "How do you explain this?" Zhuang Han took a quick look and found the mistake of no seal, frowning.
He put the document away and took out another one. I took the wrong one just now. This one is the right one. It has the seal. Continue to throw the documents to Chu Shaoqian. This time, Chu Shaoqian didn't even look at it. She raised her palm and blasted the document into pieces of paper. Zhuang Han. Do you think we are easy to fool? Chu Shaoqian was furious.
Zhuang Han could actually produce 2 versions of the document with the same content, one with a seal and one without. This has already made people doubt the authenticity of his document. Even if this document is authentic, Chu Shaoqian has reason to suspect that the management of Dacian Kingdom has secretly colluded with Tianjian sect and had already given the seal to Tianjian sect. Therefore, the Tianjian sect can use the name of the Dacian Kingdom to issue documents that will and occupy the refining fire pool. Zhuang Han's expression remained unchanged as he said with a frivolous smile, "The documents have been given to you.
You must follow them." But, Miss Chu, you may not know that I'm very easy to talk to. As long as you are willing to accompany me to visit our Tianjian sect, I can reluctantly let this matter go. What do you think?
Hearing these teasing words and seeing Zhuang Han's lustful eyes, Chu Shaoqian clenched her slender fingers and became furious.
You're looking for death.
She could no longer bear it, so she stepped forward and slapped Zhuang Han in the face.
Ah, it has character, I like it.
Unexpectedly, Zhuang Han raised his hand to block her, and he arrived first and grabbed Chu Shaoqian's wrist.
It smells so good. Zhuang Han looked very proud as he sniffed Chu Shaoqian's hand. Let me go. Chu Shaoqian's pretty face flushed red. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to break free from Zhuang Han's restraints.
Unexpectedly, Zhuang Han's cultivation was extremely high, and Chu Xiaoqian failed to shake Zhuang Han's hand away despite trying several times.
Ha, Miss Chu, it's your blessing that our second young master likes you. You must not be ungrateful. The second young master is kind and gentle to women. If you obey him, you will naturally receive benefits.
I heard that the second young master is looking for a Taoist partner for dual cultivation recently. If Miss Chu can get this blessing, it will definitely be a great story if the news gets out.
Ha ha.
All the disciples of the Tianjian sect were fawning and laughing, cheering on the side.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoqian felt even more ashamed and angry.
However, Zhuang Han became more and more proud, and even couldn't help but reach out and touch Chu Xiaoqian's face.
Seeing that Zhuang Han's fingers were about to touch Chu Xiaoqian's cheek. Zhun. Just then,
a bright sword light flashed. Zhuang Han only felt a pain in his wrist, and then his entire right hand was separated from his body. What followed was indescribable pain, and the smug smile on Zhuang Han's face turned into deep fear in an instant.
He didn't dare to hold Chu Xiaoqian anymore. He covered his bleeding wrist and backed away screaming. But Lin Chen took a step forward, holding the Liang Yizhenwu sword in his hand, and the sword energy was rising and falling. He stared at Zhuang Han indifferently, his face as cold as ice. You, who are you? How dare you hurt me?
Zhuang Han was shocked and angry, staring at Lin Chen with disbelief on his face.
In the three major sects nearby, who doesn't know Zhuang Han's name?
As the son of the sect leader, no one dares to mess with him. Not to mention cutting off his hands, which was something unbelievable to him.
Boy, you're done.
If you have the guts to tell us your name, we in the Heavenly Sword sect will never let you go.
The disciples
nearby were also shouting at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said nothing more.
Holding the Liang Yizhenwu sword, his face ashen, he walked towards Zhuang Han with murderous intent in his eyes.
You!
Zhuang Han was startled and quickly used his true energy to seal his bleeding wrist, stood firm, and took out a sword-like magic weapon from his Qian Kuan bag with his left hand.
Since he can use magic weapons, it means that Zhuang Han's cultivation has at least reached the late stage of Jindan.
In his opinion, the previous attack was due to his carelessness, which led to Lin Chen's successful sneak attack. Lin Chen is the strongest, but Zhuang Han is by no means a weakling.
In a head-on fight, it is still unknown who will win.
Lin Chen was surrounded by sword energy and had murderous intentions towards Zhuang Han. This person injured Chen Xianjun and molested Chu Xiaoqian.
He deserves to die. Junior brother, are you okay? Zhuang Han's cultivation is very high, you have to be careful.
Chu Xiaoqian was standing beside him, looking worried. Don't worry, senior sister, he is no match for me. Lin Chen said confidently.
Then, try not to take his life.
After all, he is the son of the leader of the Tianjian sect. If he dies, then this matter will be troublesome.
Chu Xiaoqian said again.
Although she wanted to see Zhuang Han killed on the spot, as a senior sister, Chu Xiaoqian forced herself to remain rational.
Not killing him?
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes.
After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind.
Without any hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward and slashed at Zhuang Han with his sword.
Zhuang Han wielded the sword in his left hand without any fear.
Just now, I was careless and let you take the lead.
Now I'll let you know how powerful I am.
A mid-grade spiritual martial art, Sky Slash. With the activation of his true energy, Zhuang Han surrounded the magic sword in his hand with a galloping lightning snake, and attacked Lin Chen head-on. The Skybreaking Slash is the last move of the Skybreaking Sword technique, a secret mid-grade spiritual martial art of the Tianjian sect. This move can unleash the power of thunder, which is extremely strong and masculine, and extremely powerful. You despicable brat, you just managed to sneak attack successfully, and now you dare to fight with our second young master?
I'm afraid you don't know how to spell the word death. How could a nameless young man defeat the second young master?
Second young master, kill him. This kid is clearly no match for the second young master's martial arts.
Look at him. He's no match for the second young master's martial arts. Beside them, those lackeys were chattering and mocking non-stop.
When Lin Chen saw the incoming thunder sword energy, he realized that the level of this martial arts was not very high, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He had originally planned to use the merciless sword rain, but now he saw that it was completely unnecessary. Earth-level martial arts, the Great Thunder and Fire Sword Technique. Lin Chen's sword was surrounded by flames and red thunder. He swung his sword casually to meet Zhuang Han's sky-severing slash. Boom! The two streams of true energy collided, releasing a powerful wave of air. What? Zhuang Han's pupils shrank as he felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming at him. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand and was blown away. The whole person was hit by the sword energy, the bones in his chest were broken, and he flew backwards more than 10 feet. Ahem! Coughing violently, Zhuang Han struggled to get up and wanted to resist. Lin Chen flashed close to him, grabbed the front of his shirt, picked him up, and then slapped him hard in the face. You fucking! Zhuang Han was furious and tried desperately to break free. However, he was horrified to find that his true energy was firmly suppressed by Lin Chen and could not be circulated at all. How could this happen? Who the hell is this kid? How could his cultivation be so much higher than mine? Zhuang Han couldn't believe it. He originally thought that among the younger generation of Wanjian sect, no one except Wang Yi could be his opponent, but he never expected that someone like Lin Chen would suddenly appear. But he didn't know that in terms of cultivation alone, Lin Chen and he were both at the 7th level of the Jindan realm. However, Lin Chen has mastered 2 4th level skills, one of which is the 9-turn golden elixir skill which focuses on true essence. At this moment, Lin Chen's true essence was so strong that it was not even inferior to Wang Yi, who was at the 9th level of the Jindan realm, not to mention Zhuang Han. Let go, let me go. Zhuang Han struggled. Bang! Lin Chen slapped him again. Do you know who I am? If you dare to attack me, I will let my father destroy your Wanjian sect. Bang! You! Bang! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Bang! Stop hitting me! It hurts so much. I was wrong, okay? Snap! Lin Chen slapped Zhuang Han more than 10 times in a row, almost making him collapse. It was not until Zhuang Han's face was swollen like a pig's head and his consciousness was blurred that Lin Chen let go and let him fall to the ground. Young master! Second young master, are you okay? Only then did the disciples of the Tianjian sect dare to approach. He can't die. Lin Chen stared at the group of disciples and sneered, he hurt my senior brother and molested my senior sister. He deserves death. Now I will spare his life, but you must pay the price and hand over all the spirit stones on you. Lin Chen started robbery mode again. After careful consideration, he felt that Chu Xiaoqian's concerns were not unreasonable. His current cultivation level is still no match for Zhuan Lei. To be on the safe side, he should keep a low profile and get more spirit stones. After returning, I will simulate and improve my cultivation to the nascent soul stage, or even higher, so that I will have the strength to face the threat of the Tianjian sect. You injured our second young master, and you even dared to rob us? The group of disciples were in disbelief. Why, you don't want to hand over the spirit stones? Lin Chen's face turned cold. Hand it over, hand it over. This group of disciples quickly surrendered. They are not fools. Even Zhuang Han was beaten like this. How could they, the disciples, dare to say no? After a round of extortion and stealing the Qiankuan bag from Zhuang Han, Lin Chen finally stopped after gaining more than 100,000 spirit stones. Boy, just wait, our Tianjian sect will never let this matter go. Before leaving, a disciple holding Zhuang Han's severed hand threatened him viciously. Then he quickly ran away. After this incident, only Lin Chen, his sister, and his 2 brothers were left in the huge refining workshop, along with some Diyuan sect disciples who were hiding in the distance and watching the show. Senior sister, how is 4th brother's injury? Lin Chen walked up to Qin Xianjun and asked. Junior brother, I'm fine. Alas, junior brother, you injured Zhuang Han, now we are in trouble. Chen Xuanjuan's face was full of worry. Well, junior brother Xiaolu, this matter is indeed very serious. Just in case, I will return to the sect and tell master what happened. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen and the other two quickly left the refinery and returned to the Wanjian sect. Since Master Xian Yangzi was in seclusion for cultivation, Lin Chen and the other two waited for a long time and decided that Chu Xiaoqian would stay alone to report. Lin Chen and Shen Xianjun returned to their respective caves. After returning to the cave, Lin Chen quickly sat cross-legged and communicated with the system. System, I want to do a normal simulation. Use a personality card. In order to cope with possible risks and compete for future places in the 8 Desolations Conference, Lin Chen now urgently needs to improve his cultivation. During this trip to the refinery, he not only harvested 370,000 refined spirit stones, but also accidentally robbed more than 100,000 spirit stones. The number of spirit stones in his hand now exceeds 500,000. It can be simulated a full 50 times. It would be unfair if I can't break through the nascent soul stage. Lin Chen was full of confidence in the next simulation. You know, in 50 simulations, you can use the file load card to extend your life each time. This means that every time he has a high probability of getting the full 10 years of cultivation benefits. 50 times is 500 years. After 500 years of hard training, Lin Chen has a good talent, so how could he not be able to break through to the nascent soul stage? Good host. The system responded. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 511,470. The item character card has been used. This simulated character must be rare. There are currently 14 character cards remaining. Simulation begins. Random personality, no restrictions. Lin Chen frowned. Being free and unrestrained, what kind of rare character is this? Lin Chen felt that this character card seemed a bit watery. Continue looking down. While in the sect, you feel physically and mentally constrained, so you decide to leave the sect overnight to pursue a free and unfettered life. 10 days later, you have taken 10 high-grade ice heart pills and 1 top-grade ice heart pill, and your cultivation has improved. A month later, you arrived at the sun-chasing forest, 100 miles north of the Wanjian sect. Here, you witnessed the spectacular sight of thousands of birds flying together. 2 months later, you arrive at Yunlu Mountain, 300 miles east of the sun-chasing forest. You discover a strange, 5-colored light flickering within the mountain. 3 months later, you continue eastward along Yunlu Mountain, traveling approximately 250 miles until you reach the Qinglian River. In the river, you unexpectedly witness the bizarre phenomenon of 9 springs gushing forth. 4 months later. System, please wait a moment. After reading a few simulated messages, Lin Chen became a little uneasy. What does this simulate? Apart from the initial period of taking elixirs, which was related to improving his cultivation, the next few months were spent traveling around and enjoying the scenery. Isn't this unrestrained personality a bit too outrageous? And where's Xuan Lei? Where's the 8 Desolate Association? Where's the Jade Marrow Pond in Baichao Pavilion? Also, he injured Zhuang Han today. What will happen next? Will the Heavenly Sword sect just let Zhuang Han go? With this unrestrained personality, the simulated Lin Chen left the Wanjian sect from the very beginning, with an attitude of giving up and not caring about anything. Although Lin Chen has a lot of spirit stones and can simulate many times, he can't just ignore everything and travel around to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Wouldn't that be a waste? System, I want to load the file. Good host. The file loading card was used successfully. The remaining number is 63. Please select the read node. 1. When leaving the sect. 2. When taking pills. 3. When heading to the Sun Chaser Forest. 4. When heading to Yunlu Mountain. 5. Choose one. Without waiting for the system to finish prompting, Lin Chen made his choice. The simulation returns to the beginning. Although you feel physically and mentally constrained in the sect, you still decide to stay. After an hour, you could no longer bear this restraint and decided to leave again. 10 days later, you have taken 10 high-grade ice heart pills.
The subsequent simulation process becomes the same as before. Damn it! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. Obviously, freedom is a natural instinct. Even if you use a file loading card to forcibly restrict it, it can only be limited temporarily and cannot fundamentally change it. Helpless, Lin Chen could only accept it. Okay, just go have fun everywhere, I won't care about you, okay? Lin Chen no longer wasted the loading card. He still had a lot of spirit stones, so it wouldn't matter this time. However, no matter what, Lin Chen still felt a little distressed about wasting 10,000 spirit stones, even though he now had more than 500,000. In this world of cultivating immortals, spirit stones are considered hard currency with extremely strong purchasing power, and 10,000 spirit stones are by no means a small number. He clearly remembered how difficult it was to accumulate spirit stones when he first came to the Wanjian sect. Extravagance and waste are not in line with his style. Continue to view the simulation process. 4 months later, you left Qinglian River and arrived at Mang Mountain, 50 miles north. In the valley, you noticed a strange phenomenon, purple air rising into the sky. 5 months later, you left Mang Mountain and arrived at Fengqi Mountain, 380 miles to the west. At the top of the mountain, you witnessed the amazing sight of hundreds of birds flocking to pay homage. 6 months later. Subsequent simulations are basically similar in content. Lin Chen travels around once a month and each time he enjoys a unique and beautiful view. The simulation continued like this, and Lin Chen watched it intermittently, feeling depressed and drowsy. Until the time in the simulation came to 7 years and 5 months. 7 years and 5 months later, you leave the ice and snow valley and continue northward 100 miles to the Everfreeze Mountains. Reaching the summit, you witness the 9-colored aurora borealis on a starry night. Guided by the aurora, you unexpectedly discover the precious Taoist treasure, the Ice Soul Ancient Jade, hidden deep within the black ice. Lin Chen was stunned. Vaguely, he seemed to realize something. The first half of this simulated content is almost identical to the previous one. But in the end, he accidentally obtained a Taoist treasure, Ice Soul Ancient Jade. Could it be that? Could it be that each piece of simulated information mentioned above corresponds to a treasure? Very likely. Every simulated message before would encounter extraordinary visions and wonders. Before simulating the Ice Soul Ancient Jade, Lin Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with those wonders. Looking back now, something is clearly wrong. For example, at the beginning, thousands of birds were flying in the Chasing Sun forest, and colorful lights were flashing in the Yunlu mountain. No matter how you look at it, it looks like there is a hidden treasure. This is the thought. Lin Chen suddenly became energetic. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. System, I want to rewind the file to the beginning. Also, I'm going to use a lucky card. He decided to use props to verify his guess. If this conjecture is true, each piece of simulated information actually corresponds to a treasure. This simulation is going to be incredible. Good host. The item load card was used successfully. 62 cards remaining. Lucky card item used successfully, 8 remaining. Lin Chen doesn't have many lucky cards in his hand. According to previous experience, each lucky card is only valid for 1 year, but the maximum time limit for a simulation is a full 10 years. Lin Chen had to consider whether it was necessary to use all the lucky cards in this simulation. After the props are used, the simulation successfully returns to the beginning. A month later, you arrive at the sun-chasing forest. Here, you witness the spectacular sight of thousands of birds flying together. Luckily, you found the precious Taoist treasure Thunder Boots in the depths of the forest where thousands of birds have flown away. 2 months later, you arrive at Yunlu Mountain. You discover a strange, 5-colored light flickering within the mountain. Luckily, you discovered the precious Taoist treasure 5-colored mirror in the mountains. 3 months later, you arrive at the Qinglian River. You unexpectedly witness the bizarre phenomenon of 9 springs gushing forth from the river.
Luckily, you dived to the bottom of the river and discovered the precious Taoist treasure purple gold lotus platform.
It is indeed so. Lin Chen's eyes brightened.
Through the lucky card prop, Lin Chen confirmed his previous guess. Each of these seemingly information about traveling corresponds to a precious treasure. Detailed locations, strange sights, and treasure names.
Isn't this a treasure map? Lin Chen was overjoyed when he finally realized the truth of this simulation. Without further hesitation, he took out a huge map from his Qiankuan bag.
Lin Chen began to mark the lines on the map one by one according to the simulation prompts.
Unfortunately, the lucky card is only valid for 1 year. I'd better record the locations of the treasures ahead.
Through simulation, Lin Chen cannot really get the treasure. Even if he knows the name of the treasure now, it doesn't mean much. Lucky cards are scarce, and he wants to save them for later use.
However,
as the simulation progressed, Lin Chen soon discovered that the facts were not as he expected. 1 year and 1 month later, you leave Pingdu Mountain and travel 350 miles westward to reach Lihai. There, you witnessed the spectacle of a tornado sucking in water. Luckily, after the tornado dissipated, you discovered the precious Taoist treasure breaking waves and dividing water flag on the seabed. The time in the simulation has exceeded 1 year, but the lucky card item has not expired.
System, isn't the lucky card only valid for 1 year? Lin Chen asked doubtfully. Answer the host.
The duration of the item is related to the simulation level and is affected by the maximum simulation time, said the system.
So that's how it is, why didn't you say so earlier?
Lin Chen suddenly realized. Previously, lucky cards only lasted for 1 year because the maximum simulation time at that time was only 1 year. Now, as the simulation level has been increased, the maximum simulation time has been extended to 10 years, and the validity period of the lucky card has also been increased. In this way, the previous problems no longer exist and there is no need to waste lucky cards. In this way, as the simulation progresses, with the blessing of lucky cards, one treasure trove after another appears.
Lin Chen was not idle either. He marked the treasures on the map one by one according to these locations. After a meal, the simulation ends.
In Lin Chen's hand, there appeared a treasure map that recorded the burial locations of hundreds of precious Taoist treasures.
That's amazing. When we go out in the future and pass by these places, we can take the opportunity to search for treasures. Lin Chen happily rolled up the map and put it away. After this simulation, the system still provides 2 optional rewards. The second item is the character card. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to choose one. During this simulation, Lin Chen basically traveled and did not practice. However, he had taken the ice heart pill at the beginning, so his cultivation level had improved. After making your selection, the reward will be distributed.
Lin Chen clearly felt that the true energy in his dantian had become a little thicker, and he was not far from the 8th level of the Jindan realm. At the same time, this also confirms his previous bug speculation. It is indeed possible to take the pills but not eat them, and through simulation, achieve a cycle of consumption.
System, continue with the normal simulation, using a personality card.
I just simulated and got a treasure map, which was a pleasant surprise. The most urgent task is to get back to the point, improve one's cultivation, and deal with Zhuang Lei, Zhuang Han, and the 8.
Desolations Association. Good host.
10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the current remaining spirit stones are 501,470. The item character card has been used.
The current number of remaining cards is 13. The personality simulated this time must be a rare personality. Simulation begins. Random personality, 1,000 insights from 1 hearing.
In this simulation, I randomly picked a good character that had appeared before, which is more suitable for cultivation. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided not to use the lucky card for the time being. In his opinion, the role of the lucky card is more focused on going out for adventure, which is not compatible with the one-hit, 1000 understand character that is suitable for cultivation. However, this was just a guess and he couldn't be completely sure. If at the end of the simulation he feels that there is a place where the lucky card can be used, he can use the load card to go back and use the lucky card again. The simulation continues. In order to deal with Zhuanghan and Zhuanlei, you practiced in seclusion within the sect. You took a top-grade ice heart pill, and your cultivation has improved. 3 days later, Zhuanghan brought his father, Zhuang Wenyuan, the leader of the Tianjin sect, to the sect to seek justice. In order to maintain good relations, Wanjian sect leader Xiao Zhangfeng has disregarded the advice of your master Xian Yangzi and agreed to Zhuang Wenyuan's request to have you and Zhuanghan's brother Zhuanlei duel to resolve the matter.
Unfortunately, you are no match for Zhuanlei. He injured you and you lost the duel.
Master Xian Yangzi had no choice but to follow the agreement made before the competition and pay 500,000 spirit stones, a Dao treasure, and 10 top-grade elixirs. He also agreed to dismantle the spirit gathering array in the refinery and give 2 of the refining fire pools to the Tianjin sect as compensation. Under the protection of your master, you were no longer punished by the sect. This matter is now over. You will begin your retreat in practice, preparing for your place in the 8th Desolate meeting. 10 days later, you consumed the remaining ice heart pills, and your cultivation improved.
A month and a half later, you will come to Yendang Mountain to compete for a spot in the 8 Desolations Association. In the Group B match, you met Zhuanlei, but were still no match for him. He defeated you and you failed to secure a spot. After returning to the sect, Master will arrange for you to enter the sect's secret place, Hidden Sword Valley. 9 years later, your cultivation level will break through to the 8th level of the Jindan realm. 10 years later, nothing happened. This simulation ends.
Optional reward, cultivation, skills, and martial arts experience.
Optional reward 2, gas card. Choose one. Lin Chen's face looked bad and he subconsciously clenched his fingers.
Through this simulation, Lin Chen learned a lot about Zhuanghan.
It turned out that Zhuanghan was Zhuanlei's younger brother.
In 3 days, the 2 brothers would come to his house to seek justice.
Zhuanlei. Lin Chen didn't expect that he would lose to Zhuanlei twice in this simulation.
He also didn't expect that because of the defeat, his master Xian Yangzi would have to pay a large amount of training resources as compensation. It was clearly Zhuanghan who teased 3rd senior sister first. Sigh, the performance of this sect master Xiao Zhangfeng is truly disappointing.
Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. System, simulated again. Good host.
It is not difficult to see that Lin Chen's cultivation level did not improve much in this simulation. Lin Chen was mentally prepared for this situation. When his cultivation entered the late stage of Jindan, he realized that the difficulty of improving his cultivation had increased at least 10 times more than before. This feeling has become even more obvious now that his cultivation has broken through to the 8th level of Jindan. It seems that when one's cultivation reaches the late stage of Jindan, the 4th level skills are beginning to become less effective.
Lin Chen understood.
He has now entered a bottleneck period, and it is difficult to improve either his cultivation or swordsmanship. If you can't get a stronger 5th level skill or a more powerful sword inheritance, then you can only rely on time accumulation and grind your way up bit by bit. Of course, the situation Lin Chen encountered was not special.
Most monks will stagnate at this stage.
Just like Lin Chen's 2nd senior brother Wang Yi, a young genius who entered the late stage of Jindan realm early on, but so many years have passed, the boy has become a young man, and Wang Yi still has not been able to cross the threshold and enter the next great realm. Faced with this situation, some cultivators would choose to give up directly and instead start studying magic weapons and other auxiliary means to improve their strength. In addition, through these 2 simulations, Lin Chen also discovered that the effect of the ice heart pill had weakened, and the improvement it brought to his cultivation was already negligible. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the item character card has been used successfully.
Simulation begins. Random personality, wild and domineering. Congratulations to the host. This simulation accidentally activated your destiny. Random fate, noble people will help you. Random personality, wild and domineering. Random fate, noble people will help you.
In order to deal with Zhuanghan and Zhuanlei, you practiced in seclusion within the sect. 3 days later, Zhuanghan brought his father, Zhuang Wenyuan, the leader of the Tianjin sect, to the sect to seek justice. The simulation content above is exactly the same as last time. Xiao Zongfeng also compromised with Zhuang Wenyuan again and arranged for Lin Chen and Zhuang Lei to compete. Just when Lin Chen thought that he would lose the game and lose money again, the subsequent simulation content began to change. A senior brother of Xian Yangzi, Li Canghai, appears in the Wanjian sect. Before the duel with Zhuang Lei, Li Canghai used a mysterious technique to leave a stream of golden energy within your body. This effect temporarily boosted your cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the core formation realm, allowing you to defeat Zhuang Lei in one fell swoop. Although Zhuang Wenyuan and many high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword sect were present, you, being wild and overbearing, did not hold back and directly destroyed Zhuang Lei's cultivation. This action led to a falling out between the two groups and a violent brawl.
As a 4-star sect, the Wanjian sect wasn't as well established as the Tianjin sect.
However, due to Li Canghai's presence, he displayed his strength and forcefully killed the Tianjin sect's leader, high-ranking officials, and the Grand Elder, ultimately wiping out the Tianjin sect. Li Canghai admires your unruly and overbearing personality, and despite Xian Yangzi's attempts to stop him, he forcibly abducts you and accepts you as his disciple. I heard that you are planning to compete for a spot in the 8 Desolations Association, so Li Canghai decided to help you. A month and a half later, you arrived at Yindang Mountain and successfully defeated all your opponents in Group B, securing a spot in the 8 Desolations Conference. However, it was discovered that even if Group B finally made a name for themselves in the 8 Desolations Conference, they would not be eligible to enter the Baichao Pavilion.
Only those who compete in Group A can enter the Baichao Pavilion. The prerequisite for competing in Group A is to reach the nascent soul stage. After missing the 8 Desolations Conference, Li Canghai learned of your ultimate goal and decided to take you to Baichao Pavilion and seize the Jade Marrow Pool. But unfortunately, there are many experts in Baichao Pavilion, and Li Canghai was seriously injured and dying.
On his deathbed, Li Canghai passed on his lifelong martial arts knowledge to you. You received 2 sets of 5th level skills, namely the Red Sun Sutra and the Tai-In Sutra. Afterwards, you returned to the Wanjian sect because you missed your sister Lin Xueqing. Master Xian Yangzi noticed that you were under the influence of Li Canghai's turbulent gold qi and showed signs of becoming possessed. Therefore, he arranged for you to enter the Cangjian Valley, isolated from the world, to cultivate your mind and body. 2 years later, you will have cultivated the Red Sun Sutra to the 3rd level, and the Tai-In Sutra to the 3rd level, and your cultivation will have reached the 9th level of the core formation realm. 5 years later, your cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th level of the core formation realm. You choose to break through the realm, awaken your spirit, and condense your nascent soul. However, due to the influence of the turbulent gold qi before, when you were awakening your soul, you developed inner demons, failed to awaken, and your consciousness was damaged. 10 years later, your spiritual consciousness has not been restored, and your cultivation has made little progress. This simulation has reached its time limit and is now over. Optional Reward 1, the highest level of cultivation ever achieved during the simulation, the techniques learned, and the martial arts experience gained.
Optional Reward 2, Gas Card.
Looking at the simulation results, Lin Chen fell into deep thought and did not make a choice for a long time.
He was considering whether to use the file loading card. If so, where should I load the file? Obviously, this simulation was beyond Lin Chen's expectations. The whole thing had taken an unforeseen turn due to the appearance of Li Canghai. Forget it, I won't reload the save. Choose one.
Lin Chen made a decision. This was mainly because during the simulation process, Lin Chen received 2 sets of 5th level skills taught by Li Canghai. These 2 sets of skills were extremely precious and were passed down to him by Li Canghai before his death. Lin Chen was worried that if he reloaded the game and Li Canghai survived, he might not be able to obtain these 2 sets of skills.
Good host.
As the system prompt sounded, Lin Chen's cultivation began to soar rapidly. He instantly broke through the 9th level of the Jindan realm and reached the final 9th level peak in one fell swoop. After a little exploration, Lin Chen discovered that the golden elixir in his dantian had become dazzling, round and flawless. His current state is such that he can awaken his primordial spirit and condense his primordial infant at any time.
In addition, 2 sets of 5th level exercises, Qian Sutra and Tai-In Sutra, appeared in his mind.
During the practice of the Red Sun Sutra, the infinite red sun towers overhead. Leveraging its power, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flows through the Shaoyang meridians, entering the body and then reaching the Laoyang meridians where it resides. This circulates the qi in the body with half the effort, achieving twice the result with half the effort, at least 20 times faster than a fourth-level technique.
However, the Taiyin Sutra is just the opposite. This exercise emphasizes doing things in reverse, using the power of Taiyin.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth enters from the perineum and exits from the Baihui point, and the breathing is reversed, which is very mysterious. Practicing these two sets of fifth-level exercises together, which are in line with the principles of yin and yang, can produce an effect where the sum of the two is greater than the sum of the two.
Lin Chen was very satisfied with the gains from this simulation.
He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the hot true energy flowing in his martial veins, and a sense of confidence arose in his heart. He could feel that with his current combat power, he had already reached the limit of the Jindan realm. If he faces Zhuang Lei again, as long as Zhuang Lei's cultivation remains at the Jindan stage, Lin Chen will most likely win.
In addition, during this simulation, Lin Chen also learned a key piece of information.
If you want to have the opportunity to enter the Jadeite pool of Baichao Pavilion, you need to participate in the 8 Desolations meeting in Group A. In Group B, even if you defeat Zhuang Lei and get a spot, it will be of no use. In order to enter Group A, the initial requirement is to reach the nascent soul stage.
This means that Lin Chen's current cultivation level is not enough to qualify. Looks like I have to continue the simulation. Lin Chen thought so. And just at this moment, suddenly, the sound transmission stone in the cave lit up.
The voice of third senior sister Chu Xiaoqian echoed among them.
Junior brother Xiaolu, are you in the cave? Master wants to see you, please come over.
Hearing this, Lin Chen stepped forward and picked up the sound transmission stone. Okay, senior sister, I'll be right there. Since the master was looking for him, Lin Chen had no choice but to stop the simulation temporarily.
I don't know what master wants me to do.
Recalling the simulation just now, when Master Xian Yangzi's senior brother Li Sanghai came to mind, Lin Chen seemed to be lost in thought. Through Li Sanghai's various behaviors in the simulation, it is not difficult to see that this person is terrifyingly powerful, and his actions are both good and evil. He is a cultivator completely different from Xian Yangzi. However, this person was not mentioned in the previous simulations. Li Sanhai will only appear after Lin Chen activates the help from a noble person fate. Therefore, Lin Chen could not be sure whether this person would show up to see Lin Chen as he did in the simulation.
Lin Chen flew along the mountain road.
Soon, he arrived at the main hall in the belly of Zuwang Peak. As soon as he entered the hall, Lin Chen discovered that next to his master Xian Yangzi sat a thin old man in blue. The old man in blue was serious and had a murderous look between his eyebrows, which formed a sharp contrast with the amiable Xian Yangzi next to him. He simply sat there, yet he created an unnatural sense of distance.
Chenner is here. Come, meet your Uncle Li.
Xian Yangzi smiled kindly and greeted Lin Chen.
Really?
The old man in blue was none other than Xian Yangzi's fellow disciple from his early years, Li Sanhai.
Greetings, Uncle Master Li.
Lin Chen saluted with his fists clasped.
Li Sanhai glanced at Lin Chen casually, without lingering on him for long.
Obviously, without the wild and domineering personality during the simulation, Lin Chen would not be able to gain Li Sanhai's attention.
A narration. Lin Chen knew the purpose of Li Sanhai's trip.
It turned out that Li Sanghai had received an invitation to come here to work with Xian Yangzi in refining elixirs, and to give some pointers to Xian Yangzi's true disciples like Lin Chen.
Chenner, your third senior sister has already told me about the refinery.
Master has also received a message from the Heavenly Sword sect.
In 3 days, they will come to demand an explanation. To be on the safe side, Chenner, you should stay in seclusion in the cave for the next few days. I will step in and resolve this matter. Xian Yangzi arranged.
Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly and shook his head.
Inappropriate. Master, everyone has their own responsibilities. I will handle this matter myself. The Tianjin sect will come to my house in 3 days. I will be waiting for them. Lin Chen's current cultivation level has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Jindan
realm, so there is no need for his master to worry about this matter anymore.
This.
Xian Yangzi looked surprised. Considering that this matter is of great importance and the Tianjin sect will not let it go, Xian Yangzi still wants to persuade Lin Chen a few more words. But after seeing Lin Chen's confident eyes, he finally nodded. Okay, then I will take charge of the battle for you. When the time comes, you must be careful. After saying that, Xian Yangzi took out a crystal-clear green jade box and handed it to Chu Shaoqian, who was standing next to him.
Shaoqian, you and Chen put this ice heart pill in the treasure pavilion. Your master Li and I have some things to discuss.
Chu Shaoqian took the jade box and without saying anything, she pulled Lin Chen away.
After Lin Chen left. Senior brother, how about it? Does my 6th disciple catch your eye?
Xian Yangzi looked at Li Songhai and asked with a smile. Li Songhai said expressionlessly, Junior brother, your vision is still the same, as bad as ever. A disciple who has only been here for 5 years has caused such a disaster, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly and say that he wants to solve it himself.
It's really ignorant and fearless, so stupid.
In Li Songhai's opinion, to be crazy, one must have the strength to be crazy.
Being arrogant without the ability is stupid behavior.
But senior brother, my disciple had a fortuitous encounter recently and his strength has greatly increased. Xian Yangzi explained immediately.
Even if there is another adventure, how high can the cultivation level of a cultivator who has only been practicing for 5 years be?
Junior brother, stop talking about this person.
Let's talk about your 2nd disciple Wang Yi.
Oh. Okay, senior brother, I asked you to come here this time because I want you to guide Yer and help him break through the nascent soul realm within a month. After leaving the main hall of Zuwan Peak, Lin Chen followed Chu Shaoqian to the treasure pavilion.
Senior sister, this box only contains ice heart pills?
Lin Chen's eyes fell on the green jade box in Chu Shaoqian's hand, and he felt a little strange.
If it's just the ice heart pill, wouldn't it be better to just put it in the Qiankuan bag? Is it necessary to store it in the treasure pavilion? Hey, junior brother Xiaolu, you don't understand, right?
Chu Shaoqian smiled mysteriously, leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, this box contains an immortal grade ice heart pill.
What?
Lin Chen was moved when he heard this.
Immortal elixir. It's still level 3.
This is a peerless elixir.
Even the legendary 9th level alchemist needs to be very lucky to make it. No wonder it was sent to the treasure pavilion for storage. Moreover, Lin Chen also heard that the higher the grade of the immortal elixir, the more it cannot be placed in the Qiankuan bag, otherwise its medicinal power will be depleted.
In order to perfectly preserve this kind of elixir, one often has to set up a small spirit gathering array and place the elixir at the center of the array.
Immortal elixirs are like living things.
They will absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array and replenish themselves.
What a good thing, if I could get it.
Lin Chen stared at the jade box, licked his lips subconsciously, and his eyes were fiery.
His current cultivation level is at the critical stage of breaking through the nascent soul stage.
It would be great if he could have such an immortal pill to help him.
Moreover, if Lin Chen could get this immortal pill, he wouldn't need to take it at all.
He can use the method of exploiting bugs and extract the medicinal power of the elixir through simulation. When he thought of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but set his sights on the immortal pill in Chu Shaoqian's hand.
Junior brother Xiaolu, what are you doing? Why do you look so weird? You don't mean to. As if he was too excited, Chu Shaoqian immediately noticed that something was wrong with Lin Chen. Senior sister, you wronged me. I don't have any bad intentions. Lin Chen forced out a smile awkwardly. It's best if you don't have any bad intentions.
Junior brother Xiaolu, you don't know that this immortal grade ice heart pill was jointly refined by Master and Uncle Li.
Master said to give it as a gift to an important person. We must not let Master down. I understand, senior sister. Don't worry, stealing pills is something only second senior brother would do. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's right. Chu Shaoqian smiled and didn't think about it anymore. A moment later, the two of them took the Immortal Bingxin pill and came to the treasure house of Zuwan Peak. Chu Shaoqian took Lin Chen to the innermost room. On a small platform in the inner room, a spirit gathering array had already been set up, which was specially used to store precious elixirs. After putting the Bingxin pill away, Chu Shaoqian lightly touched the platform with her hand, activating not only the small spirit gathering array but also a protective array. As long as someone approaches, the protective formation will immediately send an alarm to Master Xian Yangzi. With Xian Yangzi's cultivation level, anyone who dares to steal this elixir is seeking death. Alright, junior brother, let's go. After finishing the work, Chu Shaoqian wanted to take Lin Chen away. Lin Chen stared deeply at the green jade box on the platform, and a plan came into his mind. Senior sister, you go first. I want to observe the martial arts secrets here for a while. Lin Chen said. Oh well. Chu Shaoqian would sometimes study the secret manual here, so without giving it much thought, she warned, junior brother, when you leave, don't forget to activate the confinement formation. As a treasure trove, there is a confinement formation outside the entire treasure pavilion. Once it is opened, it can prevent outsiders from entering. As soon as Chu Shaoqian left. Bang! System, I want to perform a simulation. Lin Chen stared at the jade box in the inner room where the Immortal Ice Heart Pill was stored, and gave the order with some anticipation. Lin Chen planned to simulate in the treasure pavilion, take the opportunity to exploit the bug, and repeatedly take the Immortal Ice Heart Pill to reach the nascent soul realm. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the item character card has been used successfully. Simulation begins. Random personality, extraordinary talent. While in the treasure pavilion, you have thoughts about the immortal item, Ice Heart Pill. However, your current rank as a formation master is not enough to break the warning formation surrounding the immortal Ice Heart Pill. After much thought, you realize that you can't steal the elixir without anyone noticing, so you give up. Wait a moment. The direction of the simulation did not develop as Lin Chen expected. He immediately stopped the system and chose to use the file reading card. Bite. The file card was used successfully. Although you knew you couldn't break the formation, you still went ahead without hesitation, got the Ice Heart Pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. After so many simulations, Lin Chen has a thorough understanding of various props and some details. In each normal simulation, the behavior of the Lin Chen inside will be affected by his personality. But this does not mean that Lin Chen, who is outside, can only watch helplessly. As long as you use the prop load card, you can let the inside self do as you imagined at the load node. For example, now, by loading the file card, Lin Chen forced himself in the simulator to take the Immortal Ice Heart Pill. Even if it will affect the subsequent progress, as long as Lin Chen takes this pill and his cultivation is improved, he will not lose out. After taking the elixir, you immediately refined the medicinal power, but unexpectedly discovered that the warning formation was not triggered. Lin Chen frowned. What is going on? The early warning formation has failed? But he just saw Chu Shaoqian activate the formation? Your bold behavior shocked second brother Wang Yi, who was exposed and fell from the roof. Ha! Lin Chen was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected discovery. After all this time, we found out that there was a gentleman on the beam in this treasure pavilion. Second senior brother Wang Yi had been hiding here for a long time. System, pause the simulation. Let's do a simple simulation first. The prerequisite is to search for suspicious individuals in the treasure house. Lin Chen realized that this matter was not simple and decisively stopped it. The early warning formation failed, and the second senior brother was hiding in the dark. This is obviously related. It seems that the second senior brother also covets this immortal pill and has been lurking here for a long time, preparing to steal the pill. Considering the unclear situation, if he continued to follow the original idea and directly swallowed the pill to use ordinary simulation, he would most likely be unable to control the situation and would waste the loading card to obtain subsequent benefits. Therefore, Lin Chen began to conduct a simple simulation.
It would be best if I could find a way to bring the pill back to my own cave without anyone noticing, and then swallow it repeatedly by exploiting the bug. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins.
You explored the treasure house and found your second brother, Wang Yi, hiding in the beams.
Seeing your tracks exposed, Wang Yi wants to knock you unconscious and take the opportunity to steal the elixir.
However, I didn't expect that you were both evenly matched. For a moment, the fight was a close one. This simple simulation ends. Random rewards, gas cards. Oh my goodness, second senior brother Wang Yi is here to steal the elixir.
Standing in front of the wooden rack, Lin Chen pondered and did not rashly alarm his second senior brother who was hiding above. Instead, he changed the preconditions and continued with the simple simulation. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins.
In order not to alert second brother, you left the treasure pavilion and activated the confinement formation.
You didn't leave, but hid in the dark and observed. A moment later, second senior brother Wang Yi sneaked out of the treasure pavilion.
You return to the treasure pavilion to check and discover that the confinement formation has been tampered with and is not actually activated.
Entering the inner room of the treasure house, you discover that the Immortal Ice Heart Pill has been stolen.
This simple simulation ends. Random rewards, gas cards.
After looking at the results of this simple simulation, Lin Chen nodded in understanding. In order to steal the elixir, the second senior brother Wang Yi made full preparations. Both the early warning formation and the confinement formation were tampered with. Second brother, your plan is brilliant, but it's a pity that you ran into me. I'm sorry, junior brother, I can't give up this immortal great ice heart pill. Lin Chen thought about it secretly and soon came up with a solution. He planned to use a simple simulation to find out where the confinement formation had been tampered with.
And at the same time, on the beam,
second senior brother Wang Yi lay there like a civet cat, motionless, feeling extremely anxious.
Sixth junior brother, why aren't you leaving yet? Please, leave quickly. Not long.
With the help of a simple simulation, Lin Chen found the problem with the confinement formation. There was a piece of array pattern stone that had been tampered with. It is worth mentioning that the second senior brother Wang Yi is not a formation master.
He only knows some tricks related to formations. The reason why
he is not a formation master is that he can make the confinement formation ineffective.
This principle is similar to a key and a lock. It is undoubtedly very difficult to make a set of qualified keys and locks. It requires not only professional knowledge but also exquisite craftsmanship. But it is very simple to prevent the key from opening the lock. This can be easily done by simply plugging the keyhole with chewing gum. Wang Yi is not a formation master, but he can make the confinement formation ineffective. It's the same principle. Correspondingly, his little tricks were obviously not worth mentioning to Lin Chen, a third-level formation master.
Therefore, Lin Chen quickly repaired the formation, and did not alarm Wang Yi who was on the beam.
Finish this. Lin Chen realized that the time was ripe.
He no longer hesitated, and with a flash of his body, he rushed into the inner room and took the ice heart pill away directly. Then, he rushed out of the treasure house, closed the door, and activated the confinement formation. Since everything happened in a flash, Wang Yi was caught off guard and had no time to react. It was not until the entire treasure pavilion became quiet, so quiet that only his heartbeat could be heard, that he realized something was wrong. Wang Yi tiptoed to the door and pushed it hard. With the help of the confinement formation, the door did not move at all. Wang Yi swallowed subconsciously, and deep in his heart, an ominous premonition arose. Then he walked into the inner room and opened the jade box on the platform. Wang Yi's heart sank to the bottom when he found that the box was empty and the immortal ice heart pill was long gone. What made him even more desperate was that as the jade box was opened, the early warning formation that he had tampered with was triggered. Master Xian Yangzi's voice immediately echoed in the void. Yo! Why did you trigger the formation? You are so bold. How dare you steal my master's immortal-grade precious elixir? Hearing this voice, Wang Yi was so scared that he almost cried.
No, Master, I didn't. It's unfair, Master. Damn it. Damn sixth junior brother, he deliberately tricked me. Lin Chen obviously didn't know what happened to Wang Yi afterwards. He had already returned to the cave with the Immortal Ice Heart Pill. System, continue the simulation. After returning to the cave, Lin Chen immediately ordered the system. Use a load card and start from the beginning. Now, this third-grade Immortal-grade Ice Heart Pill has fallen into Lin Chen's hands, although this is only temporary. Next, he planned to use simulation to take this pill in a cycle to see if he could break through to the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. According to other people's experience, it is extremely difficult to break through the nascent soul stage. Even a warrior with good talent may be stuck here and unable to make any further progress in his life. And the difficulty of breaking through is only one aspect. On the other hand, because the soul needs to be awakened during the breakthrough, if the breakthrough fails, the spiritual consciousness will be damaged. If you want to make another breakthrough, it will take several months or even years to repair the damaged spiritual consciousness. And this is exactly why Lin Chen wants to get this Immortal Ice Heart Pill so much. Immortal Elixir is different from the best and highest quality elixir. It takes advantage of the fortune of heaven and earth and will bring incredible effects to the user. With the help of this pill, the difficulty of Lin Chen's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was reduced by at least 50%. Don't think about it anymore. The simulation continues. You took the Immortal Ice Heart Pill and attempted to reach the nascent soul stage. Regretfully, the breakthrough failed, and your spiritual awareness was damaged. However, during this process, you gain some insights, and you can feel that the bottleneck has loosened, making the next breakthrough easier. 3 days later, the Heavenly Sword sect came to demand an explanation. Because your spiritual consciousness was damaged, you were no match for Zhuang Lei and were severely injured by him. After Master paid your compensation, you applied to Master for permission to go into seclusion in Xinjian Valley. After a month and a half, because your consciousness has not been restored and your realm remains at the core formation realm, you will not be able to participate in the competition for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolate Conference. 3 years later, your consciousness was restored, and you tried to reach the nascent soul stage again. But you still failed. Your spiritual consciousness was damaged again, but in the process, you gained new insights, and the bottleneck became looser. In this way, the simulation enters the realm of impact, fails, repairs the consciousness, and then impacts the realm again, and this cycle continues. Until the time limit reached and the simulation ended, Lin Chen still failed to break through successfully. After choosing the first reward, Lin Chen noticed changes in his body. Indeed, the bottleneck has loosened and breakthroughs seem to have become easier. It's okay, come again. Lin Chen was mentally prepared and didn't expect to succeed in one go. With so many spirit stones in hand, I can take a fairy-grade ice heart pill to assist in each simulation. Breakthrough is only a matter of time. 10,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation begins. In this way, Lin Chen began to simulate over and over again. Considering that every time a breakthrough fails, there will be insights, making the difficulty of breaking through easier, Lin Chen did not use the load card. At the same time, the other side. In the treasure house, Wang Yi was blocked in the innermost room by the angry Xian Yangzi. Master, this is unfair. You have to believe me. I really didn't steal the immortality pill. Wang Yi felt extremely aggrieved. It was sixth junior brother. He deliberately tricked me and stole the immortal pill. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaochan next to her became unhappy. Second brother, have some shame. You've been caught red-handed, and you still dare to bite sixth brother? Junior sister, please believe me, everything I say is true. Second brother, stop being so stubborn and hand over the immortal pill immediately. Did you know that the pill is a gift from Master? I get it, and I want to hand it over too. But I really didn't steal it, how can you ask me to hand it over? At this time, Xian Yangzi sighed, forget it. I know you really want to break through to the nascent soul stage, so I came to take this immortal pill. Take the pill and drink it. I won't give it away.
However, you must promise to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage within a month.
Otherwise, I will settle all old and new accounts with you, and I will not forgive you. Alright, let's go back to practice. Master,
Wang Yi felt aggrieved and wanted to explain. But seeing the unprecedented stern look from his master, he had to swallow his words.
You've really grown up, sixth junior brother. You're actually able to trick me, your senior brother. Although Wang Yi was tricked by Lin Chen, he was not too angry. He just shook his head with a wry smile. He had watched Lin Chen grow up since he joined the sect, and he was like an older brother to Lin Chen. Now that he was tricked by Lin Chen, he felt a sense of comfort. Under Xian Yangzi's arrangement, Wang Yi came to a blessed land and began to accept Li Sanhai's guidance, preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm. And when all this happened, it happened in the Tianjin sect, dozens of miles away.
In front of a fast-flowing waterfall, a shirtless young man was practicing slashing with a wooden sword. The young man had a stern face and his eyes showed an arrogance that
showed indifference to everything. Reporting to the eldest master, the second young master's severed hand has been reattached.
According to the doctor, the second young master's martial meridians were severely damaged, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover. At this time, an old servant appeared by the water and respectfully reported to the arrogant young man.
Okay, got it.
The arrogant young man said calmly, unmoved by joy or sorrow, go back and tell my brother that I will avenge his severed hand in 3 days.
Yes.
The old servant accepted the order and turned to leave. But he seemed to have thought of something, and after pondering for a while, he finally decided to tell the arrogant young man. Young master, judging from the wound, the person who injured the second young master must have extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. 3 days from now, if you encounter this murderer named Lin Chen, you must be careful. When the arrogant young man heard this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes.
Uncle Xiao, you worry too much.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and swung his sword, slashing towards the waterfall in front of him. Under the impact of the sword energy, the rushing waterfall was split into two from the center.
Below the nascent soul stage, I am invincible.
In the fine mist, the proud young man Zhuanglei's eyes revealed an extremely confident look.
3 days. It passed by in a flash. Early morning.
Suddenly, a strange phenomenon of colorful auspicious clouds appeared in the sky above the Zhuowang peak of the Wanjian sect, as if foreshadowing something big happening.
Location on the mountainside.
Outside the main hall, Xian Yangzi and Li Sanhai stood side by side. Li Sanhai still had a serious expression, while Xian Yangzi stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky, unable to hide his surprise.
A strange phenomenon has appeared in the sky. It must be that Yi Er has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Brother, you are indeed better than me.
Thanks to your guidance, Yi Er was able to break through so quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Sanhai frowned subconsciously. He vaguely felt that the truth was not what Xian Yangzi said, but he couldn't be sure now, so he didn't say much. Yi Er is indeed very capable. Giving that immortality pill to him is perfect. Now that Yi Er has broken through to the nascent soul stage, he is qualified to compete for a spot in Group A of the 8th Desolate Association. Junior sister, now you have no reason to look down on me. Xian Yangzi muttered to himself. Xian Yangzi seemed to have his own purpose in eagerly hoping that Wang Yi would break through to the nascent soul stage.
Just as Xian Yangzi and Li Sanhai were watching the auspicious clouds and strange phenomena. In the cave, earth-shaking changes are taking place inside Lin Chen's body. Finally a breakthrough. He let out a long sigh, with genuine joy in his eyes. After repeated simulations, Lin Chen finally broke through to the nascent soul realm before the Tianjin sect arrived. As the bottleneck was broken through, Lin Chen seemed to have entered a vast new world from a small cave. There is a sense of comfort that comes with sudden enlightenment. At this moment, the true energy flowing in his martial veins has turned into a light purple gold color, and its quality and strength are at least 30 times higher than that of the Jindan realm. This difference is like the improvement from true qi to true essence. The improvement is extremely huge. Not only that, the innate golden elixir in the Dantian also changed.
The volume becomes larger, like a golden ball. Through the thin film on the surface of the golden ball, you can see a human figure sitting cross-legged inside. The appearance of the phantom is exactly the same as Lin Chen. This is the core of the nascent soul realm, the nascent soul that possesses the power of the primordial spirit. With the help of the power of the soul, Lin Chen's consciousness has increased by more than 100 times compared to before. When his spiritual sense swept over, he could not only detect all unusual movements within 100 feet around him, but, most importantly, he could control his spiritual sense like controlling his own hands, and grab the people or objects close to him.
The most intuitive manifestation is controlling objects.
Lin Chen's eyes fell on a stone pillar beside him. With a slight thought, his spiritual consciousness reached the stone pillar, and it was immediately lifted up out of thin air. The power of the primordial spirit, the nascent soul stage, it's truly amazing. Lin Chen put down the stone pillar and nodded secretly.
No wonder people always say that everyone below the nascent soul stage is just an ant. No wonder the 8 desolations were divided into 2 groups, A and B, separating those at the nascent soul stage from those below it. This realm is completely a watershed. If they were to fight head-on, no matter how strong a Jindan cultivator was, he would not be a match for a Yuanying realm cultivator. In addition,
there is another major change from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage, and that is flying in the air. The nascent soul and the Dantian seem to be able to resist some of the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Chen circulated his true energy a little bit and then he effortlessly flew into the air and hovered in the air. This move may seem simple, but it is something that is simply unimaginable when one reaches the Jindan stage. If a Jindan realm cultivator forcibly flies in the air, a large amount of true energy will be consumed, and he will not be able to maintain it for even a cup of tea. Now that he has broken through to the nascent soul stage, the true essence in his Dantian forms a supply cycle with the spiritual energy of the outside world, with almost no loss. He can fly as long as he wants. With my current strength, I can definitely handle Zhuanlei. I just don't know if I can get a place in Group A of the 8 Desolations Association. In the competition for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolations Association, the nascent soul stage is only the minimum threshold for participation. If one wants to stand out at the 8 Desolate Conference and get the chance to enter the Jade Marrow Pool in Baichao Pavilion, one must probably reach a higher realm. Knowing this well, Lin Chen was not complacent. There is still a long way to go, and he needs to use the simulation system to continue to improve. But, based on previous experience, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, the system will undergo some changes. So, Lin Chen wanted to communicate with the system to see what changes had taken place.
Could the cost of these spirit stones be 1 million?
If that's the case, it will be a bit troublesome. From the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, the cost of each simulation increases from 1 to 100. From the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage, the cost of each simulation increased from 100 to 10,000. From this calculation, from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage, the cost of each simulation is likely to increase to 1 million. 1 million spirit stones is obviously an astronomical figure and the consumption is too huge. Just when Lin Chen was about to check the system to confirm his guess, the voice of third senior sister Chu Shaoqian was heard from the sound transmission stone in the cave. Junior brother Xiaolu, come to the main hall quickly. Those guys from the Heavenly Sword sect are coming. Lin Chen's face darkened when he heard this. He immediately put the system's affairs aside and went to the main hall of Zuwang Peak.
In the main hall, the atmosphere was extremely solemn.
Many cultivators from the Wanjian sect and the Tianjian sect gathered here, and many of them were whispering to each
other. Brother, as far as I know, Zhuanlei from the Tianjian sect is an expert in swordsmanship.
He is extremely powerful among these younger generations. Even Year is no match for him. If something unexpected happens later, senior brother, you must help Chun'er.
On the first seat, Xian Yangzi said to Li Sanhai with concern.
Li Sanhai frowned and looked displeased when he heard this.
Yeah, he responded perfunctorily.
When they first met, Li Sanhai had a bad first impression of Lin Chen. In his opinion, Lin Chen had only been in the sect for 5 years and it was foolish of him to try to stand out without any real ability.
So, he didn't want to interfere.
But since Xian Yangzi asked him, he had no choice but to agree reluctantly. He secretly decided to take action at the most critical moment to save Lin Chen's life.
If Lin Chen was seriously injured during the process, Li Sanhai would not take action as long as he was not dead.
This can also be regarded as a lesson for Lin Chen, letting him know that arrogance must be based on strength.
Not long. Lin Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated. On the Tianjin sect side, Zhuang Han, the person involved who had his hand severed, glared at Lin Chen with wide eyes. "Brother, it was this guy who broke my hand." Next to him, Zhuang Lei sat on a stone chair, holding a wooden sword in his arms, his eyes closed, and turned a deaf ear to Zhuang Han's words. He didn't even bother looking at Lin Chen.
His powerful strength makes him despise all opponents below the nascent soul stage. Lin Chen entered the hall and heard Zhuang Han shouting, but didn't pay any attention. He glanced around the hall, and when he found his target, his eyes lit up and he went straight to his small group. "Here, there are my younger sister Lin Xueqing, my third senior sister Chu Xiaoqian, my fourth senior brother Chen Xianjun, and my second senior brother Wang Yi.
Junior brother Xiaolu, you're finally here. Alas, judging by the attitude of the Tianjin sect, I'm afraid they won't let this go easily,"
Chu Xiaoqian said worriedly. This time, the leader, elders, and many high-ranking members of the Tianjin sect almost came out in full force. The scale of the event was so grand that it truly shocked Chu Xiaoqian. "Brother, senior sister Chu said they're going to cause trouble for you. You must be careful."
Lin Xueqing cannot see and spends most of her time recuperating with Nian Xia by her side.
It was not until this morning that she learned from Chu Xiaoqian that such a big thing had happened, and she rushed here anxiously. Lin Chen hurried forward and gently grabbed his sister's hands that were groping around.
"Xueqing, don't worry. It's just a small matter. I can handle it."
Lin Chen spoke softly and glared at Chu Xiaoqian unhappily, as if blaming her for being nosy and telling her sister about this.
"Junior brother Xiaolu, you've been in seclusion recently.
Xueqing is worried about you, and I really can't bear to hide it from her.
Let's not talk about this for now. Let's think of a way to survive this."
Looking at their attitude, they're probably going to challenge junior brother Xiaolu to a duel.
And the opponent is likely to be that Zhuang Lei.
"Second senior brother, how about you step forward and help junior brother Xiaolu take on this duel later?" Chu Xiaoqian looked at Wang Yi and suggested. In her opinion, Zhuang Lei and Wang Yi were both well-known and the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation in the two sects.
Only Wang Yi can stop Zhuang Lei. However, after hearing Chu Xiaoqian's proposal,
Wang Yi snorted angrily, crossed his arms over his chest, and turned his neck to the side. It was obvious that he was still pretending to be angry with Lin Chen for the stealing pill incident.
"Second brother, it's already so late. Why are you still acting like a child?"
Chu Xiaoqian said angrily.
"I won't help." "Humph, you are deliberately trying to trick me." Wang Yi was furious.
Wang Yi felt a little aggrieved when he thought about being blocked by his master in the treasure pavilion and being falsely accused of stealing an immortality pill that he actually didn't steal.
But it's frustrating. Lin Chen is his junior fellow apprentice.
Faced with such a huge force from the Tianjin sect, how could Wang Yi, as the second senior brother, not help Lin Chen? He secretly decided to let Lin Chen worry for a while, and it would not be too late for him to step forward and take over when he really had to compete with Zhuang Lei.
But unexpectedly,
"Second brother, I'm sorry, I need that immortality pill urgently, so I took it away.
Now that I've used up all the medicine, I'll return it to you."
Lin Chen pulled Wang Yi aside and handed the Immortal Ice Heart pill to Wang Yi. Bingxian pill is a third-grade pill and has little effect on cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Wang Yi has been stuck in the 9th level of the Jindan realm for many years and needs this pill to break through. Now even Master Xian Yangzi thought that the immortal pill was in Wang Yi's hands, so it was only right for Lin Chen to return the pill to him.
"This? Junior brother, you didn't take this pill?"
Wang Yi took the pill and felt the medicinal power in the pill. He was surprised.
"Yeah," Lin Chen responded.
"Humph.
Don't think I'll forgive you just because you return the pill to me. You know, I've been traveling all over the country for so many years, and I've never suffered such a big loss. Hey, sixth junior brother, we haven't discussed a countermeasure yet. Where are you going?
Wang Yi deliberately put on a stern face, hoping to take advantage of his status as a senior brother to pretend to be angry and teach Lin Chen a lesson. But he found that Lin Chen had already walked towards the center of the hall, and suddenly became a little anxious. Brother, there's no need to discuss this. Just rest assured here. Lin Chen smiled slightly, extended his spiritual sense, grabbed Wang Yi's arm, and then strode towards the center of the hall. Wang Yi was stunned when he felt the strange force remaining on his arm. Then, his eyes widened, revealing an expression of incredible shock. The power of the primordial spirit. Could this be the power of the primordial spirit? Junior brother, he actually. While being shocked, Wang Yi's mood began to change. He was no longer worried at all. He had a carefree smile on his face and looked like he was enjoying a good show. Hey! Second senior brother? Wang Yi. What are you doing? Why did you let junior brother Xiaolu go by himself? Xu Shaoqian was confused. Seeing Lin Chen and Wang Yi whispering a few words to each other, and then walking towards the center of the hall alone, she was suddenly shocked and anxious. Ha! Junior sister, don't worry, everything is fine. Let junior brother handle this matter personally, and we just have to watch quietly. Wang Yi said with a smile. Could it be that junior brother Xiaolu has some clever tricks? Xu Shaoqian was surprised and doubtful. Seeing Wang Yi's confident expression, after pondering for a moment, she had no choice but to suppress the doubts in her heart and stand aside. Lin Chen came to the center of the hall and saluted his master Xian Yangzi. When Xiao Zongfeng, the leader of the Wanjian sect, saw that the parties involved had arrived, he stepped forward first. Master Shuang. He looked at Zhuang Wenyuan, the leader of the Tianjin sect, and said, Our Wanjian sect is indeed at fault for your son's severed hand. In order to avoid damaging the relationship between the two sects, how about this? We pay 200,000 spirit stones as compensation, and then Lin Chen will apologize to your son in public. This matter will be put to rest. What do you think? Just as mentioned in the simulation, their Wanjian sect's leader, Xiao Zongfeng, is weak in his dealings but seeks peace. 200,000? Zhuang Wenyuan's beard trembled as he sneered, Xiao Zongfeng, are you sending away a beggar? My son broke his hand, and you only paid 200,000 yuan? Xiao Zongfeng's mouth twitched, his expression a little ugly. How much do you want? At least 1 million. Plus 5 Taoist treasures, and all your refined fire pools. Zhuang Wenyuan said loudly. That won't do. It's too much. Xiao Zongfeng shook his head, at most 500,000, plus 3 Taoist treasures. We can't give you the refining fire pool. We don't have many to begin with. What would we do if we gave them all to you? The most we can give you is 1 more. If you hadn't set up the spirit gathering formation, would things have turned out like this? The refined fire pool must be given to us. If you want to use it in the future, you can borrow it from us. Zhuang Wenyuan said in a tough tone. Borrow? This. Xiao Zongfeng pondered for a moment, and thought this was a good idea, so he nodded. Alright then. 500,000 spirit stones, 3 Dao treasures, and all the refined fire pools. At this point in the negotiations, all the Wanjian sect disciples present could not help but shake their heads. This is too weak. As the head of Zuwan Peak, Xian Yangzi knew what kind of person Xiao Zongfeng was, so he wasn't surprised. Standing next to him, Li Sanhai couldn't bear to watch anymore and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Zongfeng with disgust. Just when all the Wanjian sect disciples in the hall thought that the matter would be settled with compensation in an extremely humiliating manner, Zhuang Wenyuan laughed heartily. That's not enough. I severed my son's hand, damaging his martial arts meridians for life. How can compensation alone be enough? Xiao Zongfeng, you must immediately order one of Lin Chen's hands to be chopped off. Only then will this matter be truly over. When Xiao Zongfeng heard this, his expression became even uglier. At the same time, he glanced at Xian Yangzi from the corner of his eye and sighed in embarrassment. Although Xiao Zongfeng is the leader of the Wanjian sect, he is not the strongest. If Xian Yangzi had not been unwilling to compete with him, how could he have taken the position of the sect leader? Therefore, he has the final say on compensation, no matter how much. However, he had no authority to decide whether to cut off the hand of Xian Yangzi's true disciple.
Why? You don't want to? In that case, we can only follow the old rules and solve it with a duel.
Zhuang Wenyuan sneered.
I?
Xiao Zongfeng looked embarrassed and subconsciously looked at Xian Yangzi, then looked at Lin Chen, otherwise you just. Seeing that Xiao Zongfeng was being pressed aggressively by Zhuang Wenyuan, he retreated again and again.
Just then,
Lin Chen smiled. Master, your style of doing things is truly eye-opening for this disciple.
How dare you? What caused this incident? This sect leader did this all for you. Xiao Zongfeng looked a little embarrassed and scolded Lin Chen.
Lin Chen looked directly at Xiao Zongfeng and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner.
If this is really for me, then you should understand why this happened. There are a total of 64 fire pools in the refining workshop, and the Heavenly Sword sect alone has 52. This is extremely unfair. In order to improve refining efficiency, my senior sister and I worked together to set up a spirit gathering array. This didn't violate any regulations, but Zhuang Han used this as an excuse to injure my fourth senior brother. My senior sister was furious and argued with him. Not only did he swear and tease her, he even dared to touch her right in front of me. Master, let me ask you, shouldn't I cut off one of his hands?
Lin Chen spoke a series of words in a clear and logical manner, which immediately stunned Xiao Zongfeng and made him speechless for a long time.
Lin Chen glanced at Zhuang Han sitting in his seat
and smiled coldly. So, he deserved it for having his arm cut off by me.
You fucking horse. Zhuang Han's face flushed red and he was furious.
Beside Zhuang Han, Zhuang Lei, who was holding a wooden sword, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Sword energy flowed around him, and his aura was so strong that everyone in the hall felt as if they were being pointed at by thousands of swords, and their hearts felt cold.
This boy is indeed extraordinary. Sitting at the top seat, Li Sanhai's old eyes narrowed as he looked Zhuang Lei up and down and couldn't help nodding.
Lin Chen just argued with reason and had a tough attitude, which changed Li Sanhai's opinion of Lin Chen.
But
when he learned that Lin Chen might face Zhuang Lei, Li Sanhai felt that Lin Chen was acting too recklessly. In his opinion, a disciple who had only been in the sect for 5 years could never be a match for Zhuang Lei. In the upcoming competition, he might have to take action in advance to save Lin Chen's life. Junior brother, your sixth disciple is really a cause for concern.
Li Sanhai glanced at Lin Chen and sighed in disappointment.
There is no need to continue the negotiations at this point. The duel is a foregone conclusion. Lin Chen looked at Zhuang Lei, who had stood up and laughed. Why, you finally can't sit still anymore. Zhuang Lei didn't say anything, but just stared at Lin Chen arrogantly, with disdain in his eyes. It would be best to resolve this matter through a duel. But before the competition, we need to agree on the details of compensation.
Lin Chen said.
If you lose, I'll want both of your hands. Zhuang Han clenched his fists and shouted angrily.
Okay. Lin Chen agreed immediately.
If you lose, you have to compensate us with 1 million spirit stones, 5 Taoist treasures, and all the refined fire pools. Zhuang Wenyuan said coldly.
He raised the compensation content back to the original standard. No problem. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Xiao Zongfeng. Sect Master, is everything okay?
Xiao Zongfeng had just been confronted by Lin Chen and was in an extremely irritated mood. I didn't bother to care about it anymore, I just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, so I nodded impatiently. Yeah.
Humph, kid, you brought this upon yourself.
Zhuang Wenyuan smiled coldly at Lin Chen after the compensation details were finalized. He immediately signaled Zhuang Lei to take action against Lin Chen.
Etc. Lin Chen suddenly asked to stop. What? Do you regret it?
Zhuang Wenyuan sneered disdainfully. Lin Chen said, since the compensation is based on winning or losing the competition, then the compensation details should be determined. But now, only our compensation has been determined, not what you should compensate.
When Zhuang Wenyuan heard this, he laughed out loud in anger. What do you mean? You don't think you can beat Layer? At this time, Zhuang Lei couldn't help but speak. You are no match for me, don't waste your time. How do you know I'm no match for you? Haven't you heard that life is unpredictable? Didn't your master teach you that there are always people who are better than you? Well, tell me how to compensate.
Lin Chen said, I won't ask for too much. If you lose, you will have to pay us back according to the compensation you proposed.
1 million spirit stones, plus 5 Taoist treasures, for the refining fire pool. Sect Master, what do you think is the best compensation for the refining fire pool? Lin Chen asked Xiao Zongfeng for his opinion.
You little brat, if you're scared, just say it.
Don't waste your time. This kid is really interesting. Does he really think he can beat senior brother Zhuang Lei?
Seeing Lin Chen studying the compensation details seriously, the disciples of Tianjian sect became a little impatient. Even on the Wanjian sect's side, many people felt that Lin Chen was afraid and was deliberately delaying. Lin Chen was not in a hurry and discussed things with Xiao Zongfeng. Finally it was decided that the refining fire pool would also be fully compensated. If Lin Chen wins, the Tianjian sect will need to give all of its 50 or so refining fire pools to the Wanjian sect.
Okay.
Zhuang Wenyuan agreed immediately. As a father, he knew very well what his son's strength was, and Lin Chen had no chance of winning.
So, it doesn't matter how much compensation you get. After the content is determined.
The competition finally began. Looking at the two people in the center of the hall, almost all the disciples present were not interested.
Zhuang Lei is famous and powerful, so this is a duel without any suspense.
Among so many disciples, only Lin Chen's second senior brother Wang Yi looked excited and was waiting to watch the show.
Alas, Zhuang Lei, among our younger generation, you are considered a master. How about this, I won't bully you, but let you have 3 moves.
Lin Chen felt that as a Yuanying realm cultivator, he was fighting against someone in the Jindan realm, which was a bit like bullying the weak. Decided to give Zhuang Lei a chance and let him lose gracefully. Unexpectedly, when Zhuang Lei heard this, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. He thought Lin Chen's words were humiliating him.
Arrogant.
With a loud shout, Zhuang Lei raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Chen's left shoulder. The true essence condensed, and the sharp sword energy slashed down like a thread, with such a fast speed that people could only see the afterimage.
However, the first move.
The moment the sword energy passed through Lin Chen's body, Lin Chen took a step and narrowly avoided the move. Since he had just entered the nascent soul stage and had not yet used simulation to gain the martial arts experience to adapt to this realm, Lin Chen had trouble controlling his strength and looked a little embarrassed when he dodged.
Failed? Everyone looked surprised. I guess this kid got away with it? Of course he is. Look at how miserable he is. He even dared to let senior brother Zhuang Lei take 3 moves. He's simply courting death.
The disciples of Tianjian sect were discussing the matter.
What is junior brother Xiaolu doing? Chu Shaoxian looked worried, not knowing why Lin Chen wanted Zhuang Lei.
Only Wang Yi, who knew the truth, understood Lin Chen's actions. A fight between nascent soul and core formation is indeed too bullying, not to mention that this is a competition in public, not a life and death fight. He should indeed give up a few moves. If he were Lin Chen, he would probably do the same.
You're lucky.
After failing in one move, Zhuang Lei's expression became more serious. He had already seen that Lin Chen had some strength and was worthy of being taken seriously.
Next is the second move.
The wooden sword was stained with a layer of bright white light, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. The top-grade spiritual martial art, Snow Moon Sword Technique. Flying sword energy burst out from the sword in Zhuang Lei's hand, covering Lin Chen's body. When this move was made, everyone couldn't help but marvel at it, and even Wang Yi's breathing became much faster. Facing Zhuang Lei's sword, Wang Yi knew he didn't have the strength to take it.
However, the second move. Lin Chen's voice sounded again.
As his body swayed, he shuttled through the fine sword energy. Although his movements were extremely small, he was able to avoid them narrowly every time. The sword energy dissipated, Lin Chen patted the remaining frost on the corner of his clothes, and looked at Zhuang Lei indifferently.
You! Zhuang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. So you're also an expert? He suddenly understood. The first move was due to luck and was barely acceptable. But for this second move, he seriously used the top-grade spiritual martial arts, and Lin Chen was still able to dodge it. This was definitely not just luck. Humph, it's useless. You are not my opponent. I am invincible below the nascent soul stage. Zhuang Lei's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. He was completely serious. Holding the wooden sword horizontally in his hand, Zhuang Lei's momentum began to rise steadily as his true energy circulated. In an instant, Lin Chen seemed to see a strange phenomenon of ice and flying snow appearing around Zhuang Lei. This sword is not simple. Just like Lin Chen's ruthless sword rain, this is a killing move that contains the sword intent. In the way of swordsmanship, Zhuang Lei has already entered the realm of unity between man and sword. Die! The momentum reached its peak, Zhuang Lei roared, and slashed down with the wooden sword in his hand. This is the hidden killer move learned from the Snow Moon sword technique, the Snow Swift sword. In an instant, the flying snow all over the sky turned into a crescent-shaped flywheel, cutting through everything in sight at a high speed. Enveloped by the sword intent, Lin Chen's body seemed to be trapped in a snow swamp, unable to escape. Beside the chief's seat, Li Sunhai sensed that something was not right. A blood-colored glow of magical power flowed from his palm, and he was ready to attack. Just then, the third move. Zhuang Lei, you lost. A loud voice echoed. Amidst the pervasive flying snow sword energy, a streak of white light flashed across, like lightning in the dark night, directly shattering the snow curtain. This is the entry-level martial art of the Wanjian sect, the basic sword technique. Basic sword techniques, the most basic martial arts of the Wanjian sect, are not even of the lowest human grade. But at this moment, a simple sword, when wielded by Lin Chen, unleashed astonishing power. With the blessing of the nascent soul realm cultivation, this sword was indestructible and directly broke the strongest move that Zhuang Lei was proud of. That's impossible. The arrogance on Zhuang Lei's face disappeared and he was extremely surprised. Fortunately, he was extremely talented and experienced in martial arts. He remained calm in the face of danger, changed his moves, and tried to escape. However, suddenly, he found that his body was restrained by some force. It was as if the body was clamped by two invisible giant hands. Seeing the sharp sword energy of Lin Chen coming towards him, he could only watch helplessly. Phew! The sword energy entered his body, leaving a tearing mark on Zhuang Lei's chest. Zhuang Lei felt severe pain in his bones, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he flew backwards. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Witness this scene. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with wide eyes, shocked. Zhuang Lei, who seemed powerful, couldn't even withstand Lin Chen's basic sword technique. This gap in strength is a bit outrageous. Call. At this moment, Li Sunhai stood up from his seat. He had originally been extremely pessimistic about Lin Chen, but now there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, there was deep admiration. Nascent soul realm. It turns out this kid has reached the nascent soul stage. Recalling the auspicious cloud phenomenon he saw in the early morning, Li Sunhai already understood that it was caused by Lin Chen's breakthrough. He had always found it strange. When he was instructing Wang Yi, based on Wang Yi's cultivation progress, there was no reason for him to break through so quickly. After all this time, it turned out that the source of the strange phenomenon was Lin Chen. You've only been a disciple for 5 years, but you've already reached this level of cultivation. Junior brother, you've truly found a great disciple. No. A genius like this shouldn't stay here with my junior brother, but should travel with me. This kid has a very good personality, arrogant and strong-willed, just like me. Li Sunhai has already thought about taking Lin Chen as his disciple. Even. He began to think about how to snatch Lin Chen from his junior brother Xian Yangzi. On the side of Tianjian sect. Sect leader Zhuang Wenyuan came to his senses, rushed to Zhuang Lei's side and helped him up.
Zhuang Wenyuan was furious when he found out that Zhuang Lei's sternum was severed by a sword and the injury was serious, which might affect his subsequent training. You know, Zhuang Lei is not only Zhuang Wenyuan's eldest son and is highly cared for, he is also the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of Tianjian sect and carries the future of Tianjian sect. Now that Zhuang Lei has been seriously injured, one can imagine how Zhuang Wenyuan feels.
You despicable villain! You've already broken through to the nascent soul stage, yet you deliberately concealed it and took the opportunity to severely injure Lair. Since you have destroyed the future of my Tianjian sect, I will never let you off easily.
Zhuang Wenyuan's eyes were red, with a fierce look in them.
He gathered his magic power in his palms and suddenly attacked Lin Chen. He actually wanted to kill Lin Chen in public? The incident happened suddenly. Many high-ranking members of the Wanjian sect in the hall were not prepared for Zhuang Wenyuan's move.
They were stunned for a moment and failed to take action in time to protect Lin Chen. Under the cover of Zhuang Wenyuan's palm power, Lin Chen immediately felt a strong sense of life and death crisis in his heart. With his cultivation level of just entering the nascent soul stage, he couldn't take on this palm strike. In this split second. How dare you, you bastard!
Lin Chen's master, Xian Yangzi, with his hair and beard standing up, rushed out in a rage, his whole body lit up with a sky-high magical light. Then he had to attack Zhuang Wenyuan and save Lin Chen. But unexpectedly. Phew! From the side, a red blood sword energy shot out and hit Zhuang Wenyuan before Xian Yangzi, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl in his left shoulder. Zhuang Wenyuan covered his shoulder, staggered back, and stared at the person who attacked him with fear. Beside Xian Yangzi, Li Sanghai had a cold expression, and bloody sword energy still remained on the fingertips of his hands. You? Fear appeared in Zhuang Wenyuan's eyes. Others may not be able to judge, but as the person involved, he clearly felt how powerful Li Sanghai's attack was. Compared with Li Sanghai, his strength is completely not on the same level. With such a master here, assisting the Wanjian sect, how could the Tianjian sect gain any advantage? I'm afraid it will be very difficult to walk out of this hall today. Fortunately, an elder of the Tianjian sect also saw how terrifying Li Sanghai was. He quickly stood up and apologized to Xian Yangzi. Peak Master Xian Yangzi, please calm down. Our sect leader loves his son dearly and was confused for a moment. We are willing to acknowledge the results of the duel, abide by the agreement, and pay compensation immediately. Next to him, Xiao Zongfeng saw that the situation had gotten out of hand and started to smooth things over. It's like the Tianjian sect and the Wanjian sect are allies in name only, and they are of the same blood. After much persuasion, Xian Yangzi's anger was finally calmed down. I am only making sure Chinner is not injured. If not, you, Zhuang Wenyuan, will never leave this hall. Ha! Peak Master Xian Yangzi, please calm down. It was our sect master who was reckless. The Tianjian sect elder said with a smile. Zhuang Wenyuan's face was gloomy. Although he felt extremely aggrieved, his life was at stake after all, so he didn't dare show any anger. The elder of the Tianjian sect knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he hurriedly said goodbye and arranged for the disciples of the Tianjian sect to leave. Wait a minute. Li Sanghai suddenly spoke. When Zhuang Wenyuan heard the sound, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and dared not move. I have a rule that if I strike, I must kill. But now, you have only seen blood. You, what do you want? Zhuang Wenyuan's voice trembled slightly. Leave another 1 million spirit stones as your life-saving money. Li Sanghai said calmly. This is too much. Zhuang Wenyuan roared in his heart when he heard this. The many disciples of the Tianjian sect nearby also had angry expressions on their faces. But, he dared not speak out. Okay. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Zhuang Wenyuan had no choice but to hand over another 1 million spirit stones. This trip to the Wanjian sect was really a huge loss. Afterwards, the people from the Tianjian sect did not dare to stay and left quickly.
On the Wanjian sect side, disciples also began to wipe the blood from the ground and clean up the mess.
Junior brother Xiaolu, you are so amazing. You actually broke through to the nascent soul stage so quickly, it's simply exaggerated. I was wondering why second brother wasn't worried at all and even told me to watch the show. So this is the reason. Chu Xiaoqian muttered happily.
Lin Xueqing knew that Lin Chen's cultivation had greatly improved and he easily defeated the enemy, so she was also happy for Lin Chen. She folded her hands in front of her and stood quietly aside.
At this time,
Xian Yangzi and Li Sanhai walked towards these young disciples.
Chinner, you performed well today. Your teacher is very pleased. You have just entered the nascent soul stage. After the battle just now, I believe you have gained some insights. It is better to go back as soon as possible and practice to consolidate your insights. When you have rested well, come see me tomorrow. I have something very important to entrust to you.
Afterwards, Lin Chen had a brief chat with his senior brothers, sisters and sister, and then returned to the cave alone.
After returning to the cave, Lin Chen did not consolidate his cultivation as Xian Yangzi said. It's a direct communication system. I want to perform a normal simulation. Lin Chen gained huge benefits from the battle just now.
The 1 million spirit stones paid by the Tianjian sect as compensation, plus 5 Taoist treasures, are now all in Lin Chen's hands. Even though the cost of a single simulation has increased, Lin Chen can still come a few times with his financial resources.
Good host.
Due to the host's improved cultivation, the cost of a single simulation has increased to 1 million spirit stones.
Really? As expected, the cost of this single simulation has risen to an astronomical figure.
Including the 1 million spirit stones he had just obtained, Lin Chen now had a total of a little over 1.4 million. It seems like a lot, and it can be used for simulation, but it can only be simulated once.
Your asking price is too exaggerated. Do you know what 1 million spirit stones actually means? Lin Chen was unwilling to give in.
I finally earned so many spirit stones, but they were eaten up by the system.
It's such a loss.
With the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, it would become difficult for Lin Chen to continue improving his cultivation. Each simulation only yields 10 years of profit, but costs millions of spirit stones.
This deal is too unprofitable. Remind the host.
As the host's cultivation level increases, the upper limit of the simulation level is opened. The host can consume spirit stones to increase the simulation level and increase the time limit of a single simulation, said the system.
Oh? Lin Chen was stunned. Level upgrade is finally available?
Lin Chen had asked the system before, but due to his insufficient cultivation, the maximum time limit for a single simulation was only 10 years. Now that my cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, the upper limit of the simulation time can also be further increased by consuming spirit stones.
Promote.
This money must be spent. Lin Chen did not hesitate.
Bite.
50,000 spirit stones have been consumed.
Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 7.
The upper limit of a single simulation time has been increased to 30 years.
The current remaining number of spirit stones is 1,362,309. There are still more than 1.3 million left. Keep asking. Bite.
100,000 spirit stones have been consumed.
Congratulations, host.
The simulation level has been upgraded to 8, and the maximum time limit for a single simulation has been increased to 50 years.
Well, go on.
The next level consumes 200,000 spirit stones and the upper limit is increased to 70 years. At this time, Lin Chen still had more than 1.1 million spirit stones left in his hands.
If you continue to withdraw money, the balance will obviously drop below 100, which will not be enough for one simulation.
Host, do you want to consume 300,000 spirit stones to continue the upgrade? The system asked.
How about we not bring it up for now?
Lin Chen now really wants to simulate it and predict what might happen in the future.
A single simulation lasts up to 70 years, which is almost enough. Alas, system, your simulation requires too many spirit stones. Can't you make it cheaper? Lin Chen couldn't help but complain again. But, unexpectedly, remind the host. Due to the host's improved cultivation, the second consumption channel has been opened. In addition to paying with spirit stones, the host can also pay with top-grade treasures. The system actually gave another payment solution. Top-grade treasure? What top-grade treasure? A magic weapon will do? Lin Chen took out a smelted magic weapon and asked the system. The system said, after appraisal, the quality of this treasure is too low and cannot be paid for. What about this? Lin Chen took out another Taoist treasure that he had just obtained, the ribbon-like item. The system said, after identification, this item is 7-colored long silk. It was made by the elders of the Danxia Palace of the ancient sect. They took the 7-colored morning glow and supplemented it with heavenly silk to refine it. It is a recent ancient Taoist treasure. A total of 3 Tao treasures of the same quality are needed to complete one simulation. After hearing the system's answer, Lin Chen looked at the Taoist treasure in his hand and was greatly surprised. The system can actually identify the origin of Dao Bao? Also, what the hell is Jingu Dao Bao? Dao Bao, are there different levels? The system said, remind the host, Dao treasures are divided into 3 types, recent ancient, medieval, and ancient. A single simulation requires 3 near-ancient Dao treasures, or 1 mid-ancient Dao treasure. As for the ancient Dao treasure, it can also be used for a single simulation, but to avoid waste, it is not recommended for the host to use it. The system's explanation gave Lin Chen a new understanding of the Dao treasure in his hand. He immediately took out the 5 Dao treasures he had just obtained and asked the system, come, help me take a look at these Dao treasures. What level are they? Okay host, identification in progress. After a moment, the system completed the identification. 5 Taoist treasures, 4 of which are from recent times and 1 from the Middle Ages. If used for simulation, it can be simulated twice. It turns out that this treasure also has different qualities. It seems that many people don't know this. Lin Chen understood. As compensation, the Tianjian sect casually gave Lin Chen 5 Taoist treasures. If they knew that the quality of this treasure was good and bad, it would definitely only give Lin Chen the ancient one and would never mix in a second-hand one. Taoist treasures are different from magic treasures. If you want to control them, you must spend time and refine them over many years. Lin Chen already has a Liang Yizhenwu sword that needs to be refined, so how could he have the extra energy to refine other Taoist treasures? It is very appropriate to use these Taoist treasures for simulation. I remember third senior sister mentioned that if a Dao treasure is put on auction, the price ranges from hundreds of thousands to several million. If you want to sell it at a high price, you have to rely on luck. One simulation of the system requires 3 near-ancient Dao treasures. If converted into spirit stones, the cost is reasonable. I thought about it for a long time. In the end, Lin Chen made a decision. The Dao treasure in hand is used for simulation. The spirit stone is first used to upgrade the simulation level and increase the time limit of a single simulation. Byte. 300,000 spirit stones have been consumed, and the simulation level has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. Current simulation level is 10. The maximum time limit for a single simulation is 100 years. Reminder, the simulation level has reached the maximum. If you need to continue to improve, please raise your cultivation to the next level as soon as possible. After listening to the system prompt, Lin Chen nodded. Now the duration of a simulation has reached 100 years, which is long enough. I believe that the benefits of the subsequent simulation improvements will be significant. In addition, speaking of Taoist treasures, Lin Chen thought of the treasure map. The treasure map drawn through simulation records in detail the hiding places of more than 100 Taoist treasures. Wouldn't it be great if you could get them all? It seems that if I have the chance in the future, I will have to go treasure hunting. At this point, Lin Chen has a clear understanding of some new changes in the system.
He did not delay any longer, arranged the system, and began the first ordinary simulation of the nascent soul realm. 3 ancient Tao treasures have been consumed: the 7-colored long silk, the white bone mirror, and the golden lion crown. The prop character card was used successfully.
Simulation begins. Random personality, eloquent. Random fate, affinity.
You were cultivating in the cave when you met Li Songhai, who came to visit you.
Li Songhai has proposed to you, saying he wants to take you as his disciple and take you on a journey. You didn't want to betray your master, so you refused. Li Songhai was a proud man, so he didn't force you. The next day, you arrived at your master Xian Yangzi's cave and learned that Xian Yangzi was going to take you to compete for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolations Conference. A month and a half later, you followed Xian Yangzi to Yendang Mountain, where you met Master's junior sister, Granny Lingyun, and her disciple, Wan Mingyue. System, please wait a moment. Try using a file loading card.
According to the simulation content, Li Songhai will come to find Lin Chen in a while.
This clearly belongs to a node.
Lin Chen wanted to see what would happen if he loaded the game here and chose to follow Li Songhai. I remember that before, Li Songhai would lead Lin Chen to attack Baichao Pavilion, but unfortunately he died. Before his death, he passed on 2 5th-level martial arts techniques, Qiyang Sutra and Taiyin Sutra, to Lin Chen. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, I wonder if things will turn around. After all, one of Lin Chen's main goals is to get the opportunity to enter the Jade Marrow Pool in Baichao Pavilion.
If he could accomplish this directly through Li Songhai, then he wouldn't have to participate in the 8 Desolations Conference anymore. Successful file loading. Li Songhai heard about your request and decided to take you to Baichao Pavilion. Unfortunately, the Baichao Pavilion is filled with experts, and Li Songhai was seriously injured. He managed to escape with you.
You begin to cultivate while taking care of Li Songhai and accepting his guidance.
5 years later. Okay, stop. This path is not suitable.
I should reject Li Songhai and join the 8 Desolations Association as
planned.
Lin Chen already understood that the Jade Marrow Pool in Baichao Pavilion could only be entered by normal means, and it would be too difficult to break in by force.
I had to reload the file. Continue the simulation along the route of rejecting Li Songhai.
A month and a half later, you followed Xian Yangzi to Yendang Mountain, where you met Master's junior sister, Granny Lingyun, and her disciple, Wan Mingyue. Your eloquence and friendliness have won the favor of Granny Lingyun.
Granny Lingyun has instructed Wan Mingyue to take good care of you.
In the competition for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolations Conference, you and Wan Mingyue were both defeated by Guche of the Red Blood Demon sect. Faced with Guche's ridicule and mockery of Wan Mingyue, you, being eloquent, stood up and spoke to him, leaving him speechless.
As a result, you gained Wan Mingyue's favor. After the 8 Desolations Conference, Xian Yangzi and Granny Lingyun left to reminisce about the past.
You and Wan Mingyue were about to return to your respective sects, but as you were traveling together, you were unexpectedly pursued by assassins from the Blood Road building.
In order to save you, Wan Mingyue unfortunately died.
And you, also seriously injured, were caught up by the killer.
You are dead. This simulation ends.
Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown.
Blood Robe Building? This name sounds like some killer organization. It's inexplicable. Why would the killer organization target him?
Shaking his head, Lin Chen chose to reload the game, rewinding to the place where he was walking with Wan Mingyue, and try again.
There is not much point in loading the file in the previous part. His current level of cultivation is just enough to compete for a spot in Group A, so there is no way he can defeat that Guche. Only if you go with Wan Mingyue later will there be some room for maneuver. For example, if he forcibly separated from Wan Mingyue, or took another route, he might be able to avoid the killer from the Blood Robe Tower. In addition, the first half of the simulation also allowed Lin Chen to know the little secret of his master Xian Yangzi. My master urged my second senior brother to break through the nascent soul stage, and now he is taking me to compete for a place in Group A of the 8 Desolate Association. It is very likely that this is to meet his junior sister, Grandma Lingyun. After the Baihuan meeting, the two of them were busy reminiscing and left, which also confirmed this point. Master, it seems that your determination is not as firm as I imagined. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. The simulation continues. You and Wan Mingyue are traveling together. Learning that you might be being hunted by a killer, you suggest going to a nearby town for a few days. Wan Mingyue was reluctant at first, but after feeling your amiability, and after some persuasion from your eloquence, she finally agreed. In Ding'an County, you two had a lot of fun. Your eloquence and good words have greatly enriched Wan Mingyue's knowledge and experience, and her favorability towards you has increased. Half a month later, you all set out again to return to your respective sects, but on the way you were pursued by assassins from the Blood Robe Tower. Wan Mingyue, in an attempt to save you, held back the enemy and unfortunately died. You escaped unharmed. On your way back to the sect, you were killed by a mysterious master with straight eyebrows. This simulation ends. How come he died again? Lin Chen had a headache. This time he was not killed by the killer from the Blood Robe Tower, but was killed by a master with straight eyebrows who appeared out of nowhere. Load. Lin Chen had no choice but to try again. A simulation now is not the same as before. The single fee is high, and the upper limit of simulation time is up to 100 years. It can't just end casually. You must get on the right track and practice in seclusion for 100 years. But looking at the current situation, it's a bit difficult. After the Bahuang conference, he was hunted down by different people one after another, and his fate was extremely rough. After leaving Ding'an County with Wan Mingyue, you referred to the treasure map and suggested heading to the nearby Mo Lake to search for Dao treasures. Wan Mingyue initially disagreed, but after some persuasion from your affable side, she finally agreed. You failed to find the Dao treasure in Mohu Lake, and were pursued by the assassins from the Blood Robe Tower. In a critical moment, the formation was accidentally triggered, activating an ancient secret realm. You and Wan Mingyue were lucky enough to enter the secret realm, but those assassins from the Blood Robe building were unfortunately killed by the secret realm formation. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The Blood Robe Tower killer is finally dead? Continue looking down. You are trapped in a secret realm. 10 months later, you accidentally took a Kainam fruit in a secret realm, and your cultivation level broke through to the second level of the nascent soul realm. 1 year and 7 months later, you obtained an ancient Taoist treasure from the secret realm, finally activated the exit, and left with Wan Mingyue. In the secret realm, due to your friendliness and eloquence, Wan Mingyue's affection for you increased again, and she secretly developed feelings for you. She decided to accompany you back to the Wanjian sect to meet your sister and senior brothers. On the way, you were chased by a master with a unibrow and unfortunately died. This simulation ends. Looking at the simulation results, Lin Chen was speechless. Luckily, he managed to deal with the killer from the Blood Robe building, but he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the master with the straight eyebrows. Moreover, the subsequent simulation process was a little beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Wan Mingyue actually developed feelings for him, and their relationship developed towards a closer direction. Knowing that a woman he had never even met would have such a development in the future undoubtedly gave Lin Chen a very strange feeling. Something's wrong. Looking back at the simulation process, Lin Chen discovered a problem. He and Wan Mingyue entered the ancient secret realm for 1 year and 7 months. But in the end he was still hunted down by the master with straight eyebrows. Is this guy with straight eyebrows a little too persistent? Lin Chen was no stranger to this kind of existence that was obsessed with killing him and was like a roadblock. Could it be? Lin Chen recalled He Yu Dao from the past, and his expression was moved for a moment. During the previous simulation, He Yu Dao also chased Lin Chen many times. No matter how the file was loaded, He Yu Dao would hold on to Lin Chen. Now, the same is true for the master of straight eyebrows. Is there any connection between the two? Probably not. Lin Chen shook his head subconsciously. He Yu Dao chased Lin Chen because he knew that Lin Chen was carrying the Liang Yizhenwu sword. This master with straight eyebrows has never seen Lin Chen before, so it is unlikely that he will come for the Liang Yizhenwu sword. Maybe there is some other reason. But, recalling the strange black water when He Yu Dao was killed, Lin Chen became a little uncertain.
After Wang Yi put the strange black water into the demon-suppressing map, he handed it over to Xian Yangzi for inspection.
It was indeed a method used by an evil sect called Guiyin sect.
But, as far as Xian Yangzi knew, the Guiyin sect had been wiped out more than 100 years ago.
Most of the Guiyin sect's techniques circulating today are remnants from long ago.
Xian Yangzi had no idea what the black water produced from Yudeo's corpse was used for, and could not derive any useful information from it. After thinking for a long time, Lin Chen couldn't figure it out, so he had to force himself not to think about it anymore. When the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I will find out the reason why this master with straight eyebrows is chasing me later. Lin Chen relaxed and continued to load the file for simulation.
Knowing that you would be hunted by the Yazimi master, you and Wan Mingyue left the ancient secret realm and continued to travel to nearby towns to avoid danger.
On the way, they were robbed by bandits.
You and Wan Mingyue counterattacked the bandits and took the opportunity to live in their den. The bandits, fearing your strength, agreed to treat you to delicious food and drinks.
A month later, your whereabouts were discovered by the Yazimi master. He killed all the bandits and also killed you and Wan Mingyue.
Simulation ends.
Lin Chen shook his head, a hint of impatience gradually rising in his heart. Continue to load the file. You and Wan Mingyue disguised themselves as a couple fleeing famine and temporarily settled in a small mountain village. A month later, the mountain village was massacred, and you were killed by the Yazimi master. You befriended the son of the mayor of a nearby small town and moved into the mayor's mansion as a retainer. A month later, the town was massacred, and you were killed by the Yazimi master. There were 5 consecutive simulations, and each time Lin Chen was killed after a month. There was no way to escape.
That won't do.
Lin Chen has already realized that this time the mysterious master with straight eyebrows is more difficult to deal with than he Yu Dao last time. Judging from the strength, it is obviously stronger. Lin Chen had no idea of Wan Mingyue's strength. But since she was able to compete for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolate Association and was Granny Lingyun's beloved disciple, her strength was definitely stronger than Lin Chen's. The 2 Yuanying realm masters were no match for this master with straight eyebrows, which shows how terrifying his strength is. Moreover, this person slaughtered bandits when he encountered them, slaughtered villages when he encountered them, and slaughtered cities when he encountered them. His methods were ruthless and he had no taboos in his actions. He is 100 times more terrifying than the previous Yu Dao and is definitely a demon-level existence. If Lin Chen wants to avoid this person and continue the simulation, he must use other methods.
System, reload the file and use a lucky card. Lin Chen ordered.
At the beginning of this simulation, Lin Chen deliberately did not use the lucky card. He wanted to verify how effective the lucky card was so that he could have a clearer idea of the effect.
Now is the time to show its effects.
By comparing having a lucky card and not having a lucky card, Lin Chen can understand more clearly.
Bite.
The lucky card was used successfully. After reloading the game, there is no change in the first part until Ba Huang is defeated by Gu Che.
From the moment we met the Blood Robe building killer, things became different.
You and Wan Mingyue encountered the assassin from the Blood Clothes Tower. You also encountered the mysterious master with the unibrowed figure. Luckily, the 2 groups engaged in a fight, and all the assassins from the Blood Robe building were killed by Izime.
You and Wan Mingyue, however, managed to escape. During your escape, you and Wan Mingyue luckily entered an ancient ruin.
Inside the ruins, time flows at only half the speed of the outside world. Wan Mingyue feels this is a rare opportunity, so she chooses to practice in seclusion with you. 10 years later, due to their long time together in the ruins, and your friendly and eloquent demeanor, Wan Mingyue secretly fell in love with you and decided to share her sword heritage with you, becoming a Taoist partner and practicing the secret method together.
10
years in the outside world, but 20 years have passed in the ruins. You have cultivated the Red Sun Sutra to the 8th level and the Taiyin Sutra to the 7th level, raising your cultivation to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Since the restrictions within the ruins have been lifted and the flow of time has returned to normal, you and Wan Mingyue choose to leave. 10 years and 1 month later, you were hunted by a master with unibrowed hair. To save you, Wan Mingyue sacrificed her own life to hold him back, while you luckily escaped.
Wait a moment.
Seeing this, Lin Chen frowned, reload the save file, just at this point, and try again. 10 years and 1 month later, you were being hunted by a master with unibrowed hair. To save you, Wan Mingyue sacrificed her own life to hold him back. You were unwilling to escape alone, and unfortunately were killed by the master of the unibrow. The simulation has reached a dead end. After coming out of the ruins, perhaps because time had dragged on for too long, this master of straight eyebrows had become unavoidable. Wan Mingyue has no lucky card to bless her and is in a deadly situation. Lin Chen was unwilling to give up and reloaded the game twice, including one time when he chose not to leave the ruins. But the result remains the same. As long as 10 years and 1 month pass, Wan Mingyue will definitely die. Realizing that there was no way to escape with Wan Mingyue, Lin Chen had no choice but to choose to escape alone. The subsequent simulations began to make Lin Chen increasingly helpless. He started to enter, escaped luckily, was chased, reloaded the game, and escaped luckily again, in this cycle. Moreover, the frequency of being caught is about once a year, and sometimes if you are lucky, it may be once every 2 years. 37 years later, under Jian Kong's guidance, you comprehended the sword tradition left to you by Wan Mingyue. From this, you learned a mid-level heavenly grade martial art, the Cold River Sword technique. You were hunted down by a master with unibrows and unfortunately died. Load the file. You were lucky enough to avoid the pursuit of the Yazimii master, heading west and escaping to Yingwan City on the border of the northern China territory. 42 years later, you will have cultivated the Red Sun Sutra to the 11th level, and the Taiyin Sutra to the 8th level. Your cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Your formation master rank has been upgraded to the 4th rank. 58 years later, under Jian Kong's guidance, you have mastered the Cold River Sword technique to perfection, and your sword spirit has entered the 2nd stage of the subtle realm of unity between man and sword. 82 years later, you will have perfected the Red Sun Sutra to the 13th level, and the Taiyin Sutra to the 9th level. Your cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. Your formation master rank has been upgraded to level 5. 94 years later, you arrive at Yanhe City in the Western Lai region. You have mastered the Cold River Sword technique to its peak. Under Jian Kong's guidance, you gained new insights and created a new sword move, Raging Waves Shattering the Sky. That same year, you cultivated the Taiyin Sutra to perfection at the 13th level. The two perfected techniques, the Qiyang Sutra and the Taiyin Sutra, confirmed this, and you fortunately comprehended the 6th level technique, the Taiji Yin-Yang secret. You were hunted down by a master with unibrows and unfortunately died. Continue loading the file. Seeing that the 100-year time limit was approaching, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, he could simulate to the end. However, remind the host, there are not enough load cards. This simulation ends. Optional Reward 1, Cultivation Level, Learned. Skills, and Martial Arts Experience at the end of the simulation. Optional Reward 2, Adventure Card. Reminder host, the Adventure Card is a newly added precious item. Using it will increase the probability of each simulated adventure. Yeah, got it. Pick one. Lin Chen did not hesitate about what to choose because of the new props. In this simulation, because we encountered an ancient relic halfway through, the actual benefit will be more than 100 years. Lin Chen just didn't expect that the simulation would end in the end because of insufficient number of read cards. Lin Chen used up too many loading cards in his repeated attempts to dodge the pursuit of the master with straight eyebrows. Being able to persist in the simulation until the 94th year, the returns were already high enough, so Lin Chen did not worry too much about it. At this point, he understood something. This master of straight eyebrows is a super roadblock. We must find a way to deal with it. The first thing to be clarified is the identity of the master with straight eyebrows and his purpose of killing. As the selections are made, rewards begin to be distributed. Lin Chen's cultivation level skyrocketed. From the 1st level of the nascent soul realm, he made continuous breakthroughs and reached the 6th level of the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. Like the Jindan stage, the Yuanying stage is also divided into 3 periods: early, middle and late.
The 6th level is the last level of the middle stage.
At this stage, the nascent soul in the dantian of the cultivator has further grown, and the primordial spirit has been strengthened to the point where it can temporarily leave the body and transform into a human form. Lin Shen could feel that compared to when he first entered the nascent soul stage before the simulation, his spiritual awareness had become extremely powerful. Lin Shen can easily perform the immortal methods that ordinary people find incredible, such as transmitting secret messages, flying with a sword, controlling magic weapons to take the enemy's head from miles away, etc. In addition to the improvement in his cultivation, Lin Shen's biggest gain from this simulation was martial arts. After 20 years of seclusion in the ruins with Wan Mingyue, and practicing together as a Taoist partner, Lin Shen inherited the sword art from Wan Mingyue. The mid-grade heavenly martial arts, the Hanjiang sword technique, and the sword move that Lin Shen comprehended on his own, the raging waves shattering the sky, have become Lin Shen's new trump card. In addition, during this 100 years, Lin Shen's formation skills have also improved, reaching the level of a 5th-level formation master.
This grade is quite high, almost catching up with Master Xian Yangzi. The last harvest was a new 6th-level skill called Tai Chi Inyang Ju. With this set of exercises, subsequent improvements will become much easier. It's a pity that this skill was obtained through simulation to the end. If Lin Shen wants to use it to further improve his cultivation, he can only wait for the next simulation. And the next simulation. There aren't enough file cards. We can't just simulate blindly.
Lin Shen pondered secretly. He has 860,000 spirit stones in his hand, and only 1 ancient and 1 mid-century Taoist treasure left.
By consuming the ancient Tao treasures, it is indeed possible to perform another simulation.
However, without the assistance of props and file loading cards, once danger is encountered during the simulation, it can only end early. From this, it can be seen that what Lin Shen should do now is not to blindly simulate. Instead, he should use simple simulations to accumulate props and read files. Wait until the number of read cards reaches dozens or hundreds before simulating to avoid wasting resources. Simple simulations can be performed 100 times a day, which has reached the limit and has not increased due to Lin Shen's
improvement in cultivation.
According to experience, after 100 simulations, the number of file loading cards Lin Shen can obtain is approximately between 3 and 10.
If you want to collect dozens or hundreds of photos, it will take at least a month.
There's still more than a month left before the competition for a spot in the 8 Desolations Association.
Why not use this time to accumulate more items?
I will try to simulate it again before the 8 Desolations Conference to improve my cultivation.
Lin Shen decided secretly. Cultivation is the foundation of everything.
As your cultivation improves, your ability to cope with risks during simulations will also be greatly enhanced. Maybe, after a few more simulations, he would be able to defeat the master of straight eyebrows. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shen prepared to conduct today's simple simulation to obtain the prop card.
At this time, a voice came to my ears.
Lin Shen, come out for a moment.
As mentioned in the simulation, Li Sanhai found Lin Shen.
Outside the cave, a full moon was in the sky. Li Sanhai stood on the edge of a cliff with his hands behind his back, like an ancient pine tree, standing tall and unwavering. Through simulation, Lin Shen learned that Li Sanhai really wanted to take him as his disciple, but his choice was to refuse. During the day he was still at the 1st level of the nascent soul, but at night he became the 6th level of the nascent soul.
This was too horrifying.
If Li Sanhai knew about this, he might be attracted by Lin Shen and abduct him. Therefore, Lin Shen did not reveal his cultivation level, but walked over like an ordinary person.
Lin Shen, I don't like beating around the bush.
I came here this time hoping that you would become my disciple, leave the Wanjian sect with me, and travel the world. As long as you are willing, I am willing to teach you everything I have learned in my life. Li Sanhai looked at Lin Shen, with expectation in his eyes.
However, Lin Shen's answer ultimately disappointed him.
Thank you, Master Li, for your kindness.
Lin Shen is thinking about his master. Master has given me a new life. I'm sorry that I can't agree to it.
Li Sanhai sighed with regret.
What a pity. In that case, I will not force you. You can practice under my junior brother and cultivate with peace of mind. After saying that, Li Sanghai seemed to remember something, took out two things from his sleeve and threw them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took them and took a look, and found that one of the items was a Qiankuan bag, which contained the life money of the leader of the Tianjin sect, the 1,000,000 spirit stones. The other one is a blood-red token. The color of this token is similar to the one Lin Chen used when he was in the Red Blood Demon sect. But the materials and craftsmanship are much better. This is the steward's order from the Blood Robe building. If you want to find me in the future, you can take this order to any of the Blood Robe building's locations, and someone will be responsible for delivering it. Unexpected. The token that Li Sanghai gave to Lin Chen was actually from the Blood Robe Tower? Uncle Master, this. The incident happened suddenly and Lin Chen was a little confused for a moment. He wanted to thank Li Sanghai and ask Li Sanghai about the token, but he didn't know how to start. Alright. Stop fussing. Practice diligently and don't let your great talent go to waste and disappoint my fellow apprentice. Li Sanghai acted decisively. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, he flew up and disappeared in the distance. Lin Chen held the Blood Robe Tower token, feeling extremely confused. Why would Li Sanghai give him such a token? Could it be that Li Sanghai is from the Blood Robe Tower? What about those assassins from the Blood Robe building who wanted to kill him mentioned in the simulation? At the same time. The other side. In the main hall of Tianjin sect, dozens of miles away. The lights are dim. All the sect leaders gathered here, but none of the dozen or so people spoke. Everyone had a grim look on their faces and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Father, this is all my fault. I will never dare to do it again. Please put me down. On the rack, Zhuang Han was tied up and hung upside down, with bruises all over his body. Obviously he had been beaten a lot. This time he went to the Wanjian sect to seek an explanation, but he didn't get any. He also lost 2,000,000 spirit stones, 5 Taoist treasures, and all the refined fire pools. The loss was so huge that it even shook the foundation of the Tianjin sect. The most crucial thing is that this incident caused Zhuang Lei to be seriously injured, and his future cultivation may be affected. How could Zhuang Wenyuan swallow such a resentment in his heart? He had no choice but to vent his anger on his second son Zhuang Han. He hung him up and gave him a good beating, and almost sent Zhuang Han away. Sect Master, we can't let this matter go. With Li Sanghai here, and Xian Yangzi too, we won't gain anything if we confront him head-on. So, extraordinary measures must be taken. I have some connections and know the brothers in the Blood Robe building. As long as you pay some money, I can issue an assassination order in the Blood Robe building. That youngster Lin Chen took so many of our spirit stones and treasures. How could we let him live? It turned out that when Lin Chen was simulating, the assassination order from the Blood Robe Tower was actually issued by someone from the Heavenly Sword sect? Okay. Elder Wang, I'll leave this matter to you. Be careful not to let anyone know that we are the ones who want to kill Lin Chen. Zhuang Wenyuan's shoulder wound was still excruciatingly painful. Recalling Li Sanghai's terrifying actions, Zhuang Wenyuan was still terrified. He was worried that if Li Sanghai knew about this, their Tianjin sect would be in great trouble. Master, please rest assured. My brother from the Blood Robe building and I have a life-or-death friendship. He will never betray me or reveal my identity. Zhuang Wenyuan nodded, and his expression looked better. Lin Chen, you hurt my 2 sons and destroyed the foundation of my Tianjin sect. I want you to understand the consequences of offending me. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhuang Wenyuan's eyes. Time goes by day. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Xian Yangzi called Lin Chen to the main hall and prepared to take him to Yendang Mountain to compete for a place in Group A of the Bawang Conference. In the main hall, Wang Yi, Chu Shaoqian, Chen Xianjun, and Lin Chen's sister Lin Xueqing were all here. They also knew that Lin Chen was going on a long journey with his master, so they came to see him off. Brother, be careful. Lin Xueqing clenched her hands, wishing that Lin Chen could always stay by her side and not go out on adventures like before.
But she knew that was unrealistic, and too much persuasion would only distract Lin Chen. There were too many things hidden in her heart that she couldn't say out loud, so Lin Xueqing had to say goodbye simply with a blushing face. Don't worry, Xueqing. I'm not by your side. Just follow third senior sister and practice more. Your cultivation will improve, and your physical fitness will also become stronger. Lin Chen patted his sister's head and gave her instructions. Yeah. Lin Xueqing nodded vigorously. Although she could not see, Lin Xueqing did not give up on herself. She followed Chu Shaoqian and practiced very hard. Especially after learning that lifespan will increase as cultivation level improves. My brother is on the path of cultivating immortality, and I want to stay with him forever. With this belief, Lin Xueqing's cultivation progressed rapidly, and now she has successfully entered the second level of the body refining realm. This speed even exceeded that of Lin Chen, who had just started learning. Chu Shaoqian, his master, was amazed by this. Afterwards, Chu Shaoqian and Chen Xianjun also said goodbye to Lin Chen. But when it came to the second senior brother Wang Yi, his expression was a little embarrassed. Originally, Xian Yangzi wanted to take Wang Yi to Yendang Mountain. It's a pity that Wang Yi himself is not strong enough. He has taken the Immortal Ice Heart Pill, but he still hasn't been able to break through. Master, Wang Yi wanted to say something to Xian Yangzi. Go. It's getting late, Chener, it's time to leave. Xian Yangzi pushed Wang Yi aside, with a look of disgust on his face, and took Lin Chen out of the cave directly. What a disappointing thing. Alas, all my efforts as a teacher have been in vain. Xian Yangzi muttered to himself. Wang Yi looked gloomy, smiled bitterly and sighed. Second brother, don't lose heart. If you can't break through, why not try your luck in Hidden Sword Valley? Lin Chen condensed his true energy into a thin line and transmitted a message to Wang Yi. Wang Yi's cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. Instead of working hard on it, he might as well go out and look for opportunities. Through simulation before, Lin Chen learned that the Tsangjian Valley in the sect was a blessed land with hidden opportunities. So I recommended it to Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression was moved when he heard Lin Chen's voice. Has junior brother's cultivation reached this level? Then, an unprecedented determination appeared in his eyes. If junior brother can break through to the nascent soul stage, there's no reason why I can't. Okay, I'll go to the Hidden Sword Valley that junior brother recommended. Chener, you have just entered the nascent soul stage, so the sword controlling method may be a little difficult for you. Come, master, Chener, you control the sword very well, don't you? On the platform at the top of Zhuang Peak, Xian Yangzi was about to instruct Lin Chen on how to fly the sword, but he found that Lin Chen was already hovering in the air on the sword, so he could no longer say any words of instruction. Wow, in just 1 month, Chener's cultivation has improved again. This is truly great. Ha ha. Xian Yangzi was ecstatic. The higher the level of cultivation and the stronger the strength Lin Chen displayed, the happier Xian Yangzi would be. Because he will have more face when facing his junior sister. I have trained such an outstanding disciple like Chener, so my junior sister must admire me immensely. If her disciple is not as good as Chener, she will have to ask me for advice. Then, he. Xian Yangzi imagined that the originally kind smile on his lips gradually showed some abnormal changes. Master? Lin Chen saw Xian Yangzi grinning foolishly, with an expression that Lin Chen had never seen before, like a wretched old man. A big question mark popped up next to Lin Chen's head. Ahem. Chener, it's getting late, we should get going. Xian Yangzi knew that he had lost his composure, so he quickly straightened his expression, stepped on his sword and flew up, walking with Lin Chen. Flying on the sword at a height of nearly 1,000 feet, the mist-shrouded mountains and streams below are all in sight. The master and disciple flew at an extremely fast speed. In a short time, they had flown dozens of miles away. At this rate, we will reach Yendang Mountain in just a few days. Master, the way you are dressed today. On the way, Lin Chen glanced at Xian Yangzi and found that Xian Yangzi was wearing a brand new Taoist robe that he had never worn before. Not only was his hair neatly combed, but even the white beard under his chin, which he never took care of, was combed neatly. "Chunner, on this trip to Yendang Mountain, you will encounter many masters from various sections. As a teacher, I must not be sloppy and make people look down on me, which will bring shame to the reputation of my Wanjian sect," Xian Yangzi said seriously. "Oh. But if I remember correctly, the competition for the quota will not start for another half a month."
"Master, is it too early for us to go there now?" Lin Chen asked. "Early? What do you mean by early?" No, how can it be early? It would be great if I could go there earlier." Xian Yangzi laughed dryly and said guiltily. "Yeah, if you go there earlier, you might run into some acquaintances and chat about the past." Lin Chen said with a pout. What acquaintance?" "Chunner, what nonsense are you talking about? Why does your master feel that you are speaking in a sarcastic tone today?" Xian Yangzi glared at Lin Chen unhappily. Okay, no acquaintances." "Master, I don't understand. What's the point of me competing for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolate Association? I can't beat those masters anyway. Otherwise, I'd better not participate, right? Chunner, you must not think like that. This kind of event is a great opportunity to broaden your horizons. Once you get a spot, you'll have the chance to participate in the 8 Desolate Conference, gain entry to the Chalcedony Pool, and treat your sister's eyes." "Do you still want to treat your sister's eyes? Don't say you don't want to. So, you must not even think of giving up." "Yeah." When Xian Yangzi heard that Lin Chen was not going, he immediately became anxious and quickly presented facts and reason to persuade him. After watching these operations, Lin Chen shook his head. "Master, oh master, you are so dishonest." Lin Chen sighed in his heart. It was obviously for his junior sister, but he was unwilling to tell Lin Shenming. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel curious. "I don't know who Master's junior sister, Granny Lingyun, is, and who could make Master Xian Yangzi, who has always been steady, become like this?" At the same time, Lin Chen was also full of expectations for Lingyun Grandma's disciple, Wan Mingyue. You know, in the previous simulation, some pretty remarkable things happened between Lin Chen and this Miss Wan. Compared to Lin Chen, Xian Yangzi was obviously more anxious. "Chunner, your sword control is quite good. How about speeding up a bit?" As he spoke, without waiting for Lin Chen's consent, the flying sword under Xian Yangzi's feet ignited with dazzling magical light. The speed has increased by at least 3 times compared to before. In the blink of an eye, he left Lin Chen behind. "Master, slow down." Lin Chen pushed his speed to the limit, but still couldn't catch up. "Damn! Is it necessary for this little old man to be so anxious?" Looking at Xian Yangzi's figure in front of him, which gradually turned into a blurry black, Lin Chen cursed in his heart. Helpless, I had to maintain the fastest speed and barely keep up. In this way, the journey that originally took 2 days was completed in just 1 day and 1 night. The next morning, after a full-scale chase, Lin Chen finally caught up with his master Xian Yangzi and successfully arrived at his destination, Yendang Mountain. There is less than half a month left before the competition for a place in the 8 Desolations Association. At this moment, thousands of cultivators have already gathered at the foot of Yendang Mountain. Along a main road at the foot of the mountain, countless monks set up stalls on the roadside, selling various magic weapons, elixirs, talismans, and other items. The monks, dressed in different clothes, stopped in front of the stalls and bargained, making the place look like a bustling market. Sha-ner. Xian Yangzi led Lin Chen along as they walked along the busy streets. He lowered his voice and said, "This competition for a spot is a grand event that only happens once every 10 years. Therefore, there's a good chance we'll run into my fellow disciples. You must be smart when you meet acquaintances later." Having arrived at the destination, Xian Yangzi finally couldn't hold back and started talking to Lin Chen about serious business. "Oh." Lin Chen responded with a pout. Seeing Xian Yangzi's cautious and expectant expression, Lin Chen was too lazy to point it out to him. Led by Xian Yangzi, Lin Chen walked past the noisy stalls. Before I knew it, I was almost at the end of the road.
The environment here has become desolate and the flow of people around has dropped sharply.
Until the end.
The master and the apprentice stopped at the very end of all the stalls, in front of a small stall in the corner that no one was interested in. Without waiting for Lin Chen to ask, Xian Yangzi walked straight towards the stall owner.
Master Ling. Master Ling Yun. Junior sister, hello, long time no see. How have you been lately?
Xian Yangzi stammered and greeted him. Lin Chen looked intently. After discovering that the person Xian Yangzi was greeting was an old woman from the Xianmen sect, Lin Chen was stunned.
Not for any other reason.
It's just because this old woman's figure and appearance are really hard to describe.
How to describe it? People often say that a beautiful woman has a devilish figure and an angelic face. This old woman happened to be the opposite. An angelic figure, characterized by just one word, fat.
A devilish face, characterized by one word, ugly. With a straight, bucket-shaped body and a face full of wrinkles like pecans, Lin Chen swore that in his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such an ugly old woman. But when he saw his master Xian Yangzi's attitude towards this ugly old woman, Lin Chen's expression changed from confusion to shock.
Oh my god, is this the one master is eager to meet, Grandma Lingyun?
For a moment, Lin Chen was shocked and had to re-examine his master.
Alas, maybe I'm too superficial.
Perhaps master and his junior sister had some unforgettable experience.
Lin Chen had to convince himself this way. Everyone loves beauty, and it is hard to imagine that a man would be interested in such an extremely ugly old woman.
But if master and his junior sister Ling Yun had experiences in their early years that were unknown to ordinary people, then the matter would naturally be a different matter. Junior sister, this is the rejuvenating pearl powder I got for you when I went to Lihai.
Oh, you don't like it?
Then there's this, your favorite osmanthus cake from Furongfang. I specially sealed the container with magic power to ensure it looks like freshly baked.
I just ate. Don't feel like eating? No problem. Here's the Xuanma Pavilion Lingwen pen you've always wanted.
It's absolutely the best for writing talismans.
Xian Yangzi couldn't wait to take out precious items one by one and give them to Grandma Lingyun.
After watching these operations, Lin Chen frowned.
Is this still his steady master, the headmaster of Zuwang Peak? This is simply.
Lin Chen's gratitude to his teacher is profound, and he doesn't want to associate his teacher with some bad nouns. But in this situation, he couldn't help but think of the 2 glowing words dog liquor in his mind.
Faced with Xian Yangzi's diligent licking, how did Grandma Lingyun react? You have nothing to do, what are you doing here? After accepting all the precious gifts, there was no happy smile on Grandma Lingyun's face. He just asked Xian Yangzi a cold question, with a look of disgust.
Xian Yangzi didn't notice it at all, as if it was a great fortune to get a reply from Grandma Lingyun. He pulled Lin Chen over. Junior sister, I'm bringing my disciples to compete for a spot in Group A of the 8 Desolations Conference.
Look, this is my disciple, Lin Chen.
He's young, but he's already reached the nascent soul stage.
Isn't that impressive? Chener, come and salute your uncle.
Lin Chen sighed helplessly in his heart.
I had no choice but to bow. Disciple Lin Chen, greetings to Uncle Lingyun. Grandma Lingyun narrowed her eyes and looked Lin Chen up and down.
Suddenly, a fat hand flashed and tightly grasped Lin Chen's meridian gate, and blasted a stream of magic power into Lin Chen's martial meridian. Lin Chen was startled and reflexively used his internal energy to resist. He discovered that although this magical power came with great force, its essence was extremely gentle. Not only did it not hurt his martial meridians, but it also had a significant warming and nourishing effect on them. Lin Chen then realized that this Grandma Lingyun had no ill will towards him.
Good.
His bone age is only 16, but he has a pure essence that clearly surpasses his own realm.
Excellent. Grandma Lingyun let go of Lin Chen and nodded approvingly.
Obviously, none of the many gifts given by Xian Yangzi was as precious as the gift of knowing that Lin Chen was Xian Yangzi's disciple.
Junior sister, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Xian Yangzi said with a smile as if asking for credit.
Granny Lingyun rolled her eyes at him and said, "Humph, who knows if this is your disciple? I'm sure you're deliberately trying to trick me into thinking you invited this young genius from some major sect." Xian Yangzi cried out in grievance, "Junior sister, you are wronged. Chen'er is truly my disciple. I swear to heaven." Lin Shen sensed that something was amiss and quickly said, "Uncle Master, I owe my achievements to Master's guidance. I would never dare to deceive you." Seeing that Lin Chen was sincere, Grandma Lingyun reluctantly believed it. "Okay, you are indeed a good disciple. But it's still not as good as mine. Mingyue, come here and meet your Uncle Master Xian Yangzi." Grandma Lingyun called out to the person beside her. There was silence beside me. 2 full breaths passed. "Oh." A pleasant female voice then sounded from under the stall. Lin Shen looked closely and found that there was a young woman sitting on the stone block below the stall. There was still some light golden ink on the tip of the pen. After seeing the woman's appearance, Lin Shen's pupils shrank and his breathing couldn't help but stop. Different from the devilish face of Grandma Lingyun. This woman was a true beauty, with a face so dignified that Lin Shen had never seen one in his life. "Meet Uncle Master," the woman said coldly with no expression on her face. The woman was wearing a simple blue and white monk's robe, and her fair face was glowing with a faint rosy glow under the sunlight. Her eyes, nose and lips are all as perfect as a fairy in a painting. But, at this moment, her expression was a little dull. In his crystal-clear pupils, there was a sense of indifference towards everything. "She is Wan Mingyue?" Lin Shen looked around, and recalled the various experiences he and Wan Mingyue had during the previous simulation, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. It was hard for him to imagine that Wan Mingyue, who had been through thick and thin with him during the simulation, would be such an icy beauty in front of him who kept strangers away. "Good. Excellent indeed. Junior sister, the disciple you trained is much better than Chen'er. Look at this temperament and cultivation level, Chen'er can't compare at all." Xian Yangzi started praising Wan Mingyue. Lin Chen frowned at this operation. Because every time Xian Yangzi praised Wan Mingyue, he would definitely disparage Lin Chen. The disciple who was so proud just now was demoted to nothing in the blink of an eye. "Damn it! You old bootlicker! I never thought you'd be such a master." Lin Chen had no choice but to curse in his heart to show his protest. After a conversation, we became familiar with each other. Xian Yangzi and Grandma Lingyun talked about setting up a stall here. After learning more about it, I realized that setting up a stall here is not just for the purpose of earning spirit stones. Every stall here has been registered and certified by the organizers of the Bawang Association. The sales of the stall will affect the number of places in the upcoming Bawang conference. According to Grandma Lingyun, as long as you can get into the top 3 in sales, you don't have to participate in the competition in half a month and can directly get a place in Group A. That was why the monks on the way here worked so hard to sell the things at their stalls. Can we avoid the duel? Lin Chen's heart moved. I still remember that in the previous simulation, it was mentioned that in the competition half a month later, he and Wan Mingyue would both be defeated by Gu Che of the Red Blood Demon sect. On the way here, Lin Chen was still thinking about how to defeat Gu Che. Unexpectedly, I now unexpectedly learned another way to obtain a place. I have to say, this is good news. Chen'er, your uncle, and I haven't seen each other for many years. We have many personal matters to discuss, so I'll leave for a while. During this period of time, you just follow your senior sister and guard the stall here. Xian Yangzi suddenly said to Lin Chen. Master, you're leaving? Lin Chen was greatly surprised. The 8 Desolations Conference is about to begin. Shouldn't you be giving your disciples some guidance? Stop rambling, there's nothing much to advise. Look at your senior sister, she's quite pretty. Take this opportunity to get closer to her, yeah. If you can improve your relationship with your senior sister, it will be easier for me to visit your uncle in the future. Xian Yangzi spoke to Lin Chen through telepathy. After saying that, he followed Grandma Lingyun and disappeared. Depend on. Lin Chen has already realized that on this trip to Yendang Mountain, he is completely a prop of his master Xian Yangzi. It is purely used to please Grandma Lingyun.
Now, Xian Yangzi has successfully connected with Grandma Lingyun, and the mission of Lin Chen, this prop, has come to an end. As for what will happen to Lin Chen in the future, Xian Yangzi no longer has the heart to care. Lin Chen sighed helplessly.
Master Xian Yangzi is clearly unreliable.
Lin Chen can only rely on himself to compete for a spot in the 8 Desolations Association.
Certainly. And this? Senior Sister Wan.
You know, in the simulation, Wan Mingyue helped Lin Chen a lot. If I could get along well with Wan Mingyue in real life, maybe she would be able to help me when competing for the quota.
Thinking like this,
Lin Chen sat down on another stone block next to the stall.
A moment later,
he also drew a talisman and threw it casually on the stall. Only then did Lin Chen notice that there were many similar talismans on the stall, including Vajra talisman, Wind talisman, Violence talisman, etc., a wide variety of them.
Lin Chen just sat there and felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward.
In order to break the awkwardness, Lin Chen had to ask tentatively.
Senior Sister Wan, what you are reading is?
Unexpectedly, Wan Mingyue gave Lin Chen an unexpected answer.
What are you looking at?
That's a beautiful answer.
Lin Chen smiled and said, then what you are drawing must be a talisman, senior sister? Wan Mingyue heard this without even looking up. Yes. How much can this talisman be sold for? Lin Chen asked for small talk. Bang!
Wan Mingyue didn't answer and threw a sign to Lin Chen. The sign said that the Wind talisman was 1,000 spirit stones, the Vajra talisman was 2,000 spirit stones, and the Berserk talisman was 3,000 spirit stones. It turned out to be a price list.
Then, how are the sales? Is anyone buying it? Lin Chen asked again.
Wan Mingyue seemed to be a little concerned about this issue. She glanced at Lin Chen with a cold look and threw another specially made sign to Lin Chen. This plaque was made by the organizer of the Bawang Association and is a magical item. After injecting true energy into it, you can see some information about the stall.
Booth number 100. The name of the stall is Wan Mingyue's Small Talisman Stall. Today's sales, 0. Ranking, 100.
To sum up, not a single talisman was sold, and the sales volume ranked last among all the 100 stalls.
Senior sister, this sales volume is really not very satisfactory.
Lin Chen sighed.
Wan Mingyue responded and didn't say anything else.
Afterwards, Lin Chen asked Wan Mingyue a few more questions. Wan Mingyue always said yes, and right, and never continued the conversation. Lin Chen felt bored, so he shut up and quietly studied the 6th level martial arts technique, Tai Chi Yin Yang Ju. At this moment, he deeply felt how difficult it was to get along with Wan Mingyue in front of him. Lin Chen couldn't imagine that such an icy beauty who kept people at a distance would actually sacrifice her life for him several times in the simulation, and even become his Taoist partner in the ancient ruins. From this we can see that the simulated personality, eloquence, fate, and friendliness required a very high level of skill to melt the heart of such a woman. Lin Chen asked himself, in real life, he doesn't have this ability. From now on, it's better for me and senior sister Wan to go our separate ways. In this way, time passed by minute.
From morning to afternoon, and then to dusk.
Before I knew it, it was time to close the stall. The people at the stalls nearby packed up and left one after another.
And just at this moment,
for some unknown reason, a group of people in the distance came towards the stall where Lin Chen was, with great momentum.
Wan Mingyue, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to learn your lesson?
The leader shouted angrily. As soon as Wan Mingyue saw this group of people, her face turned ugly. She did not refute the other party, but just lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her lips tightly pursed. Seeing Wan Mingyue's appearance, and her peerless beauty, and the man in the lead was also a man, everyone loves beauty, so he stopped scolding her.
Alright, let's just forget about it this time. Since we're already here, you don't have to go over there. Just give me the booth fee.
It turned out that this group of people were managers, specifically responsible for collecting stall fees. Each stall must hand in 10,000 spirit stones per day before the afternoon. Juan Mingyue sat here for a whole day and obviously forgot to pay the stall fee, so the management staff came to her door. Moreover, from what the manager said, this was not the first time Juan Mingyue had forgotten to pay. No wonder the other party was so impatient. When she heard that she was asked to pay the stall fee, Juan Mingyue still stood there, not moving.
The manager saw this and glared at him. What? No money to pay?
Juan Mingyue nodded, picked up a stack of talismans from the stall and handed them to the manager.
He actually wanted to use talismans to offset the stall fee. What do I need your unsellable talisman for? Pay the money.
If you don't pay, we'll have no choice but to revoke your booth qualification according to the regulations.
Humph, what a joke. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage can't even afford the 10,000 spirit stones booth fee. This booth qualification is hard to come by. I wonder how many people are vying for it.
As he said that, the leading manager signaled his men to forcibly take over Juan Mingyue's stall. Juan Mingyue wanted to stop it, but she knew she was in the wrong, so she had to remain silent and stand aside with her face flushed red.
Wait a minute. Lin Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore and had to step in to help Juan Mingyue out.
As the manager said, Grandma Lingyun must have paid a huge price to get this stall. It is ridiculous to give up the stall just for a stall fee of 10,000 spirit stones.
You are.
The manager looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled look on his face.
I'm her junior fellow apprentice.
I'll pay for the 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Chen took out the spirit stones and handed them to the manager. After the manager took over the inventory and confirmed that it was correct, he no longer allowed his subordinates to pack up the
stall. Young man, what's your name? Do you also want to compete for a spot in the 8 Desolations Association?
If you want to participate, and you're her junior, then this stall should register both of your names, so that the accumulated ranking will be valid for both of you.
The manager reminded. A maximum of 2 people can register for one booth.
As long as the final sales volume can rank in the top 3, both of them can get a place in the Bawang Association.
In other words, there is actually an empty spot at Juan Mingyue's stall.
My name is Lin Chen, and I come from the 4-star sect Wanjian sect. My master Xian Yangzi and this senior sister Wan's master, Granny Lingyun, are from the same sect.
Lin Chen said. So you're senior Xian Yangzi's disciple. Okay, I'll register you. This manager happened to know Xian Yangzi, and his attitude towards Lin Chen became much more polite. After registering, they left.
Lin Chen took the magic weapon sign and took a look, and found that the name of the stall had become Juan Mingyue and Lin Chen's small talisman stall, and he knew that the manager had not lied to him. Immediately, they began to pack up the stall.
A moment later.
After finishing cleaning up, Lin Chen looked at Juan Mingyue who was standing aside.
What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Senior Sister Juan, where should we go next?
Lin Chen was not familiar with this place, so he asked. Juan Mingyue did not answer, but just took a step and walked straight along the street. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly followed. The two of them walked in silence, one in front and one behind.
I don't know how long I walked. Thank you, thank you.
Suddenly, a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz came to Lin Chen's ears.
Whom?
Lin Chen subconsciously looked up and stared at Juan Mingyue in front of him. Juan Mingyue's walking speed and body shape did not change at all, except that the pair of ears next to her black hair turned bloodshot.
Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh.
It seems that senior sister Juan is very introverted. Led by Juan Mingyue, the two came to the residential area near the foot of the mountain.
There are many exquisite small houses here, as well as a 3-story extra-large bamboo building. Senior sister, is this our resting place? Walking into the big bamboo building, Lin Chen couldn't help but frowning as he looked at the homeless monks sleeping on the floor in the aisle.
He couldn't imagine that senior sister Juan, who was so clean and beautiful, would bring him to a place like this to rest. As I walked into a bamboo house, a strange smell hit me. There are at least 30 beds in the nearly 100 square meter room. It turned out to be a large dormitory where male and female monks lived together.
Senior sister, are you sure you want to live here? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. This living environment is really too bad.
The conditions in the Red Blood Demon Sex menial work area are better than this damn place.
But the living environment is indeed bad, but the concentration of spiritual energy around is quite extraordinary. There is actually an extremely sophisticated spirit gathering formation set up around this bamboo building.
The spiritual energy is so rich that it seems substantial.
No wonder so many monks gather here and refuse to leave even though the environment is extremely harsh.
Seeing that Wan Mingyue didn't care about the mess, she found a spot she had prepared in the corner and took out 2 cushions to set them down. Lin Chen had no choice but to walk over to her and sit down.
Senior sister, are you living here because you don't have any spirit stones? Do those small houses outside the bamboo building cost a lot of money to live in?
Lin Chen gradually figured out what was going on, so he asked Wan Mingyue.
Wan Mingyue nodded.
Those small houses cost 10,000 spirit stones a day.
Here, it's free.
It seemed that Lin Chen's act of helping her pay the stall fee made her feel grateful, and for the first time ever, she answered Lin Chen in detail.
At this time, drink, spit.
Next to him, a monk with messy hair like a bird's nest spat towards Lin Chen.
Ah, brother, please move aside.
Then, he squeezed out from the narrow aisle. Lin Chen looked at the spit, smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Sister, I have quite a few spirit stones here. How about we move somewhere else?
I'll treat you.
But, unexpectedly,
Wan Mingyue shook her head resolutely.
No.
Lin Chen, thank you for helping me advance the stall fee today. I will pay you back after I sell the talismans tomorrow. After saying this, she sat on the cushion, facing the wall, and began to meditate. Lin Chen saw that Wan Mingyue seemed a bit stubborn and was very distant towards him, even refusing to call him junior brother. He felt speechless.
No way.
I had no choice but to stay here for one night.
The next day. Continue to set up the stall. 2 hours passed quickly. The same as yesterday's results, the sales volume of talismans is still 0. Compared to yesterday, Lin Chen could see Wan Mingyue's seriousness.
At this time, a monk with a sword on his back came over.
A talisman, a top-notch talisman. Please buy one.
Wan Mingyue stood in front of the stall, forced a stiff fake smile at the sword-carrying monk, and nervously repeated the words she had practiced hundreds of times.
The monk picked up the talisman, looked at it casually, shook his head, and walked away. Deep disappointment once again appeared in Wan Mingyue's eyes. I have tried so hard, why can't I sell a single talisman? It must be because the location here is too bad.
Wan Mingyue thought so when she saw the endless stream of people in front of the stall.
It's because of the location. It's definitely not my fault. It must be like this. Just then.
Senior sister, you're selling this thing completely off the mark.
How about letting me try to sell one? Lin Chen suggested, noticing Wan Mingyue's discouragement. You can sell it?
Upon hearing this, Wan Mingyue became a little unhappy and cast a puzzled look at Lin Chen.
Senior sister, you can't sell it anyway, so why not let me try? Lin Chen said. Oh. Wan Mingyue did not refuse.
But in his heart, he didn't have much hope for Lin Chen.
It can't be sold because of the bad location. It has nothing to do with people. No matter who sells it, the result will be the same.
Wan Mingyue is very confident and sticks to her point of view. Senior sister, I also know that our location is not good, so we must take the initiative to promote our talismans. Lin Chen sorted out a stack of wind-traveling talismans and held them in his hand, ready to go out and sell them on the street. Wan Mingyue curled her lips when she heard this. She didn't say it, but she felt in her heart that Lin Chen's approach was completely unreliable. You don't even know whether people want to buy the talismans, but you go out on the streets to sell them aimlessly.
It's a wonder you can sell anything.
She rolled her eyes and secretly glanced at Lin Chen, who was leaving the stall, waiting to see the show. Standing on the street, Lin Chen looked calm. Of course he knew what Wan Mingyue was worried about.
It is indeed unreliable to just pull someone over and start selling to them without any purpose. But, as a systematic man, Lin Chen is not actually aimless. System, simple simulation. The prerequisite is to sell the wind-walking talisman to the woman in yellow. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You tried to sell the wind-walking talisman to the woman in yellow, but she rejected you. Simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. It turns out that Lin Chen wants to use the system fork trial and error. Screen out customers who are unsuccessful in sales. The first simulation failed, which was an expected result. Lin Chen didn't think he would succeed right away, so he immediately shifted his gaze away from the woman in yellow and changed the target of his sales pitch. System, continue the simple simulation. The prerequisite is to sell the wind talisman to the scarred man over there. Good host. One spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. You sold the wind talisman to scarred man. The other party happened to be in need of buying one, and after learning that it was priced at 1,000 spiritual stones, he readily paid. Simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Excellent. After learning the result of this simulation, Lin Chen curled up the corners of his mouth and walked straight towards the scarred man. On the other side, when Wan Mingyue saw this scene, there was suddenly a hint of gloating in her eyes. That burly man has scars all over his face and looks ferocious. He looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Lin Chen actually chose a guy like that to sell to. I'm afraid a fight is going to break out. If he was pinned to the ground by that man, should I help him? No. Let him learn his lesson and stop being so self-righteous. But he is, after all, a disciple of Uncle Master Xian Yangzi, and he helped me yesterday. It would be a shame if I didn't save him, right? Just when Wan Mingyue was struggling over whether or not to save Lin Chen. Okay, thank you, little brother. I need this talisman. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Take it. The scarred man grinned and paid the money readily. Ah. This. Wan Mingyue was stunned for a moment. This was not the same scene as she had expected. Lin Chen succeeded in his first sales pitch? The person you are selling to is such a ferocious guy? Staring at the magic weapon sign, Wan Mingyue felt mixed emotions as she saw the sales of her stall had gone from 0 to 1,000. But soon, she adjusted her mood. Luck. It must be luck. This guy is so lucky, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. He just happened to meet a customer who just happened to need a talisman. Well, that must be it. Wan Mingyue changed her mind. She began to feel that God was unfair. Thinking about how he had been selling talismans seriously for 2 hours but hadn't sold a single one, Lin Chen just went to the street and pulled someone over and successfully sold one. She felt extremely aggrieved. It's really unfair. However, unfortunately, she didn't hold on to this idea for long before she was slapped in the face by reality again. I want this talisman, thank you. Well, the talisman is of good quality. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Please keep them. Ah, kid, you have good eyesight. You knew I was short of talismans. I bought them. Under Lin Chen's promotion, one cultivator after another paid for the talismans. In just a short time, Lin Chen sold 10 wind-moving talismans. This time, Wan Mingyue couldn't remain calm. How is this possible? Her long, curled, crystal eyelashes trembled, and her 2 bright eyes stared straight at Lin Chen, her little mouth half open, and she was almost stunned by surprise. If a successful sales pitch once is just luck, what about 10 times? Is it still just luck? Moreover, Lin Chen's salesmanship was always successful. If he promoted the product 10 times, 10 people would buy it. This sales ability was truly exaggerated. If there wasn't a large formation here that supervised identities and made cheating impossible, Wan Mingyue even felt that those customers had colluded with Lin Chen long ago. No. Impossible. That doesn't make sense. Is it really, as he said, that we should take the initiative to sell on the streets?
Wan Mingyue is not someone who gives up easily, and she never thinks it is a problem of her ability. Since Lin Chen can do it, there is no reason why she can't. As soon as she thought of this, she immediately picked up a stack of wind-moving talismans and, following Lin Chen's example, went to the street to sell them.
Get lost. What's the point of buying such a crappy talisman? I don't need it. Hee, sorry, I just bought 10 at the stall over there. Thank you.
Hey, little girl, you're pretty. Come play with me for a while, and I'll take all your talismans.
Hey, if you don't want to accompany me, then don't. Why are you hitting me, little girl?
The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to Wan Mingyue. It turns out that it's not a problem of street sales at all, it's really a problem of people. Lin Chen promoted it and it sold out.
She can't sell a single photo of Wan Mingyue. Why is this happening? Am I really not as good as him? How could it be?
Wan Mingyue felt an unprecedented sense of frustration in her heart. As a genius whose talent far exceeds that of her peers, she has a strong sense of self-esteem and strives to be the first in everything she does. She hadn't put much effort into running the stall before because she hadn't intended to compete for a spot in the Bahuang Association in this way. She didn't pay much attention to the fact that her stall was confiscated. But now, because of Lin Chen's arrival and stimulated by some things, she decided to manage it with all her heart.
Who could have imagined that this would be the result? Just then,
Lin Chen came to Wan Mingyue.
Senior sister, you finally listened to me and came out to promote your products? How is it going? How many did you sell? Don't bring up anything that is not related to the topic.
Wan Mingyue was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She glared at Lin Chen angrily and stuffed all the talismans in her hand into Lin Chen's arms. Then, he walked back to the stall without looking back, sat down on a stone block and sulked.
Sister, if it can't be sold, then it can't be sold. There's nothing to be angry about.
After all, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and everyone has something they're not good at. Lin Chen walked back to Wan Mingyue and comforted her with a smile. But to Wan Mingyue, this sincere consolation sounded like a mockery of the victor to the loser. Her depressed mood did not get relieved at all.
What are you doing here? Why don't you continue selling? Wan Mingyue said unhappily. Well, I'm not going to sell it this way anymore.
I make money from spirit stones too slowly. I plan to try another method.
Lin Chen said. What are you going to do again? Wan Mingyue glared.
Lin Chen took out a wind-moving talisman and waved it in front of Wan Mingyue. Senior sister, although I don't know how to draw talismans, I can still simply distinguish the quality.
The paper and ink used in the talisman you made are both top quality, and the pattern is also intricately drawn. The amplification effect produced after use is extremely strong.
When Wan Mingyue heard Lin Chen praising her talisman, her expression finally eased a little. She was pleased with herself, but she didn't show it at all, and kept a straight face. So, these are all high-quality talismans you're selling.
1,000 spirit stones apiece is way too cheap. Wan Mingyue understood Lin Chen's meaning and frowned. You want to raise the price?
But at 1,000 spirit stones per copy, it's already hard to sell. If I raise the price further. No, senior sister, that's not the case. Lin Chen shook his head and said, only those who know the true value of good things can know their true value. For those who don't know the value of a product, no matter how cheap it is, it will still seem expensive to them.
But,
don't say but, from now on, the wind talisman costs 5,000 spirit stones.
5,000?
Wan Mingyue opened her mouth wide.
This price was so high that she couldn't even imagine it. 5,000 is cheap enough. Senior sister, let me ask you, how much does it cost to make this wind-moving talisman of yours? Lin Chen asked. Cost?
This.
I haven't really calculated it.
The paper is top-grade spiritual pattern paper, costing 500 spiritual stones per sheet.
The ink is also the best Zhuangjinking ink, costing 10,000 spiritual stones per piece. I also have a top-grade spiritual pattern pen from the Dakian Imperial City. Ah! This talisman of mine, roughly calculated, must have cost at least 800 spirit stones. Oh my god, how could it be so expensive? After a careful calculation, Wan Mingyue herself was shocked. The cost is 800, but it only sells for 1,000. In other words, the painstaking effort of spending true energy to create it is only worth 200 spiritual stones. Senior sister, your labor is really cheap. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Wan Mingyue remained silent.
If Lin Shen hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have discovered this problem. If she had known that a talisman she drew was only worth 200 spirit stones, she would not have done it at all. So you're going to sell it for 5,000? Is 5,000 too high? How about 3,000? Wan Mingyue asked tentatively. Just 5,000. Lin Chen insisted. He didn't tell Wan Mingyue that he actually wanted to sell it for 10,000 yuan per copy. If it weren't for the need to win a spot in the 8 Desolations Association, sales must be guaranteed, and he wouldn't sell such a good talisman at a low price. Oh well. After what happened just now, Wan Mingyue had lost her confidence and had no choice but to listen to Lin Chen.
Just then. Do you sell talismans here?
A low and rough questioning voice sounded, and a bald customer came to the stall. This monk was tall and strong, carrying a large machete with a golden ring on his back. His muscles were knotted and his face was full of flesh. He stood there like an iron tower, extremely oppressive. Lin Shen hurried forward to meet him. Yes, what we sell here are all fine talismans. As he spoke, he took out a wind-moving talisman and handed it to the tall monk. You can take a closer look. This spiritual pattern paper, black gold ink, and the workmanship are all extraordinary. The tall monk took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Shen observed the man's words and expressions and realized that he was an expert in this field. This talisman is good. How much is it? Asked the tall monk. Well. Lin Chen hesitated. System, simple simulation, sold to him for 10,000 yuan each. Since he couldn't figure out the price range of this tall monk, Lin Chen decided to test it with the system first and then make a quote. 1 spirit stone has been consumed, and a simple simulation begins. After hearing your offer of 10,000, the monk readily paid. Simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Upon learning the simulation results, Lin Chen frowned. This guy seems to be quite rich. He did not immediately quote a price of 10,000 based on the simulation results. Instead, continue the simulation. After 3 consecutive simulations, it was finally discovered that the psychological tolerance price of this tall monk was as high as 20,000. A plan gradually emerged in Lin Chen's mind. 500,000 spirit stones per ticket. Lin Chen remained calm and quoted a sky-high price. Hey! What are you doing? Wan Mingyue was startled and winked at Lin Chen. Wasn't it agreed to be 5,000 yuan per ticket? How did it become 500,000 yuan? 500,000 spirit stones for a wind-traveling talisman, isn't this just looking for trouble? 500,000? Why don't you just go and rob me? Are you trying to make fun of me? Sure enough, the tall monk was a little angry. Wan Mingyue became very anxious upon seeing this, and kept winking at Lin Chen, hoping that he could say something smooth to calm the unnecessary situation. Lin Chen waved at her, signaling her to be patient. My dear brother, this is a fine talisman after all. It's normal to bargain for a good thing. I said 500,000 per ticket. If you think it's expensive, you can bargain. How much is one? Lin Chen looked at the tall monk with a smile on his face. Then don't think my price is too low. It's okay, just speak up. The tall monk heard this and looked at the talisman in his hand, pondering. A long time. 20,000. Deal. Lin Chen immediately made the decision. Well. Seeing Lin Chen's happy look, the tall monk's mouth twitched.
Damn, no matter how you look at it, it seems like the price is too high. Helpless, the words had already been spoken. The tall monk was rich and powerful, and he was a man who cared about face, so he had to pay. The transaction was completed, and the tall monk left unhappily. Wan Mingyue stared at Lin Chen, extremely shocked. It's really sold. 20,000 per ticket, net profit of 19,200. What do you think, senior sister? You can make money quickly this way, right? Selling one ticket can equal selling multiple tickets before. Lin Chen said with a smile. It's fast, but you're a little too deceptive. Wan Mingyue looked worried. She was a little concerned that the tall monk would come back to cause trouble after discovering that he had been tricked. No, this guy is very rich, so I'm selling him at a high price. We'll sell it as normal, as agreed, at 5,000 yuan per ticket. As shown in the simple simulation just now, after the price was raised to 20,000, it took a lot of negotiation before the deal was finally completed. In that case, Lin Chen would just quote a high price and let the other party negotiate a price, thus saving unnecessary arguments and wasting time. At this point, the sales of Lin Chen and Wan Mingyue's stalls increased by another 20,000. Total sales reached 34,000, and the ranking on the stall rankings rose to 96. Lin Chen glanced at the top 3 on the list and narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, we are still a long way from achieving our goal. Fortunately, he has already opened the business. It would undoubtedly be best if one could use this method of selling talismans to get a place in the 8 Desolations Association and avoid the powerful opponent Guche of the Red Blood Demon sect. Don't think about it anymore. Lin Chen continued to sell. Time passes by every second. With the help of the system, Lin Chen sold 3 more wind talismans, each for 5,000. Selling at a high price does indeed mean it sells slower. There is indeed a lot to earn. Selling 3 tickets is equivalent to selling 15 tickets, and this is without considering the cost. If the cost is included, the profit from these 3 tickets will even exceed the original profit from selling 60 tickets. Seeing that Lin Chen was selling very smoothly, Wan Mingyue stopped talking and just stood quietly by, drawing talismans. She completely accepted the reality. Now, all she can do is draw talismans. And just after the sale was successfully completed in more than half an hour, a familiar tall figure appeared next to the stall. The monk who bought the talisman for 20,000 yuan is back. The man's eyes were wide open, and he was clenching a pair of iron fists as big as sandbags, looking like he was going to hit someone. Seeing this, Wan Mingyue became nervous and swallowed subconsciously. Wan Mingyue glared at Lin Chen, as if to say, see, I warned you, now that I know I've been cheated, I'm here to cause trouble, right? Lin Chen, however, looked calm. Greet with a smile. Big brother, what's the matter? Do you think our talismans are good, so you want to buy them back? Buy back? I'll buy back your grandma's legs. The tall bald monk cursed angrily. You bastard, you're deliberately trying to cheat me. You sold it to someone else for 5,000, but you're selling it to me for 20,000? You think I, Golden Blade Luo Gang, am just stupid and rich, right? The figure of the tall monk was like a black cloud, pressing down on Lin Chen. Brother, so you are Golden Blade Luo Gang. What a pleasure to meet you. But look at what you said. I feel so wronged. Lin Chen said. The price of 20,000 was clearly given by you yourself. What is this? Did I give it to myself? The tall monk Luo Gang frowned, touched his bald head subconsciously, and recalled the scene just now. I think I gave it to you. That's right. You are willing to give me 20,000. After all, I am a businessman, so I can only agree to your request. Lin Chen pretended to be helpless. After hearing this, Luo Gang fell silent. A long time. No, I don't care. I paid too much, you have to compensate me. Luo Gang said, I've already used the talisman. I can't withdraw. You just compensate me with 15,000 spirit stones. Lin Chen said, brother, the transaction is complete. You've used the items. It's obviously inappropriate to ask for compensation. The implication is that you should not retreat. Ha!
Luo Gang glared at him, looking displeased.
But I can compensate you in other ways, Lin Chen said. What method? I can give you a membership card for this stall. Membership card? What is that? If you come to this stall to buy things in the future, I can give you a 10% discount. For example, this windsurfing talisman, others buy it for 5,000 yuan from me, but you can only get 4,500 yuan. What do you think? Is that so, After hearing Lin Chen's proposal, Luo Gang hesitated and seemed very interested.
It turned out that he had just used the wind-moving talisman drawn by Wan Mingyue and found that it was very effective and very suitable for a cultivator like him who was not good at physical movements. That's why he was interested in Lin Chen's proposal of a 10% discount.
No, 10% off is too high, I want 20% off. Luo Gang said firmly.
Brother,
20% off is too low. We are all losing money.
Lin Chen seemed very embarrassed.
I don't care. You cheated me, so shouldn't you bleed a little? Luo Gang said angrily. Well,
Lin Chen sighed, alright then, 20% off is 20% off, but it's only for you, and you can't buy too much.
Luo Gang sneered, why do you care whether I buy a lot or not?
Wind talisman, 20% off, give me 50.
No, brother, this won't do. Lin Chen quickly refused. Damn it, you kid want to get beaten, right? Here's 200,000, 50 pieces, give them to me.
Luo Gang threw a bag of spirit stones into Lin Chen's arms.
Lin Chen took a quick look and confirmed the quantity was correct.
He sighed softly, alright, after all, what I did before was not very kind, so let it be a loss.
I'll just treat it as making friends and making amends to Big Brother.
After saying that, he handed 50 wind talismans to Luo Gang.
That's more like it. Boy, this is how you do business. Be honest so you can get repeat customers. Do you understand?
Yes, Big Brother is right.
Lin Chen responded perfunctorily and watched Luo Gang leave.
Then, he turned around and looked at Wan Mingyue beside him, only to find that she was completely dumbfounded.
Are you kidding me? I got scammed out of 20,000 yuan, but not only did I not learn my lesson, I got scammed out of 200,000 yuan again?
Wan Mingyue had the illusion that her worldview was overturned.
Where did this Luo Gang come from? What a fool. Also, Lin Chen's acting is too convincing. It seems like I really lost 4,000 yuan per ticket, but in fact, I made a profit of 3,200 yuan with tears and tears. Junior brother Lin Chen, what you did is so unkind. I feel bad about it.
Wan Mingyue has been taught by Grandma Lingyun since she was a child, and she has always been upright. She feels it is necessary to correct Lin Chen's wrong behavior.
At this time,
Lin Chen threw the Qiankuan bag containing 200,000 spirit stones to her.
Senior sister, what did you say just now? I was thinking about something and didn't hear it.
Wan Mingyue looked at the white mountain of spirit stones in her Qiankuan bag, her face embarrassed.
I said you did it so well, keep working hard.
She really didn't want to say such a dishonest thing, but there was nothing she could
do. She was earning too much. Of course, thank you for your encouragement, senior sister. Alas, I had no choice but to give Luo Gang a discount.
I'll make 1,000 less per ticket, which is a huge loss. Lin Chen shook his head inside.
Wan Mingyue was speechless. This guy is so greedy.
I was about to beat you up, but then you used all your sweet talk to trick me into buying 50 more tickets. Ugh, this guy has such a great gift for words.
I really can't compare to him in that respect.
Wan Mingyue whispered to herself in her heart. As Luo Gang left, the stall became quiet. The two of them divided the work and cooperated with each other, and time soon came to evening. After happily paying all the stall fees for the next few days, Wan Mingyue felt relieved and took Lin Chen to the accommodation area.
Senior sister, you won't still be staying in the bamboo house tonight, right? Lin Chen asked. Of course not.
Wan Mingyue didn't say it, but in her heart, she had long been disgusted with that shabby place.
It's not because the bamboo house is so dirty.
She is not from a noble family and can endure any harsh environment.
The only thing she couldn't stand was the snoring in the bamboo dormitory.
The cultivators who can come here are all of high cultivation level, and they can make up for their sleep by meditating and regulating their breathing, but some cultivators just have to sleep.
Snoring is too disturbing and annoying.
Even if she has strong concentration, it will inevitably affect her when she meditates, delaying her progress in cultivation.
Wan Mingyue could not tolerate the impact on her cultivation.
We will stay in those small houses today. I'll treat you to express my gratitude, said Wan Mingyue. Lin Chen was startled when he heard this. No need, senior sister, I have spirit stones here.
No, I'll treat you.
Wan Mingyue shook her head and insisted.
Okay then shall we live in 2 rooms? Lin Chen asked again.
Wan Mingyue hesitated. She had just paid the stall fee for 13 days, spending 130,000 spirit stones at once, which instantly reduced the number of spirit stones in her hand by half. Considering that spirit stones are precious and each small house has its own door and yard, and there are many rooms inside, she thinks it is better not to waste them.
Let's stay in 1 room. Wan Mingyue decided.
Well, okay. Seeing that she didn't care, Lin Chen had no choice but to agree without saying anything more.
Afterwards, after paying the rent, the two entered an exquisite little house.
1 room can only be accommodated for 1 day at a cost of 10,000 spirit stones. This level of accommodation is just like the 5-star hotels in Lin Chen's previous life. You can imagine how luxurious it is. Passing through the elegant courtyard, Lin Chen followed Wan Mingyue into the main hall. In the center of the main hall, there is a lush 5th-level spiritual plant planted, and with the help of a spirit-gathering formation, the spiritual energy here is extremely rich. Lin Chen roughly estimated that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 70 times higher than that in the bamboo building, and 3 times higher than the concentration of spiritual energy in his cave in Zwang Peak. Apart from that, the room has all the necessary facilities. The alchemy room, instrument room, training room, dining hall, spiritual bathing pool, etc. are all of high specifications and standards.
No wonder it costs 10,000 spirit stones a day. Lin Chen looked around and nodded secretly.
There's food in the dining hall over there.
You can eat something first.
If you need to make alchemy or weapons, or meditate, you can use the facilities here at will.
I'm a little tired.
I'm going to the spirit bath to rest for a while. When Wan Mingyue first came to Yendang Mountain, she lived here with Grandma Lingyun and was not unfamiliar with the place. Later, because of buying stall quotas, the master and disciple had spent all their money, and Wan Mingyue had no choice but to move to the bamboo house. These days, she has been traveling back and forth between the stall and the bamboo house. The conditions are harsh and she has no chance to take a bath. Therefore, the first thing she had to do when she returned here was to take a shower, change her clothes, and tidy up her appearance.
Okay, senior sister, go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Lin Chen responded and walked around the house.
Wan Mingyue saw that Lin Chen was not restrained, so she ignored him.
She couldn't wait to come to the outer room of the spiritual bathing pool.
After taking off her loose Taoist robes, she entered the inner room of the spiritual bathing pool wearing only a pair of close-fitting underwear. A layer of hazy mist floated above the warm pool water. When Wan Mingyue thought of the comfortable feeling of bathing here, she could no longer bear it. She took off her underwear and threw it aside, then carefully entered the pool.
Call.
The fatigue of many days was gone. Wan Mingyue let out a long breath, leaned against the edge of the pool, and slowly closed her eyes. I don't know how long it took. She woke up from her sleep and realized it was almost time, so she decided to get up and get her clothes.
Suddenly, she was stunned.
Because she came in such a hurry, she forgot to bring a change of clothes.
All the spare clothes are stored in the Qinkuan bag. The Qinkuan bag was placed in the outer pocket of the Taoist robe.
This means that if she wants to get the Qinkuan bag, she either has to put on that old dirty underwear or go out, naked. In her opinion, neither of these two options is good.
Damn it! How could I have forgotten to bring in the Qiankuan bag? Sigh.
After thinking about it, if I use my soul to control objects with my spiritual consciousness and force the Qiankuan bag in, it will most likely destroy the doors and windows of the room. Wan Mingyue had no choice but to put on the dirty underwear, go out to get the Qiankuan bag, and then take a bath again.
But just then, outside the door,
there was a sound of footsteps.
Squeak!
The door of the spiritual bathing pool was pushed open.
Through the gap under the screen, Wan Mingyue saw a dark shadow.
Her body immediately froze. Her beautiful eyes were wide open like copper bells, her arms as slender and white as lotus roots were tightly clasped in front of her chest, and she squatted in the water with a nervous expression like a frightened cat.
Who will come in? It must be Lin Chen.
Only tenants can move around here.
Lin Chen, what does he want to do?
I'm taking a shower.
Could it be that this guy, who appears to be a serious person on the surface, is actually a perverted and shameless scoundrel? Great! No wonder he helped me pay for the stall and sold my talismans.
He's so kind without any reason.
He's either a scoundrel or a thief. He really has bad intentions. Oomph, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, it's a pity you chose the wrong person.
Today, I will let you know the fate of a pervert. As soon as she thought of this, anger appeared in Wan Mingyue's eyes, and the true energy in her body became restless. Under her influence, even the water in the nearby spiritual bathing pool showed signs of boiling.
However,
the black shadow behind the screen grew longer and shorter, and finally left the inner room of the spiritual bathing pool.
Squeak! The door hinges turned and the door to the inner room was shut tightly. Ha! Wan Mingyue was stunned.
As expected, the scene where Lin Chen rushed in with a wicked smile and forcibly molested her did not happen.
Just came in for a while and left again? What the hell?
Wan Mingyue was curious and used her spiritual sense to investigate. Only then did she realize that her Qiankuan bag was placed on the wooden table behind the screen.
Ah! He just came in to give me the Qiankuan bag? Wan Mingyue used
her spiritual consciousness to control the object and took the Qiankuan bag in her hand, and she couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Frowning and shaking her head, she had no choice but to take out her change of clothes from her Qiankuan bag, put them on, and left the spiritual bathing pool.
Come to the main hall.
At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting at the desk, writing something with a pen, his expression focused.
Wan Mingyue walked lightly to Lin Chen's side and looked at him stealthily.
Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of paying attention to her, she had no choice but to speak.
Just now you.
Oh, senior sister, I just finished bathing in another bath and found that you left your Qiankuan bag outside, so I brought it in for you. I didn't dare to say anything because I was afraid you would be scared. Lin Chen explained with a smile.
Just that? Wan Mingyue was a little unconvinced. Of course it's just this, what else do you think it is?
Lin Chen said righteously.
Oh.
Wan Mingyue responded, but for some reason, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes, and her expression was complicated. A philosopher once said that women are very strange creatures. When she finds out you're trying to peek at her taking a bath, she'll want to dig your eyes out. But when she finds out that you don't even want to peek at her while she's taking a bath, she'll think you must be blind. However, no matter what, Lin Chen's actions won her a lot of favor.
Knowing that she didn't bring any spare clothes, he thoughtfully gave her the Qiankuan bag. This junior brother is a pretty good person. Unfortunately,
the whole thing is not as simple as it seems.
How did Lin Chen know that she didn't bring any spare clothes?
Of course, we can only predict it in advance through simulation. After bathing in another spiritual bathing pool, Lin Chen saw Wan Mingyue's clothes placed outside, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little restless. Thinking of what had happened with Wan Mingyue during the previous simulation, he suddenly felt like trying a simple simulation to see what the consequences would be if he rushed into the inner room.
As a result of course it's serious.
However, during this process, he accidentally learned the detail that Wan Mingyue did not bring any change of clothes.
Hence this whole thing. Junior brother, what are you writing? Why does it sound a bit like a story?
Standing beside Lin Chen, Wan Mingyue leaned forward slightly and observed intently.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a way to increase the popularity of our stall. Lin Chen said, our stall is in a remote location and has low traffic.
At our current sales rate, it's impossible for us to get into the top 3. We must come up with a surprise attack. Do you really want to get a place in the 8 Desolations Association by selling talismans?
Wan Mingyue was surprised. She thought that it would be enough to earn some spirit stones. Of course, a martial arts competition would be extremely difficult and not as easy as this method.
Lin Chen responded. Oh, you'd better save it. Junior brother, I'm not trying to discourage you.
Our stall is located in a remote area. This natural disadvantage cannot be changed at all. It's already difficult to earn more spirit stones, let alone be in the top 3 in sales. Better prepare for the competition before the time comes.
Senior sister, please believe me. I have a way. Well, whatever you want. I'm going to go practice.
Seeing that Lin Chen refused to listen, Wan Mingyue stopped trying to persuade him and went into the training room alone.
Alas, junior brother Lin Chen, you are still young. I know you want to use storytelling to attract people to your stall. But look at the stories you wrote, they're like a diary, and they're so different from what I read. People wouldn't even cover their ears, so how could they possibly enjoy listening to them? Forget it, I'll leave you alone. I'd better take
advantage of these few days and use the training room here to practice my sword skills. Maybe I can comprehend the essence of the sword techniques in my sword art inheritance.
Wan Mingyue guessed correctly.
Lin Chen really wanted to use storytelling to attract people to his stall. In his 2 lives, Lin Chen has read many good works. Although some time has passed and some details may be omitted, he can still tell the whole story roughly.
What he is writing now is the outline of his work, which lacks details and naturally looks like a diary.
If we can really get a spot in the 8 Desolations Association through sales, and then conduct a simulation, the process will definitely be different. Lin Chen pondered secretly. In the last simulation, he didn't get a place in the 8 Desolations Association, and was subsequently hunted down by the Yazimii Masters. But if he can get a place in the Bawang Association, even further, he could shine in the 8 Wastelands and get the chance to enter the Jade Marrow Pool in the Baichao Pavilion. Presumably, things would be different. At present, Lin Chen has enough spirit stones and Taoist treasures, but he lacks a loading card. After the last simulation, over the past month, I have accumulated more than 90 load cards. Although this should be enough for one simulation, it is not safe. Lin Chen planned to accumulate the number of file loading cards to about 110 or 120 before conducting the simulation. I still remember the last simulation, which ended after 92 years. It seems that only 8 years were lost, but in fact, 8 years is not a small number. That's the result of 8 years of hard practice. Every year missing is a huge loss. Don't think about it anymore. After Lin Chen finished organizing the outline of tomorrow's lecture, he entered the quiet room and began to practice Tai Chi Inyan Ju. The spiritual energy here is rich, and it would be a waste not to practice. After practicing for a while, Lin Chen began to comprehend the secrets of the first level of this 6th level technique. A night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Chen arrived at the stall and began to prepare. Wan Mingyue, on the other hand, sat on a stone pier as usual, reading and drawing talismans. After the stall is tidied up, Lin Chen stood in front of the stall, looking at the people coming and going, and decided to proceed as planned. System: simple simulation. Prerequisite: tell the story 9 divisions of the Earth Dragon and see how many people come. Good host. You begin to narrate the classic novel 9 Parts of the Earth Dragon in the tone of a storyteller. In a quarter of an hour, you attracted a total of 6 listeners. Simulation ends. Random item rewards, gas cards. Hearing the result, Lin Chen frowned. 9 Divisions of Earth Dragon is such a classic story,
but it only attracted 6 people in a quarter of an hour? Too little.
It seems that the cultivators in this world are not interested in stories like 9 Divisions of Earthly Dragons.
Continue, let's change the story. The Condor Heroes.
The return of the Condor Heroes brought 5 people in a quarter of an hour. Not as good as 9 parts of Earth Dragon. In this way, Lin Chen began to simulate again and again, testing all the stories he prepared last night.
Finally, the results came out.
9 Divisions of Earth Dragon, 6 people.
The Return of the Condor Heroes, 5 people. The Story of the Stone, 1 person. 3 Kingdoms, 11 people.
Water Margin, 10 people.
Journey to the West, 24 people.
In the world of cultivating immortals, mythological stories like Journey to the West are indeed the most attractive.
That's right. Let's talk about this.
Lin Chen made the decision.
He immediately cleared his throat and began to tell the story of Journey to the West in the tone of a storyteller.
It is said that beyond the borders of the Dongxing Divine Continent, there is a
land called Aolai.
The country is near the sea, and in the middle of the sea there is a mountain called Huaguo Mountain.
Well.
Beside her, Wan Mingyue saw Lin Chen talking to himself like a fool, and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head.
Junior brother, oh junior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Forget it, just tell me. It will help you remember it better.
Wan Mingyue was too lazy to persuade Lin Chen and continued reading The Legend of Wang Daxian.
A moment later. Hey, what's going on over there? Why are there so many people gathered around? It's like telling a story. These days, people will do anything to sell something. Let's go and listen.
Just like in the simulation, in just a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen attracted more than 20 people to stop by the stall. As time went by, the story of Journey to the West became more and more exciting, and more monks gathered together.
This.
Wan Mingyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Obviously, he was surprised by the scene before him.
How about I listen carefully too? A story that so many people like, maybe it's not as bad as imagined.
This was a story that Lin Chen had read in his previous life. So much time had passed, and he had no training in storytelling.
Logically speaking, it's hard to explain. But
at this moment, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the nascent soul realm, and his soul was powerful.
It was as if he had another brain.
All the stories to be told had already been organized by the spirit in his dantian. All Lin Chen had to do was read out these organized contents aloud.
Obviously, this makes the whole thing much easier.
The stone monkey came to the back of Fengsuan Mountain that night and met Patriarch Bodhi, who was waiting there.
Want to know what the patriarch said to the stone monkey? Stay tuned for the next chapter.
Seeing that the time was almost up and nearly 200 people had gathered, with the number showing an increasing trend, Lin Chen paused.
What the hell? That's it. Fuck, little brother, how about next time, you break it down?
Everyone was listening with fascination, but they never expected Lin Chen to do this.
Everyone, please be patient. Tomorrow, I will continue to tell you this story here.
This stall mainly sells talismans. The art of talismans is considered the specialty of Fengsuan Mountain.
You may want to take a look.
Back to the topic, Lin Chen began to promote talismans. After all this time, it turns out they're selling things.
Go away. Boring. You're keeping me in suspense. Many people seemed very angry. But there were also many cultivators who were interested in the talismans on Lin Chen's stall and began to inquire about buying them. Lin Chen immediately got busy making arrangements. Senior sister, what are you standing there for? Help me.
Seeing Wan Mingyue standing there in a daze, Lin Chen quickly reminded her.
Wan Mingyue finally woke up from her dream. She was completely fascinated by the story Lin Chen told. The stone monkey's experience is so mysterious and wonderful. She couldn't help but want to know what happened next. Junior brother, what did that Bodhi patriarch say to the stone monkey? While busy selling talismans, Wan Mingyue couldn't help but ask Lin Chen. "You'll know after I tell you tomorrow. Now, hurry up and sell the talismans," Lin Chen said, keeping the secret. Wan Mingyue pouted, "Oh. This busy schedule lasts from noon until closing time in the evening. Once popularity gathers, even if there is no storytelling, it will still attract many monks who come to join in the fun." In addition, the talismans made by Wan Mingyue are of extremely high quality. Sales exploded instantly. A rough count showed that the sales for one day soared to 800,000 spirit stones. From the ranking on the list, it jumped from 82nd to 56th. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching the minimum of 6 million for the top 3, it is no longer as out of reach as before. The crowd dispersed and everything was finally done. Wan Mingyue let out a long sigh and sat back on the stone bench. She was not busy counting her income, but was worried about the story Lin Chen told her. Since Lin Chen refused to tell her the sequel, she would just read the legend of Wang Daxian for a while to divert her attention. However, for some reason, it became boring. Why is this happening? Wan Mingyue couldn't believe it. After eating all the delicacies from land and sea, how can you swallow the rotten bean cakes that even pigs won't eat? I do. Wan Mingyue glared at Lin Chen angrily. Lin Chen was confused and could only smile to ease the embarrassment. How is it? How many spirit stones did you sell? She turned to ask, picking up the magic weapon sign to examine it. After seeing the astonishing figure of 800,000 on the sign, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. That's so much. With sales of 800,000, and a net profit of 4,200 from each talisman, how much money could that be? And, it's only been one day. At this pace, maybe we can really compete for the top 3. But, after glancing at the names of the 3 stalls in front of her, for some reason, a hint of disgust flashed across Wan Mingyue's brows. But this emotion was quickly suppressed. She looked at Lin Chen and said, "Junior brother, you have earned so much, let's go, I will invite you to go somewhere today. Also, these spirit stones were earned by the 2 of us. I can't take them all. Let's each have half. Is this okay? Senior sister, you worked so hard to draw this talisman, and you paid for it. Don't say any more, just half each." Wan Mingyue gave out 400,000 and gave it to Lin Chen. She knew very well that without Lin Chen, she would still be the same as before and would probably still not be able to sell a single piece. She felt she owed Lin Chen only half, so how could she have the nerve to take more? Led by Wan Mingyue, the 2 came to a gorgeous 2-story restaurant. It turned out that Wan Mingyue wanted to reward Lin Chen by treating him to a meal. "Junior brother, the food and wine here are all top quality food that is rich in spiritual energy, just right for people like us who practice cultivation." As he said that, he took Lin Chen into the restaurant. Lin Chen looked around the restaurant. Indeed, this place was magnificent and luxurious, very unusual. Lin Chen had long been familiar with the diet of cultivators. Many fine dishes filled with spiritual energy were even more expensive than elixirs. He initially estimated that the cost of a meal in this place would not be less than 20,000 spirit stones. "Senior sister, this is too expensive. Actually, I can cook many of the dishes here. Why don't we go hunt some monster beast ingredients and cook them ourselves when we get back?" Knowing that these dishes are low cost, Lin Chen doesn't want to be cheated. But Wan Mingyue disagreed and insisted on inviting Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. Not long. The food is almost the same. After Wan Mingyue settled the bill, the 2 prepared to leave. Suddenly. Who is this? Am I seeing things right? Miss Wan, why are you here? Can you afford to eat the food at this Pinchian restaurant? A shrill female scream was heard. Lin Chen looked closely and found a group of people coming towards him. The woman in the lead was wearing a glass skirt and gold and silver jewelry. She had a good appearance, but she put on too much makeup, which made her look very seductive. At this moment, she was staring at Wan Mingyue with a mocking look. Wan Mingyue glanced at the woman with disgust and was too lazy to talk to her. Junior brother, let's go. Eh? Don't go. Shopkeeper, this Miss Wan is very poor.
Has she paid? The seductive woman stretched out her hands to stop him, and the gold bracelets on her wrists jingled against each other.
Ha, to answer you young lady, this customer has already paid the bill.
The shopkeeper was afraid that the commotion would affect the business, so he bowed and said with a smile.
Paid? How much did she pay?
Reporting to the young lady, the total payment was 23,000 spirit stones.
Did you really pay? That's strange. Miss Wan, where did you make your fortune? Could it be that you hooked up with some rich young man?
As the charming woman spoke, she looked at Lin Chen, sizing him up and down.
Because Lin Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes, the woman couldn't see through Lin Chen's true identity for a moment. Jiang Lin, shut up. Wan Mingyue's face flushed red, and she glared at the charming woman, extremely angry. Junior brother, let's go.
But she seemed to know that if she continued to entangle with the woman named Jiang Lin, she would not gain any advantage, so she quickly pulled Lin Chen away.
Snort!
Looking at Wan Mingyue's back, Jiang Lin sneered disdainfully.
Everyone in the Jingmiao sect is so broke, yet Wan Mingyue actually has the money to eat here. It's really strange. Someone, go check who she's been hanging out with lately, and who's the background of that pretty boy beside her? The charming woman Jiang Lin seemed to have a big conflict with Wan Mingyue, and gave orders to her subordinates. After leaving the restaurant,
Wan Mingyue and Lin Chen returned to their residence.
There was silence all the way.
Lin Chen was very curious about the charming woman, but he didn't ask too many questions.
After spending these days together, he gradually understood Wan Mingyue's temper.
If Wan Mingyue wants to say something, she will say it herself. If she doesn't want to say it, no matter how you ask, she will not say a single word.
That group of people are from Lingmiao sect. The woman in the lead is named Jiang Lin. She is a talented disciple of Lingmiao sect. She doesn't have a good relationship with our Jingmiao sect. Wan Mingyue whispered.
Lin Chen frowned when he heard that.
Jingmiao sect, Lingmiao sect. Why does this sound so similar to the Wanjian sect and the Tianjian sect?
Thinking of Jiang Lin's attitude and then thinking about Zhuang Han from the Tianjian sect, Lin Chen instantly understood almost everything.
Jiang Lin. This name sounds familiar, senior sister. I always feel like I have heard of this person somewhere. Lin Chen asked curiously. Yes, it sounds very familiar. Wan Mingyue took out the magic weapon token and threw it to Lin Chen. Their stall is number 1 on the sales ranking list.
Lin Chen picked it up and took a look, sure enough. First on the list, Jiang Lin's small talisman stall, total sales, 8 million. Not only the first place, but also the second and third place stalls all belong to their Lingmiao sect.
Lingmiao sect has a close relationship with the Wanxian Chamber of Commerce, one of the organizers of the Bahuang Association.
Their disciples are quite proficient in business.
Wan Mingyue explained.
So that's how it is. Lin Chen understood and stared at the top 3 on the list with his eyes narrowed.
Senior sister, I didn't expect you to have such a connection with these top 3.
Although I don't know what the conflict is between your Jingmiao sect and Lingmiao sect, no matter what the conflict is, I will definitely help you instead of them. So, senior sister, let's work hard these days and strive to be in the top 3.
Lin Chen encouraged with a smile.
When Wan Mingyue saw Lin Chen's firm and confident eyes, she inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Thinking of today's excellent sales situation in Jiang Lin's mocking face, she nodded heavily. Okay.
Let's work hard together. A few days later. Everything is back on track.
Thanks to the charm of Journey to the West, more and more monks gathered at Lin Chen's stall.
The number of talismans sold is increasing day by day. Since Jiang Lin, who is currently ranked first, also sells talismans at her stall, this indirectly leads to a sharp drop in her daily sales. Although the ranking remains at number 1, the growth rate of total sales has slowed down significantly. What the hell is going on? Are you saying that my business was taken away by that bitch Wan Mingyue?
Finally, Jiang Lin could no longer sit still, and after some investigation, he pinpointed the source of the problem.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. How dare that bitch Wan Mingyue surpass me? It must be that pretty boy named Lin Chen. Yes, it must be him who did it.
Jiang Lin gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger.
She has been guided by the bigwigs of the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce since she was young and has absolute confidence in her business ability.
She couldn't accept the current situation.
No. I have to think of a way. Jiang Lin's face was gloomy.
In another 7 days, the organizer will count the sales results. If nothing is done and the current situation continues to develop, the sales of Wan Mingyue and Lin Chen's stalls are likely to catch up and squeeze into the top 3.
As an outstanding disciple of Lingmiao sect, how could Jiang Lin allow such a thing to happen?
Come here, call the 2 Jiang heroes over.
Jiang Lin ordered his men. Yes. The subordinates received the order. It only takes a cup of tea.
2 young men hurriedly appeared in front of Jiang Lin. The 2 young men were of the same height, had similar looks, and wore the same clothes, and seemed to be twins.
Only. There is a huge difference in their body shapes.
One of them weighed at least 250 kilograms, was covered in fat, and was as fat as a pig. His name was Zhang Pang. The other person weighed less than 70 kilograms, looked malnourished, and was as thin as a monkey.
His name was Zhang Shou. They are the famous twins in Jiang Lin's family, nicknamed the Jiang Twins.
I'm so tired, cousin.
Why did you call us here so urgently? Is there something important? Fat Jiang wiped the sweat from his fat face and looked at Jiang Lin with his mouth open. Cousin, just tell me what you mean.
We brothers will definitely go through fire and water for each other. Jiang Shou's voice was soft and sharp, and his pair of cunning eyes glanced at Jiang Lin's exquisite body. Jiang Lin glanced at the 2 of them with disgust. She really didn't want to send these 2 people to do the job, but her fellow brothers and sisters in Lingmiao's sect all had